Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. Pirates Rock's younger brother starting strongest Haki. 1YB001 Rock's brother. Rock's Demo Laike. The second half of Grand Line, New World. An island with a huge skull stands on the sea. This is the famous Pirate's Paradise, the Beehive Island, Hachinosu. It is the birthplace of the pirate game and a place where pirates particularly like to gather. Especially in recent times, Hachinosu has been extremely lively. All the famous pirates from the entire New World have gathered here. It is said that they have gathered here in response to someone's call for an opportunity to make a lot of money. The person who issued the call was none other than the legendary pirate, Overlord, Rocks, who has dominated the sea recently and is unparalleled in the limelight. At this time, the sky was dim, and stars began to twinkle in the night, reflecting the white moonlight. Even late at night, the whole island is still extremely noisy. Especially in the bar where pirates like to gather. On Hachinosu Island, in the largest and best bar, many pirates gathered here to taste the excellent wine brewed by the boss. You told me there was no room left? At the bar, a strong man with scars and a fierce look on his face slapped the table in front of him with one angry hand. Lousy has been working hard outside for so long, what's the matter, don't you even want to have a drink? The wine management is enough, but there is no room. The bearded bald boss holding the drink glanced at him casually and said in a calm tone. If you want to drink, you have to stand. Stand? The strong man with a scarred face became even more angry when he heard this. Do you know who Lousy is? Lousy is. I don't care who you are. The bearded and bald boss interrupted the other party unceremoniously and said coldly. Here, if you want to sit down, just find a seat yourself. As he said that, he sneered. Don't tell me, you don't know the market here. Quotes. On this island full of pirates, if you want something, you have to rely on your own strength to get it. Advertisement. The scarred man with a fleshy face naturally knows this, and the owner who can open a bar on this island is not a good person. Under the teasing looks of many pirates watching the fun, he could only look at the situation in the tavern with a gloomy look on his face. Suddenly, his eyes moved, and a strange place caught his eye. In the corner of the bar, a fair-faced, handsome, and quite young man occupied a seat alone, as if he was drinking. You are the one. The big man with the scarred face gave a ferocious smile and prepared to give the soft persimmon a good squeeze. Are you going to cause trouble for him? Suddenly, a drunken sneer came from the side. I advise you to save your money. The strong man with a scarred face and a fleshy face couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and looked over. What, is he a very powerful pirate? He asked in a low tone, while his mind was constantly searching for reward orders that matched the young man's appearance. On this island, it is very possible that any seemingly ordinary guy could be a vicious criminal on the sea. If you want to protect yourself wisely, some basic vigilance is necessary. But when the strong man with a scarred face and a fleshy face filtered out almost all the famous pirates, and none of them could match him, doubts arose in his heart. He is not very powerful. As soon as the drunk guy finished saying this, he saw the scarred and flesh-faced man's face darken again. Are you kidding me? The latter stared at him with an unkind expression. Then if you are seeking death yourself, I won't stop you. The drunk guy couldn't help but grin, although he's not a powerful guy, but... Having said this, a clear light appeared in the drunk man's eyes, and he looked at Scar's fleshy face and smiled mockingly. His last name is Rocks, advertisement Rocks. The pupils of the strong man with a scarred face suddenly shrank, and the steps he was about to raise again seemed to be filled with cement and he could no longer move forward even half a step. His eyes flickered towards the young man in the corner, he glanced again, and then gritted his teeth. Amidst the joking looks of the many pirates watching the excitement around him and the drunk guy, he turned around and walked towards another corner. Any pirate who hangs out on this island knows exactly what the three words, rocks, mean. That means that it is an existence that must not be messed with. As for this being, Mo Lai was feeling a little depressed at the moment. In other words, he should be called Mo Laike now, Rocks Demo Laike. I didn't expect that I would travel to the world of One Piece and become Rock's younger brother. Sitting in the corner seat, Mo Laike couldn't help but sigh. He originally grew up in an orphanage and later became Up Master. He was staying up late editing the One Piece Rocks era video when he suddenly felt sleepy and fell asleep. Unexpectedly, when I opened my eyes again, I would really come to the world of One Piece, and it was many years ago before the great age of navigation began. And he also became Rock's younger brother, right? The flickering lights and candlelight reflected Malak's extremely handsome, cold and cool face. Forget it, I was alone before anyway, so living was not a life. Now that I have come to this world, I have to live a more exciting and carefree life. Mo Laike picked up the wine glass in front of him, and then drank the wine in one gulp. Open black lens bracket ding. Close black lens bracket. It has been detected that host has officially started a new life in New World, and the Super Berry Flash sale system is being bound, close black lens bracket. System. Hearing the machine beep in his mind, Mo Laike gently turned the wine glass in his hand, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's really the standard equipment for time travelers. Open black lens bracket ding. Super Berry Flash sale system. As the name suggests, the system can provide a variety of items and skills, and give extremely low prices for flash sales. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. After midnight every day, the flash sale shelf will give the host the number of times to refresh items and skills. If you have something you like, please kill it in time. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Since host opens the system for the first time, a special gift package for newbies. A super refresh opportunity. Top level items or skills will definitely be refreshed. Do you want to enable daily refresh? Close black lens bracket. 002 flash kill system. Top conquerors. These words began to gradually appear in front of Laike's eyes. Instant kill system. It's quite interesting, and not only that, it also shows that the abilities obtained by instant killing are divided into junior, advanced and top levels. It can be said that the functions of this system are simple and straightforward, making it clear at a glance. Laike calmly gave instructions to the system. Refresh. In an instant, in front of Laike's eyes, a burst of dazzling special effects flashed, and a series of radiant items and skills were constantly scrolling and refreshed. Finally, when the refresh animation stopped, 5 colorful balls emitting strange lights stopped on the refresh bar. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to host. Successfully refreshed. There is currently a new addition to the flash sale shelf. Please host check it in time. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Host, please note that after midnight, you will get a new refresh opportunity. If you refresh, the originally refreshed goods will be overwritten. Please host, before the new round of refresh, promptly kill the goods that have been refreshed on the flash sale shelf. Lose. Close black lens bracket. Laike only glanced at the series of reminder messages lightly, and after memorizing some key information, he stopped reading more. Instead, he turned his attention to the 5 light groups that were refreshed. This is what he really needs right now. Laike directly clicked on the most dazzling light group. Open black lens bracket conquerors. Top, close black lens bracket. Introduction. The top conquerors, a true overlord with both mental and physical skills, can make Haki disperse in all directions just by increasing his momentum. Its pressure is enough to shake a ship, and even a battle-hardened general can be beaten when passing by. Also fell to the ground with a crash. Flash sale price, 90 cents berry. Top conquerors. Seeing such an introduction, Laike's eyes suddenly froze. He clearly knows that in the world of One Piece, the final evaluation of whether a strong person is truly strong or not depends on the degree of Haki he has mastered. Conqueror's Haki, one of Conqueror's Haki, is also the rarest type of Haki. It is a kind of kingly qualification that cannot be acquired through acquired practice. As a member of the Rocks family, Laike naturally has such qualifications. Top Conqueror's qualifications? It's really good. Advertisement. A smile gently formed the corner of Laike's mouth. He did not receive it immediately, but glanced at another light group next to this light group, which was also bright in color. Open black lens bracket Conqueror's Tangle. Close black lens bracket. Introduction. Conqueror's advanced application allows you to wrap Conqueror's Haki around weapons or attacks. After wrapping, the attack power will be enhanced. You can actually attack the enemy within a certain distance without touching the opponent. Only a few top-level powerful ones can do so. Only those who can do it. Close black lens bracket. First Conquerors, then Batang. This system is so satisfactory, it knows how to match and combine it to bring the best power to you. After seeing the contents of these 2 light groups, Laike no longer hesitated and took out a 100 yuan berry note that he had brought with him to buy a newspaper and immediately recharged it. Then, without hesitation, he clicked on the instant sale. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to host. You successfully killed Conqueror's top. Please check it. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to host. You successfully killed Conqueror's enter. Please check it. Close black lens bracket. 2 beeps sounded in succession, and the next second, Laike felt a steady stream of momentum and some unknown power begin to emerge from the depths of his body. He immediately closed his eyes slowly and savored it carefully. At the same time, waves of astonishing pressure began to slowly spread from Laike's body to the surroundings. Suddenly, all the madmen and pirates who were drinking in the tavern trembled subconsciously. What's going on here? A middle-aged man full of evil spirits, with dense beads appearing on his forehead. The anger in his eyes was no longer, but full of fear, looking at his hands and clothes. The wine glass in his hand kept shaking, and the orange liquid inside spilled out, splashing all over himself and the bald man next to him who was not easy to mess with. But the bald man next to him showed no anger at all, and he didn't even respond. Instead, his lips trembled and his breathing gradually became rapid. How could I suddenly feel so much pressure? He slowly opened his mouth, and spit out some strange hoarse notes from his dry throat. Advertisement. Is this an enemy attack? Not only them, but the entire tavern felt this strong pressure. Gradually, the hustle and bustle here became quieter. Everyone noticed something was wrong, and then began to investigate the source of all these changes. Until, everyone's eyes in the entire tavern were focused on that corner. Sitting there, closing his eyes and feeling the coercion emanating from his body, it has almost become a reality for the young man. Gulu. The sound of swallowing was particularly obvious in this silent tavern. Fortunately, the middle-aged man with scars on his face who was going to trouble Laike swallowed again. He wiped the sweat from his head and felt extremely lucky. Fortunately, I didn't stupidly go there and die. Otherwise, I might have become a corpse lying there, right? As this rocks, he murmured to himself and looked at the figure sitting there. He only felt that that figure, at this moment, looked extremely majestic in his eyes. Like a god. At the same time, outside the tavern, in a remote corner, a tall man with blonde hair sat on a stone stool. The stone table in front of him was filled with strong wine, and a man was pouring and drinking it here. Huh, what's this momentum? Suddenly, he paused slightly while drinking. A little bit of the refreshing wine was sprinkled on his hooked beard that looked like a white crescent moon. Conquerors. Blah blah blah. What awesome B************** D is it? Has he awakened such a talent? He laughed, and then continued to pour the wine in his hand into his mouth without hesitation, and drank in big gulps. 003 monster? Everyone was shocked, until the last drop of wine fell into his chest. The empty bowl in his hand was thrown away by the blonde man. Then he stood up slowly while holding the big naginata in his right hand. Even when he was drinking, he never let go of the big naginata that he put down. He also knew clearly that he could not relax his vigilance at any time on this island. Always be on the most alert. Gu la 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 la. There are really more and more monsters on this island. Maybe, a new era will really be created here? He laughed and stood up with his tall figure, with an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. But when he finished laughing, he let out a subtle sigh, and the tall figure also looked a little lonely. He might really be able to achieve a career here, but he didn't like the atmosphere on this island. It was also completely different from what he expected and wanted. There was absolutely nothing here that he expected. Perhaps, what he wants and what he dreams of are not what he can satisfy now. The blonde man couldn't help but shook his head to get rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind, and then planned to pick up the wine in front of him and drink again. On this island, perhaps, only good wine can accompany him. And just when he was about to pour the wine, suddenly, a red light flashed in his eyes, and his heart moved. He couldn't help but look into the distance, towards the outside of the island. Blah la la la, are there another group of hidden rats? At this time, Honeycomb Island, the sea outside Hachinosu. Faintly, several standard military warships began to gather on the periphery. On each warship, there is a white background with a blue seagull flag printed on it. And on the warship in the center, on the deck, several figures stood there. Vice Admiral, the Beehive Island is ahead. Hachinosu, do we want to continue moving forward? The man next to him, dressed in a neat uniform of a school-level officer, with a respectful look on his face, asked the senior general wearing, Justice, marine attire standing at the bow of the ship. Keep going. The vice admiral, who had a dark black airplane head and looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, put down the telescope for observing the terrain from his eyes and gave the order with a solemn expression. Advertisement. According to the intelligence section and the information detected by the CP organization, Overlord, Rox is suspected of making huge moves on this island. He issued a call to the entire New World, and countless pirates swarmed in. Their plans are definitely not small. As Marines, we cannot just watch the pirates' power grow stronger. He said firmly and loudly, bring the ship closer, we need more useful information. But, Vice Admiral. The school-level officer looked hesitant. Currently, there are many great pirates from the New World gathered on Hachinosu Island, including many masters of Grandmaster Observation Haki. If we just get close like this, will they find us? So what if I'm discovered? Vice Admiral spoke in a deep voice and directly interrupted him, we are Marine. The sonorous and powerful words spread throughout the entire fleet. The extremely firm eyes and calm expression all showed that the Vice Admiral of the Crown Rat was already prepared for awakening. Yes. Looking at the figure of Vice Admiral, the school-level officer no longer had hesitation and timidity in his eyes, but was replaced by the same determination. That's right, they are Marines. No matter how dangerous and terrifying the enemies are in front of them, it is their duty to destroy pirates, drive out evil, protect the people, and restore peace to the sea. No matter what kind of disaster they will suffer for this, they will not hesitate. The school-level officer solemnly saluted the Vice Admiral, and then immediately issued instructions to all parts of the warship to continue moving forward. For a time, the flags of several marine warships began to slowly float in the wind over this sea area. Beehive Island, Hachinosu, an especially built dim sum house. Well, Marine is here to join in the fun, right? A woman who was equally tall but extremely hot was sitting at the dining table, wiping the sweet residue from the corner of her mouth with one hand, and laughing there. Sure enough, there is such a big movement on the pirate side. If I were Marshal Kong, I wouldn't be able to sit still at all, right? Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect that their actions this time would be so quick. While smiling vaguely, she kept throwing the desserts as high as small towers on the huge dining table in front of her into her mouth. So, what are you going to do, Lin? Advertisement. On the side, a short and fat man with big thick lips and a beak-like nose dressed in a chef's costume kept cooking various sweets for the woman. Me? I don't care about these things. The woman named Lin smiled happily. Whoever caused such a thing, let him handle it. Since Rox has gathered us all on this island, it is natural that we should come up with corresponding explanations. If he can't even deal with the invading Marines, or even deal with them neatly, then his call this time will become a complete joke. I want to see what kind of tricks that Rox guy has, ha 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 ha. While he laughed out loud, the surrounding dessert houses also emitted bursts of moving singing. Wait, sing for mom, cheer for mom. Tables, chairs, benches, and walls suddenly appeared strangely with human faces, singing cheerful tunes there. The man in chef uniform who was cooking in Linlin who was eating a lot looked normal. Are you waiting? That's right, the man in chef's uniform thought for a while and shook his head. Even if Rox doesn't take action, there will probably be some bad-tempered guys who won't tolerate Marine's provocation. There are more monsters on this island than we imagined. Is it like the Conquerors just now? When Linlin heard this, his eating movements paused slightly, and his eyes under two light purple eyeshadows slowly narrowed. A man like Conquerors who possesses such power and momentum is definitely not an ordinary character. Click. She picked up a piece of chocolate chip cookie and threw it into her mouth, chewing crumbs flying everywhere. I wonder if he belongs to any kind of strange race. Even if he is not, if he is just a normal human being, his bloodline must be very powerful, right? I really want to collect his bloodline. Ma ha 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 ha. The coveted laughter that sounded like licking lips also resounded throughout the dessert house. At the same time, Laike in the tavern, who was coveted by the hot woman named Linlin, slowly opened his eyes. 005 Conquerors like this. Who are you? In the perception of sound, transmitted back by observation Haki, in the outer sea area of the island, it was a bit lively at this time. The corners of Laike's mouth raised slightly, and then, the invisible pressure spread once again. Meanwhile, Hachinosu, the island outskirts of Beehive Island. On the dim and dark sea level, several warships were approaching here, and the people on the deck could already vaguely see the outline of the island. Vice Admiral, we will be approaching Hachinosu Island soon, please give us instructions. The school-level officer's face was full of awareness and seriousness, waiting for the next order from the Vice Admiral. I know, Vice Admiral nodded slightly. Just before the official action, he had reported the situation here to Naval Headquarters. The order sent back from the headquarters told them to act according to the situation. The 4 words, act according to circumstances, are also used very cleverly. It is not clearly stated whether it is just a matter of simply gathering information, or whether it is going to have a substantial conflict with the pirates on the island. Vice Admiral knew that the lives of many marine officers on several warships around him were at stake, so his next actions could not be so hasty or haphazard. Let's first. Just as he was pondering, he was about to issue the first order. Boom. Suddenly, strong winds blew across the entire sea area, and countless waves surged across the area. Under the stunned and confused gazes of countless marines, thunder suddenly exploded in the sky. From the other side of the stormy sea and empty turbid waves, the destination in their eyes, the island of Hachinosu, an extremely powerful aura instantly tore through the sky and shot straight into the sky. The original calmness on Vice Admiral's face had long since disappeared, replaced by incomparable confusion and horror. Advertisement, Conquerors. How is it possible to have such strong conquerors? Faced with such an astonishing momentum and pressure, Vice Admiral subconsciously wanted to retreat. But the next second, he suddenly realized that his body could no longer move. Under the pressure of this overbearing momentum, his body gave the most honest answer. The body and physique that had been tempered and polished for many years, at this moment, fell apart like a mudslide. Not only him, but also the school-level officer next to him had an earthy complexion and his body was shaking like chaff. The other marine soldiers were even more unbearable. Some of them were trembling and fell to the ground as weak as mud. What's more, under this strong momentum, he tilted his head and fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Such a conquerors. Who the hell are you? Feeling the rapidly dissipating power in his body and the miserable state of the marine soldiers around him, Vice Admiral raised the last energy in his heart and roared hoarsely. Is it, Overlord, Rox? You noticed us and want to take action against us? Vice Admiral clenched his teeth tightly. He never expected that he and others had not had time to make any moves. Just being close to this sea area, I suffered such pressure. Is this the legendary, Overlord, Conqueror's Haki of Rox? Apart from Rox, Vice Admiral could not imagine who else on this island could possess such terrifying power. Moreover, according to the feedback in the intelligence, even Rox and the Haki he possesses are not that strong yet, right? What, could it be said that he has become stronger again? Just when Vice Admiral's heart was extremely solemn. Advertisement? Rox? That's true, but I'm not the so-called Overlord. A chuckle mixed with ridicule suddenly sounded in the sky. The tone of the voice was obviously very plain, but it was extremely clear and reached everyone's ears. This voice. Vice Admiral's pupils suddenly shrank. This is definitely not Rox's voice. Rox is already in his prime, but this voice sounds very young, and there is no way it could be Rox himself. He is young and calls himself Rox, but he is not the Overlord. At this moment, Vice Admiral's mind was spinning rapidly, and soon, in his mind, he found a piece of information that had been almost forgotten by most of his marine colleagues. Even their Marshal Kong only mentioned it lightly and didn't care about the news at all. Only he, who had always been very rigorous and had an extraordinary memory, wrote down this piece of news. The great pirate of the New World, Overlord, Rox D. Zebek, is not alone. He also has a younger brother named Rox D. Laike. The Vice Admiral's voice was hoarse and dry as he spoke the name. This one has no sense of existence at all in Marine's intelligence records. Compared to his all-powerful brother Zebek, he himself seems so unremarkable and ordinary. Just like a normal ordinary resident, he will not leave any trace of his existence. But, at this moment, Vice Admiral, the crowned rat, swore that he had never been more impressed by this name than now, and it was firmly engraved in the depths of his mind. Oh, is there anyone at Marine who knows my name? Above the dome, there was an interesting whisper. I thought I had never been taken seriously by you, the messengers of justice on the sea, 006 Marine Retreats. Laike, I wrote down this name. Sure enough, it was him. Hearing the obvious meaning of teasing, Vice Admiral bit his lip, his heart sinking. At this moment, in his heart, he had scolded Marine's intelligence department in the CP organization dozens of times. Just an ordinary person, nothing to care about, no need to pay attention. I can FK you, a conquerors of this caliber, you tell me, he's just an ordinary guy? Do ordinary people in your family have such momentum? What a joke. Obviously, this man who also bears the name of Rocks also has extremely terrifying courage, as well as the overbearing and super powerful Haki. This is also a monster that cannot be ignored, at this time, in the brightly lit tavern on Hachinosu Island. The entire tavern was already silent. It wasn't that everyone here was shocked by Laike's Haki, but they were shocked. Well, literally. I saw everyone in the tavern with white eyes and lying straight on the ground. As early as the first time Laike released his own Haki, the many pirates and murderous guests in this tavern were the first to feel the pressure. Then, everyone played GG and stopped immediately. It seems that the firepower displayed this time was a little too fierce. Laike gently played with the small wineglass in his hand, not even looking at the pirates and villains lying on the ground around him. But next time, this won't happen. Advertisement. He turned the small wineglass in his hand casually, and his faint words continued to spread to the sea outside under the influence of sound transmission technique. At such a moment, having come all the way here, should I praise your so-called bold determination to defend justice, or should I laugh at your inexplicable stupidity? While speaking, Laike's overbearing aura also spread through the Nine Heavens dome in all directions. That extremely powerful overlord pressure made countless people worship him. Next, there will be a wave that will change the entire history and sweep across the sea. It will soon set off a new era that will attract the attention and shock of the world. The faint voice of words spread to the sky above this sea area along with the biting cold wind, and then spread throughout the entire Hachinosu Island. In such a season, it would be a bit too confusing to come here to disturb you, right? All the pirates on this Hive Pirate Island heard what Laike said, not only to Marine, but also to the whole world. No one can stop the wave sweeping the world, wow. The waves crashed against the shore and the wind roared, but they still couldn't stop the powerful momentum at this time. The plain words were filled with power that was irresistible. The majesty that belongs to the king shakes the sea and the sky and is unstoppable. This is no longer a place where you Marines can set foot. The final rebuke was Laike's final announcement to this group of Marines. The Vice Admiral naturally knew this, and therefore, he could only bite his lips and forcefully hold back those two words from his throat. Retreat. The tone was filled with a deep sense of powerlessness, which was in sharp contrast to Laike's words. And this is a true portrayal of this realistic and cruel world. Only the truly strong can have the right to speak in this ocean. Advertisement. The Marines came very resolutely and retreated in an awkward manner. At least, the seagull flags rustling in the sea breeze also drooped down. Together with the despondent Marines, they feebly left this place, leaving them with a place that they will never forget and engraved in the depths of their minds. And their arrival and departure, as well as the scenes that developed in between, also fell in the eyes of all the pirates on the Hive Island, Hachinosu, who were paying attention to this situation. Are you leaving like this? Marine, it was Marine after all, he retreated faster than anyone else. Ha ha ha, you came with such great fanfare, but ended up leaving with your tail between your legs in despair? It's nothing more than that. On the island, as Marine evacuated, the sounds of ridicule and teasing gradually began to sound. Most of them are those who can't stand Marine. As the rival pirates, they're there to ridicule each other. And under such a tone, a fact was also placed in front of everyone, making them unable to ignore it. After the commotion, or before it ended, some people began to turn their attention to the source of the incident. Is this the conquerors of the Rocks family? There was a pirate with a solemn face as he said these words. Why do I feel that such pressure from the conquerors is more stressful than when I met Zebek before? Conquerors is really terrible. If I were in the position of Marine, the performance would probably be even worse. As expected, the Rocks family are all real monsters. Does even my brother, who is not famous outside on the sea, have such terrifying strength? Obviously there was no display before, but now, Rocks. After that Zebek guy called us all here, they also started to show their ambitions and no longer hide the strength of their brothers? It's really a monster, Rocks D. Laike, I've written down this name. Many noisy words and movements echoed from every corner of the island. 007 Rocks again? Only this time, is it the younger brother? Originally, when the name Laike was mentioned, everyone was indifferent or indifferent. At best, everyone was trying to give Rocks D. Zebek some face. At this time, their eyes were full of obvious fear and solemnity. This group of unruly, wild and untamed thugs on the sea, their attitude towards Laike has undergone a 180-degree change. The only way to change the attitude of these villains who don't care about anyone is to use strength and fists that are stronger than them and dare not say anything. Obviously, Laike's domineering and unrivaled conqueror's Haki won their respect. Let everyone face up to and take seriously this unknown member of the Rocks family, another strong man who is about to rise. The most intuitive reaction is that they no longer call rocks directly. In the past, when it was called rocks, everyone subconsciously thought it was rocks d Zebek. But now that the Rocks family has such a strong man with extraordinary strength, they naturally separate the two. Zebek, Mo Laike. Being able to distinguish them by their real names is the greatest recognition given by this group of pirates. Bang! On the lonely stone table, the wine bottle was hit hard on the table. Gla la la la, is it rocks again? But this time, is it my brother? The heroic laughter also resounded throughout the wilderness. I really didn't expect that not only my brother is so powerful, but my younger brother is also so strong. Are you asking about a new era? There was obviously no movement before, but the result is revealed at this moment. Are you aware of this surging wave, no longer holding back, and officially planning to participate in the dispute in the sea? When he thought of this, the tall blonde man with crescent moonbeard felt his blood boil. At the same time, the big naginata in his right hand couldn't help but hit the ground again, making a deep hole. This sea is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There are all kinds of hidden monsters. He sighed, then thought of something, and a trace of envy flashed through his eyes. Advertisement, brother, there is also a younger brother. He sighed deeply. This was the relationship he longed for most when he was alone. Tons, tons, tons. Immediately, he picked up the wine bottle again and poured it into his mouth, pouring it into his mouth. He is also looking forward to the new era that is coming. Ma, ma, ma. In the dessert room, the infiltrating laughter also began to spread. It turns out to be rocks. I really want to remember that I saw that kid before. Tisk, that pink tongue licked all the dessert cream on the flaming red lips into his mouth. The beautiful woman named Lin recalled a little. I remember that he was not old, relatively young, and he looked pretty good. But his performance is very mediocre. If he hadn't been named Rocks, I might not have remembered that such a person existed. But, ha 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 ha, Lin laughed and put a piece of cream cheese brown sugar shikima into his mouth again. The sound of chewing echoed in the empty dessert room. After all, he still showed something extraordinary. Sure enough, since he is carrying the name Rocks, how can he be just an ordinary trash? It's just that I didn't expect that there would be such a powerful conquerors, hidden so deeply, that even I was deceived. She smacked her mouth, narrowed her eyes, and there was a look of fear in her eyes. A conquerors of this level, even if I were to fight against him, would probably be hard to win. For a moment, the entire dessert room fell into silence again. Advertisement. In addition to Lin, who has blonde hair, a white beard, and a hot figure, all the talk and attention on the island are focused on Mo Laike. The objects of conversation everywhere were all focused on him and everything about him. At this moment, Mo Laike's name is known to everyone on the entire Beehive Island Hachinosu, and his reputation is huge. But amid the hustle and bustle outside, inside the tavern, the target of everyone's discussion, Mo Laike, had a calm look on his face, looking at the phone bug in his hand. Just now, the phone bug in his arms rang. There is only one person in the world who can know his phone number and call him. After Mo Laike answered the call, only 3 simple words came from the other end of the phone. Come to me. Then, with a snap, he hung up the phone. The words were very calm, but Mo Laike could hear the deep arrogance hidden underneath. Even you can't hold it anymore. Mo Laike gently stroked the phone bug in his hand, looking through the window and through the attic, looking at the huge skull. My dear old brother, as his blood brother, Rocks d Zebek, naturally knew exactly what happened just now. So naturally, he couldn't pretend that he couldn't see it at all. We should meet him at some point. Mo Laike stood up gently smoothed the wrinkles on the edge of his clothes, and took long strides forward with a calm expression. Passing through the big pirates who fell to the ground one by one, and the central road built on both sides, stepping on it step by step, it was like stepping on the bones of the loser. Squeak. Push the door and walk towards the wider world. 008 Meet Rocks d Zebek. On the Beehive Island, Hachinosu, there is a huge skull. I don't know when this skull has been standing here. This is the biggest symbol of the entire island, and therefore, the pirate living under this skull is also recognized as the strongest person on the entire island. Only he can hold such a position, and on this island, there is only one man who can live here and subdue all the pirates and villains. Open black lens bracket Overlord close black lens bracket Rocks d Zebek. Alone, without any companions or subordinates to accompany him. Even Mo Laike, his younger brother, can't come in here and disturb him without his permission. Therefore, Mo Laike rarely sees his brother on weekdays. But tonight, he came to see his brother again, and the two rocks finally met again. When Mo Laike walked through the long dark passage and came to the room without any door, what caught his eye was a tall figure with an extremely well-proportioned figure. Not a trace of fat added, not a muscle lost, it was like the most perfect body, suitable for fighting, standing there. This was Mo Laike's first intuitive feeling, and then came the wild and unruly long black hair that fell wantonly. It complements the person's incomparable aura, making it unforgettable even after just one glance. Even with his back turned to him, Mo Laike could clearly feel the arrogance of this man. Then, what caught Mo Laike's eyes and attracted his attention again was the wall facing Rocks d Zebek at this time. Advertisement to be precise, it was a map of the sea hanging on the wall. Is this a chart of the new world? Mo Laike was also looking up and down at such a picture, and at this moment. You came. The extremely dull voice sounded in this room. Open black lens bracket, I am coming. Close black lens bracket. Such a sentence suddenly popped up in Laike's mind. So is it the following? You are here after all. I am here after all. You shouldn't have come, but I am already here. Conversation like that? He shook his head in his mind to get rid of the complicated thoughts in his mind, and then nodded gently without saying anything. Such a powerful conquerors, but this is the first time even I have seen it. Without any foreshadowing or greetings, it was so straightforward. Rox D. Zebek put his arms behind his chest and said in a very calm tone. Even if you ask me to release it now, I may not be able to do it, even if it's like you. I've never looked at it with my own eyes, brother, ah. His words suddenly emphasized the word, brother, and then, the atmosphere in the whole room suddenly changed. I don't know whether you were hiding your true strength before, or whether you have obtained some unimaginable opportunities in recent times. The tone of voice gradually became higher, and at the same time, the tyrannical pressure was slowly released from that broad back. But I want to know what you are thinking now, my dearest brother. Boom. As soon as the words fell, the tyrannical momentum exploded instantly, and the tables, chairs and benches in the entire room were instantly crushed into pieces under the strong pressure. Advertisement: the unrivaled Conqueror's Haki, flashing black and red thunder arcs, wreaked havoc in this room, and then rushed towards the direction of Laike, overwhelming. Rox D. Along the way, Zebek has seen too many tragedies on this sea. Naturally, there are also many scenes of betrayal and betrayal, brothers fighting each other, and fighting each other. Therefore, the only things he could trust were the strength of his fists and his eternal interests. He was quite interested in the level of power Laike possessed. But I am more concerned about Laike's attitude after he has this power. He has seen too many faces of ugly guys who were lucky enough to eat the powerful devil fruit, gain powerful abilities and become stronger. The Conqueror's Haki shown by Laike is undoubtedly more powerful than those ugly guys, and is even not weaker than him in terms of conquerors. Rox D. Zebek, he wants to see what kind of attitude Laike has now. I had been unknown before, but at this stall where I gathered the villains from the sea, I started to show my edge. With just Haki, I was able to frighten Marine into retreating. Some thoughts emerged in his mind, and Rox D. Zebek's aura became more intense. I don't want to continue to hide and dormant, and I start to plan to stand out, show my strength, and gain fame. Thus, do you want to challenge my position or even surpass me? For his brother, who he never cared about and was just a little better than a stranger, Rox felt that if he really had such thoughts, then I don't mind, let the other person feel the cruelty of this sea, and why he is called Overlord. He has never cared about anyone's challenges, and his broad mind and heroic ambition are not so narrow that he cannot accommodate others. But if his younger brother has other ideas and jumps particularly hard, isn't it normal behavior for him as the older brother to give him a little tap to make him calm down? 009 The Torn Sky, Conqueror's collision of two brothers. What's more, with the power that my younger brother has now, if he can help him properly by his side, that will be your best help. By then, the name of Rox will be resounding throughout the entire sea. And if you want to achieve this step, you must first show your strength and show your most powerful side in front of this younger brother. Let him be completely impressed. The pride of Rox is to prove that he is not weaker than anyone in all aspects. Even in the field where the other party is best at. That is, the Conqueror's Haki that everyone, including this younger brother, showed before, moved everyone. Boom. The Conqueror's Haki, which belongs exclusively to Rox D. Zebek, is wreaking havoc in this room. Laike, who felt the pressure coming on him, also raised his eyebrows slightly. Conquerors. He was muttering to himself in his heart, but at the corner of his mouth, a smile slowly formed. Then let me take a closer look. Now, who is more courageous between the two of us? The next second, that overbearing momentum soared into the sky again, breaking through the sky and crossing into the sea of clouds. Boom. The boundless black-red electric arc was shining and beating, and it violently collided with the Haki released by Rox D. Zebek. The huge momentum caused directly crushed the walls around the room into powder. The ceiling couldn't bear the pressure and burst open. Both of them are top conquerors through and through. Just the momentum and coercion they exude is enough to cause astonishing damage to the surrounding things. Not to mention, the terrifying power that erupted after the collision was enough to affect the environment. Advertisement. What's wrong? The shocking Conqueror's Haki fight that erupted under the skull shocked the countless pirates on the island who were still discussing the marine incident just now. What's going on here? The heat and impact brought by the marine incident have not subsided, so why did conquerors of this level erupt again? And, there's more to conquerors than just one man unleashing. At the lonely stone table, a man with blonde hair and a crescent beard put down the wine bottle in his hand. That guy Zebek can't help but take action. In the dessert room, the hot woman Linlin also stopped eating. The original smiles on the two people's faces also disappeared, and then they raised their heads in unison and looked up at the sky. Not only the two of them, but some pirates who were not weak in strength also immediately noticed something and then raised their heads suddenly. Then, their pupils suddenly shrank. Look quickly. Someone with a loud voice would howl out immediately. The people next to me looked over and saw this guy pointing his finger at the sky and saying in disbelief. Sky. Look at the sky. Sky? What's wrong? Countless pirates raised their heads subconsciously, and what came into view was a shocking scene that was engraved in their minds and will never be forgotten. Above their heads, they saw that the sky was already dark, but at some point, a large number of dark clouds had rolled in. And in the center of the clouds, under the endless rolling, the sky was divided into two distinct groups. Under the distinct traces, in the center of the night sky, there seemed to be a deep crack. The wind and clouds are changing, the heaven and earth are changing, it is impossible for people to figure out, everything is so shocking and unpredictable. Advertisement: when the extremely tyrannical conquerors collided, even the sky could not hold up, and a huge crack was torn out. The splitting of the sky shows how powerful the two colliding people below are. The changes in the world proved to everyone what kind of power the monsters with the same names on those two islands had. Is this Zeon's conquerors? Is this rocks? Countless people's mouths were either tense or wide open, staring blankly at the scene on the horizon and uttering these words in a dull manner. Even they would be shocked by the movement. Therefore, facing such power, deep in my heart, there are waves of powerlessness. Facing such a strong man, they really couldn't think of any way to fight against him. Except for some pirates and ruthless characters who still had ambition and were equally strong, they also murmured in their hearts. The rocks guys are just a bunch of monsters. Sure enough, with such terrifying strength, both brothers are ruthless characters. Whether it's the elder brother or the younger brother, they are both so terrifying. When they thought of this, they couldn't help but grin. Originally there was a Rocks D Zebek, which was enough to scare them. Now, there is another monster brother. I have to say that it is time to restrain some of the inappropriate thoughts and fantasies that have arisen in my heart. And when these two conquerors soared into the sky and cut through the sky, that huge skull was the place where it all started. Such Haki. Oh Wano, you have become so powerful, Mo Laike. Such Haki. Rocks still stood there, unable to turn his face, with his back to Mo Laike. But in Mo Laike's invisible line of sight, a wild smile also appeared on his face. Ha 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 ha, it's really good. Feeling that Haki was not at a disadvantage compared to him, and even had a vague power that surpassed him, Rocks D Zebek also felt sincerely happy. You have become so powerful, Mo Laike. This was the first time he spoke and called out Mo Laike's name. At the same time, in the latter's impression, this was also the first time that the other party called him by his real name. So, now I have your approval, right? Mo Laike thought silently in his heart, and then he felt the conqueror's Haki in front of him begin to slowly fade away. Retracting and releasing freely, this is the state that a strong man who stands at the top of this sea can achieve. Although I don't know exactly what changes have taken place in you, and what kind of thoughts you have now. Rocks D Zebek's figure finally slowly turned around and faced Mo Laike. But after the battle just now, I believe it a little bit more. With his hands folded across his chest, a pair of extremely unruly eyes, like stars in the sky, full of extremely bright and radiant eyes, caught Mo Laike's eyes. That is, you come with me, and the two of us join forces. The most confident and arrogant smile in the world appeared on Haki's overflowing and angular face. No one in this sea or this world can stop us. Wow, Rocks D Zebek, the demon-like overlord figure, scolded Fang Chu and raised his hands toward Mo Laike. Advertisement: come and join me to create a new era. Mo Laike. Unabashedly strong ambitions and ardent expectations are all the best ambitions, Rocks D. With you. Mo Laike, however, looked at Rock's outstretched hands and what they represented, and just smiled softly. I refuse, Rocks D Zebek, for the first time, a dazed application appeared in his eyes that were always calm. It's already so late. Walking out of the skeleton giant's house, Mo Laike looked up and glanced at the stars in the sky and the bright and flawless moonlight revealed by the clouds dispersed by their Haki. The moonlight tonight is bright enough. Looking at this rare and refreshing scenery, he sighed with a chuckle. Previously in the house, he refused Rocks D Zebek's invitation outright. The reason is simple, there are two. The most important thing is that he clearly knows that Rocks D Zebek, his ideas and actions are not suitable for him at all. Just because of his concept of not treating crew members as companions, but as tools and links of interest, Mo Laike did not agree with him. Although such a team relationship model can gather powerful forces, it will also lay the foundation for future destruction. Different road non-phase plan. Mo Laike's philosophy is different from his, and he is also very skeptical. With Rox's character, he probably regards himself as a toolman. Advertisement: in the eyes of this ambitious tycoon who has almost no brotherhood and very weak family ties, he is definitely capable of doing such a thing. Mo Laike would not be stupid enough to leave his back in the hands of someone he didn't trust. As for the second point, Rox will never succeed in the end. The era of Joyboy has not yet arrived, and even Roger has not been able to wait until that time. He can only use himself as a guide to set off the wave of the Age of Discovery. Rock's team building model, coupled with the existence of world government's Aunt Yi who can easily wipe out the island. It is doomed to be impossible to join forces with a guy like this who is destined to lead a dark path. But if you are willing to work hard for a career, I can help you. Mo Laike did not completely reject it. At least, before the destruction of Rock's pirate, this was still the strongest pirate group in the world, wasn't it? Having already taken on the name of Rox, as Rock's younger brother and also known as D, Mo Laike basically has no other option except becoming a pirate. In such a group of strongest pirates in the world, you can see a lot of things and gain a lot. As for Rox D, are you saying this because you're embarrassed and can't show your face? As arrogant as Rox D Zebek, he never thought that Mo Laike made such a choice because he thought he would fail. In his opinion, this is just a cover-up made by young people who can't let go of face and are arrogant. He never considered that he would fail. After Laike, a Conqueror's supermaster, expressed his attitude, he immediately became more ambitious and full of confidence in his future career. Then, he continued to study the New World map in the following pirate group mode. When Laike saw him like this, he didn't say anything more and turned around to leave. The communication and interaction between the two brothers ended just like this, very plainly. 011 Another instant kill. The dragon makes a wish, underpants. This year is C-Circle calendar 1476. In other words, there are still 8 years left until the decisive Battle of the Valley of the Gods incident in 1484. In 8 years, the flash kill system will be updated every day. If I'm lucky, powerful items and skills will be refreshed. Maybe in these 8 years, I will be able to reach the top of the sea. Thinking of this, Laike couldn't help but lightly beat his chest. In the previous collision between Conqueror's Haki, he competed with Rock's D. But it's just Haki. Physical and physical training, other combat awareness and experience, combat moves and skills. These are all in urgent need of strengthening and acquisition. Although Haki is strong enough to defeat many powerful enemies. But no matter how powerful the power is, it must have a strong body that can drive this power in order to achieve perfect performance. Obviously, based on Lai's mediocre life before, even with the enhancement of Conqueror's Haki, there is still a big gap between him and the top strong men in the sea in terms of body and physique. So, you still need to practice well. Laike couldn't help but ponder that there are only a few ways in this world that can make him stronger. Haki has already mastered this aspect, and then there are 3 major categories: physical skills, sword skills, and devil fruit abilities. Each category has its typical representative characters: Garp with physical skills, Hawkeye with swordsmanship, and Kizaru with devil fruit ability, all of whom can grow into strong men at the top of the sea. If appropriate, you can also find ways to become stronger in these aspects. Of course, this is just the way this world becomes stronger, if it comes from other worlds. With a thought in his mind, Laike couldn't help but summon the Super Berry instant kill system again. It's late at night now, it seems to be past 12 o'clock, and it's time for a new round of refreshes and instant kills. Advertisement sure enough, after Laike summoned the system. Open black lens bracket ding. The midnight time has passed, and the number of refreshes today has been updated. Please check the host, close black lens bracket. In a conspicuous position of the system, it is clearly marked, number of refreshes remaining, 1. At the moment, Laike chose to refresh without hesitation. Open black lens bracket ding, host. Please note that refreshing will override the originally refreshed goods. Host, please check whether the refreshed goods on the flash sale shelf have been instantly killed before refreshing. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Do you want to continue refreshing? Close black lens bracket yes, continue. Immediately, the familiar and flashy flash kill animations were switched continuously, showing each piece of merchandise. Finally, when the scene gradually stopped, 5 groups of light-emitting bright light reappeared on the originally empty instant kill bar. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to host, successfully refreshed. There is currently a new addition to the flash sale shelf, please host check it in time. Close black lens bracket. 5 brand new products were quickly refreshed, and Laike also praised the efficiency. He immediately began to check the true identity of these commodities one by one. Combat awareness and experience, top level. Introduction. After experiencing thousands of battles and killings, the combat consciousness developed and the combat experience accumulated can make the right choices in the ever-changing battle situation. Close black lens bracket. Flash sale price. 90 cents berry, top level combat awareness and experience. Laike couldn't help but nodded slightly. It really comes to whatever comes to mind. This is exactly what I need. Advertisement compared to the pirates and thugs who had been fighting on the sea for who knows how many days, fighting their way out of the battle of blood and fire. Laike was just a pink and tender newcomer. Even if they have similar strength, if the two sides confront each other, the one with less experience will definitely not be able to match. But the instant sale goods that were refreshed this time were just right, making up for Laike's shortcomings. He chose the instant kill without hesitation. Then, in the next second, many insights and experiences came to his mind, making him close his eyes and savor them carefully. Scenes of burning flames and bloody battlefields kept passing through his mind. Various combat situations, various types of combat opponents, various combat methods, all turned into the most precious experience, integrated into Laike's body. It's really good. Laike opened his eyes, and gleams of light flashed in his eyes. Recalling the previous collision with Rock's D Zebek's Conqueror's Haki, he felt that he had many ways to deal with it. As this top-level combat experience and consciousness? Then as long as my strength improves in the future, I won't have to worry at all about fighting. He was very satisfied with the result, and then he couldn't wait to look at the 4 light groups below. The Dragon Makes a Wish, Underpants. Introduction. From the Dragon Ball world, after collecting 7 Dragon Balls, you can make a wish to the dragon. The oolong makes a wish for a girl's underwear, and the dragon fulfills the wish and becomes an item. Close black lens bracket. Flash sale price. 99 yuan and 99 cents berry. Laike. 012, Flying Lock, Marine's reaction. Underwear, or the underwear that Shenlong made a wish for. When he first saw this thing in its introduction, he also doubted whether his eyes had seen it wrong. But after he rubbed his eyes well and made sure that there was nothing wrong with his vision, Laike himself couldn't help but fell silent. It really is, there's everything. After a long moment of silence, Laike said this. There are even underwear. It should be said that it is a mysterious and unknown flash sale system. It is possible that any goods will appear. And these underwear come from the Dragon Ball world. In other words, this instant kill system is not just limited to one world. Can items from other worlds be obtained in an instant? Laike's eyes paused for a moment on the words Dragon Ball world in the introduction column. This is also a good thing for him. Maybe he can obtain powerful skills and items from other worlds to make himself stronger. It's just, why is the flash sale price for just a pair of underwear more than 99 yuan? Laike looked at the price and couldn't help but feel the desire to complain. Is it just because of the blessing of Dragon Wishes that it became a so-called famous brand? The price of 99 yuan is enough to buy 100 of his top conquerors. Laike complained while looking at the third light group. Binks's wine, 1 box. Introduction. From the famous island of New World, the origin of pirate song, the wine is abundant on Binks Island. Close black lens bracket. Flash sale price. 55 yuan and 99 cents berry. This time, is it a whole box of Binks's wine? He killed it instantly. The Binks wine he tasted before tasted really good. No wonder it was made into a song and became so famous. Advertisement. Then, there was the fourth light group. Open black lens bracket flying lock close black lens bracket. Introduction. Facing flying enemies, you can achieve a 100% headlock. Close black lens bracket. Flash sale price. 19 yuan and 99 cents berry. It was a simple sentence, but it made Laike's eyes twitch. 100%. His focus is on this aspect. As we all know, no matter what type of skill or move it is, as long as it is 100% exposed to this level, as long as it is used well, it will become a very good magical skill. For example, the most classic one is 100% empty-handed. A rare skill-based product. Is it so targeted when facing enemies in flight? Not knowing what he thought of, a smile appeared on the corner of Laike's mouth. Then without hesitation at all, he directly killed this skill instantly. At the same time, he recharged several hundred berries into the system again, and then looked at the last light group below. And the content in this last light group also made Laike's eyes freeze. Open black lens bracket Sir and Ryu practice method close black lens bracket. Introduction. From the world of Dragon Ball, one of the 2 major martial arts schools on Earth, the Crane Senryu practice method, including Wukong technique, Sun Fist and other techniques. Close black lens bracket. Flash sale price. 29 yuan and 99 cents berry. Coming. The secret to becoming stronger through practice. It is another commodity from another world, the Dragon Ball world, and it is also the cultivation method that Laike needs most at the moment. Kakusen Ryu, as we all know, is the arch-rival of Kamisenin and the school founded by Kakusenin. It can exercise various aspects of the human body such as strength, speed of movement, and degree of reaction, making people stronger. Advertisement. Moreover, Kakusen Ryu has its own unique understanding of the use of chi, and has successively created unique techniques such as Wukong Jutsu, Sun Fist, Qigong Cannon, etc. Compared to Kamisenin Ryu, it is actually much more practical. As for the Wukong technique, Laike felt that its value was already inestimable, at least in this world. Except for those cheating and transformed Saiyan monkeys, the strength of the 2 major sects of Earthlings, Krillin and Tianjin Fan, is enough to show that normal humans can become stronger according to this method of practice. Especially in this world that focuses on physical fitness and Haki, the upper limit of Surusen Ryu may be raised again, bringing higher possibilities. There is also Qigong and Haki. If they can be combined, I don't know what kind of collision will happen. Laike did not hesitate and chose the instant kill. In an instant, the various methods of Qigong and skill cultivation of the Hezenryu all appeared clearly in Laike's mind. The next thing you need to do is practice hard. In such an island and team, in addition to conquerors, there must be other stronger means. The faint sound of words echoed in this lonely place. Laike's figure gradually disappeared into the darkness. But the discussion about him and his brother Rox D. Zebek has never stopped on this island. And not just on the Beehive Island Hashinosu. On the sea outside, the seagull flag fluttered feebly. On the marine warship, all the awareness and determination had long since disappeared, replaced only by endless fatigue and fear on the deck. Report to headquarters, report to headquarters. After Vice Admiral was out of danger, he immediately contacted the headquarters. After a series of calls, the signal from Naval Headquarters was finally connected. Then, 013 reward order. Become world famous. New information, about Rox. After getting through there, before the other party could speak, he hurriedly reported everything that had just happened in a hoarse voice, the most important of which was about Overlord Rox D. Zebek, his younger brother, Rox D. Laike, is not who we thought. That kind of conquerors, that kind of momentum, that kind of coercion, made Vice Admiral tremble slightly when he recalled it. He is not inferior to Rox D. Zebek, he is a huge threat. The roar of the Vice Admiral with all his strength was transmitted to the naval headquarters through the phone bug. Then, after learning about what happened on Honeycomb Island Hashinosu, the entire naval headquarters was shocked. Comma. The sun rises as usual, and when the first ray of bright morning light falls on the sea, it indicates that a new day is coming again. As the sun rises every morning, the beginning of the day is marked by the newspapers that fall from the sky and land on each island. Among these newspapers, in addition to the latest current affairs reports, there are also many thick stacks of reward orders. Is the new world so uneventful again? Rocks again, that guy actually summoned so many pirates. What does he want to do? In every big event, I always feel like that guy is there. Many people who are sensitive to the situation on the sea complained this way, and the pirates also lamented the power of rocks, which constantly set off waves on the sea. Rocks, I wonder when I can see him. He can be said to be the most apex figure among pirates, right? That's awesome. Rocks. Advertisement. This is the real pirate, the real strong man. Many pirates and civilians with various ideas thought so, and then opened the thick stack of reward orders. Except for some old faces who have increased the bounty amount, there is nothing special about it. Until, when they inadvertently saw the name Rocks printed on a brand new reward order, they couldn't help but stop and stare. They all sat up straight and looked at the reward notice seriously. Above the reward order, I saw a particularly handsome face with a plain expression, but at a glance, I could feel the extraordinary aura. Lord of the Night Rocks D. Laike, the biological brother of Rocks D. Zebek, has a bounty of 330 million berry. Is it Rocks again? Such thoughts came to everyone's mind subconsciously, but soon, they were all stunned. Etc. Laike, not Zebek. Like Watson who had discovered a blind spot, they hurriedly looked over again and read the reward notice from beginning to end. Then, there was only one thought in their heads. Rocks, when did he have a brother? And he is also called the Lord of the Dark Night, which is a title that is not inferior to his own title of Overlord. The nickname given by Marine naturally echoes the name of Rocks D. Zebek. In addition, Laike is a domineering conquerors who showed up at night, and in the second half, the Marines learned about the subsequent Haki collision between Laike and Zebek based on the information obtained through special channels. Advertisement. They feel that giving such a title means they pay enough attention to it. The Lord of the Night, the Overlord of the Dark. Of course, there is something in between, because Laike has been hiding in the darkness before and has not shown it, and it was not until now that he broke out, and it was deeply hidden. Besides the name, what is even more shocking is, as soon as we came up, we directly offered a reward of more than 300 million berries. You must know that this is not the period of rapid inflation caused by pirates in the Age of Discovery. Nowadays, berry is also very valuable. As soon as the reward is offered, the reward can be as high as 300 million. It's enough to shock everyone's attention. Rocks has a younger brother, and he is also named like this. This should be a big news. Realizing this, they quickly flipped through the newspaper again. Sure enough, on the back of the newspaper, there was a report about Laike. The eye-catching huge title of Rock's brother and the name of Lord of the Night once again made Laike's name engraved into the minds of this group of people. That is to say, starting from today, countless people and pirates on the sea will know it again. In Rock's camp, there is a younger brother who can be called a terrifying monster. Not only the outside world, but naturally many pirate characters on the pirate island, the Beehive Island Hashinosu, also learned such news. Lord of the Night. Indeed, he has been hiding in the night before, and even when he showed his strength, it was only at night. Many pirates who got newspapers and bounty orders recognized such a name very much. At the same time, such reports also brought them back to that night again, recalling Laike's terrifying Haki and the collision between the two overlords. 014 open black lens bracket golden lion close black lens bracket Shiki. What about Rocks? Let that guy come to see me. Involuntarily, they also slapped their mouths. Beulah la la la, Lord of the Night. That's a pretty appropriate nickname. In a remote corner of a tavern in the town, the tall man with blonde hair and a crooked beard looked at the reward notice posted on the wall and grinned twice. Then, suddenly, a red light flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help but look outside subconsciously. With this kind of momentum, are there another monsters coming to this island soon? At the same time, the huge window in the dessert house was. Ha 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 ha, has that monster come here too? Linlin held a large portion of lava cake in one hand and looked through the window at the distant sky outside. The flaming red lips couldn't help but open up and laugh. What is it about Rocks? His reputation has become so famous that even this male lion responded to his call and came here. Or, at this moment, she and the blonde man with a curvy beard smiled and narrowed their eyes at the same time. Does this monster have other ideas? Rumble, rumble. Outside Hashinosu, Beehive Island, the reflection of a huge battleship is reflected on the sea. The strange thing is that such a warship is not sailing on the sea, but. Hoo ho ho. Tearing apart the clouds and carrying the strong wind, it kept roaring forward in the high altitude above the sea. That is a battleship flying in the sky. On such a battleship, the skull with golden hair hanging like a wild lion hunted in the strong wind. Laike, Lord of the Night. At the bow of the flying battleship, a middle-aged man exuding endless power and covered in Haki held the latest bounty order in his hand. Advertisement. That Rocks guy, when did he have such a younger brother again? Hey, it looks like he's just a kid. Snapped. He casually snapped his fingers, and immediately, the reward order in his hand flew out automatically. At the same time, a cigar flew out of his arms and floated in front of him. You want to bring us all together to do something big, right? The man held the cigar, and his unruly eyes revealed an ambition that was no less than Rock's. Then let me see if you have the ability and appetite to support your ambition, Rock's. The long golden hair that dances wildly reaches the ground, and when paired with the bright yellow clothes, it looks like the wild mane of a golden lion. The whole person stood there like a golden lion, an inviolable lion king with the majesty of a king. That is, as the flying battleship approached, someone on Hashinosu Island finally noticed this scene. Many pirates who raised their heads to take a closer look at the situation were all shocked. Especially after seeing the flag and the man standing at the bow of the ship, his pupils shrank. Golden Lion. They subconsciously chanted the name of a person who also made this sea fearful and famous all over the world. Captain of the Flying Pirates, Golden Lion, Shiki. Gia ha 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 ha, it seems it's not too late for Lousy to come. The arrogant laughter spread throughout the entire island in an instant. So many people gather here, it's really lively. Whoosh. Advertisement. The figure filled with the majesty of the king suddenly flew out of the deck and floated directly in the air. Oh, do you still have a lot of acquaintances? Golden Lion, Shiki held a lit cigar in his mouth, crossed his arms over his chest, and looked down at everyone casually. Standing high above, looking down on all living beings, overlooking everything below. He said that the person with the ability who ate the lion fruit, Piao Piao Ren, could make himself or objects escape gravity and float in the air. Because of this, he got the nickname, Flying Pirate. Akoku, you idiot is still alive and well. John, your greed hasn't killed you yet. Gia ha 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 ha, hey, that fool, when did you change into a silver axe? Quote. As a superior, he called out the names of everyone below, causing the big pirates whose names were called one after another to frown and look unhappy. This lion still has the same virtue. The hot woman Linlin couldn't help but sneer when she saw this. With this kind of behavior, sooner or later, he will be sunk to the bottom of the sea. The man with blonde hair and crescent beard also shook his head. Gia ha 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 ha, let's not talk about those things that are there but not available. Seeing that the atmosphere below was becoming more and more subtle, Golden Lion, Shiki waved his hand and finally got down to business. Where's Rocks? Let that guy come see me. He took off the cigar from his mouth, blew out a puff of thick smoke, and got straight to the point. We summoned so many pirates here, and we actually made it happen. What a huge battle. Are you going to face Rocks right from the get-go? Seeing this scene, the group of pirates who originally wanted to trouble Shiki and scold him suddenly sat upright. 015 people's desires can cause trouble. Compared with the excitement that was about to begin, what did my little discomfort just now mean? Sure enough, it is definitely not that simple for this domineering lion to come here in such a posture. Looking at his appearance, it was obvious that he was looking for trouble. Is there a collision between the famous flying pirate on the sea and the overlord who has the power to overwhelm the sea? Such a situation also made a group of pirates sit in a row and stretch their necks, preparing to watch the next show. Let's talk. Golden Lion, who didn't pay attention to the movements of many pirates below, couldn't help but spit out a few smoke rings again and continued to output. As the overlord of the sea, don't you even dare to show your face. Those faint words were full of obvious provocations, and they put the target directly on the table. And just as he finished speaking, what do you find me for? The calm response echoed in everyone's ears. Except for Golden Lion, Shiki, everyone who heard the voice suddenly looked strange. Of course they recognized this voice, and it was all too familiar. They had just heard it not long ago, and the impression and memory were so profound that they could not forget it even if they wanted to. It's just, their eyes were subtle, and they looked at each other subconsciously as they got along. Although the response he gave was indeed in line with his identity, it seemed that the guy, Golden Lion, Shiki was looking for was not him. The latter also has the keyword, Overlord, in his mouth, and the nickname he refers to is very clear. But it was still this man who responded, so. Thinking of everything that happened that night, the faces of the pirates all showed excited smiles that were not too big a deal to watch. Interesting. Even the man with blonde hair and crescent beard and the hot woman Linlin both showed interesting expressions. Advertisement. It was also rare for them to walk out of the tavern and dessert house, ready to witness the interesting scene that was about to happen. Wherever they looked, they also saw Golden Lion. Shiki couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Looking for you. He also sneered. Who are you? Golden Lion, Shiki clearly heard that this was not the voice of Rox D. Zebek at all. And I have never heard of it before, not from the pirates I know. In this regard, as arrogant as he is, he will naturally not give a good look. Aren't you looking for me? The voice continued to come, and there was still no intention of getting angry, and then. Ta 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 ta. The sound of gentle footsteps came, which also drew everyone's attention. As far as the eye could see, he saw a tall figure slowly walking towards the end of the street. Who are you? Golden Lion, Shiki crossed his arms and still had an impression in his mind. It seems to be Rock's younger brother. He had just seen the reward notice, so he could naturally compare the photos on it and recognize the person. Even the famous flying pirates can recognize me. Laike walked closer and said calmly, I am really honored. He said it was an honor, but he didn't mean it at all. On the contrary, the increasingly calm tone made the pirates watching the excitement feel even more excited. They all knew that this was a sign of the coming storm. The more peaceful it is, the more intense the coming storm will be. Laozi only saw your reward order today, and now he sees the real person. Golden Lion, Shiki looked Laike up and down without any secret, and then grinned. Advertisement. It's not that great. Hoo hoo hoo. The strong air flow roared, forming a strong wind, which made his bright yellow clothes high in the sky make a hunting sound. I said boy. Golden Lion, Shiki's eyes showed unabashed perfunctory and disdain. This sea is not as easy to mess with as you think. Don't think it's just luck or coincidence. If you have done some good things, have a louder nickname and a good bounty, you will think that Laozi is the biggest in the world. Compared to the current sea, you are still very immature. Golden Lion, Shiki is majestic and has the identity of a person who has been there, commenting on Laike wantonly. At the same time, wisps of Conqueror's Haki pressure began to release from his body and spread to the surroundings. The expressions of the surrounding pirates became quite strange after hearing Golden Lion, Shiki's words. Are you immature? They thought about that night, Lai's strong suppression and dominance on Conqueror's side. If we are called immature, then who are we? Not to mention. Everyone felt the Haki released by Golden Lion, Shiki, and compared it with the Conquerors released by Lai that night, and then. It's not even close. A group of people shook their heads in unison. Is it cruel? When Laike heard these words, he laughed slowly. I have always felt that the sea was originally calm, but. His faint words echoed in that person's ears again. People's desires can make waves. You came here, driven by desire, and have a different purpose. Golden Lion, 016 There is a price to pay for arrogance. Hiss. As soon as the words fell, the Conquerors released by Golden Lion, Shiki that was about to cover Laike suddenly froze. At the same time, a shocking Haki shot out from the sky, its overwhelming momentum soared into the sky and penetrated the dome. Come again. Seeing this scene, these pirates quickly concentrated their energy and stabilized their will, for fear of being taken away by such a wave of Haki again. It was fine if I was knocked unconscious before, but now it would be really embarrassing if I fainted like this again. They all looked at the domineering figure in the center, which was intertwined with black and red arcs of electricity. Obviously a few days ago, they regarded each other as dispensable, but now. But the other party has already become it, and the heart palpitations that make them shy away exist. The world of pirates is also the most realistic world. When Laike showed that amazing and unrivaled power, the only emotions they had were awe and admiration. Huh, such Haki. Tisk. The black-red lightning crackled, and a lightning arc instantly flashed around Golden Lion, Shiki, burning his golden mane a little black. Golden Lion, Shiki looked at his charred hair carefully with condensed eyes, and then the original contempt and arrogance on his face gradually faded away. Instead, there was silence. I underestimate you. His tone was low, and then he said with some clarity, that's right, after all, he is also carrying the name of Rocks. If it's really that bad, it won't be so embarrassing. But boy, Golden Lion, Shiki suddenly stared at Laike. In this sea, it's not just quick talk that can take advantage. In everything, we still have to rely on our hands to see the truth. And after Golden Lion, Shiki said these words. Advertisement. Are you done? Laike just looked at him calmly and continued. So, you haven't answered my question yet, what is the purpose of coming here? Purpose. Golden Lion, Shiki's face gradually darkened as he looked at Laike's calm appearance, or the way he didn't listen to his words at all. Now that it's all said and done. He grinned and said unceremoniously. Of course I'm here to weigh rocks, wait. So straightforward, no more covering up. Just from the series of things Rocks. Zebek did, Laozi knows that guy also has ideas about this sea and this world. Unfortunately, Laozi happens to have the same idea as him. Golden Lion, Shiki spread his arms and said proudly. So, since he wants to be the leader, Laozi is the first to refuse. Unless he wants to show off the strength that will convince Laozi. Otherwise, Laozi will not obey him at all. As soon as the words fell, Golden Lion, Shiki's eyes suddenly flashed with a fierce light. At the same time, he waved his arms violently, and two white horses formed by his aura surrounded him like two big snakes. Lion Majesty. This is his basic lion fruit technique. Not only the objects he touches, but also the surrounding airflow can be used by him. Golden Lion, Shiki, his development and research on devil fruit has also reached an extremely deep level and attainment. We are both Rocks, and having such a strong Haki proves that you also have two skills. I just want to weigh rocks. White snakes surrounded the surroundings. Golden Lion, the smoke at the corner of Shiki's mouth became more and more lingering. Let's start with you. Let me take a closer look at what level the so-called Lord of the Night is on this island. Advertisement. As the last words fell, the Golden Lion stood still, but the white snakes around him suddenly swooped down. He opened his airflow-shaped white fangs and bit hard in the direction of Laike. You just started taking action without saying a few words. Laike's eyes also turned cold. He is indeed the most arrogant lion on the sea. But you have to know that there is a price to pay for arrogance. The more arrogant people are, their endings are often not so good. Just when the white snake was about to bite Laike. Whoosh. His figure suddenly disappeared on the spot, causing the two white snakes to pounce into the air. Where did he go? The pirates watching around were all startled, then stretched their necks, looking around for Laike's figure. Some experts with top-level observation Haki raised their heads in unison. Goo la 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 la, it's so fast. The big man with blonde hair and a crescent hook squinted his eyes and stared at the sky. Ha 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 ha, did you arrive at that place in an instant? Not only was it fast, but it was also such an explosive power. Linlin's scarlet tongue licked the corner of Lian's lips, it is indeed a monster. It's so scary. Ding. Golden Lion, Shiki in midair, his eyes also flashed red. You also came into the air and wanted to attack me from behind. Gia ha 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 ha, you are so naive, kid. He grinned, then turned back sharply, the sky is my home court. Lion Majesty Earth, his shouting voice suddenly stopped. 017 was subdued by one move. Because just when Golden Lion, Shiki turned his head, a ruthless hand filled his field of vision. You are wrong. The clear and gentle voice sounded in Golden Lion, Shiki's ears. The sky is my home court. Snapped. The big hand wrapped with endless black and red thunder clasped directly on Golden Lion, Shiki's head without any hindrance. How is this going? Golden Lion, Shiki, whose head was restrained, was extremely shocked in his heart, and there was unconcealable horror in his eyes. Why is there no way to escape? It was as if he was directly locked, completely unable to avoid, and his head was caught. The reason is very simple, because skill. Flying head lock activate. Facing flying enemies, you can achieve a 100% headlock. Such a skill can be said to be a flying pirate with extremely strong maneuverability like Tionk Golden Lion Shiki. This move is simply his biggest nemesis. How can we repair? Golden Lion Shiki, whose head was clamped, was shocked and angry when he came back to his senses. He wanted to be violent and confront the man in front of him without hesitation, so that both sides would suffer. But the extremely strong Conqueror's Haki that came back from his head, and the crazy alarm bells in his heart, made him clearly aware of it. Advertisement. If both sides really lose, their heads will be crushed by the other party in an instant. In the next second, he will die completely. At such a young age, to master such a Conqueror's, and even use the Conqueror's entanglement extremely well, is this pure. While he was filled with shock, anger, and annoyance, he could not help but be shocked by Laike's powerful strength at this moment. If it weren't for the entanglement of Conquerors that clamped down on his head, and it was at such an extremely high level, otherwise, he would have really had to fight to the death for injuries and lives. But, precisely because he is entangled with Conquerors, he is also the owner of Conquerors, so Golden Lion, Shiki understands exactly what it means to have such a Haki. To be able to temper Conquerors, and Conquerors' entanglement, to such a point, and at such an age. I have to say that at this moment, Golden Lion, Shiki was also a little impressed by Laike's strength. At least, the other party's own strength has completely shaken him and gained his approval. That powerful, Golden Lion. Was he subdued? There was an uproar among the many pirates below. Everyone raised their heads in disbelief and looked at the scene that happened in front of them in shock. The one who is almost as famous as rocks, is also famous on the sea, and can be called the top sea overlord, flying pirate Golden Lion, Shiki, was subdued by just one move. All the pirates were a little doubtful of their own eyes, but everything they saw on the screen was extremely real, making them feel so unbelievable. Rocks. Someone looked blankly and murmured to himself, first there was an elder brother, and then there was a younger brother. 2 overlords. Advertisement. Can even just rocks, younger brother have the power to restrain the Golden Lion, Shiki? In other words, the winner of this battle has already been decided. Did Golden Lion's action fail? All the pirates subconsciously thought so. But, just like this, do you want to impress me? Gia ha 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 ha. High in the sky, even if his head is clamped and his life is in the other's hands, Golden Lion is still the same Golden Lion, arrogance and Haki still show no restraint. Even though he was in an almost certain defeat position where his life was at stake, he showed no sign of weakness or weakness. Boy, are you going to humiliate me next, or are you going to kill me? Shiki asked arrogantly as he didn't seem to realize that he was holding an ant in his opponent's hand and would be crushed to death at any time. But his eyes were looking directly at Laike, waiting for his response. Is he afraid of death? Of course not. It's just that his ambitions and dreams have not yet been realized. It would be too unjust to die here in such a daze at the hands of such a young man. He was unwilling to let his life, which had not yet completed his dominance, end here, but if Laike really had the intention to kill him, then he would not have the second result. You can only accept it calmly, become the biggest stepping stone on the other party's road to fame, become the background of the other party's outstanding deeds, and die without dignity. Become a classic representative that shows the cruelty of the sea, a new generation replaces the old, and the former wave dies on the beach. However, it was simply impossible for him to surrender and beg for mercy. Lousy is the Golden Lion. Shiki just stared at Laike's face and eyes without dodge, and then he saw a hint of mockery in the other person's eyes. 018 Galaxy Fall. Just take your ambition and arrogance and bury them all together. Kill you. That will only dirty my hands. Humiliate you. You are not qualified to be humiliated by me. As he spoke, the overbearing black and red lightning completely suppressed this arrogant lion, as if it was holding the back of fate's neck. You need to know. Laike used his strength to pick up the flying pirate, like a yellow kitten, leaving him no room to fight back. At the same time, those cold words instantly spread throughout the audience. Those who were blinded by desire and greed. Fragile. Haki, the best in this sea, completely exploded at this moment. It was as if the nine heavens galaxy fell from the sky, setting off an incomparable wave. The terrifying and powerful conquerors made the entire island tremble and made countless pirates' expressions change wildly. Just take your ambition and arrogance and bury them all together. Everything brewed turned into a wave that penetrated everything, blasting through the sea with a powerful momentum that was shocking to everyone. Galaxy fall. Before Golden Lion Shiki could react at all, Laike's Haki exploded in the air and slapped him downwards. Blast this lion cat, whose fur has not been smoothed down, straight into the island below. Rumble, rumble. The most powerful Haki blasted through the rock formations, blasting out an infinite abyss that almost penetrated the entire island. No amount of preaching is helpful. High in the sky, the figure who looked like a god and demon in the eyes of countless stunned people had his hands behind his back. Advertisement. Broken bones are the best textbooks. Just go into the dark cave below and reflect on it. The Overlord aura exploded into the sky, breaking the dawn with one blow, and the stars in the galaxy fell and shattered together. Are you kidding me? Feeling the overwhelming aura of heart palpitations, looking at the huge abyss blasted out on the island. The pirates on the entire island received an unimaginable shock and shock. Isn't this too strong? They were trembling all over, their hands and feet were cold, and their scalps only felt numb. In the face of such a shocking power, if it were them, they would have died completely under this blow, with no bones left, right? Plop. Under the wanton and arrogant momentum, some people could not withstand the impact and sat down on the ground. Their faces were pale and bloodless, with beads of sweat dripping from their foreheads. Their throats were rolling and their voices were hoarse, and they struggled to say the last words. Is this the strong man from Rocks? Rocks D. Laike. Everyone was silent, and then subconsciously looked up. In the sky, they were truly like kings and overlords, looking down at everything below, like the figures of gods on earth. Compared to Golden Lion Shiki, who dominated the sky just now, Laike, who was so high up in the sky at this time, made them even more heartbroken. It's also completely impossible to think of any resistance. From now on, no one will just call them Rocks. No one will add a younger brother, Rocks, to Laike's prefix. He is himself, Rocks D. Laike, the Lord of the Night of Hashinosu, their Beehive Island. Advertisement. Gula la la la. Suddenly, in this extremely silent crowd, a loud and heroic laughter spread in all directions. Gu la 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 la. From today on, the name Rocks, no, Laike, will completely resound throughout the entire sea. Before everyone could react from their daze and confusion, another burst of laughter sounded from another corner. Mahahaha. It's really a monster, a terrifyingly strong monster. I came here at the right time. It allowed me to see the highest combat power in this sea, Laike. A rich, harsh female laughter gradually brought everyone back to their senses, and at the same time. Laike. Next to the woman, a short and fat guy held a sword high, smacking his tongue with a slightly shocked look on his face, grinning, and shouted loudly. And as he shouted, countless pirates reacted. So. Laike. The entire island suddenly burst into cheers and cheers. Most of the pirates who could barely speak raised their arms, holding swords or other weapons and waving them up and down. They shouted Laike's name and looked at the figure on the horizon. Gradually, fanaticism covered their eyes. Most pirates are quite pure. They just trust those who are stronger than them. And a strong person like Laike, who is so powerful that it is beyond their imagination, makes them extremely heartbroken. Let them worship him from the bottom of their hearts. Laike. The voice cheered, resounding through the sky and spreading across the sea. Even Laike, who was high in the sky, raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this extremely comfortable shout. 019 Visit Laike's Whitebeard. He raised his head and looked at the blue sky and white clouds high above, as if he could hold it all in his hands just by raising his hand. It's still early, Laike whispered, the corners of his mouth slowly raised. This world is still waiting for the arrival of our era. At the same time, inside the palace room inside the huge skull. Yes, that's it, Rocks D. Zebek, who was sitting safely in his seat, did not hide the smile on his face. All those who stand in our way and are our enemies. Click. The two ends of the seat were crushed to pieces by him. This is what will happen. While feeling happy in my heart, my whole body was full of Haki, and the same peak Conqueror's Haki was also overflowing. With your presence, I am really looking forward to the future era, Laike. Looking at the figure on the horizon through the skull's eyes, Laike's eyes once again showed that crazy and fiery color. The incident where Laike easily controlled Golden Lion Shiki and drove it into the ground shocked the entire Hive Island. And it continues to stir and ferment, and you can hear discussions about Laike in this tavern almost every moment. And these discussions are often based on admiration and admiration. Although the number of consecutive shots was not many, there was no doubt that each time they demonstrated Laike's true strength, making them all admire him. Especially that one move, which restrained Golden Lion Shiki and almost overwhelmingly crushed him into the ground. The scene is still replayed in front of their eyes, filling the topics in every corner of the island. Advertisement. There is not a single pirate on this island who is dissatisfied with Laike. Even the most unruly and vicious gangster, even the most confident future man and desert queen. In front of this man, or just mentioning this man, he will restrain his arrogance. This is the basic respect they, as strong men, give to another strong man they value and recognize. This is the reality here. Only strong strength can win everything for yourself. As for the opening posture and majestic, full of overwhelming momentum, Golden Lion was thrown into the ground. No one cares about this loser anymore, or even if they think of him or talk about him, they treat him as a clown who doesn't know what he means, and everyone laughs at him. He became the most suitable stepping stone for Laike to reach the top of everyone's hearts. But at the same time, he also reduced himself to the role of a complete loser. Even though Golden Lion has such powerful strength, basically no one would say this in front of him without turning an eye. But such an incident will be accompanied by Golden Lion, Haki, and will forever become an indelible scene in his glorious history. Even in the future, if the two sides turn against each other and fight, this will be the most beneficial humiliating weapon for Golden Lion, Haki. When he was thrown into the ground by Laike, he had already become Laike's background. But after being taught a lesson by Laike, he quickly jumped out of the ground. But before he could make any subsequent moves, he was once again hit by another rocks on the island. That is to say, Rocks D. Zebek, who issued the summons to summon the pirates, called into the skeleton castle. The two people discussed something together, which seemed to be about the purpose of the call, which was the so-called an opportunity to make a lot of money. Subsequently, the follow-up Golden Lion, Haki, also made no movements, and seemed to have turned on the stealth mode on this island. Advertisement. And for this extremely powerful, flying pirate, to be silent, it was obviously the calm before the storm. Many pirates also realized that Rocks was likely to have a showdown with them, and as a result, the fighting and noise on the island became much smaller. There is quite a feeling that a storm is coming. However, under such an environment, there are still some people who are not very affected and continue to act in their own behavior and way of doing things. Such as Zebek, such as Laike, and also such as Gu la 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 la, is there anyone today? Outside the door, there was a burst of loud and heroic laughter. I heard there is good wine here, so I came uninvited. I don't know if I'm welcome or not, Gu la 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 la. You were already here. In the room, Laike slowly opened his eyes. Hearing such laughter, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. The door is unlocked, just come in. Crunch. The moment Laike finished these words, the house opened, and what came into view was the tall figure and striking blonde hair. There is also a white crescent beard with a distinctive mark on the corner of his mouth. As early as when he faced Golden Lion, Haki, Laike had already noticed this future strongest man in the world. Open black lens bracket Whitebeard close black lens bracket, Edward Newgate. At this current point in time, it is normal for Edward Newgate to appear on this island. Laike was not surprised by his presence, but he was somewhat interested in his visit. How do you know I have good wine here? O2OGU la 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 la, it's really a good wine. Laike motioned to Edward Newgate to sit wherever he wanted, then flipped his hand and took out 2 bottles of Binks's wine. Super Berry Flash Kill System comes with a large system space, allowing Laike to place and pick up anything anytime, anywhere. It naturally contains a lot of Binks's wine that he stored. And during this period of time, for some reason, there was always an item, Binks's wine, in the instant kill system, so that he basically had no shortage of wine in his hands. Really? Open black lens bracket Whitebeard close black lens bracket Edward Newgate's eyes lit up when he saw this scene, and then he noticed Laike's starting move just now. You obviously just flipped your hands and pulled out a bottle of wine like this out of thin air. Some thoughts began to appear in his mind. Is it Devil Fruit's ability? It seems that this, Rocks, also has quite a secret. There are many thoughts in his heart, but on the surface, Whitebeard Edward Newgate does not show it. He just raised the corner of his mouth, found a random place, put the large naginata in his hand on the ground, and sat down boldly and grandiosely. Gu la 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 la, I just think that the more powerful a person is, the better wine he always has in his hand. He smiled brightly, and his heroic aura filled the room. As a man, you should fight the most enjoyable fights and drink the most enjoyable wine. He said this before praising Laike, whether it was against Marine or against Golden Lion, Haki. It was this kind of behavior that Whitebeard Edward Newgate admired very much. Of course, it was Laike's strong strength that got his recognition, so he came here specially to take a closer look. This one was not well known in the past, but he suddenly burst out recently. What is the second overlord from the Rocks family like? As a result, this initial first impression was somewhat beyond his expectations. Advertisement. Before coming here, he thought that Laike, who behaved like that, would be like his elder brother, with a domineering air. But now that we have met, Laike seems to be different from what he thought. Not only are they not as arrogant as those pirates, but they appear more gentle. I don't know why, Whitebeard Edward Newgate suddenly had such an idea. The most enjoyable fight and the most enjoyable drink. Laike smiled and threw Binks's wine to Whitebeard, who subconsciously took it. If you say so, it's okay. Bang. Laike unscrewed the cork of the wine bottle in his hand, but I'm fine with drinking, it's just a fight. He smiled and raised the bottle towards Whitebeard Edward Newgate, who also uncorked the wine. I never like to fight meaningless fights. It's meaningless. Whitebeard Edward Newgate glanced at him, then raised his neck and poured all the wine in the bottle into his mouth. Gudong gudong gudong. Poof. In a few sips, he drank the bottle of wine. Gu la 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 la, it's really a good wine. He laughed heartily. I really came to the right place this time. So, Whitebeard Edward Newgate grinned, looked at Laike, who was also drinking wine, and continued to ask. Advertisement. What kind of battle do you think is meaningful? Then it depends on what you are fighting for. Laike wiped the corners of his mouth and said with a smile. What are you fighting for, Newgate? For what? Open black lens bracket Whitebeard close black lens bracket Edward Newgate naturally thought of the Sphinx Island, his birthplace. Non-member countries that are unable to join the world government because they are too poor to afford heavenly gold will basically end up becoming lawless islands, where pirates and human traffickers run rampant. He has been fighting for self-protection since he was a child. After the country's demise, more and more children became unfortunate orphans, and Whitebeard was one of them. He lost all his family members and became a pirate, so what is the meaning of his current fight? Open black lens bracket Whitebeard close black lens bracket Edward Newgate smacked his mouth, savoring the wine in his mouth. He has never forgotten what he was fighting for. How about you? Whitebeard Edward Newgate looked at Laike and asked, what are you fighting for? It's not like it's because of your brother Zebek, right? He was very straightforward and asked such things. I don't know why, although they are two brothers, in Whitebeard Edward Newgate's view, these two brothers are not the same person. I always fight for myself. Laike still chuckled, in order to make myself stronger so that I can live better in this broken world. As for taking action against those Marines and Golden Lion, it's just a matter of time. They just appeared in the most suitable place at the most suitable time and gave me the most suitable opportunity to take action. 021 He is really an interesting person. Well, in Laike's view, they are just tool men to verify their abilities and strength. If it didn't happen to appear at that time, it would save him time to find other test subjects, otherwise, he would not even be willing to fight. Are you fighting for yourself? Whitebeard Edward Newgate fell into deep thought after listening to Laike's words, and at the same time, he gradually understood in his heart. He, like me, is a man who knows what he wants. Besides, he doesn't look like those mindless pirates, nor does he look like his old brother who uses his domineering power to overwhelm everyone. On the contrary, he is a very sober pirate who knows exactly what he is doing and what he wants to do. And often such people are the most terrifying. Whitebeard Edward Newgate thought silently, and he also understood why Laike had been so secretive before and had never heard of his name. Is it because of such a personality and thoughts? No wonder he has always been unknown. If Zebek hadn't issued a summons order and attracted Marine, I'm afraid he would have continued to hide. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, who thought he had guessed the truth, had a look of understanding in his eyes. Then what happens next? Whitebeard Edward Newgate pondered, also talking about Rox D. Zebek's recent trends. He will definitely make a big move next, and for some reason, he wants to hear Laike's thoughts. I told my brother before that if he wants to start a career, I don't mind helping him. Laike took another sip of wine and said, are you just helping? Whitebeard Edward Newgate's eyes flickered as he looked at the Lord of the Night in front of him and nodded slightly. I see. He picked up the naginata and slowly sat up. Thank you for the wine. Advertisement. The corner of the mouth under the crescent-shaped hooked beard grinned. On this island, you are the first person who can drink with me. That's really my honor. Laike said with a smile. No, I should say it's my honor. Gula la la la. Open black lens bracket Whitebeard close black lens bracket Edward Newgate smiled and waved his hand, turned around and planned to leave. Wait a minute. Open black lens bracket Whitebeard close black lens bracket Edward Newgate turned around subconsciously and saw several objects flying towards him. Snapped. He raised his hand, grabbed it firmly, and then saw the wine bottles filled with clear liquid, gently swaying there. I still have some stock here, if you think it tastes good. Laike smiled and raised the wine bottle in his hand to Whitebeard Edward Newgate. If you want to drink again in the future, you are always welcome here. As that's so, Whitebeard Edward Newgate glanced at the bottles of wine in his hand, and the corners of his mouth curved again, finally. Gu la 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 la, it's so interesting. He laughed, waved and walked out of the door. I really came to the right place this time. Next time, I will come again. Gula la la la. Whitebeard Edward Newgate's figure gradually moved away, and in the blink of an eye, he followed the bursts of laughter and walked into the distance. Whitebeard. Laike finally drank the wine in the bottle, finishing it all. Advertisement. He is truly the most powerful man in the world. You can feel it just by facing it up close, the explosive power contained under the powerful body. Sure enough, we still need to strengthen our physical training. Laike said to himself that he has the best Haki in the world. In terms of Haki, he is confident that he will not be weaker than anyone else. But in terms of physique and body, he is still far away from these real monsters. Especially since he has not forgotten that on this island, there is still a steel balloon with the same extreme physical talent. Eating so many sweets, gaining weight, and having so many children, the damage to the body is immeasurable. But even so, I still ranked among the 4 emperors with my physical fitness and Haki. Laike shook his head to get rid of these thoughts, and then continued to check his system. They have powerful pervert talents, and they also have a system that is not inferior to them, or even crushes them. As long as he is given a little more time, everyone will know who has the final say in the future of the sea. And just as Laike was checking his instant kill system, outside. Gu, he is really an interesting person. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, who was walking on the street outside, thought about the conversation in the house, glanced at the wine in his hand again, and his beard almost stood up when he smiled. It's really hard to imagine that they are both rocks, but the older brother and the younger brother are two completely different guys. Whether it's personality, temper, or even the way he does things, well, of course, in terms of strength, they are almost the same. It should be said that they are both rocks, as strong as a monster. When Laike was sizing up the physical strength of Whitebeard Edward Newgate, the latter was also feeling the Haki in Laike. He was quite interested in this kind of Haki who scared off Marine, and even the Golden Lion was unable to deal with it. But after meeting and understanding it for a while, he could only say, well deserved. These 4 words popped into his mind for the first time, and he couldn't help but nodded slightly. 022 Bajingam Stussy. Even he can't deny it, although he doesn't know what the strongest Haki in the world looks like. But the other party's conquerors is definitely the strongest level he has ever encountered and experienced. With such strength, as well as such character and temper, I always feel that he is much more majestic than his elder brother. If he had summoned us. Whitebeard, such thoughts suddenly emerged in Edward Newgate's heart, and at the same time, his steps gradually slowed down. Forget it, why are you thinking so much? There was a moment of silence, and then he shook his head again. That guy knows what he is doing, so when the time comes, if Zebek really takes action, just see what he does. He has always been generous, and he is unwilling to continue to struggle with such things. It feels like he is conscious and aware of something. We will see what he does when we meet again. Also, the wine he gave me tasted really good. I left in such a hurry that I forgot to ask what kind of wine it was. I will definitely ask him about it next time we meet again, and then I will move a few boxes with him. Whitebeard Edward Newgate thought so, and then planned to continue taking steps. But just at this time, Newgate, a sweet and crisp sound like an oriole came into my ears. This voice is. Whitebeard Edward Newgate paused for a moment, then turned around, looking at the people walking towards him, and said with a subtle expression on his face. What are you doing here? Stussy. Coming to Whitebeard Edward Newgate is a beautiful woman with short blonde curly hair, blue eyes, lipstick, elegant appearance and good looks. Advertisement. His skin is snow white, his eyes are seductive and full of charm. She is exactly the same as Stussy, the future world government CP0 agent and queen of Happy Street. And the future Stussy is just a clone of her. Her true identity is that she is a member of the Rock's pirate ship. It was the old leopard print lady who made waves in the ocean who called herself Whitebeard's favorite woman, after Whitebeard's death many years later. Barkingham Stussy, the future Whitebeard II's mother, Miss Barking. I heard that you went to see Laike, right? Bajingam Stussy, who has a pretty face, said with a smile. Yes, I asked him something. Open black lens bracket Whitebeard close black lens bracket Edward Newgate nodded slightly and did not deny it. Knew it. Barkingham Stussy's eyes suddenly lit up when she heard this, and her eyes flickered even more when she saw the wine bottles in the hands of Whitebeard Edward Newgate. It looks like you guys had a great time chatting. She rolled her eyes, then pursed her lips, revealing a friendly smile. Then Newgate. Her voice suddenly became a little delicate. The next time you meet again, can you take me with you? Wow. Before Bajingam Stussy finished speaking, suddenly, an astonishing aura quickly rose over the entire island. Ha, have you all waited too long? That extremely domineering voice resounded directly across the entire island. Advertisement. This voice is. All the pirates who were drinking or doing other things changed their faces when they heard this voice. It's Rocks. No, it's the older brother among Rocks, Zebek. This guy summoned us here. He finally couldn't bear it any longer. Is he going to take action? Ha. Lousy has been waiting for this day for so long. Both Rocks are so powerful. The transactions they call for will be done without any problem. Rocks has created such a huge momentum, and he must have something up his sleeve. I don't know what he is going to do. Under the attention of everyone who was either excited, equally excited, or solemn, worried, and had their own considerations. Rocks D. Zebek, he finally launched his own action. Finally coming. In his own cabin, Laike opened his eyes and stopped training himself. The pirate group that will lead the entire sea and make the entire world tremble. When Zebek began to formally face the pirates on the entire island, Laike almost knew what he wanted to do. Then go and take a good look. He stood up directly and opened the door. After all, I want to see this historic scene and be a witness. When I came to the street outside, I saw a lot of pirates already there, in twos and threes, with fanatical or expressionless faces, heading in a certain direction with different expressions. And the direction they are heading in is the same, and there is only one direction. Laike's eyes also slowly looked there, at the huge skull that was beginning to exude a monstrous momentum. 023 the most powerful being on this island. In front of the entire huge skull, there is an extremely wide square, similar to the Gerloncourt Square on the Fishman Island, which is where Hody Jones later rebelled and wanted to execute Neptune. Well, it was also the place where Luffy used his mature conquerors for the first time, stunning 50,000 troops in one go. A square like that can accommodate 100,000 people. Although this huge skull square is not that big, it is more than enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people. At this moment, all the ferocious pirates and thugs on the island responded to Rock's call and gathered here. The entire skeleton square can be accommodated, but what's interesting is that even here, there are clear divisions. For some powerful, fierce, hard to provoke, and feared guys, the pirates would avoid them and leave that area open. And those with this kind of intimidation are all very familiar faces in the sea, those guys who often appear on bounty orders and have extremely high bounty amounts. Captain John, Silver Axe Akoku, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin and Food Knight Longbread Combo, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. The eyes and pupils of many pirates shone with incomparable fear. These were all vicious people who were famous outside. Moreover, their reputations are all based on their own monster-like strength, and no one denies them. Therefore, they all tried their best to stay away from these monsters, for fear that if something went wrong, they would be affected, and at that time, there would be no place to cry. The group of monsters that many pirates stayed away from were also looking at the people around them casually. As expected, they all came, right? After all, they have stayed on this island for a while. Although they may not have crossed paths with each other, they definitely know each other. And that Golden Lion advertisement. They also noticed that high in the sky above their heads, there was a wild man with hair flying in the wind. If it's not Golden Lion Shiki who was driven underground by Laike before, who else could it be? Even this guy has arrived here at the same time, so the next move of Rock's D. Zebek is incredible. But at this moment, everyone suddenly felt something in their hearts. Especially those monsters, and Golden Lion Shiki in the sky, they all raised their heads in unison and looked in the direction behind them. I saw, at the back of the street, also in midair, a familiar figure with hands on his back, a calm expression, slowly coming towards this side. It's Laike. Everyone can naturally recognize that this man is one of the only two rocks on this planet, and he is also a man with the best Haki in the world. Seeing him walking this way, everyone in front of him subconsciously avoided him and retreated to the left and right sides. After they retreated, they realized that Laike was coming in the air and would not be blocked by them at all. But, even after they reacted and realized this, they found out after thinking about it in their hearts again. Even if they had to do it all over again, they would still choose to avoid it. Without him, it's just because this man who came out of the air is the most powerful being on this island. Is that Laike? As he approached Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Bajingam Stussie's eyes suddenly lit up as he seemed to rely on him. Advertisement. Those beautiful eyes are eager to try, and they are constantly shining. Then, the little tongue in her mouth stuck out and gently licked the corner of her mouth, and a look of conquering desire gradually appeared on her face. Ha 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 ha, it's different when you see it up close. The dessert queen, Big Mom, who is already famous all over the world, is also smiling lowly at this moment, looking at the figure on the horizon. Really, if you feel it just a little bit, you can feel the frightening aura hidden in it, the extremely strong conquerors. A strange note of laughter came from the corners of her scarlet mouth. Haki looks so young, but turns out to have such a level. The gourmet knight Baguette on the side was also amazed when he saw it. It's a monster. Well, aren't the guys at Rocks all monsters? Charlotte Linlin grinned, and then Laike's figure and that handsome and calm face were reflected in her pupils. But having said that, I feel that the style of Rock's younger brother is much better than that of his older brother. She said suddenly. Do you think so? Bao Bao rubbed his chin and muttered. Why do I still think Zebek is more Haki? And just when everyone started whispering about Laike's arrival, the latter also arrived at the center of the skull square and stopped. It wasn't that he didn't want to move forward, but that the flying golden lion appeared in front of him again. 024 I will never regard the enemies who once fell in my hands as opponents again. Can you also fly? Golden Lion Shiki held a cigar in his mouth and looked up and down at the guy who had thrown him into the ground before, as if he wanted to take him completely into his eyes. What is Devil Fruit's ability? I just don't know. You're in my way. Laike just glanced at him and then said lightly. What did you say? Golden Lion Shiki was startled at first, and then his face immediately darkened. I said you were blocking my way. Laike continued to say calmly, didn't anyone tell you that you are actually an eyesore? Boom. Just after Laike said these words, in an instant, the powerful momentum burst out from the Golden Lion again in the high altitude. The same black-red thunder arc flashed, crackling in midair. Boy, didn't you realize something clearly? Golden Lion Shiki said with a smile on his face, do you think that because you took advantage of the previous wave of battles, you can ignore me? His two hands slowly raised, as if he was accumulating some kind of strength. Even the air around him seemed to have stagnated and slowly became thicker. I think it is necessary to make you understand clearly that those of us who have been able to fight on this cruel sea for decades and still survive are not simple things. Yeah, regarding Golden Lion, Shiki's gaze that transformed into a lion, almost choosing to devour people, Laike just said in a calm tone without any waves. It makes no difference to me. Advertisement. You are just not my defeated general, that's all. I will never regard the enemies who once fell in my hands as opponents again. Of course, if you want to do it again. The clothes on Laike moved automatically without any wind, and began to exude the same frightening aura. I don't mind if I let you feel the feeling of falling objects from high altitude. Mad. So crazy. The many pirates below who were watching the fun and not taking it too seriously couldn't help but grin when they heard this. Golden Lion, Haki, who can face the flying big pirate, even marine, feels extremely fearful and troublesome. To say such words, it really cannot be summed up by the word crazy. He's a guy from rocks after all. A group of pirates all felt the same way. At the same time, they were also recalling what Laike said. Enemies who once fell in my hands, will I never regard them as opponents again. The pirates murmured words like, what a Haki. Not only did they feel Laike's madness, but they also felt his Haki, who was almost the same as his brother. These words also made the pirates who already admired Laike all raise their heads and look at that figure with excitement. Some other powerful pirates curled their lips and then silently remembered these words in their hearts. Well, this sentence is very good and it sounds very touching. The next time you fight against other enemies, use it to fill the scene and show off your high self. It will not be too comfortable. Gia ha 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 ha, are you defeated? Advertisement. Golden Lion, Haki also laughed at this, but after laughing, there was extremely fierce anger hidden in those eyes. It seems that the last battle gave you too many wrong feelings, you don't know the heights of heaven and earth. Laike's words succeeded in completely irritating him, and also caused him, the golden-haired lion, to roar like the king of beasts. Although it looks peaceful and elegant on the surface, the arrogance deep inside cannot be hidden. Whitebeard Edward Newgate below looked at this scene, also shook the sword in his hand, and couldn't help laughing. Gla la la la, I'm worthy of the title Marine gave me, the Overlord of the Dark Night. He smiled there, feeling the momentum blooming from the two people on the horizon, without the slightest thought of stopping them. Because he clearly knew that there was no need for him to take action in such a scene. Sure enough, in the next second, Golden Lion, Haki and Laike's auras gradually collided. That's it. Another overbearing momentum, coupled with a powerful voice, resounded in the sky above the skull square. Rocks D. Zebek, the overlord of the island, intervenes. Quote. Golden Lion, Haki was holding a cigar in his mouth, with an uncertain expression on his face. He looked at the voice coming from the figure in front of him, and once again he felt the extremely fearful strong aura, as well as the fierce Haki coming from the skull. He suddenly realized that if there was just one Rocks, he might not dare to have a fight with him. But for Rocks, who has two brothers, and they are both ridiculously strong monsters. HMPH. In the end, he snorted coldly, and his eyes full of murderous aura and murderous intent swept across Laike's body, and then quickly flew to another high altitude. 025 I want to form the most powerful pirate group in the world. Although with his lion fruit ability, he has great air control and mobility, and can come and go freely. Before coming to this island, he thought so too, so he always had a lot of confidence. But when he saw that Laike also had such an ability similar to flying, Golden Lion, Haki understood that the sky on this island basically no longer allowed him to do whatever he wanted. Precisely because he has such an ability, no one knows better than him what effect such an ability will have. He deliberately distanced himself from Laike to prevent the brothers from leaving him on the island without moral integrity. Although Zebek had talked with him before, the two parties had also finalized the issue of subsequent team formation. But as a pirate, he has been fighting on the sea for many years, but he doesn't trust anyone, and the effect of this so-called finalized matter is not even as effective as a piece of toilet paper. It's just that Golden Lion, Haki's safe approach of keeping distance fell in the eyes of everyone, but it was. Golden Lion, he retreated. This scene fell into the eyes of many pirates, and this was the first thought that came to their superficial minds. Faced with Rocks' sharp edge, the elder brother and younger brother, and even this flying pirate, chose to avoid it, right? Such a scene also made everyone's hearts tremble, and they couldn't help but pay attention to what was going to happen next. Golden Lion, Haki distanced himself, and the brief confrontation ended. Everyone began to focus on the huge skull again. As the momentum became stronger, a figure of Haki standing tall and tall walked out of it. He is not as tall as Whitebeard Edward Newgate or Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. But just at that point, there is an existence that no one can ignore. Advertisement. The domineering momentum, the overflowing self-confidence, and the wild and uninhibited pride are vividly reflected in that man at this moment. This Beehive Island, the overlord of Hashinosu, is also called the Overlord by Marine. Calling them all here is the top powerhouse of the sea with such a strong appeal. Rocks D. Zebek, I've always been more direct and don't like to talk nonsense. After he showed up, his first words in front of everyone were so direct and without any scruples. There really isn't even a little opening scene. To all of you here, what I want to say is. He folded his hands in front of his chest and showed that extremely unruly smile. I want to form the most powerful pirate group in the world. Start from the new world and conquer the entire sea and even the entire world. I want to pull down all those high-ranking celestial dragons from their so-called altars and trample on their ugly faces. Rocks D. Zebek, for the first time, made no secret of his ambitions, showing them in front of everyone so straightforwardly. Are you willing to work with me to turn this world upside down? With one foot stepped forward, the whole body leaned forward high-spirited, looking down at the world with that condescending attitude. Quote. The pirates who heard Rox D. Zebek's words were all shocked. They had thought that Rox D. Advertisement. This is simply so exciting. The pirates gradually came to their senses, and then they stretched out their tongues and licked their dry lips at the corners of their mouths. Then, Rox, a pirate with a fanatical look on his face suddenly roared, his face full of excitement. And after his roar, Rox, the entire huge skull square suddenly erupted with shouts and roars from all directions. Under this sky, there is only one voice, Rox. Gradually, this wave of sound gathered into a group, and almost everyone shouted at the same time, playing the same rhythm. This is not only a great recognition of the name of Rox, but also catharsis. The words Rox D. Zebek just said hit the climax point in their hearts, making their bodies tremble and excited. And the huge ambitions and fantasies have also arisen. If you can really dominate the world and bring down the celestial dragons. How refreshing that would be, what a beautiful thing. However, there were pirates in the crowd who were excited and enthusiastic about this, and there were naturally some people who were clear-headed and were not deceived by these words. 026 Rox Pirate, officially established. Form a pirate group. Open black lens bracket Whitebeard close black lens bracket Edward Newgate couldn't help but look up at the rocks above. He admitted that the man in front of him was indeed very courageous and domineering, and he was a well-deserved overlord. However, he also knew that he would never be a good captain. At least, it was completely different from the good captain he expected in his impression. But if we just leave like this, there seems to be no other better place to go. He thought for a while, then subconsciously raised his head, glanced at Laike in the sky, and calmed down. It's better to stay and see how the follow-up development goes before we talk. Whitebeard Edward Newgate's idea was very simple and he didn't think too much about it, while Barkingham Stussy beside him had a face flushed with excitement. She prefers this kind of organization. Once it officially becomes a large-scale pirate group, if she gets connected with the big shots in this pirate group, then there will be no shortage of good times. Thinking of this, she glanced at Laike in the sky again, and the desire and passion in her eyes also flashed away. Ha, do you want to form a pirate group? Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin let out a low laugh of unknown meaning in the crowd. Linlin, Zebek is not worthy of trust. The gourmet knight Bao beside her could not help but whisper to her, should we leave? Do you think that at this point, you can still just leave? Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin narrowed her eyes, but she could see very clearly. Zebek now is waiting for some guys who can't see the situation clearly to jump out and set a vivid example for people to know what will happen if they disobey him. Advertisement. She naturally felt that after saying these words, Rox D. Now is not the time. If we want to leave in the future, we can find an opportunity at any time. There is no need to rush. Besides, there are many rare races in this place, which can just enrich the bloodline of my children. Well. Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin and Whitebeard Edward Newgate both have no plans to leave. As for the other pirates with their own little thoughts, such as Silver Axe, Akoku, Captain John, etc., they saw that no one jumped out, and they also glanced at the sky without saying a word, as if they acquiesced. Golden Lion, Shiki. They knew that in the face of such a trend, they had no room to refuse, and they immediately remained silent. In this way, after Rox D. Zebek took the oath, the entire square rang out the name, Rox, in unison, and no one jumped out to object. This result made Rox D. Zebek extremely satisfied. At the same time, his eyes slowly moved up and looked at the brother whom he valued very much and regarded as an indispensable force, his younger brother. Laike, my brother. He stretched out his arms toward the sky and loudly preached again. Join me and create a new era. As Rox D. Zebek's words rang out, the shouting pirates shut up again. Their eyes also focused on the two brothers Rox D. Zebek and Rox D. Laike. One is the overlord in the light, and the other is the overlord in the dark night. Both brothers are extremely powerful, and Haki is unparalleled in strength. If these two people are determined to build such a pirate group, then their path forward. When they thought of this, the pirates' hearts became restless and hot again. And amid the trembling bodies of those pirates and their fanatical eyes, Laike faced Rox D. Zebek's outstretched arm and invitation and whispered. Advertisement. I promised you before, if you are willing to work hard for a career, I can help you. That's my answer, my brother. Boom. As Laike's words fell, the pirates who were looking forward to it were completely unable to hold back for the first time. Oh, they were there shouting excitedly, shouting crazily, crying like ghosts and howling like wolves, celebrating their choice. Ha, I knew it. The outstretched arm clenched into a fist, Rox D. Zebek looked up to the sky and laughed. We two brothers together will definitely make the whole world tremble. No one can be our opponent. Starting today, Rox Pirate is officially established. That high-pitched voice, passionate tone, surging momentum, and boundless Haki resounded throughout the island at this moment, soaring into the sky, shocking the sky. Ouch. And what followed was the wave of even more crazy and insane roars and shouts from the pirates. And it was under such an environment that the legendary Rocks pirate, which was so famous that the whole world talked about it, was afraid of it, and was shrouded in its shadow, was officially established. 027 Marines reaction. Young familiar faces. In the first half of the Grand Line, at the midpoint, in front of the Red Line, there is a huge fortress. It is the fortress of absolute justice that stands at the center of the world, and is also considered a place that symbolizes world peace. An organization that protects world peace in the name of absolute justice, and fights day and night to eradicate all kinds of evil forces, not sparing any minor evil. The largest violent organization under the world government, Naval Headquarters Marineford. At this time, in the huge conference room of Marine, a strong and extremely serious atmosphere enveloped the venue. Tell me what you think. At the front of the conference room, at the main seat, sat a very strong man with a broad chest, tawny skin, and white hair and beard shaped like a mountain. He has a stitched scar under his left eye and wears a sleeveless black shirt decorated with medals that exposes his arm muscles, a dark green armband, a light yellow scarf around his neck, and a white and dark gray coat. The whole person had his arms folded across his chest, and just sitting there could make people feel as unshakable as a mountain in an abyss. According to information from the Marine Intelligence Department and CP agents, Rocks D. Zebek has officially established the Rocks pirate. The current Marine Marshal, Kong, who has just taken office and is already in his 60s, said in a deep voice, and distributed all the intelligence information in his hand to everyone present below. This year is Sea-Circle calendar 1476, which is a gap of 44 years since the Summit War ended in 1520, when Sengoku resigned to Kong. When the Summit War ended, Kong was over 100 years old, so the timing was just right. The officers below and the generals who were the backbone of the Marines all took it with serious expressions and looked at it carefully. Advertisement. At the same time, Kong's voice continued to ring in everyone's ears. According to the information we have obtained, the currently known pirates who have joined the Rocks pirate and pose a strong threat include Golden Lion, Shiki, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, Akoku, Captain, John, Silver Axe. Besides that, there are other powerful pirates, large and small, who are all ruthless characters on the sea. They were all called upon by the current captain of the Rocks pirate, Overlord Rocks, and joined his team. The current core of Rocks pirate is around the captain Overlord Rocks D. Zebek, and. Having said this, Kong also paused, Vice Captain, Lord of the Night, Rocks D. Mo Laike's side. The two brothers of Rocks, in the names of Captain and Vice Captain respectively, have become the absolute core of Rocks pirate. Rocks D. Mo Laike. These Marine executives also focused their attention on such a man. The previous Golden Lion, Shiki, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate and others are all old rivals. They also have a certain understanding of the information about the pirates. But this is Rocks' closest blood brother, who seems to have jumped out of the cracks in the rocks, hearing and understanding him for the first time. It's not the first time. Kong, in the front seat on the right-hand side of the empty space, a graceful and beautiful young woman who looked to be in her 30s was frowning and thinking. I remember that this name was mentioned before at a certain meeting. Advertisement. Click. Next to this wonderful young woman, a crisp chewing sound was so obvious. I did mention it, Xiaohei. A tall, broad-chested, muscular man who was stuffing senbei into his mouth said casually as if no one else was watching. There is a scar on his left eye, and he looks very capable. Under that strong body, there seems to be explosive power hidden. I mentioned it before at a meeting focusing on Rocks, but at that time Marshal Kong said that guy was not important at all and there was nothing to care about, so he skipped it. When he said this, the strong man couldn't help but cover his mouth and turned his head away. He was obviously whispering, but when he reached his mouth, he laughed out loud. The information given by Marine's Intelligence Department and CP agents are so accurate, and Marshal Kong also swore that there is no need to pay attention. The result is great, it's like being slapped loudly in the face, ha 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 ha. The young woman called Xiaohei. The Marine officers sitting next to them said. Kong, sitting in the main seat above said. A group of people burst into tears looking at the smiling man. The energetic man could not help but be speechless for a while. The young woman named Xiaohei even slapped her on the forehead, feeling helpless towards the overly straightforward companion next to her. Garp. 028 I know you want to eat too. Garp. Kong, at the main seat pointed out the name of the guy who was still laughing with a straight face. If you laugh again or eat senbei at a meeting like this again, I will throw you out of here. Ahem. Sorry, Marshal Kong. Garp, who is only 32 years old, couldn't help coughing twice, and then he wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes to show his dignity. He immediately sat up straight and pretended to be serious and prepared to listen to the lecture. Even the pack of senbei that was originally in his arms was moved towards the person beside him. He wore a pair of frog glasses, had a long beard on his chin tied into a twist, and had a head of afro hair. He looked very handsome. The serious companion threw it. Explosive Marine officer. I know you want to eat too, Sengoku. The energetic Garp was doing little tricks to cover up, winking at the man and saying. Marshal Kong just said he wouldn't let me eat it, but he didn't say he wouldn't let you eat it. Please try this senbei, it tastes really good. Sengoku with frog glasses and afro. Hey, are you really okay with saying that? And can your winking and speaking voice be any louder? Didn't you see that the other colleagues all had weird looks on their faces and pretended not to be able to see them, while the face of Marshal Kong, who was in charge, gradually changed from expressionless to livid. Sengoku wanted to remind Garp, but he sniffed it gently and discovered the wheat flavor of this senbei. It looks pretty good, and it tastes pretty good too, right? Advertisement. He was a little moved and looked at the bag of senbei thrown by Garp. As we all know, Sengoku and Garp are both serious senbei lovers. If Garp said that the senbei is good, then it must be very good. Well, there are so many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the sea. It is normal to not have time to obtain information. Beside Sengoku, a voice full of righteousness suddenly sounded. After all, Rox has been wreaking havoc on the sea for such a long time. All our attention is on him. Who would have thought that there is a younger brother who is also not weak hidden beside him? In other words, we should be grateful for Rox' action. After all, his brother has been silent all these years. It was only at this gathering that he was exposed and we learned of his existence. The young man with purple hair, a resolute face, a strong body that was as sharp as a knife and an axe, exuding an awe-inspiring aura of justice, made a strong statement there. And his words also aroused the admiration and echo of the other marine generals nearby, who responded one by one. Zephyr Rear Admiral said it right. There are too many pirates on the sea, and we can't find them all just by discovering them. As long as the other party dares to jump out and be exposed, it will be a good thing for us. That's right, I'm not afraid that he won't show up, I'm just afraid that he will hide in the shadows and keep hiding. Zephyr, who was full of justice and led the topic, continued to express his position. If we're going to target Rox pirate, it's best to do it early. Otherwise, when the other party makes a name for itself and becomes more powerful, more and more pirates will come there and join in. At that time, it will be difficult to deal with them. Advertisement. If Marshal Kong trusts me, this young Rear Admiral, who has just come into contact with the 6 styles this year, has already mastered them to an extremely strong level, and is known as the next pillar of Marine, said extremely seriously. I am willing to lead the troops and be the vanguard to face the Rox pirate. He became a Marine at the age of 14 and did not participate in actual combat until he was 18. It has been 10 years since then before he was promoted to corporal and taught the 6 styles. And within this short year, he practiced the 6 styles to an extremely advanced level, and captured several big pirates. He jumped from corporal to lieutenant and school level, and directly became a Rear Admiral. The level triple jump. The best way to describe this Zephyr Rear Admiral is to have a lot of experience. I am naturally aware of the threat of Rox pirate. Seeing a young man with a sense of justice like Zephyr stand up, the look on Kong's face could not help but soften a lot. But now, we don't have to deal with them so early. Zephyr, who took the initiative to ask for help, couldn't help but be startled, and then looked at Kong with a puzzled expression. They have just established such an organization now, which is when it is at its peak. The person who answered Zephyr was Xiaohei, a beautiful young woman in her early 30s who had already impressed many generals in the staff department. If we act rashly to encircle and suppress them, it will arouse their resistance. The common hatred will make them more brave and accelerate their cohesion. But if we do nothing, Zephyr still doesn't understand, their momentum and group are getting stronger and stronger, but they will become a climate and become a threat that the sea cannot solve. 029 The law of the jungle. Then this has to do with the special situation within their pirate group. Xiaohei took out stacks of information and analyzed them very professionally. Their pirate group is led by Captain Rox, who summoned almost all the powerful pirates in the New World in the second half of the Grand Line on the sea to gather together. These pirates have very distinct personalities. Each one of them is so vicious and cold-hearted. Some are particularly unscrupulous, cunning, rogue, and despicable. When such a group of people gather together, their apparent combat power will be greatly improved, and the momentum will be huge. But at the same time, there are quite a lot of hidden dangers buried within this team. She got to the core of the Rox pirate problem and showed the situation in front of everyone. That is to say, the resourceful general, Sengoku now has the shadow of planning, and he said thoughtfully. After this first period, they will have problems internally, right? After all, there are so many people who are out of character and full of bad personalities. Garp also twitched his nostrils with his little finger and expressed his agreement. It is very likely that dog bites dog and there will be chicken feathers everywhere. The other marine generals were also guided by this thought and analyzed. After all, they were just summoned here by that guy from Rox Zebek. They don't know each other and have no emotional basis at all. Some guys even had a lot of grudges before they became members of the same pirate group. Advertisement. In that case, we don't need to take action. It won't take long for them to collapse internally, right? They were discussing there, and suddenly felt that this extremely difficult problem before them seemed to be easily solved. It shouldn't be that simple, right? Zephyr was silent and put forward a different opinion. Since we can all understand these issues, then the Captain Rox who did all these things should also know this very well, right? But he did it without hesitation, which means he must have a corresponding solution to this problem, right? Yes, it is indeed so. Xiaohei nodded without refuting, and then continued to bring out new information. According to the information we have learned, Rox's approach is very simple, that is, to compete through strength and settle the grudges. If there is a conflict within the team, you can use your strength to compete for your own advantage and show your strength. That's what is called. Is it the law of the jungle that the jungle favors the strong? Zephyr understood this time, the weak are destined to not survive on this ship, right? In this case, those who survive will be the strong ones, and the strength within their team will also be improved to a higher level, but in contrast. Sengoku also gave his judgment. There will no longer be any cohesion and centripetal force within their entire team. There will no longer be any feelings. Even on a ship like this, we must always be on guard against plots and attacks from our companions. Even the guys who stand out among the many pirates and stand out in the fight will not have feelings for such a pirate group. Advertisement. But if you say so. Some other marine generals couldn't help but ask. Then what are they still doing on that ship? Why do you continue to stay in the case despite being such a dangerous organization despite having no feelings? Because of rocks. Garp suddenly spoke up. He grinned, and this time he saw clearly, because of the presence of rocks. Zebek. He glanced at Kong and swallowed the D that was on his lips. Not only is he powerful, but he also has strong leadership and the ambition to look into the world. If you follow him, you might actually be able to do something. Even some pirates who have no intention of starting a career and simply don't believe that rocks can succeed will not let go of such an opportunity. With such a good leader in the front row to attract fire, those pirates, but being able to follow him will bring you a lot of benefits. And the risk they have to pay is just to survive on this ship. Such a clear situation about rocks was completely laid out in front of everyone, allowing these marine generals to see it clearly. At the same time, it also made them aware of the key points of the problem. So, the key to the problem lies with rocks, right? Zephyr also understood it completely. As long as Rocks himself is defeated, this pirate group will collapse in an instant. On the contrary, as long as Rocks still exists, this pirate group will exist forever. Having said this, the eyes of everyone present were all focused on the two reward orders in front of them. 030. The world is shocked. Rocks himself, maybe he knows this too. Kong, who was in the first seat, also spoke again. That's why he is so careless. He has absolute confidence in his own strength and firmly believes that he will not be defeated and that Rocks pirate will continue to exist, which is why he has created such a huge momentum. But once he is defeated, he will no longer care about the pirate group behind him. Garp grinned and continued to mutter in a low voice, this is also a guy who doesn't consider the consequences of things at all. In other words, he hasn't considered the possibility that he will fail at all, right? Other marine generals who heard him muttering. Completely disregarding the consequences, isn't this what you were talking about? Everyone was speechless for a while, but they knew a lot about the target of the next action. The two leaders of the Rocks pirate, the Captain Rocks D. Zebek, and the Deputy Captain Rocks D. Laike. Zephyr looked at the two reward notices intently, as if he wanted to imprint their faces in his mind. At present, we already know a lot about the situation of Rocks D. Zebek, but for this Laike. Kong tapped his fingers lightly, based on the information from the Vice Admiral and the feedback from other Marines on the warship, we can know. This Rocks is called Laike. He has the world's top Conqueror's Haki. Advertisement. Especially when his Conquerors collided with Zebek's Conquerors on the same night, and the two were evenly matched. There is also a follow-up. The flying pirate, Golden Lion, Haki broke into the Beehive Island Hashinosu, and it was this Laike who took him to the bottom of the island. The Golden Lion had no room to resist the whole time. We have reason to suspect that he has extremely profound attainments in Conqueror's Haki, and has even completely mastered Conqueror's Haki. Open black lens bracket Kong close black lens bracket Kong spoke word by word, and his expression became extremely serious. In addition, he seems to have the same ability to fly as Golden Lion, Haki. And the most important thing is that he is very young now, less than 20 years old, and he has a broader and boundless future. Therefore, after repeated judgments, we determined that its threat level is higher than that of the captain, Rocks D. Zebek. Make this your top priority and eradicate the target. Open black lens bracket Kong close black lens bracket Kong made such a decision in this meeting. Is that why you gave this guy such an outrageous bounty? Garp glanced at the bounty order on the table in front of him again, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It seems like he hasn't done anything during this period, but the bounty has increased very fast. There's no way. Who allowed him to have such strength at such a young age? Xiaohei also sighed. He is already at this point now. If he is given another period of time, no one can estimate how far he will grow to in the future. Yes, staff officer, he is right. It is better to eradicate such dangerous elements first. But hasn't Zebek grown up? And he is also the captain and the backbone of the Rocks pirate. It should be more important to eradicate him first and destroy the Rocks pirate, right? Advertisement. That's what I say, but don't forget that they are brothers and have a blood relationship. What if Zebek falls and Laike takes over the banner of Rocks pirate? In that case, the Rocks pirate will once again change to a more threatening leader, and we still need to nip this evil that has not grown up in the bud. Well, that's true. With the discussions among many marine generals, the tone of discussions and actions against Rocks pirate this time has been completely set. The main goal is to defeat the Captain Rocks D. Adhering to this tone and principle, each marine general took action one after another after the meeting. Not long after, orders were issued to the entire marine army. And just when Marine was doing all this, above the sea, the news birds and newspaper delivery gulls, carrying that world economic news, newspapers that had recently attracted many readers on the sea, flew towards all over the world. At the same time, it also brought the news of the establishment of Rock's Pirate to every corner of the world. Therefore, when the residents saw the latest issue of the newspaper, not surprisingly, they all went crazy. Boom. The entire sea, and even the whole world, was in an uproar. They don't understand how powerful Rocks is, but they know that this guy brings together the entire new world, no, even the most powerful pirates in the entire world. Such consequences and impacts, even the most ignorant layman, even a 3-year-old child, will know what this means. Rock's Pirate. Is it really fake? 031 brand new reward amount. 800 million. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Big Mom, so many ferocious pirates, have all joined this pirate group. Hey, are you kidding me? This is not funny at all. As this world news economic news publishing false news on purpose. For the sake of sales and attention, did they deliberately praise Yamato and fabricate fake news to attract attention and create panic? Yes, that must be the case. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Some people who felt they had been deceived immediately threw the newspaper into the trash. But not long after, they picked up the newspaper from inside again, and then continued to read tremblingly. Rocks pirate. No matter how much I don't want to believe it, I don't want to accept such a result. But when the bright black and white words were written and published, we still had to accept this fact. Then, I felt waves of spinning and a strong sense of dizziness. What will this world become like? The news of the establishment of the Rocks pirates spread to all parts of the world, and caused many panics of varying sizes all over the world. Seafaring, which is very far away from New World, is the least affected. But for the people living on the Grand Line, this is like a thunderbolt, making it extremely difficult for them to accept. Then, a huge panic swept over them, fearing that they would be affected by such a wave of pirates. Advertisement. As for the pirates on the Grand Line, they were all excited and crazy after learning such news. Let's go join Rocks. This is the simple head-eating behavior of Mu Chang's pirate. So, is Rocks the strongest pirate in the New World? I challenge him to defeat him and prove that I am the strongest. This is a guy who is ambitious but also has no brains to understand the situation and how much he weighs. HMPH, Rocks pirate, with such a huge momentum, I don't know how long it will take for the Marines to be surrounded and suppressed. This is a curse given by a pirate who looks on coldly and has a very strong jealousy and twisted mentality. Rocks pirate has made such a big fuss. Marine will definitely not sit back and ignore it. Can I get some benefits from this? This is a guy who is so bold that he wants to compete with the snipe and the clam to make a profit. Of course, there are also those who are worried that a fight between the two sides will affect their navigation, and I'm telling you, Rocks is my brother. When he sees me, he has to call me brother and give me some face, okay? This is simply taking advantage of the opportunity to cheat and kidnapping, and it is just a bragging show after being drunk. Of course, no matter what kind of reaction these pirates gave, it all illustrates the huge impact that Rocks pirate has had on the world after its establishment. Similarly, the whole world is also paying close attention to the most important key figures in Rocks pirate after its establishment. Needless to say, those pirates such as Golden Lion, Haki, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, etc. are so famous that they have heard about them for a long time. Captain Rocks D. Zebek also received a lot of attention. But in comparison, the people within Rocks pirate who have really attracted the attention of the world are those who are filled with an extremely mysterious aura, and whom most people have recently learned about. Advertisement. The second Rocks, Zebek's younger brother, Lord of the Night, Rocks D. Laike. His presence made the whole world's eyes almost focus on him. This Overlord of the Night is once again known to the world as the deputy captain of Rocks pirate. And what is known about it is his record of easily crushing Golden Lion. Well, when promoting Laike, Golden Lion, the big pirate, was once again used as a backdrop. And his current extremely high reward amount. Rocks D. Laike, Lord of the Night, Vice Captain of Rocks pirate, bounty amount, 880 million berry. He crossed the entire 500 million mark in one step. In this era of pre-inflation, it is simply unimaginable to exceed the increase. At the same time, this amount also represents how much Marine absolutely cares about it. Such an amount, not surprisingly, once again shocked the sea. Just after the establishment of Rocks pirate, the outside world was making a fuss. On a certain sea, a huge pirate ship with two strange curly beards hanging on it, and the skull face on the flag showed an optimistic smile. Those two layers of curly beard seem to represent two different meanings. The curly beard on the inside represents the will of the pirate captain, and the curly beard on the outside seems to represent the waves and the sea, implying a person who is free to ride on the sea without restraint. And the members on this ship also carry their optimistic spirit to ultimate point 032. Let's completely wipe out that disgusting kingdom. At this time, they were discussing their upcoming battle on the deck, even if it was such a serious matter. A group of people were also eating barbecue and singing songs, feeling extraordinarily free. While chatting and discussing, they naturally noticed the news about a certain pirate group that had been the most popular on the sea recently. That Rocks guy finally made some moves. Wearing a pair of round black sunglasses, a man with long black hair and 2 axes on his waist, he was smoking a cigarette and looking at the newspapers and reward orders on the table. I didn't expect that he would actually cause such a big battle. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, so many powerful pirates were gathered in. But this is not a good thing for him. Next to the man in sunglasses, a middle-aged man with short blonde hair who looked very capable also said with a smile. With so many monsters on one ship, how can they not cause trouble? That's right. There are so many vicious and powerful guys with different personalities on one ship. Although it sounds very powerful, it also gives me a headache when I think about it. The man in sunglasses took 2 puffs of his cigarette, but having said that, they have built up enough momentum. Yes, in this sea, except for us, World Destroyer, Burndy World, Red Earl, and a few others, basically all the pirates with names have joined their camp. Went inside. The capable man with short blonde hair nodded in agreement, and then looked at the man with a curly beard who had been staring at the photo on the table in front of them. I don't know what kind of turmoil they will cause. Captain, what do you think about this? The man called the captain was wearing a red captain's uniform with a green shirt underneath. The disheveled captain couldn't help but raise his head subconsciously. What do I think? Advertisement. Well, that guy rocks. After all, he has the same name as you, Captain, both contain the name D. Well, I'm mainly thinking about. The curly beard on the captain's face, which was either nose hair or a beard, was trembling and trembling, with a curious look like a child's. Rocks, how come he still has a younger brother? He held his chin with one hand and looked very serious, as if he was thinking about such a serious and important issue. Hasn't he been alone all this time? Why did a younger brother suddenly appear? Well, Captain, according to reliable information, he has a younger brother. The crew member holding a spear, with long disheveled hair, and dressed like a jungle warrior responded from the side. It's just that there is nothing special about his younger brother, and Rocks himself is too dazzling, so he is basically ignored as his younger brother. I didn't expect that this brother has such terrifying strength. Is this Rocks? The crew members sighed with emotion for a while, but when their captain heard this sentence, he raised his eyebrows. What, Yaman, are you all scared? Are you kidding? We don't even know how to write the word fear. That's right, just because you are so uneducated that you can't read a word of Huxia characters, of course you don't know how to write. You're looking for a beating, right? The entire deck suddenly became noisy again, making a lot of noise and seemed very lively. Okay, let's stop the Rocks matter. Their captain, the man with curly beard, waved his hand carelessly. The first thing we need to consider next is how to deal with the kingdom of Dagram. Advertisement. That kingdom bullied our companions like this, so we can't just pretend that nothing happened. Captain Curly Beard clenched his fist vigorously, and at this moment, his expression became serious again. That's right, those bastards. When I think of their dirty faces now, I feel sick. If you dare to bully our fellow Roger pirates, they don't want to live anymore. I propose to completely wipe out that disgusting kingdom. I agree. As soon as this crucial matter was mentioned, the crew members of the Roger Pirates suddenly became excited. Good. And their captain, the man whose name will ring throughout the world in the future and usher in a new era, is not yet a legendary man named One Piece. Gall D. Roger also burst out laughing at this moment. Just do as you say. Let that desperate kingdom feel our anger. Let them know that our companions cannot be bullied. Start sailing. Ouch. A group of guys who were happy, valued their companions, and were also pirates on the sea, immediately drove the sails and drifted away towards a certain country. 033 This is completely different from the pirate group one imagined. The news of the establishment of Rock's Pirate set off endless waves throughout the world and the sea. Marine is gearing up and ready to deal with such a behemoth and extremely dangerous force in the new world at any time. Other parties also gave either dull or solemn reactions to this. As for Rock's Pirate themselves, they were in a state of carnival. Ever since Rock's D. Zebek established Rock's Pirate, he has been non-stop promoting his power to the world. On the day of its establishment, after a grand banquet, Rock's D. It is said that the branches of the most famous treasure trees in the world, Adam and Eve, were jointly made into what can be said to be the best ship in the world, the Rocks. The group of people went to the new world together to conquer all directions. The first stop was to pull out all the marine branches around Hashinosu, the Beehive Island. The second stop is the world government's CP organization, the intelligence base buried in the new world and the secret place to recruit and train new orphans. The third stop is for those countries that are members of the world government. Rocks gave them two choices, either surrender or die. Still in the familiar room, Whitebeard Edward Newgate was drinking the wine given to him by Laike, while telling him what they had done and the results of this expedition. As for the other things, I encountered some blind pirates on the sea and defeated them easily. I am too lazy to say anything more. Whitebeard Edward Newgate said this, and kept pumping tons of wine into his mouth. Advertisement. His tone sounded a little depressed. Why, doesn't it sound like it's been a smooth ride? While Laike smiled, he took out stacks of snacks and placed them on the table for the two of them. Well, since Whitebeard Edward Newgate visited Laike's house before, he has become a frequent visitor here, and he almost always comes here to drink with Laike. But this is completely different from the pirate group I imagined. Whitebeard Edward Newgate also shook his head. You didn't participate in the expedition, so you couldn't feel the atmosphere on the ship at all. There is no sense of companionship at all. Everyone relies on their own abilities and their own strength. If they disagree, they will draw swords against each other. Even if there is a dispute over the distribution of the treasures harvested after defeating the enemy, then there will be a direct fight. On this expedition, not many crew members died at the hands of our opponents. On the contrary, many more members died at the hands of our own people. When talking about this situation, Whitebeard Edward Newgate's tone seemed a little heavy. Although he had expected that after the establishment of Rock's Pirate, it would not be that simple and there might be quite a storm. But I never thought that something so extremely crazy would happen. So much so that when he was on the boat, the words of Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, who went to sea with him, said, "Rocks are not trustworthy," which he remembered in his heart. But Whitebeard Edward Newgate couldn't help but raise his head and glance at Laike in front of him, and then drank himself another sip of wine. Advertisement. Well, Rocks is indeed untrustworthy, but he is just an older brother. At least, based on his current performance, his younger brother appears to be much more to his liking. When you were young, it's not like you never served as an apprentice pirate or stayed on other pirate ships. Laike didn't take it seriously. Instead, he had expected it and took out another bottle of wine with a smile. Such a situation should be conceivable. The Rock's pirate set sail, but did not send out all the troops to prevent their hometown from being taken away by Marine and the world government. Otherwise, if we had just established such a powerful pirate group, but ended up having their lair stolen, everyone would laugh out loud. And those who were entrusted by Rocks with the important task of guarding his hometown were naturally his beloved relatives and friends. It just so happened that Laike didn't like the smoky environment on board the ship. It was better to kill every day at home and practice, and his life was enjoyable. And he doesn't seem lonely. Every time Whitebeard Edward Newgate finishes his expedition, he will come back here as soon as possible and pour out his bitterness to him. At the same time, he can also understand the situation on the ship and the trends outside. It can be said that he kills two birds with one stone. Well, as it is now. Open black lens bracket Whitebeard close black lens bracket Edward Newgate drank the last bit of wine in the bottle for himself. Thinking about Laike's words in my mind, I couldn't help but sigh. 034 After staying on this island for such a long time, it's time to go out for a walk. Although he has been a pirate and knows that real pirates are such vicious gangsters, but this is completely different from the life he imagined he wanted to live. Do you still have any good wine there? Whitebeard, the more Edward Newgate thought about it, the more irritated he became, and he turned to Laike for a new drink. Although the original wine tasted good, it wasn't very punchy. Do you have any stronger wine there? Stronger wine. Laike couldn't help but smile when he saw the other party like this, and then took out a bottle filled with white wine. Then try this. What's this? Whitebeard Edward Newgate subconsciously took it and raised his eyebrows as he looked at the words on the bottle that he couldn't quite understand. It was a green bottle. He couldn't quite read the words on it, but he could still recognize the shining red star in the center of the bottle. Red Star Urgwodu is a very good wine. In terms of intensity, it should suit your taste. Laike casually threw a bottle of wine to Whitebeard Edward Newgate, who also took it unceremoniously and unscrewed the cap of the bottle. Immediately, a strong and pungent aroma of wine came out, which made him sit up slightly. The aroma alone shows that this wine is definitely not ordinary. Whitebeard Edward Newgate no longer hesitated and immediately started drinking heavily. Then, under Laike's slightly amused gaze, he saw Whitebeard Edward Newgate's body paused, and then as if he was holding back something, his throat rolled, and he forcefully suppressed the choking cough. Swallowed. Advertisement. It's really a good wine. Whitebeard, a slightly stiff smile appeared on Edward Newgate's face, but soon the smile turned into joy, which was truly joyful. This is what a man should really drink. While admiring, he poured the bottle of wine into his mouth again, not afraid of getting drunk at all. This wine is called Red Star Urgwodu, right? I remember it. Next time I come to see you, just bring me this wine. Laike casually took out a box from under the bed next to him. It has been prepared for you a long time ago. Inside the box are all drinks in green and red star bottles. While I'm away, you can drink these to relieve your boredom. Good. Open black lens bracket Whitebeard close black lens bracket Edward Newgate immediately grinned when he saw so much wine. But when I heard Laike's last words, I was slightly startled. What did you say? Not here. What does this mean? I mean, Laike smiled and slowly stood up from his seat. After staying on this island for such a long time, it's time to go out for a walk. Go out. Whitebeard Edward Newgate was sober. Don't you usually like to go on expeditions with the pirates? The pirates are just about to recuperate for a period of time, why do you? It's just that they want to cultivate and stay on this island, so they don't need me to guard the island anymore. They can just go out for a walk. Laike responded. Well, after this expedition, Rock's pirate plans to take a rest. Naturally, many pirates will be on this island. Advertisement. Laike first felt that these pirates were noisy and disturbed his cultivation environment, and secondly, this guy Golden Lion might make him feel uncomfortable at some point. Thirdly, he is afraid that his cheap brother, who is currently very proud and reaching the peak of his life, will be carried away by this series of victories and the huge momentum among the flowers, and will be dragged to attack naval headquarters. If he later dared to attack the Valley of the Gods, the residence of the celestial dragons, then he would definitely be able to attack the naval headquarters. Even this guy, Golden Lion, was arrested because of Roger's incident, breaking into naval headquarters and killing everyone. Not to mention this guy Zebek. Of course, the most important thing is that at this point in time, there happened to be something happening outside that required Laike to go out for a walk. This will be of great benefit to his future planning and development. As this so, Whitebeard Edward Newgate couldn't help but fell silent after listening to Laike's words. Then, he also sighed slightly. After you leave here, I will go back to the lonely time when I was drinking alone. From what you said, it's not like I can't come back. Laike walked up to him with a smile, patted his shoulder, and then continued walking forward without looking back. When I come back, I will bring you better wine. Better wine. La, I hope so. Listening to the increasingly distant voice in his ears, Whitebeard Edward Newgate could only take swigs of wine. But soon, he stopped drinking. Wait a minute, I remember that Bajingam Stussy seemed to ask me to tell Laike something. I seemed to be focusing on drinking, and forgot about this matter. Just when Whitebeard Edward Newgate was slapping his head in annoyance. 035 Wonderful Compass, 13-year-old Kaido. At the same time that Laike left the island, some observation Haki experts also noticed this situation. Going out alone. High in the sky, overlooking the entire island, the flying pirate, Golden Lion, Shiki held a cigar in his mouth, looking at Laike's figure off the island, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He thought for a while, taking into account the current situation, and finally slowly withdrew his gaze. I'll just let you run around for 2 more days. It would be best if you died outside like this. He sneered and stopped caring. Instead, he counted what he had gained from going out. It seems that he also has the same idea as me. Charlotte Linlin, who is not yet demented and as fat as a pig, has a glimmer of light in her eyes while chewing honey chocolate. You mean, he doesn't trust rocks either? The gourmet knight baguette next to him was eating the slices of meat made with his fruit-eating ability, and asked curiously. Aren't they brothers? Brothers. Are there too many cases of fratricide? Charlotte Linlin chuckled. Who knows the real situation between the two of them? The real situation. Bao Bao couldn't help but think of the Conqueror's collision between the two brothers, Zebek and Laike, that night, and he was also thoughtful. When other people noticed the pirate Laike leaving, they all commented or were curious and gave different reactions. Only inside the huge skull, the owner of the island, did not make any move about it. It seemed that he was very relieved about Laike's departure, or he didn't care at all. Or, it's because the command cannot be restricted. Advertisement. At the same time, above the sky outside the sea. Okay. Next, controlling the dance skill that he had practiced to a very proficient level, Laike took out a small, exquisite, square, 3-dimensional black box with his backhand. It's time to go where I want to go and find the person I want to find. The small box was opened, revealing what was contained inside, which was something that looked like a compass. In other words, this is a compass, and it is an extraordinary compass exclusive to pirates. Pirates of the Caribbean, Captain Jack's compass. Introduction. From the world of Pirates of the Caribbean, Captain Jack Sparrow's compass can help users find what they want most. Close black lens bracket. Flash sale price. 29 yuan and 99 cents berry. Can you help users find what they want most? Laike looked at the strange compass from the world of Pirates of the Caribbean that had been killed in the past few days. The pointer on it was neither pointing south nor north. But it was a special location, which made me smile lightly. Immediately, he no longer stopped, and turned into a stream of light on the horizon according to the direction he was pointing, and flew in that direction. And with Laike's departure, news of telephone bugs transmitting intelligence soon began to appear one after another on this island. Marine and world government have also begun to take action. During the rest of Rock's Pirate, this sea and powerful organization made waves again because of the actions of Laike. By single-handedly influencing the direction of the entire ocean, Laike has become a presence that attracts the attention of the world. Advertisement. The Kingdom of Vodka is also the Kingdom of Vodka. This is a country that has been torn by war. It has been 3 full years since the war began. The residents of this country live in war all the time, but they have no choice. This is a land where the war cannot stop, and the broken country cannot pay the high heavenly gold to the world government celestial dragons. Only by constantly defeating enemies and stealing their money can we possibly obtain a glimmer of the gift of human rights in this world dominated by celestial dragons. If you want to survive, you can only plunder. This is the Vodka Kingdom. Why does everyone have to obey the rule of celestial dragons? On the way to the somewhat old and dilapidated palace in this kingdom, a boy with a mace on his shoulder and 2 horns on his head looked like an ox, frowning and thinking about all this. This young man who looks like he is only 13 years old cannot understand the game rules of this world. But he is already a deeply involved participant. Looking at the evil spirit and bloody smell emanating from his body, you can tell that he has participated in many wars. He even gained a lot of fame during the war. Killed them all, successfully eliminated the enemy. He's only 10 years old. Kaido is already our strongest warrior. 3 years ago, when he was 10 years old, he had become the strongest warrior in the kingdom. And, it became the hope of the Vodka Kingdom in this desperate situation of war. And these 3 years of uninterrupted war have also madly tempered Kaido's even more powerful power. When will the war end? With his brows furrowed in thought, the 13-year-old Kaido, the strongest warrior in the Vodka Kingdom, stepped into the dilapidated palace. Today the king suddenly said that he would be summoned. He came here without any doubt. 036 I am not a political tool. In Kaido's view, he has fought for this country for 3 years, experienced countless blood and fire, made contributions to the Vodka Kingdom, and shed blood for the Vodka Kingdom. The previous king also summoned him many times, and they basically gave him kind words, comfort, rewards and praise. Kaido just took it as a compliment from the king after winning another war. It's impossible. You want to be disadvantageous to him, attack him, betray him, right? As soon as such an idea appeared in his mind, he quickly crossed it out. So, he walked into the dilapidated palace without any precautions and caution. Then, the thick black chains like water snakes fell from the sky and tied him up. What's going on? What happened? Let me go. Kaido, who was surrounded by iron chains, was stunned for a moment, then quickly began to twist. But before he could react, several soldiers wearing white uniforms had already appeared and restrained the chains on his body. Are you, Marine? After all, I have been fighting for 3 years, and I have read a lot of newspapers and learned about the Celestial Dragons and the organization under their command. Kaido naturally recognized at a glance who these people were who were restraining him. Why did Marine and the others show up here? Why? They wanted to attack me. Veins bulged on his forehead. Kaido roared loudly and angrily. He raised his head and looked at the king who was sitting on the throne on the front steps with a look of shame on his face. What the hell is going on? King. He stopped even calling His Majesty the king. These Marines appeared in the king's palace and attacked him blatantly. Moreover, King Vodka just watched helplessly without giving any reaction. Advertisement. Just letting them do what they did was completely acquiescing to their actions. Obviously, he was also a participant in this operation, even the organizer. Kaido couldn't believe it. He had been fighting for the Vodka Kingdom for so long, and every time he tied his head to his belt and risked his life to fight. As a result, at this moment, the Vodka Kingdom was really betrayed like this. There's nothing we can do, Kaido. King Vodka avoided Kaido's angry gaze and sighed. The world here is too small to accommodate you to do whatever you want. You have been drafted into the army, become a Marine. That's the right place for you, where you can better utilize your talents. You fart. After hearing this, Kaido became even more excited. Why should I be a lackey of the world government? Just because your king has traded you to us. Captain Marine, who was in charge of the arrest operation, came out, looked at Kaido expressionlessly and said. As long as you hand over Kaido and the Kingdom of Vodka, you will be able to participate in the next World Summit's seats and participation rights. World Summit. Thinking of the country's situation, the angry Kaido immediately reacted. He himself was used as a bargaining chip to get the country out of trouble. I am not a political tool. At the moment, he was even more furious. No one should face a situation that they have fought for several years with their lives, only to be kicked away by the other party in order to have a better life. Advertisement. This is simply to squeeze out the last residual value of him after using him, treating him like a tool, trading and discarding him at will, without considering his feelings at all. At the same time, he also realized that the title of strongest did not bring him honor, but a more valuable political tool. Naturally, he would not accept such a result. Kaido just stared at the King of Vodka, waiting for him to continue to say something after his obviously resistant reaction. But what disappointed Kaido was that the King of the Vodka Kingdom just lowered his head and never looked at him again. It seems that this result is completely acquiesced. As a result, Kaido, who looked extremely ugly, was tied up with chains by many soldiers and pushed out of the palace. Thank you for your hard work, Your Majesty the King. Captain Marine gave a military salute to the King of the Vodka Kingdom, and then quickly followed him. This machine's potential warrior was spotted by the Marines who were recruiting troops around the world to deal with the severe situation of Rock's pirate. After observation, he planned to make Kaido one of the countless cornerstones that maintain world order. Such a warrior cannot be let go just like that, otherwise, given his current mood and attitude, as well as his views on marine and world government. Maybe, it will be the next Big Mom. Regarding the lessons learned from Charlotte Linlin, marine and world government are still vivid in my mind. However, before the eager marine officer could walk out of the palace gate, buzz. An extremely powerful aura rushed over in an instant and swept through the entire palace. 037 Such power, such power. Plop. General Marine, who had just taken 2 steps forward, didn't even react and fell straight to the ground. There was also the King of the Vodka Kingdom on the throne at the back, who also fell down on the throne without saying a word. And not long ago, outside the palace, there was the dilapidated gate. Are you going to be arrested now? Kaido felt the increasingly heavy chains on his body. While he was angry, he also felt extremely heavy. Is this a world where no matter how hard he tries and makes great achievements, he still inevitably falls into the swamp of fate because of celestial dragons and world government? This world is so rotten. Kaido, who was extremely disappointed with this world, shook his head in his heart. He made up his mind that he would never let the world government and the celestial dragons get their wish. These chains can't tie me up at all. I have plenty of opportunities to escape. Huh. Who is that? Just after this thought emerged in Kaido's mind, he suddenly discovered that there was an additional figure in his pupils. Moreover, there is still a figure, standing on the horizon. Who are you? 13-year-old Kaido, the strongest warrior in the Vodka Kingdom who had just suffered betrayal and was extremely depressed, subconsciously asked this question. Then, an extremely powerful momentum burst out from the man's body in an instant and attacked them. Plop. In just a moment, the marine soldiers around Kaido who were leading him all fell down foaming at the mouth. But Kaido was still standing on the same spot. He didn't care at all about the fallen marine soldiers around him. Instead, he stared straight at the figure on the horizon. Advertisement. Then, goosebumps broke out all over my body, and my hair stood on end. Such power. Just relying on the momentum released, he completely subdued the person and fainted, and it also made him clearly feel how powerful the opponent was. Kaido could clearly feel that the reason why he was still standing was not because he could resist. It was because he was taken care of, and was not intimidated by that momentum at all. Otherwise, he might end up like those marine soldiers who were foaming at the mouth. And if you can be treated like this, it means that the other party is here for you. You are Kaido, right? Under Kaido's fixed gaze, the figure slowly descended from the horizon. My name is Laike, Rox D. Laike. I heard that there is a warrior with great potential here in the Vodka Kingdom, so I came here to take a look. Laike slowly walked up to Kaido, looking at his silent 13-year-old look, he couldn't help but nodded slightly. But at present, your current situation is not very good. Well, the later Mr. Guy was also quite green when he was young, and he deserves to be known as being cute. Rox. Kaido was stunned at first when he heard Laike's self-introduction. Naturally, he had heard about this pirate group that was flourishing on the sea. But before he had time to think about the next thing, he heard Laike's next sentence, and his face immediately became a little dark again. If I guess correctly, these marines should be the ones who want to take you back. Laike glanced at the chain on Kaido's body, and then his eyes narrowed slightly. Advertisement. Click. The powerful Conqueror's Haki swept past, and the iron chains that bound Kaido's body broke into pieces in an instant. Such power. So powerful. Kaido's body shook as he was freed from the restraints, and he thought of the momentum that Laike had when he first appeared on the stage. This man with the name of Rox definitely has a different kind of power in him. Although I don't know why you, who carries the strongest warrior in the kingdom and is known as the savior of the kingdom, are treated like this. Laike smiled, but it's obvious that you have been abandoned by this kingdom. What are your next plans? Follow-up plans. Kaido came back from the concentration of power, pondered slightly, then raised his head and faced Laike. At the beginning, I wanted to escape and stay away from this country that disappointed me. He looked directly at Laike, with undisguised passion and desire. And now, I want to go to the sea, see the scenery I have never seen before, and find a higher level of power. This is the real strong man. With just one look, he can get out of trouble and make everyone crawl at his feet. The Laike in front of him is simply like the guiding light God gave him as Kaido. That's it. Seeing Kaido's face and eyes like this, the corners of Laike's mouth slightly raised. Then, how about you just follow me? I can't guarantee whether you can see other better scenery, but 038 Kaido has met the adults. Laike gently snapped his fingers. I am very confident that you will gain a higher level of power. Kaido has met the adults. Immediately, the moment Laike finished speaking, the future captain of Beast's pirates and the Emperor of the Sea immediately put his feet together and stood up to Laike with the only etiquette he had learned since joining the army war. Don't be so formal. You don't have to do this with me. Laike smiled and waved at him, and then asked Kaido slightly teasingly. You agreed so readily. Aren't you afraid that I'm playing tricks on you, or like these marines, I'm going to do you harm, sell you, or use you as a tool? If a strong person like you, my lord, is playing tricks on me, do I have any other choice besides passively accepting it? Kaido raised his head, looked at Laike and answered seriously. This strong man who was only 13 years old and already over 2 meters tall responded seriously. Also, sir, if you are against me, there is no need to talk nonsense like this with me. Just tie me up or knock me out like these marines. There is no need to talk so much. As for using it as a tool. Having said this, Kaido's eyes suddenly flashed. As long as I can stay by your side, make me stronger, and allow me to reach this completely rotten world, everyone will be afraid of me, and they won't dare to do anything to me unscrupulously. He suddenly said in a deep voice. Even if it is used as a tool, I don't care. What's more, in the past 3 years, I have been used as a tool of the Vodka Kingdom and fought for them. Kaido's eloquent response also represents his determination and will. Advertisement. Interesting. Laike's face was already full of smiles. Last question. You could obviously break free of the chains and escape just now. Why did you let these marines tie you up? With Kaido's current strength, not to mention these marines, even if there are more than 10 or 20 more, they are no match for him and can be easily knocked down by him. Not to mention the ordinary chains tied to the body, not made of seastone at all. Originally, he would have broken free on the warship and escaped. Regarding Laike's question, Kaido was silent for a moment before giving an answer. Because after all, I was born in this country. Although the king of this country is sorry for me, I still grew up eating and drinking here. In the past 3 years, I have fought not only for this country, but also for myself. Now, since the king has treated me in this way, I no longer have any nostalgia for this country. I don't want to have anything to do with this place anymore. I just leave here and think about everything outside. Well, Kaido has an easygoing and informal personality, and he is also a sweetheart, otherwise he wouldn't have so many subordinates who would be loyal to him. Regarding the homeland where he grew up, even if the king was sorry for him, he just wanted to break it off completely and did not think about turning back to take revenge. In the original version, after being captured by Marine on a warship, he escaped and started his own adventure on the sea, without retaliating against the Vodka Kingdom at all. From this point of view, Kaido, who is only 13 years old, already has the clear consciousness to think independently, which is completely different from those stupid idiot pirates. Because of this, Laike also appreciated him even more, and the admiration in his eyes was not concealed at all. Advertisement. It's really good to have such an idea and understanding at the age of 13. Laike admired for a moment, then turned and walked forward. Kaido quickly followed after seeing this. At the same time, Laike's words rang in his ears again. You have to know that my identity is a pirate. If you follow me like this, you must be prepared to be wanted by the world government and Marine. I know. Kaido followed and nodded repeatedly. Actually, when I was caught by Marine, I basically had no other choice. Either be brought back to the naval headquarters and become a lackey of the world government, or you can escape and be wanted by the world government. At this point, he also grinned. For me, it's just a matter of early arrest and late arrest. After all, we have to fight against the world government and celestial dragons, so why not just become a pirate? There was a flash of enthusiasm in his eyes. I want to drag those people in power who are born into the so-called nobles and are addicted to comfort to the battlefield. That is true equality and freedom. Only war can determine the value of human beings. This is Kaido's awareness and view of the world that he has awakened to after experiencing these 3 years of bloody battles and the betrayal just now. Then you have to grow up to have the power to do this. Laike smiled noncommittally and kept walking. Kaido nodded and followed behind Laike. But before he took 2 steps, his expression suddenly became tangled. 039 dog-headed warship and marine curry. At the same time. Gululu. Kaido's stomach also made a muffled sound. Grown-ups. I told you, you don't have to do this with me. Quote. Boss, I'm hungry. Are you hungry? Well, today must be Monday, right? It's Monday. What's wrong, boss? It's nothing. Today is a good day. I will take you to taste a nice delicacy. Really? Okay. Boss, I said, there's no need to do this, there's no need to call me boss. Okay boss. No problem, boss. Quote. Forget it, it's up to you. During this leisurely conversation, the 2 young people just disappeared on the island. Only the group of unconscious marine soldiers and the fainted king of the Vodka Kingdom were left lying there without anyone paying attention. Monday may be a very annoying day for office workers. But for marines sailing and cruising on the sea, it is a very special day. Advertisement because every Monday, marine captains from the surrounding waters gather together to taste special curry rice. Each warship will take turns to prepare and cook this special curry rice. Today, several marine warships sailing in a certain area of the New World gathered together. The warship captains, who had been working hard all week, gathered on the same warship and had a rare moment of relaxation and leisure. That one, the Bow, is a warship with a dog's head and a bone in its mouth. Rock's momentum has really become more and more arrogant recently. Not only our marine branch, but also the world government base were destroyed by those guys. Zephyr Rear Admiral has led many troops to support before, but the effect does not seem to be very good. There is no way. Who knows that among that group of people is Golden Lion, Haki, a flying pirate. Even if they are trapped in the encirclement of our marines, they can still retreat from the air calmly. Not to mention, they don't need to retreat at all. In the face of encirclement and suppression, they rely on their own strong strength to defeat us head-on. I heard that many branch heads, as well as the CP leaders of the world government, have fallen into the hands of the Rock's pirate. Rock's pirate, Rocks, there are so many monsters and powerful guys, can we really defeat them? When these war captains mentioned the matter about Rocks, they couldn't help but sigh and looked a little heavy. One of the war captains was a little curious and looked at a certain general with a dark black airplane head who was sitting there without saying a word. Crown Rat, you went to Hachinosu, the Beehive Island, before. I heard that you felt the power of Rocks at close range. Is he really as powerful as the rumors say? As soon as these words came out, the captains of several other marines also stopped to communicate, and looked at the vice admiral who had gone to Hachinosu before and was knocked back by Laike. I didn't meet my brother Zebek among the rocks. Being watched by so many people, Vice Admiral just shook his head with a wry smile. The person who talked to me was his younger brother Laike. Besides, it was just a conversation, I didn't even see his face. Advertisement. When this topic was mentioned, he couldn't help but recall the fear of being dominated outside Hachinosu Island. The extremely tyrannical and domineering Conqueror's Haki is still vivid in his mind, engraved in the depths of his mind, making him unforgettable. If he really had to choose again, he might not even have the courage to go to Hachinosu now. Are you so stressed? a group of people didn't quite understand when they saw Vice Admiral's face gradually turning pale. Just mentioning such a name and having such a reaction is a bit too exaggerated, right? Is that Laike really such a strong guy? Obviously I have never heard of any information about him before. Didn't the headquarters say that he is a strong man who is hiding and has a deep mind? He has only just emerged now. He is a difficult guy to deal with. Be careful if we encounter one. Is it difficult to deal with? What are you afraid of? We have Vice Admiral Garp here. Once we encounter the Rock's pirate guys, we will definitely take them down easily. As soon as Garp's name was mentioned, the fleet captains next to him showed expressions of respect. Even Vice Admiral, the crested rat, had a much calmer expression on his face. This legendary marine, who is only in his 30s but has already made great achievements in combat and is extremely powerful, has been promoted to Vice Admiral. And even in the ranks of Vice Admiral, they are extremely top-notch. Some Marines believe that he is enough to become an Admiral candidate and that he will become an Admiral in the future. With such a powerful man on their side, even if they meet the Rock's pirate guys, they will be totally worthy. So, thinking of this, everyone relaxed again and began to wait for the marine curry that was about to be served. 040 first meeting with Garp. This week's marine curry is made by Vice Admiral Garp's warships. They had already heard that Vice Admiral Garp was very fond of food, so the marine curry produced by his warship was definitely not bad in taste. They were all waiting there, looking at their watches from time to time. Calculating the time, the marine curry should have been cooked and served by this time. But why has there been no movement? There is also Vice Admiral Garp, who himself has disappeared to who knows where. I guess I should go to the kitchen and watch it carefully, trying to make better curry rice, right? A group of marine captains didn't think much about it. They just thought that it would take more effort, so they continued chatting and waiting. However, at this time, it was in the kitchen of the dog-headed warship. Huh? Who are you guys? In the kitchen filled with the rich aroma of curry, next to the pressure cooker filled with several barrels of curry, the Vice Admiral Garp that the Marines were talking about before was staring with a pair of big eyes. Full of doubts and black questions, I looked at the two guys eating curry rice with their heads down next to the pressure cooker containing curry in the kitchen. A tall guy with horns on his head was frantically picking rice into his mouth. One of them was sitting there leisurely, tasting curry rice in one bite. These are two completely different people in terms of food appearance and appearance. The only similarity is that both of them look so young. Well, that's not the point is, shut up you two guys. Garp shouted with a heartbroken look on his face. Especially when he saw the barrel rolled casually aside, already empty, with only some residue and oil stains and the fragrance wafting from it, he felt even more distressed. There was already a whole barrel of curry, which was eaten by these two guys. Advertisement, and not just one barrel, but now two people were destroying the second barrel of curry at an extremely slow speed. UB****************** D. I obviously wanted to come here to eat. Oh, no, I came to check the cooking status of this curry rice. Garp glanced at the chefs who were fainting on the ground but were not seriously injured. He couldn't help but angrily directed at the two guys who had not stopped eating. Stop it! He was filled with anger because he couldn't steal the food. He immediately shouted and wanted to wave his boundless iron fists to show off these two ignorant thieves. But I haven't waited for him to get close. Here. A plate of curry rice that was delicious, and constantly steaming was handed to him. The movement of wielding the iron fist suddenly stopped. Eat, there is plenty here, enough for us to eat. The restless man chuckled and placed the curry rice in front of Garp, who paused. Who do you think I am? Garp said with gloomy eyes. First, I'm the Marine Vice Admiral. How could I commit the same crime as you guys, thieves? Please, Mr. Vice Admiral, please wipe the horns at the corners of your mouth well when you say these words. The man continued to eat the curry rice leisurely, then smiled and shook the rice spoon in his hand. The curry here tastes very good. If you don't eat it, it will get cold. And there are so many, so what if you eat a little first? Eat some. Garp's throat rolled slightly, but he still composed himself and said seriously. This is the curry that our Marine wants to taste. It's not like I can't eat it. Advertisement. But the portion size is different if it is eaten by a group of people or by several people. The young man continued before Garp finished speaking, and in Garp's eyes, it seemed as if he was whispering the devil, constantly tempting him. It's just a little bit, so there's no problem, Garp. Just a little bit? His mind was still hesitant, but his body made his choice almost honestly. Not to mention, he originally had the idea to come here secretly and planned to taste the curry rice first. It's just that this person got there first, but these two people. Before Garp could continue to think deeply, he saw the man in front of him backhand and take out a large bag of things. It was a bag with a child's face on it and incomprehensible words written on it. It contained a large bag that looked like long strips of puffed food. You can also try this after eating curry rice. The restless man gently shook the bag in his hand and said with a smile. This, Wang Wang Senbei, tastes very good. It's pretty good if you use it as a dessert after a meal. Crackers? Upon hearing this, Garp's eyes suddenly lit up. Peeved, ha ha ha, it turns out you were hungry, so you found this place to eat curry. Garp sat cross-legged on the ground, spooning a mouthful of curry rice into his mouth with one hand, slapping his thigh with the other hand, and laughing there. Obviously, there was still a tense and serious situation before. As a result, in the blink of an eye, the two parties seemed to be old friends who had known each other for many years, having a good conversation together. 041, Wong want senbei, and Wong want gift pack. You guys really found the right place. Boom. The hand that finished slapping the thigh took out a piece of the senbei that the other party had taken out. The unsealed senbei was put into his mouth, making a crisp chewing sound. How about it? Our marine's curry tastes good, right? Garp said very proudly. Kaido, who was immersed in cooking at the side, nodded hurriedly when he heard these words. This marine curry tastes really good, and he even has the idea that if he is hungry in the future, he can just come to marine to fill his stomach, even if he pretends to be caught, it doesn't matter. It tastes really good. Laike casually took out a teapot and poured a cup of tea for himself and Garp in front of him. After eating such a strong curry, I just drank 2 cups of tea to relieve my tiredness. I didn't expect the senbei first. Even the tea tastes good. Garp took a sip and couldn't help but admired. Even the tea I stole from the Sengoku guy at naval headquarters doesn't taste as fragrant as this. If it smells good, drink more. Laike looked at the Dahongpao tea from Wuyi Mountain that he got through a flash sale in his hand, and smiled as he poured it for himself to taste. Well, there is also this senbei. Both in shape and taste, it is different from the senbei I have eaten before. It tastes salty and crispy. Garp first looked at the long yellow senbei in his hand, and then looked at the round cake in front of him that looked like a white snowflake Madara dot. This senbei, on the other hand, is somewhat similar in shape and very crispy in taste, but the icing on it is even sweeter. Click click click. Advertisement. As he spoke, Garp threw all the senbei into his mouth, chewed it, and then showed a satisfied smile. Even Laike looked at him with suspicion. After all, it was Garp who was indeed an expert in eating senbei. Senbei are usually baked or grilled, traditionally charcoal grilled, and maybe brushed with seasoning sauce, often soy sauce and cooking wine, and then maybe wrapped with a layer of seaweed. It may also be seasoned with table salt or so-called salad dressing. And Laike took out the Wan gift pack that was obtained through the instant kill system. The senbei and snowcakes in it were improved and perfected in countless processes based on the senbei. However, the flavor that is most suitable for lovers of senbei flavor is also their favorite flavor. This kind of senbei is even better than the ones offered to celestial dragons. Garp nodded in admiration while eating. Then, he moved the entire gift bag behind him without leaving a trace, covering it. Kaido's eyes widened immediately and he looked closely at the Marine Vice Admiral who had done such a thing under their noses. Ahem, this is not something I want to eat alone. Seemingly embarrassed by Kaido's look, Garp pretended to cough and put his fist to his mouth. The main reason is that I also have a friend. That guy is a fan of senbei. It would be a pity if he doesn't try such delicious senbei. Ah, sneeze. Sengoku, who was far away at naval headquarters, couldn't help but sneeze. So, is this the reason why you gobble up our snacks? Kaido still looked at Garp with dead eyes. What's that look in your eyes, you brat? Advertisement. As Kaido continued to look at him like this, Garp stared back. You know, you guys are eating curry rice secretly here. I haven't told you properly yet. This bag of snacks should be regarded as your apology for eating curry rice. Kaido. Then if you are talking about using it to pay off the debt of curry rice, then there is really nothing much to say. The curry rice is indeed delicious. Thank you very much for the treat. Laike also stood up with a smile and patted Kaido next to him on the shoulder. It was a pleasure to meet and get along with each other this time. He said goodbye to Garp. We have something to do later, so we'll get here first. After that, after leaving a last smile for Garp, he left the kitchen with Kaido who stood up next to him. Garp was left sitting on the ground, drinking the tea that Laike had not put away. It wasn't until observation Haki's perception that the two guys, who had never met each other before and were meeting for the first time today, left Marine's warship, that Garp's mouth slowly turned into a smile. Is this the second Rocks? Completely different from his brother. Click, click, Garp picked up another piece of senbei from behind and started eating it. He is not as murderous as his brother at all, nor is he as sharp and domineering as Zebek. On the contrary, everything is very restrained. But beneath that calm and gentle exterior, Haki hides a terrifying power that makes people feel heartbroken. Obviously he's only this young, and the kid with horns next to him doesn't look like a normal person. No wonder he suddenly emerged after hiding for so many years. He is really a scary guy. Gudong, Gudong. Garp drank the tea in front of him in one gulp. 042. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? As early as the moment he saw Laike, Garp recognized him. After all, he is currently the guy who attracts the most attention in this sea, so of course he is paying attention. At the beginning, he also thought about using his iron fists to keep him here. But later, he felt that the man in front of him was more troublesome than he had imagined. It's hard to say whether he could have achieved this result if he had forced himself to do it. But at least the warships in this area of the sea, as well as the marine soldiers and generals inside the warships, are basically not immune. Simply, Garp pretended not to know him and started chatting and communicating with him. It just so happens that I can see up close what kind of person the other person is. Judging from the results of this contact, at least in Garp's own feeling, this Rocks named Laike may be much more difficult to deal with than his brother. But the harvest this time is quite substantial. Thinking about Laike's situation and the senbei behind him, Garp couldn't help but have a satisfied smile on his face. Of course, with such a gain, there is naturally a certain price to pay. Ta ta ta, Suddenly, at the door of the kitchen, there was a dense sound of footsteps. Squeak. As the door opened, a group of people headed by Vice Admiral appeared here. Vice Admiral Garp. When everyone saw Vice Admiral Garp sitting on the ground, they were startled at first, and then breathed a sigh of relief. However, after they saw the kitchen staff lying on the ground in various shapes around them, their expressions suddenly became serious again. Advertisement. We waited in the conference room for a long time, but marine curry was not delivered, so we sent someone to the kitchen to check the situation. The feedback we got was that there was almost no smell of strangers in the kitchen. The soldiers didn't dare to get close and went back to report. After we understood the situation, we rushed here quickly, and then we saw you, Vice Admiral Garp. Vice Admiral, the Crown Rat, was explaining the ins and outs of the matter to Garp while looking around to check the situation in the room. And soon, he and other marine soldiers all discovered a few empty pots and barrels placed randomly on the stove. Only the faint fragrance and oil stains inside seemed to indicate that something had been stored here before. The expressions on the faces of these marine soldiers suddenly became extremely strange. Vice Admiral Garp, our marine curry. Vice Admiral hesitated for a moment, then asked aloud. Marine curry. Ah, the curry rice tastes very good. Garp nodded and replied carelessly. But soon, when he noticed the eyes of others that gradually became more subtle, he immediately realized something. He immediately sat upright and said seriously, I originally noticed something was wrong in the kitchen and came over to check on the situation. Then I discovered that Rock's Pirates Vice Captain, Lord of the Night, Laike, and one of his boys were secretly eating curry rice in the kitchen. Vice Captain of Rock's Pirate? Lord of the Night, Laike? Everyone was stunned when they heard Garp say this name. But when they saw the trace of curry residue at the corner of Garp's mouth, they reacted instantly, and their expressions suddenly became even weirder. Vice Admiral Garp, you mean? Advertisement. The Vice Admiral couldn't help but swallowed his saliva and tried to organize his words. That Rock's Demo Laike led people to sneak into the marine warship and came to this kitchen? Then, he ate curry rice secretly? That's right. Garp looked like that's what you said, and nodded to the Vice Admiral. Vice Admiral. Other marine generals. The dignified deputy captain of the most powerful pirate group in the world ran to their warship to steal curry rice. This statement, is a bit difficult for them to accept and digest anyway. What's that look in your eyes? Garp was keenly aware of the subtle atmosphere around him, and immediately spat at the silent crowd. Everything I said is true. The two of them ate a lot of curry secretly. In order not to alert others, I asked them to destroy the warship and harm the lives of other soldiers. I went to accompany them pretending not to know each other and learn a lot about them. In order to prevent his lack of persuasion, Garp took out a large bag of Wang Wan senbei from behind him. Look, this whole bag of senbei is proof. He had a nice chat with me, and then he gave me this bag of senbei. Vice Admiral. Other marine generals. Vice Admiral Garp, do you want to listen to what you are saying? The vice captain of the strongest pirate group came here to eat curry secretly, and then he had a good chat with you. He was able to chat well and gave you a bag of senbei. A group of marine generals couldn't bear it anymore and couldn't help but look at each other. You look at me, I look at you, and you can see the confusion and helplessness in each other's eyes. 043, Flying Magic Carpet, do you believe what Vice Admiral Garp said? Close black lens bracket. I don't believe it, what about you? Close black lens bracket, only a ghost can believe it, close black lens bracket. I don't care if you believe it or not, I don't believe it anyway, close black lens bracket. Only a fool would believe such rhetoric, right? Close black lens bracket. Perhaps, is there a possibility that Vice Admiral Garp has fooled us into thinking we are fools? Close black lens bracket. Whether you believe it or not, what I said is true. Seeing how everyone looked at each other and continued to remain silent, Garp knew that these guys didn't listen to what he said at all, and he couldn't help but twitching in anger. I'm not going to deceive you for mere curry rice. Yes, we all know Vice Admiral Garp. Looking at the look in your eyes, do you still not believe it? This. I knew it. I guarantee it with my belief in Marine's justice. Everything I say is true. Do you have to pay such a high price these days just to steal a curry rice? No, Vice Admiral Garp. Not to mention that Garp was screaming angrily at the suspicious looks from the Vice Admiral and others. On the other side, above the sky, is a strange blanket flying in midair. The sea breeze blows gently, and the salty and humid air makes people feel the wind and tide of the sea. Advertisement, boss, I didn't expect that Marine to be so easy to deceive. He was tricked into spinning around in just a few words. Recalling everything that happened in the kitchen before, Kaido felt that the strongman Marine was really funny and interesting. There are many interesting people in Marine, he's not that easy to deceive. Laike just smiled and did not say this. Kaido may not have felt it, but the perception returned by observation Haki made Laike clearly aware of it. This future Marine hero is far more powerful than the average admiral. He was able to kill Akainu and beat Marco with one punch until he wore a bandage for several episodes. The green pepper of the 8 Treasure Navy did not lie at all. Iron Fist. Monkey D. Garp, absolutely he has been recognized. And when he saw them for the first time, when he rushed up with an Iron Fist, he definitely wanted to take action. Even Laike would find it a bit tricky and troublesome to face Iron Fist at its peak strength. Fortunately, he also realized that continuing the fight would have no good consequences for both parties, so he reached a basic consensus tacitly. Neither of them pointed out the identity of the other party. They were chatting, eating and drinking, and the communication was pretty good. If the identities of the two of them were not natural opposites like marine and pirate, maybe they would become good friends. At least friends who could talk to each other. Boss, where are we going next? After Kaido had eaten and drank enough, he began to think about the next thing. He can't wait to follow Laike and learn those powerful powers. Let's go to Sky Island first and look for something. After we finish looking, I will take you back. Laike sat there facing the sea breeze, squinting his eyes with enjoyment. Sky Island? What is that? Kaido couldn't help but be startled after hearing this, and then noticed the higher and higher angle, and couldn't help but raise his head. Advertisement. Is it above that sky? He was keenly aware that there seemed to be other things hidden at the top of the sky. Well, it should be said that Kaido, who later often climbed up Sky Island and jumped off the Sky Island terminal at an altitude of 10,000 meters to seek suicide, still has an indissoluble bond with Sky Island. There are islands in the sky. Is this the sea? He was marveling there, and then noticed the strange flying carpet sitting under him that was constantly rising. There's also this blanket that can be lifted into the air at will. Kaido couldn't help but pursed his lips and looked at the figure sitting in front of the flying carpet, his eyes even more intense. Whether it's the ability to take out such strange things at random, or the power to fly and intimidate the enemy with his momentum. Kaido only felt that the boss he recognized in front of him was getting more and more beyond his imagination and becoming more and more mysterious. If you follow a man like this, you will definitely achieve great things in your future. Kaido believes so firmly. Similarly, for Laike, recruiting Kaido under his command is one of the purposes of his trip. Then he took Kaido with him, sitting on the flying magic carpet, that he instantly killed using the instant kill system, and went to Sky Island to find his second goal of the trip. Aladdin. Flying Magic Carpet. Introduction. The flying magic carpet from the world of Aladdin is human-friendly and can carry people flying to escape danger at any time. Close black lens bracket. Flash sale price. 18 yuan and 88 cents berry. This is another thing from another world, something that can be killed instantly. It can fly into the sky anytime, anywhere, and travel through the sky and the sea. Although it is not impossible for him to fly through air dance, flying by himself is not as convenient and comfortable as using a driving tool. Not to mention, being able to take this guy Kaido with him. It can be said that it completely solves Laike's travel problem and is the best car for him. 044 Sky Island. Burka. Whoosh, the flying magic carpet carried Laike and Kaido, flying towards the endless altitude above 10,000 meters. Ta. Even in the fierce wind and clouds, the compass from the world of Pirates of the Caribbean in Laike's hand remained unchanged. Still unswervingly pointing in the direction where Laike wanted to find something. The flying magic carpet followed the direction, bringing the distance between the two parties closer and closer. Qinghai is the sea below the center of Sky Island, and the White Sea above the sky of 10,000 meters. There are many sky islands that have been around for many years: Angel Island, Visalia, Terminal, and many more. These are relatively well-known sky islands, and their existence is known among some large organizational forces. But in the southern part of the White Sea, there is an island that is not very noticeable. Burka is a small sky island in the south, where many Sky Island residents live. However, compared to the wealthy and prosperous Angel Island, this place seems a bit shabby. It's like a big city full of lights and entertainment, or a rural village full of thatched houses. As the saying goes, poor mountains and poor waters bring out unruly people. This sentence is still very applicable even if it is placed on Sky Island. The residents of this entire island are similar to the idle gangsters in the lowest farm in my kingdom. The flying magic carpet flew over the island. Kaido looked at the situation below and couldn't help but marvel. After getting over the original novelty, the residents here were no different from the residents in his kingdom except for a pair of interesting-looking wings on their backs. But later, that farm was destroyed by the enemy. Advertisement. Kaido tapped the mace in his hand. If this island was in my country, it would probably have been wiped out long ago, right? Hearing this, Laike couldn't help but glance at Kaido, who commented casually. Well, in the near future, about 20 or 30 years later, there will be a guy with the same personality as a gangster who will completely destroy this island. And the power that little gangster relied on was exactly what Laike wanted to find. Whoosh! The flying magic carpet did not attract the slightest attention from the people on the island below, and continued to shuttle forward according to the instructions of the compass. And the distance is getting closer. After passing through Brook Island, there is the endless White Sea. Most people rarely break into the Bye-Bye Sea so directly, except for those criminals who were sentenced to cloud flowing, where they were put with their boats on the island clouds and allowed to drift until they died. Ordinary people can't find the exact direction here, let alone find what they want here. But under the instructions of the compass in Laike's hand, everything is impossible to escape. Not long after, a huge ship loomed out of the misty sea. And the compass in Laike's hand points to that direction. Found it. Looking at the ship in the distance, a smile appeared on Laike's lips. This ship is very huge, with several layers on top of each other, and it seems to be tens of meters long in front and back. It is impossible to imagine how this great shipbuilding technology was born in this world, when the key material is still wood. The building boat that suddenly appeared was very dilapidated, full of a decaying smell, marked with the traces of Madara mottled by the years, and covered with green moss. It was silent up there, like a ghost ship. Advertisement. It should be right here. Laike directed the flying magic carpet to land on the huge ship below. After getting close, he helped Kaido and the two of them jump onto the deck of the 10-meter-high ship. After putting away the magic carpet, Laike walked forward without hesitation according to the direction indicated by the compass. He pushed open the broken wooden door and quickly entered the cabin. As expected, the interior space of the cabin is very large and can accommodate thousands of people, just like the cruise ships of previous generations. The door opened, the light shone in, and the bones on the ground came into view, lying in a mess on the ground, leaving no place for people to stay. It can be seen from the clothes and exquisite jewelry that have not turned to ashes that these dead people were either rich or noble in life. Laike didn't care at all. His eyes were attracted by the boxes of dazzling gold jewelry at the end of the cabin. It's not that he is greedy for wealth. To be precise, it is at the center of the gold jewelry. There was a half-opened small wooden box, and inside the wooden box, a dazzling blue light that satisfied him was revealed, shining like thunder. I found you. Even in the center of this mountain of gold treasures, the shining blue luster is still so dazzling that people can't take their eyes away. At this time, Laike didn't care about these treasures at all. He focused all his attention on the main goal of this trip to Sky Island, which was also something he was bound to get. Even among Logia, it is said to be invincible. Laike walked closer, picked up the small wooden box, which was not too big, and wiped the dust that had accumulated over the years with his sleeves. The iron lock on the wooden box had long been completely corroded, revealing a gap, revealing the tip of the iceberg of the treasure inside. Crack. Laike slowly opened the small wooden box completely, revealing a blue pineapple-shaped devil fruit lying quietly inside. 045 Thunder Fruit is available. It has lightning-like patterns, the whole body is densely covered with fruits, and there is a spiral Arabic-like pattern in the center of the lightning, which looks very extraordinary. Logia, the power of Thunder Fruit. Thunder Fruit by Logia. This is the main goal of Laike coming to Sky Island. With the flying magic carpet and the compass that can find things, how could Laike not come here and take away the Thunder Fruit, which is still an ownerless thing? In the original version, Enel, the original power user of Thunder Fruit, after destroying Burka, led a group of men to attack the Island of Gods, Apeado, and expelled the original god Ganfor. He occupied the land of God and became the new god, and began to drive the god team to build the Ark of Proverbs. The time when he did all these things was Encircle calendar 1514. And now, Enel is not even born yet, so naturally Thunder Fruit has not fallen into his hands yet. Laike was not prepared to leave the Thunder Fruit here for Enel in the future. It's really a waste of money to give it to that gangster who has an anti-human and anti-social character and doesn't know how to develop and utilize it rationally. As long as a person who is not weak is matched with this devil fruit, he will instantly form a huge combat power. In this way, Thunder Fruit fell into Laike's hands, so it was natural to make some proper arrangements for it. Boss, is this devil fruit? At this time, Kaido's curious voice also sounded from behind Laike. Laike turned around and saw that he was also staring at Thunder Fruit without blinking, his eyes full of novelty. I used to hear people mention devil fruit in the tavern. It is said to bring incredible power to people. Advertisement. Kaido was both curious and a little excited. Boss, you came here specifically for this devil fruit. I think this must be a very powerful ability, right? Which zone's fantasy beast is it? When talking about the phantom beast species, there was an obvious look of desire in those eyes. Phantom species. No, this devil fruit does not belong to zone. Laike shook the thunder fruit towards Kaido, and then quickly put it away. What, it's not zones? As soon as he heard that the answer was not what he wanted, Kaido immediately lowered his head in disinterest, looking very disappointed. You seem to like zone? Yeah, in my opinion, the one who has zone's wild power to strengthen his body and shape is truly powerful. Kaido nodded vigorously. When I was on the kingdom's battlefield before, I faced an enemy zone ability user. He seems to be a user with some kind of dog fruit and hyena form. After the transformation, his strength, speed, body strengthening and recovery have all improved a lot. It took me a lot of effort to beat him to death with a mace, and I almost died there. Kaido casually talked about the extremely dangerous situation, and then there was unstoppable expectation in his eyes. I was thinking at that time, if I could get a devil fruit, I would definitely choose zones, which is the strongest among zone. I want to strengthen my body to the strongest level. At a young age, he has already strengthened his heart and choices. For this, Laike also expressed his praise. Advertisement. Practice well, and when the day comes when you become strong enough, I will find you one with the most powerful zone devil fruit ability. Well, I understand, thank you boss. Then Laike waved his hand and collected all the gold and jewelry in the entire cabin. Kaido was already accustomed to Laike's methods, but he asked curiously. Boss, what are you going to do with that devil fruit? In his opinion, the methods demonstrated by Laike are already devil fruit's abilities. It is impossible for the same person to eat two devil fruits. This is an iron law on the sea. Therefore, he was curious about what to do with this precious devil fruit that Laike spent a lot of effort to find. Find a suitable host for it. The premise is that that person must be like you and willing to follow me. Laike didn't hide it, he himself didn't want to eat this devil fruit. Only by using it to cultivate a strong combat power can the value of this devil fruit be maximized. Even though Thunder Fruit is extremely powerful, for him with the Super Berry instant kill system, these abilities are dispensable. There is no need to add a weakness or gap that is afraid of water just for the sake of a powerful ability. Maybe in the future, I will be able to instantly kill Thunder King and other abilities from the system. It is nothing more than that the goods that are refreshed every day are random. But it's only 1476 now. It's been 44 years since the official start of the main plot of the timeline. Therefore, what he lacks most is time. 046 disputes on the sea. After finding Thunder Fruit, Laike and Kaido searched the entire ship again to make sure that nothing good was missed. He took Kaido on the flying magic carpet and prepared to leave officially. But this time, he really wants to take Kaido to the place where he lives and officially start his pirate career. Beehive Island Hachinosu, Rock's Pirate, a place full of pirates. After Kaido heard about the final destination of his trip, he couldn't help but feel a burst of anticipation and his blood boiled all over. A place like that is exciting just thinking about it. He couldn't help but smacked his mouth, and then looked at Laike. Boss. Just tell me if you have anything to say. Can I? Cannot, but I haven't said what it is yet. You want a drink? Well, being directly exposed by Laike, Kaido couldn't help but said, I just think that such a good atmosphere and such a good environment are just right for a drink or two. Don't even think about it, Laike directly pressed him to death. It's best to stop drinking until you become strong enough. A child who is only 13 years old, and his hair has not grown, so why should he drink alcohol? Kaido. Boss, I started drinking when I was 10 years old. Advertisement, so you have developed the bad habit of drinking since you were a child. Laike couldn't help but glance at him. Maybe when you get rid of the bad habit of drinking, you can drink again. Otherwise, if you touch the bottle before then, I will kill you. The claws were chopped off. Kaido. So strict, he had a grimace on his face and his head drooped, showing his dejection. When he was in the vodka kingdom, after every battle, he would have a good drink. Not only to satisfy one's appetite, but also to vent one's emotions. After all, the name of the kingdom is vodka. It can be imagined that the only thing that can be obtained in this kingdom is wine. Since Kaido started drinking at such a young age, he naturally developed some bad habits. After drinking alcohol, he will become moody, sometimes crying and sometimes violently angry. Under such circumstances, Laike naturally would not give him any drinks. We even have to start from now on to get rid of his stinky problem from the root. In this way, Kaido, who was clearly rejected, fell on the magic carpet helplessly like a salted fish without dreams, followed Laike to break through the clouds, and left the Sky Island. In this way, this short trip can be said to have come to an end, and the harvest is not unsatisfactory. There are still 8 years left, on the magic carpet, Laike murmured, and his astonishing magnanimity slowly emerged on the surface of his body. Whether he was going out or staying behind to look after his home, he never fell behind in his own practice. Coupled with the many good things obtained from the Super Berry instant kill system, in the future. Whether the world is in chaos or not is entirely up to me. Whoosh! Advertisement. The magic carpet penetrates the sky and splashes waves on the horizon, which also shows Laike's firm ambition to defy everything. Time flies, time flies. In the blink of an eye, 2 years pass by. In the past 2 years, the situation on the sea has gradually become clearer from chaos at the beginning. When Rock's Pirate was founded, it started a lot of battles in the ocean, and the momentum was so great that almost the entire ocean was filled with the sound of their family. Later, with the joining of powerful pirates, this pirate group became more and more powerful, and at its peak, it almost overturned the entire sea. Some good people gave Rock's D Zebek a new name, King of the New World. It means that it is invincible in the ocean realm of this new world. Although Marine's bounty order does not give a clear official definition of the title, many people also have some recognition of this name. Even in their eyes, Rock's D Zebek is already the strongest man in the world. And why it is not the king of the entire Grand Line Ocean is just because except for the massive Rock's Pirate. There are also guys from 3 parties on this sea, and they have also made a lot of noise in the past 2 years. The first is the equally prosperous Roger Pirates. Its captain, Gordon Roger, wiped out a powerful country on the Grand Line for a bullied comrade. Well, the world government concealed Roger's D from the outside world and replaced it with the word, many. It is a member country of world government, and even among the member countries, it is an extremely weak existence. It is the kind of country that is bound to be invited to every world summit and ranks among the top. But even so, they were still destroyed by the Roger Pirates, and the entire sea was in an uproar. Of course, the world government, which collects so much heavenly gold every year, cannot sit still. They were originally preparing to deal with Rock's Pirate, but they had to change their target and shift their spear. Hey 047 Vice Captain Laike, where did he find such a monster? World government dispatched many good players from the CP organization, plus powerful personnel from the naval headquarters. Led by the naval headquarters, Blue Dragon, Admiral, he personally took action and some elite vice admirals went to encircle and suppress the Roger Pirates and give an explanation to the participating countries. Everyone thought that since the world government had sent out such a lineup, the Roger Pirates would definitely be doomed. But what surprised everyone was that the final result was that the Roger Pirates drifted away safely with almost no casualties. Even the highest combat power of the naval headquarters, the admiral-level powerhouse, can't do anything to them? As soon as the news came out, the world was shocked, and even the naval headquarters and world government also attached great importance to this matter. Later, they learned from Blue Dragon, Admiral, that the captain of the Roger pirates, Gordon Roger, was not weaker than Admiral. And his right-hand man, Pluton, Silver Rayleigh, Copper Jabba, is not weak at all. Not to mention that every other crew member on the Roger pirates is more fierce than the last. What's even more rare is that when such a group of monsters gather on a boat, the atmosphere is exceptionally harmonious. They're completely like brothers wearing the same pants. No, even closer than brothers and Rock's pirate, they're two extremes. It is precisely because of their common hatred that their strength is even more powerful. After a fierce confrontation, Blue Dragon, Admiral saw that he could not take down the opponent. In order to reduce meaningless casualties, he had no choice but to retreat. This is how the Roger pirates became famous. World government and naval headquarters also feel more and more difficult and heavy. It would be nothing if it were just a simple pirate with admiral-level combat power. Advertisement. The key is this: Roger, he, like Rocks, also bears the name of D. First there was Rocks, and then there was Roger. Why is the name of the D family suddenly making a comeback? This is what the world government cares about and attaches great importance to. Even the other two threats that have risen with the Roger pirates have not been paid too much attention by them. The other two threats, one is Red Earl, Beloric Redfield, who has caused a certain wave with his unique walking style and powerful combat power. The strength of this big pirate is also extremely powerful, especially Observation Haki, who is called the best in the world. Fortunately, this great pirate has not formed any force. I don't know if it is due to his personality. He has always been alone, with no companions, no subordinates, and is alone. Therefore, it has the reputation of the solitary red in this sea. The other person is Brandy World, who has been dancing extremely cheerfully recently and is nicknamed World Destroyer. This guy may not be too strong in terms of strength, but he is very capable, especially against marine and world government. It is said that he has great ambitions to overthrow the world government, and his mantra is, destroy everything that stands in my way. Marine warships, powerful pirates, and innocent residents were constantly being destroyed, earning the nickname, World Destroyer. It can be said that he is a madman full of destructive desires. These two people, apart from the Rocks pirate and the Roger pirates, are the people on this sea who have attracted the attention of the world. However, from the perspective of the world government, of these two guys, one does not need to be considered alone, and the other dances too happily. After the immediate trouble is solved, they can deploy their troops to kill him at any time. For the world government right now, the Rocks pirate and Roger pirates have become a big problem that needs to be eliminated immediately. They have already begun to make a series of preparations to deal with these two pirate groups. Advertisement. And in the New World, the center of all these storms is the Beehive Island Hachinosu. The pirates on the island didn't care at all about the storms outside, or in their opinion. No matter how the outside world responds to them, it will not affect them. Their growing self-confidence makes them ignore everything outside. For them, instead of paying attention to the garbage outside, some interesting things happening on the island are more attractive to them. For example, there is a super newcomer who has been gaining momentum recently on an island. In the tavern, a group of pirates exchanged glasses and talked about the influential figure on the island. It's really scary. That guy is only 15 years old, right? Yes, when he was brought back by Vice Captain Laike 2 years ago, he was indeed only 13 years old and very immature. The strength is simply too strong. It has defeated many veteran pirates, right? Ghost Hand, Lacosse, Cancer, Moore, Mad Hatter, Diabo, Nonsense, Beduth Nalal, all fell under his mace. Those are all big pirates with a bounty of over 100 million berries. I remember the World Destroyer, Brandy World, that caused the storm outside only had 200 million berries, right? That's really a way to become famous among countless villains. Where on earth did Vice Captain Laike find such a monster? 048. Let me give you a choice. He's simply unbelievably strong, just like Captain Rocks when he was young. Well, as you said, Captain Rocks is not too old. Anyway, that guy came here 2 years ago as a trainee pirate, and now he's a full-fledged official pirate, right? Our pirate team has another monster that scares the outside world. Many pirates are all talking about a certain monster on the island that has been in the limelight recently. With his own strength, he defeated all the veteran pirates and was almost on par with top powerhouses such as Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, and Golden Lion, Shiki. And the most important thing is, that monster is only 15 years old. This time, our strength has increased again, and we can basically be said to be invincible. The drunken pirates in the tavern were dreaming about conquering the world, and they were in a house in a corner of this island. Gu la 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 la, such a name is even louder than my original one. In the room, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate drank a lot of Red Star Erguido for himself, bursting into laughter from time to time. After all, when I was 15, there wasn't an island where so many pirates gathered, nor was there such a good opportunity and stage to beat up these unsavory guys. There he poured himself a lot of wine, and the clear wine fell from the corners of Whitebeard's mouth and flowed from his neck into his solid chest. Kaido, who was gnawing on the flesh and bones, and was considered a new terrifying monster by the outside world, looked at this scene very depressed. Looking at Whitebeard, drinking heavily, he could smell the rich fragrance of the clear wine in his nose, his throat couldn't help but roll, and his eyes showed a look of longing. This newcomer, who was valued by many pirates on the island, could only sit here and watch Whitebeard drinking there. Advertisement: he also wanted to drink, but there was nothing he could do. Because he has not gotten rid of his moodiness after getting drunk, and his boss will not let him get drunk again. When he mentioned this, he grimaced and drooped his head. 2 years, 2 whole years. Do you know how I spent these 2 years? I exercise my body day and night, and work hard day after day, just to make myself grow up faster and become stronger. In this way, you will be qualified to drink a lot of wine. Kaido had been very excited since he first came to this island 2 years ago. Such a fighting environment was just right for him to become stronger and grow. And just when he was eager to try and start his new journey. This guy named Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, came here very familiarly, and then he saw his boss and brought him the wine called Red Star Erguodo. When Kaido saw Whitebeard gulping down wine, he knew that he had one more target. I must be like this guy, drinking these fine wines without any scruples or restraints. It's a pity that the ideal is very full and the reality is very skinny. 2 years have passed, and Kaido's strength has really improved tremendously, and he has become an almost independent master on this island. But he still couldn't drink the wine, because when I first came to this island and saw Whitebeard drinking so heavily. He once made a request to Laike and wanted to taste the wine. The scene at that time was still vivid in Kaido's mind. Advertisement: Gu la 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 la, is this the little guy you found when you went out? When Laike first returned to the island 2 years ago, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate immediately came to the door after hearing the news. Without any explanation, he first got 2 bottles of wine from Laike. While drinking, he looked Kaido up and down and nodded from time to time. It does look like a good seedling. Kaido looked at this Whitebeard guy curiously until he smelled the strong smell of alcohol on the tip of his nose. The desire coming from the depth of his throat made him unable to help but gain courage and asked Laike for advice. Boss, can I have a taste of that wine? His throat rolled, and he begged. Just try it, and make sure you don't drink too much. Taste it. Laike looked at Whitebeard and Red Star Erguodo, and then looked at Kaido with a longing look on his face. A smile couldn't help but appear at the corner of his mouth. Well, I'll give you a choice. Huh, suddenly he took out a brand new bottle of Red Star Erguodo in his hand, and Kaido's eyes shifted to it. As long as you can avoid being knocked down by this, Whitebeard, I will open this bottle of wine for you to drink. If you can even defeat this, Whitebeard, Laike gently shook the wine bottle in his hand, and the clear wine swayed with it, making Kaido's eyes wide open. I will never stop you from drinking in the future, and I will not interfere in the matter of your drinking. Will I be able to drink freely and without restraint in the future? 049 It's been 2 years, but I haven't won a single game. Kaido was overjoyed when he heard this sentence, and his ears automatically missed those prerequisites. Even though he came to his senses later and took a serious look at that Whitebeard guy. Well, he does have a very powerful aura on his body, but it's not like you can't fight. Kaido's recklessness and desire for drinks made Kaido accept the proposal without hesitation. Let me state in advance that if you can't win, or if you can't do what I ask for, Laike put Erguodo away, then before you do it, you can't touch a drop of wine again. No problem. Kaido responded immediately and beat his chest hard. I will definitely win. In front of Whitebeard, he was very brave and said such words. Gu la 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 la. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, who had just finished drinking a bottle of wine, squinted his eyes. Although he was drinking just now, it did not mean that he did not listen to these words. Laike's suggestion didn't matter to him, although the other party intended to use him as this little guy's whetstone. But who allowed himself to come here and drink so many times? As the saying goes, people are soft-mouthed, so after drinking so much wine, naturally they have to help a little bit. What's more, just to teach such a person. Whitebeard once again glanced at Kaido, who was very eager to try the drink. Well, he didn't know how high the sky was. Just let the other person feel the cruelty of the sea. Gu la 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 la. Then, the seemingly calm Whitebeard actually made the 13-year-old Kaido experience what it means to be covered in tulle during a real fight. Advertisement: I also realized that the world is dangerous. There are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the world. He is still too young. It's been 2 years and I still haven't won a single game. Kaido looked at the Whitebeard, sitting there, continuing to open a new bottle of Red Star Erguodo, and continuing to see tons of Whitebeard, and he felt a little bitter in his heart. At this time, he finally understood why boss Laike made such a proposal in the first place. When I co-wrote it, I was a clown, of course. After being blasted by Whitebeard for the first time, Kaido recovered from his confusion and was very unconvinced, and continued to train and become stronger. He firmly believes that as his strength increases, one day he will knock this hateful Whitebeard guy to the ground and beat him up. To this end, he followed the physical training methods given by Laike, carrying turtle shells over mountains and pushing boulders on the cliffs of the islands. And he threw out the stones with writing on them and asked himself to find them all over the island. At the beginning, Kaido was a little skeptical that boss Laike was teasing him. But later, as he discovered that his body was getting stronger, his strength was getting stronger, and his perception was also growing rapidly, he no longer had any doubts. And until he successfully activated the power called Armament Haki and Observation Haki, without Laike himself, Kaido exercised consciously. 2 years, 2 years of ups and downs, no matter it was windy or thunderous, or even if the sky was filled with hail as big as a giant rock, he never slacked off and trained seriously. He could clearly feel that his strength was skyrocketing and his self-confidence was also constantly rising. So much so that some time ago, he went out to challenge the powerful pirates who had long been famous on the island. It turned out that these so-called villains, murderers, tigers and wolves were like paper in front of him. Each one of them was beaten into a puddle of soft mud by the mace in his hand. It's not like he hasn't encountered some particularly powerful guys, and he certainly didn't knock them down with a single blow. Advertisement well, so he used 2 sticks or 3 sticks. Just when Kaido was full of confidence and felt that his strength was enough, he boldly launched a challenge to the hateful Whitebeard again. Result, it goes without saying that he was knocked to the ground again. Then he sat here with a bruised nose and a swollen face, looking at Whitebeard in anguish as he drank wine as much as he wanted. How can the word miserable be used to describe it? I have also seen your progress in the past 2 years. Seeing Kaido's drooped head, Laike also took a sip of the deadly wusu and encouraged him. Then boss. Kaido perked up and raised his head hopefully. But rules are rules. If you don't meet the agreement we made before, then naturally you can't drink. Kaido. I knew it would be like this. He was full of envy, looking at boss Laike and that hateful guy, Whitebeard. The two of them were exchanging glasses of wine. Every time, Mr. Laike would bring out different kinds of wine, including red, white, and yellow. But none of it was his share. However, given your serious practice in the past 2 years, and the results are also very good, the results have reached and even exceeded my expectations. Laike casually took out something from behind and threw it to Kaido. Here, your mace. I helped you polish and temper it to make it more suitable for you. 050, Whitebeard's favorite woman. Kaido subconsciously took it. After 2 years of hard work, he had grown a lot taller and the original mace had become a bit too small to suit him. But as a weapon that has accompanied him along the way, he is reluctant to throw it away or replace it. Unexpectedly, boss Laike helped him solve this problem. Full of joy and gratitude, he carefully stroked the mace he named Ba Jai Jia. I saw that the tip of the blade's fang, which was originally shining with a cold light, was now so dark that it made people feel palpitated just by looking at it. I put a little bit of stretch metal in it so that the mace, in addition to being stronger, can grow larger as you increase in size. Laike looked at Kaido who couldn't put it down and explained. This way you can continue to use it even if you grow taller. Is that so? Thank you, boss. Kaido immediately put aside the anguish of not being able to drink good wine, and couldn't put it down, playing with his fighting partner. Gu la 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 la, you will always have many endless gadgets in your hands. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate looked at this scene and also laughed interestingly. It's just some random gains while I'm out. Laike pinched a peanut that was good for drinking. Well, it is indeed the metal and some smelting technology that are obtained from the instant kill system outside. Just used to polish weapons, it's better than nothing. Gu la 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 la, is it an accidental harvest? Whitebeard smiled and did not delve further into this topic. Instead, he asked casually. By the way, how have you considered the things I mentioned to you before? Advertisement, is it about that barking gome Stussy? Laike couldn't help but pick up the peanuts. Yeah, it's been 2 years. Open black lens bracket Whitebeard close black lens bracket Edward Newgate took a sip of wine, looked at him, and said in a very calm tone. We need to meet you after all, right? 2 years ago, after Laike came back with Kaido, Whitebeard came to the door, and while drinking, he told Laike about the matter that Bajingam Stussy had entrusted to him. That Bajingam Stussy wanted to get to know Laike, the famous vice captain, and become a friend. At first, Laike didn't react when he heard the name. But until Whitebeard casually called him the abbreviation, Bajin, he immediately understood who that guy was. Barkingome Stussy, a former member of Rock's Pirate, is also known as Miss Barking. She is Whitebeard too, the mother of Edward Wable, and claims to be Whitebeard's lover. After the Summit War, he led his son to clean up the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, hoping to annex Whitebeard's legacy. I still remember that she had thick red lips, sunglasses, and a cane. She was short in stature and had wrinkles on her face. She was an old Obasan woman wearing a leopard print coat. Moreover, he has an arrogant, domineering and ambitious personality. He is a person who loves money extremely, and he often uses Wable to do things for himself with love. When Laike thought of this leopard print old lady with her mean and wrinkled face, he couldn't help but feel a chill. Thinking of what the other party later claimed as Whitebeard's favorite woman, and the child he brought with him, Whitebeard too. Laike is very sure that this old lady Obasan has absolutely bad intentions in wanting to get in touch with him. Although, she may indeed be very beautiful now, and she looks exactly like the future CP0 agent Stussy, so beautiful, charming, and full of charm. But as soon as he thought about what she might rely on to survive on such a ship, Laike lost the slightest idea. Advertisement he directly and clearly stated to Whitebeard that he is a person who likes to be clean and does not like to be disturbed by too many unknown guys. In the past 2 years, he basically refused all the insidious inquiries from Whitebeard. He didn't want to be like-minded with so many guys he didn't know. What's more, he glanced at Whitebeard, who seemed to be completely unconcerned. The comrades among them probably also include the Whitebeard next to him. After all, when Marco asked Whitebeard about Bakengorm Stussy, he remained silent. All I can say is that there is definitely a story between the two. And if there is a story, Whitebeard is still willing to lead the way and introduce Bajingam Stussy to himself. For a moment, Laike's eyes when he looked at Whitebeard became a little weird and subtle. As this happening again, Whitebeard didn't have any other reaction on the surface. He just nodded to show that he understood. By the way, speaking of anyone wanting to meet. At this time, Kaido on the side seemed to have thought of something, and he also put down the HazIG mace in his hand and raised his head. When I was outside, someone on the island also said that they wanted to meet you, boss Laike. He seemed to be recalling. Those are two demon fruit powers, and they seem to come from the same family. And they come from the same special country. The names are very strange, they seem to be called. Kaido thought about it and said the hard-to-remember name. Kurozumi. Kurozumi Black Cicada or Meatball or something. It's called Kurozumi Higurashi, and Kurozumi Semimaru, right? Laike took over .051 the Marine 3 Admiral in active duty. Yes, that's right, that's the name. Kaido nodded repeatedly. Both these two guys have good paramecia abilities. What, boss, do you know them? Well, we know each other, but we were in anime. Kurozumi Higurashi and Kurozumi Semimaru, both are remnants of the Kurozumi family, Wanakuna's rebellious family. One is a clone fruit esper, and the other is a barrier fruit esper. Both of them worked hard to obtain Wanokuni for Kurozumi Orochi, or in other words, they facilitated it. Then it was Kurozumi Higurashi, an old woman, who found Kaido to lobby, allowing the Beast's pirates to join forces with Kurozumi Orochi to manufacture weapons and artificial devil fruit on the land of Wanokuni. It is polluting the environment here, and the failed man-made devil fruit, Smile, will be disposed of randomly as garbage. Kaido also became the protector of the country here, and located the base of the pirate group on the ghost island of Wanokuni. So, the two of them have chosen me as their target and want me to help them regain Wanokuni? As for the thoughts and intentions of those two people, Laike was naturally able to see clearly at a glance. Their most important thing is to restore the Kurozumi family to the position of general. As for whether there is a supreme emperor above their heads, it doesn't matter. So if this happens, it's not that we can't make some plans. Laike gently turned the wine glass in his hand. If you don't take the benefits that I brought to my door, I won't take them for free. What's more, I remember there are some good things on Wanokuni. Thinking of this, Laike couldn't help but raise his head and said to Kaido. Tell those two guys that if they want to come to see me, prepare a nice meeting gift for me. Advertisement, otherwise, I will just throw them out of this island, including their belongings. These words also set the tone for the future. He doesn't just want to meet you. Even if you want to meet him, you have to bring out the corresponding meeting gifts. Otherwise, don't blame him for throwing you and his belongings out together. Okay boss, I'll tell them when I get back. Kaido also nodded in agreement, feeling that there was nothing wrong with it. His boss is not something anyone can just meet. Recently, there has been quite a bit of movement over at Marine. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate also changed the topic and talked about the current situation. Naval headquarters, there are some great new people coming in. Black Arm, Zephyr, the resourceful general, Sengoku, were promoted to vice admiral. There is also a woman named He who has been assigned to the staff department and may be the next chief staff officer. Coupled with Marshal, Kong, and the three current admirals, this generation of Marines can be said to be full of talents. He took a sip of wine and grinned. Our pirate side is currently more powerful than Marine's side. No matter how powerful Marine is, no matter how talented it is, in the final analysis it is just an organization. And now on the sea, they are Rock's Pirate, Roger Pirates, Red Earl, Ryder, World Destroyer, Burndy World. Which of these forces is easy to deal with? What's more, Marine also sent Admiral to chase the Roger Pirates before, but they still returned without success. By the way, what are the backgrounds of the three Marine Admirals now? Laike is more interested in the three Admirals in this period. Advertisement later, when Luffy set sail for adventure, it was Sengoku Garp's era, but the Admiral before them was not very clear. The three current Marine Admirals are Blue Dragon, Brown Python, and Grey Sheep. It is said that they are three powerful espers of Zone, Logia and Paramecia respectively. I don't know whether this is true or not. Anyway, it's great. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate spoke very powerfully, but his tone seemed very casual. Obviously, he didn't take those three guys seriously. Indeed, Admiral, who could not even retain the Roger Pirates, had the right not to take them seriously when he was at his peak. In other words, the current Whitebeard basically has the confidence to look at everyone like a common man who takes the lead. Dragon, Snake, Sheep. Laike also nodded, keeping these three names in mind. As expected, the names and codes are based on the 12 zodiac signs, with chicken, monkey, dog, tiger, cow, rabbit, dolphin, plus a dark horse, Tianqing, plus this dragon, snake and sheep. It can be said that all the 12 zodiac signs are missing as a rat. But think about those, crown rat, flying squirrel, rat, etc. Marine generals. It seems they have no shortage of rats. Suddenly, Laike's expression changed and his thoughts came back. Whitebeard, who was drinking wine, and Kaido, who was stroking Hasiji, both raised their heads. Together they looked outside the house. 052 Are the Roger Pirates so brave? Dong dong dong, Vice Captain Laike, are you there? The door was knocked gently twice first, and then the respectful and cautious voice came. "What's the matter?" Mo Laike asked calmly. "That's right, I was sent here by Captain Zebek. I need to talk to Vice Captain Mo Laike about something." "Just say it outside the door." Since it was the Zebek guy who sent someone to bring the news instead of notifying him directly via phone, it meant that it was not an important matter. In other words, I am not afraid of being known by others, and it is not something that needs to be concealed. Huh. This. Yes. When the man outside heard that something was wrong, he hurriedly said all the words and meanings that Zebek asked him to convey. Previously, the Roger pirates were surrounded and suppressed by the Marine Admiral and successfully escaped. Captain Zebek thought he was a good person and wanted to invite him to join us to plan great things together. But we sent envoys to contact them. After meeting with them, they tore up the letter written by Captain Zebek directly. Well, the process of the matter is very simple, Rox D. He wants to invite the Roger pirates and others to join his force and become more powerful. Even if the other party doesn't have this intention, it doesn't matter. After contacting him, we can say hello when we face Marine together. But I never expected that the Roger pirates would be such a brave group and tear up the letter written by Rox D. Zebek. If things come to this point, then there is nothing left to say. Advertisement: this is tantamount to a declaration of war and provocation. Naturally, the Rox pirate, which is currently in full swing on the sea and no one can touch the tiger's beard, will not just swallow this breath. In this regard, they naturally have to take corresponding countermeasures. "So, do you want me to go for a walk?" Mo Laike continued to take the wine out and said casually. "Well, Rox. What Captain Zebek means is to ask Vice Captain Mo Laike to make the other party feel the consequences of offending the Rox pirate and feel the cruelty of this sea." The messenger pirate outside said cautiously. "Well, it can be said to be a great shame and humiliation to have someone tear up your own handwritten letter in front of you. There is no problem with their pirate group sending heavyweights to Rox pirate to ask for an explanation. On the one hand, it is status, on the other hand, it is strength. The Roger pirates have a presence that even the Admiral of Headquarters can't do anything about. Sending ordinary crew members or weaker pirates not only would not have a deterrent effect, but would actually be looked down upon by the Roger pirates, and ridiculed by the sea outside. Even if the strength is weaker, he will humiliate himself again. Only Mo Laike, this Conquerors, is no less than Rox, the vice captain who easily defeated Golden Lion, Haki, has both the qualifications and the strength to hold the Roger pirates to account. So, in this ocean, if you don't have the strength, you will be bullied by others even for summons and accountability. Mo Laike poured himself a glass of wine and glanced at Kaido next to him. This time, Kaido was not obsessed with the wine glass, but nodded in agreement. "Boss, do you want me to go with you?" He has already heard about the Roger pirates, which even the Admiral of Headquarters can't do anything about. "But I also really want to fight against the opponent. I'm so positive this time." Advertisement Mo Laike looked at him, then smiled and put the wine glass in front of him. "This glass is for you." Kaido was originally thinking about how to subdue the gang of brats from the Roger pirates, but he suddenly heard Mo Laike say this and couldn't help but be startled. I looked at the wine glass in front of me, and then at Mo Laike in front of me, and suddenly felt a sense of unreality. "What? Don't you plan to drink?" No. Happiness came so suddenly. Kaido grabbed the wine glass in surprise. "Thank you, boss." Then, as if he was afraid that Mo Laike would regret it, he raised his neck and poured the clear wine in the cup into his mouth. After taking 2 sips of wine, Kaido looked confused. This glass of wine, why doesn't it taste like alcohol? Then he noticed that the bottle of wine in Mo Laike's hand didn't seem to be the previous, Erguodo, or Wuyangye. On the contrary, it is a bottle composed of several English letters. Rui. Oh, Kaido used his knowledge to pronounce the English transliterations. "This is a cocktail, you may not be used to it." Mo Laike put the whole bottle of wine into his mouth, and it didn't look like he was drinking at all. Kaido. And cocktails. Aren't they just drinks with a little alcohol added to them? I can't taste the taste at all. He suddenly lost interest and his face fell again. I thought I could really drink those fine wines. 053, he was so strong 2 years ago. Gu la 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 la. Do you need my help? Seeing that Mo Laike wanted to go, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate also took a sip of wine and offered to help. No, there shouldn't be too many people on this trip. Just the 2 of us can go. Mo Laike said, and then glanced at Whitebeard. If he remembered correctly, when Ace was chasing Blackbeard, red-haired, Shanks once sent someone to deliver a letter to Whitebeard. The person who sent the letter is called Rockstar. Well, it also has the name of Rox. At that time, Whitebeard also brought the other party directly and tore up the letter written by Shanks himself. It can be said that it is exactly the same as the current situation. Mo Laike has reason to suspect that Whitebeard did what he did later, probably because the current Roger had done such a thing. So he gave the same treatment to the trainee crew member of Roger Pirates, Red Hair, Shanks. It can be said that it is never too late for pirates to take revenge. Go back and tell that guy Zebek, Roger Pirates, I will go there. Mo Laike patted his hand gently, with an interesting look on his face. I've just been on this island for 2 years. I'm very restless. It's time to go out for a walk. Roger Pirates, I just want to see the style of such a special pirate group. It is also the future One Piece team. What is the situation now? Advertisement Mo Laike is quite interested in Roger of this era. Okay, Whitebeard, seeing that he was left alone here again, he didn't say anything more. It's obviously a movie about 3 people, but he can't have a name. Of course, as long as Mo Laike leaves him enough wine, everything will be fine. When do you plan to leave? It's better to choose a different day than to hit it, and let's do it now. Mo Laike stood up directly, smiled and patted Kaido beside him. The two of them didn't even need to make any preparations. They can set off to this sea anytime and anywhere. In other words, there is no restriction or detention on this island at all. Whoosh! Not long after, the flying magic carpet, Zongung flew over the island again. As that, Vice Captain Mo Laike. The news of his departure once again attracted the attention of the pirates on the island. Sitting on that magic carpet, there's that monster Kaido on it. That's right, it's Vice Captain Mo Laike. After 2 years of silence, are you finally setting off again? If the guess is correct, he should go to the Roger Pirates, right? Are you going to teach the Roger Pirates, who don't know the heights of heaven and earth, an unforgettable lesson? Advertisement. It is true that in terms of identity and strength, only Vice Captain Mo Laike is the most qualified. Ha ha ha, if Vice Captain Mo Laike takes action, it will definitely be fine. That's right, although he hasn't made many moves in the past 2 years, every time I pass by his door, I always feel that his strength has become stronger, and the aura he exudes also makes me feel. My legs are shaking. He was so strong 2 years ago. In 2 years, how strong will he be, Vice Captain? I won't say much else, but at least the Roger Pirates will definitely be taught a lesson. Deserve it. Let them think they are invincible by tearing up our letters casually, thinking they have avoided the Marine Admiral's pursuit? It's best to take out Gordon Rogers' head, Deputy Commander Mo Laike. They watched Mo Laike's flying carpet disappearing high in the sky and couldn't help but cheer. Mo Laike's weight in the hearts of the pirates on this island is no weaker than that of Zebek. Even because it is often not in front of everyone, it is not visible, but there are still such terrifying records in the past. So calm, so low-key, and so full of mystery, naturally everyone has an unknown awe for Mo Laike. In particular, Mo Laike and a series of things with magical effects such as magic carpets made them feel that Mo Laike's whole body was filled with mist, making people stay away. Even the new pirates who joined later did not know about Mo Laike's previous deeds. But listening to the exaggerated rhetoric of the veteran pirates on the island, Golden Lion, Haki, a flying pirate who became famous again with the attack of Rock's pirate, was used as the background. It tells a good story about the power of Mo Laike, plus the monster boy Kaido he brought back, who was only 15 years old and almost wiped out the veteran pirates on the island. And Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, who often rushes to his house from time to time, looking like one of his subordinates. Kaido has overturned many veteran pirates on the island, not to mention Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, but with the recent expeditions of Rock's pirate, he has shown extremely powerful and terrifying strength. He is called, besides Rocks, the strongest warrior on the ship. Even Golden Lion, Haki has to avoid its edge and cannot fight with it. 054 Restless Roger, life lies in tossing, but people like this are willing to run to Mo Laike every time, but they don't get close to their captain Zebek. This situation naturally attracted the attention of the pirates. Ever since, their impressions of Mo Laike include, even the younger brother and the horses are so awesome and powerful, so it goes without saying that the real owner is, close black lens bracket other than. There is also, perhaps, Vice Captain Mo Laike, who hides in the dark and rarely takes action, maybe stronger than Captain Zebek. Close black lens bracket. It was precisely such thoughts one after another that involuntarily caused this group of pirates to be filled with admiration for Mo Laike. At this moment, I saw Mo Laike finally dispatched, and when he dispatched, he faced such a difficult matter as the Roger Pirates. Involuntarily, their hearts were filled with excitement and admiration. It happened to be in line with their impression of the mysterious Master Mo Laike, who kept cheering and cheering. Well, if we compare the image, that is the current image and status of Mo Laike in the eyes of these pirates. It is completely similar to the prestige it had when Buggy led a group of impelled-down pirates to escape from prison and form the Cross Guild, to become the 4 Emperors. Is that monster in the dark out again? The powerful characters on the island are also paying more attention to Mo Laike's movements. When he went out before, he brought back monsters like Kaido. I wonder who he will bring back this time. I'm more curious about what kind of collision and consequences he will have if he comes into contact with the Roger Pirates. 2 years ago he was terrifyingly strong. Now 2 years have passed and I feel like I don't even dare to look into his eyes anymore. Advertisement. Monsters are monsters after all, and they will only become stronger and more terrifying. Well, compared to those, I actually want to ask, where did the magic carpet he is sitting on come from? I also want such a good thing that can carry people into the sky. Whitebeard. That B*****************. D. He runs to Mo Laique's room all day long. He probably got a lot of good stuff, right? I happened to see that guy before. He was drunk and walked out of Vice Captain Mo Laique's room. He also held a lot of wine in his arms that I had never seen before. Not much else to say. That B************************* D at least got some drinks from Vice Captain Mo Laike. I really want to try it. What kind of wine does it taste like? Suck it. Amid the sighing or envious gazes of the powerful pirates, Mo Laike drove the magic carpet and disappeared into the sky with his little brother Kaido, and disappeared from everyone's sight. Only the undetectable laughter came from inside the huge skull. Teach the Roger pirates an unforgettable lesson. I think, with your strength, you can definitely do it. The aura you have now is even stronger than that of Marine Admiral. Even I feel afraid. Ahahaha. The laughter was looming, floating across the sky without anyone noticing. Laike didn't use Rock's pirates' intelligence information. As long as Captain Jack's compass was in hand, he could easily find the person he was looking for. Advertisement for this reason, following the guidance of the compass, Laike easily passed through the calm belt on the side, crossed the 4 seas, and then the upside-down mountain, bypassed the red line and came to the first half of the Grand Line. This guy named Roger, he can really run. Even though Kaido was physically strong, after wandering around for so long, his eyes twitched. What's he doing when he's not staying well in the New World, running all over the world, and then running to the first half of the Grand Line? If they can run so well, it's no wonder Marine Admiral can't catch them. He was full of the desire to complain. Along the way, they experienced a lot of harsh weather conditions and climate. Moreover, they also visited some places such as Spring Island and Winter Island. Because of this, Kaido is full of resentment towards the guy named Roger whom he has never met before. So, it is normal for such a group of pirates who like adventure more than fighting to have no interest in joining forces with the Rock's pirate. Laike didn't have any other opinions on Roger and others running around. Instead, he seemed to have expected it. After all, Roger himself was not a quiet guy. After following the instructions of the record pointer and arriving at Shuishen Star Island, he discovered that this was not the final destination. After realizing that he was terminally ill, Roger returned to the Twin Points lighthouse in Upside Down Mountain without stopping and invited Crocus as the ship's doctor. Then he took Crocus with him to fight the Whitebeard pirates in the New World, and borrowed Kazuki Oden. Then, together with Kazuki Oden, we returned to East Blue to meet the Takira Wolf in the Land of Bridges, and then entered the Grand Line again, starting from the Demon Valley Town, Sky Island, and the 7 water capitals again. It can be said that Roger is not a calm guy, and he perfectly explains what life is about tossing. 055 Another familiar island. Even if I am terminally ill, I still have to travel all over the world. Therefore, it is normal that he is currently in the first half of the Grand Line. Whoosh. Fortunately, there was a magic carpet carrying the two of them, moving fast and wantonly in the high altitude, and with the target direction in mind, they were getting closer and closer to the Roger pirates. Soon, a few days later, the huge ship with a bow that looked like a sea goddess came into the eyes of Laike and Kaido. Found it. Looking at the huge ship and the flag with a curly beard and skull flying on it with an optimistic smile. Kaido also shouted excitedly, finally catching this guy running around. Is this the Oro Jackson? Laike was also looking at the appearance of this ship. This was the Roger pirate's vehicle. The Oro Jackson was built by Tom, the world's best shipbuilder, using the precious tree, Adam. It can be said that as long as you see the ship and the flag, you can recognize that this is the Roger pirates group that is currently gaining momentum on the sea. At this time, their ship was anchored on the shore of an island, except for a few people who stayed to guard the ship. Most of the troops should have gone to the island, either to take risks or go shopping. And the island they are currently landing on. It seems like another familiar island. Listening to the roar of artillery fire on the island, and watching the intertwined fiery red luster dyeing half of the sky red, Laike just smiled softly. He didn't seem to care about such a scene at all, and instead directed the magic carpet under him to take them flying to the island where the war continued. Advertisement. Kraikana Island is a remote and dark island located on the Grand Line. There are no foreign ships or troops approaching here during leisure time, and it is rarely visited by marines and pirates. Therefore, thanks to such an environment, this island is often ruled by the kingdom of Sisgail, a single kingdom, without interference from the outside world. Logically speaking, as long as a country without external interference continues to develop normally and step by step, the country will grow stronger and the people will live and work in peace and contentment and live a good life. But unfortunately, this is often the case. The centralized rule of a single regime can easily breed corruption and dictatorship. Unfortunately, the recent kings of Gael Kingdom in Sis are the kind of bastards who only care about themselves and enjoy themselves. Especially the kings of this generation are the scum among the scum in power. This also made the people more and more unbearable. In the end, they could no longer bear it and no longer needed to bear it. They directly started a revolution and established a rebel army, aiming to overthrow the rule of the Gael royal family in Sis. In this regard, the scumbag king and the ruler naturally would not sit still and wait for death, and immediately sent an army to encircle and suppress them. As a result, the armies of both sides fought fiercely on this island, with guns and bullets raining and artillery fire roaring. It was under this situation that the Roger pirates came here and landed by boat. Everyone, please be careful and don't get hurt by the cannonballs falling from the sky or stray bullets flying out of the woods. In the jungle, Copper Jabba, the right-hand man of Roger's pirate group, pushed the small round glasses on his face with one hand while reminding his companions who were transporting supplies behind him. Really, I finally thought that I had found an inhabited island and could supply supplies. Who would have thought that it would be like this? Advertisement. Who said otherwise? When I saw the smoke on the island, I thought they were living and cooking, but I didn't expect. The smell of human smoke is really not that strong. It would be such an injustice if you were injured in a place like this. A group of crew members from the Roger pirates couldn't help but complain and complain. Originally, the storage on the ship was not enough, so I felt that I had encountered an island with the smell of fireworks, and I happily thought about coming to replenish it. What I didn't expect was that the fireworks were really extraordinary. Ha 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 ha, it's better to say that we came at the right time and happened to encounter such a war. At the front, their captain Gall D. Roger was laughing, with no trace of speechlessness or complaint on his face, facing everything with an optimistic spirit. By the way, when you go, be careful where you step. While Roger smiled, he did not forget to remind him. The soldiers here are very cunning. They often bury homemade soil bombs in the ground, and they will explode as soon as someone steps on them. He kindly gave a warning. Rayleigh accidentally stepped on one before and was blown away. You should also be careful. The crew of Roger pirates. Captain, what you said is simply putting more pressure on us. The group of people had no choice but to continue groping forward cautiously. Soon, before they could take a few steps forward, they saw bursts of commotion in the woods ahead. Is it the army on the island? A group of people immediately stood up, prepared to be treated as intruders and be attacked suddenly. They stared closely at the dense forest, and then several rather strong figures emerged from it. These guys are baboons. 056 Human Imitator. A group of people from the Roger pirates looked at the huge monkey-like baboons, a little stunned, but at the same time they immediately took precautions. These baboons have black hair all over their bodies, extremely sharp fangs, and terrifying cheeks that resemble Indian ornaments. At first glance, they are not easy to get along with. They can't let the supplies they collected with great difficulty be snatched away by a group of baboons. This is a group of baboons called human imitators, which can imitate or learn any human behavior. Spencer, a handsome and knowledgeable man with a ponytail, came forward, looked at the baboons in front of him, and then explained their origins to his companions. They have a strong ability to imitate. If they grow up around polite people, they will become polite. On the contrary, if they grow up around violent people, they will become very violent and even learn how to use weapons. Quote. Everyone took a closer look at the group of baboons, and sure enough they found armor, swords, guns, some artillery and other weapons on their bodies that soldiers on the battlefield would wear. So, did this group of human imitators baboons learn from the soldiers in the war around them and become so ferocious? But why? Mr. Momola, a very thin member wearing a tall hat, looked at this group of trembling baboons and asked with some confusion. I didn't feel any ferocious aura from them. Instead, I felt that they. He looked carefully at the eyes of the baboons, which were full of fear, and their whole bodies were trembling. Why are you so timid and scared? Not only him, but others also discovered something unusual about this group of baboons. Could it be that there was a war here before, and the flames of war that landed were affected, and were you scared? Copper Jabba couldn't help but guess. No, for this group of human imitators, their bodies and wills are stronger than humans. This level of war cannot scare them at all. Advertisement. Spencer shook his head and whispered, and if it makes them all feel scared and frightened, then they have seen a guy who was countless times more terrifying than them. Gall D. Roger suddenly spoke up and said what Spencer had not finished. Then his eyes looked a little deeper, looking into the jungle behind the group of human imitators baboons. Then he grinned, and with the curly nose hair and beard trembling, he strode towards the jungle without fear. Seeing Roger's actions, everyone in his companions almost realized something. Crack. Copper Jabba lit a cigarette for himself, the smoke lingering on his little black sunglasses. Do you feel it, Rayleigh? As he said this, his hands covered the double axes at his waist, and his tone was very calm. Ah, there's a pretty powerful guy in front of us. Light laughter also sounded behind Jabba, and Rayleigh, who was blown away by a bomb in Roger's mouth, walked closer with a square silver winebox in one hand. The other hand also grasped the hilt of the sword early. At this moment, the two of them entered a fighting state simultaneously. Needless to say, the crew members of the Roger pirates behind them all took out their own food and were always prepared. Then a group of people followed Roger's footsteps ahead and walked into the jungle together. During this period, they also passed through the group of human imitators baboons, but the latter did nothing to them at all. Advertisement. Just there, their bodies were trembling, and they hugged each other and stepped aside, as if they were scared out of their wits. If you can make the human imitator baboon look like this, then the guys in the jungle. The vigilance of everyone in the Roger pirates were raised to the highest level. Only their captain, Gall D. Roger, still had that optimistic smile on his face, and he strode into the jungle. Hoo hoo hoo. A strong wind that was not very gentle blew by, filling the air with the pervasive smell of gunpowder smoke. After entering the jungle, what everyone saw was a huge place that suddenly opened up. A circle of trees surrounded it, guarding the huge circular open space. Spencer's eyelids twitched suddenly. With his erudition and knowledge of geography and natural environment, he knew that such a circular open space was impossible to appear in such a dense forest, and it was still so big. Area. There is only one possibility for such a topography to appear. That is caused by man. And looking at the dewy branches and grass around it, you know that this is definitely a masterpiece that was just completed. Being able to create such a large circular open space in such a short period of time. Involuntarily, he looked forward. I saw two figures sitting there in the center of the venue. Not only him, but the eyes of all the Roger pirates were also attracted by those two figures. 057 He is Laike. A young and handsome man was sitting on the large chair made of wooden pillars, his eyes lightly closed as if he was taking a rest. In front of him, like a guard, sat cross-legged on the ground a tall and strong man with an extremely strong body. He has angular and swollen muscles, two strange horns on the top of his head, and a huge mace with a sharp and cold light on his shoulder. One hand is holding a small bottle that looks like a liquid, and is constantly pouring it into the mouth. Red, two colliding cows. Some old drunkards who prefer drinks noticed the logo on the bottle in the hand of this horned man. This was the first time they saw a drink with this kind of logo. Of course, this kind of care is very short-lived. What really caught their attention was around the two of them. The human imitator, baboons lying neatly on the ground. Many of them are extremely large and tall, and you can tell at a glance that they are the kings of baboons. And even that king of baboons had his armor smashed and tattered weapons all over the ground. The whole baboon was covered in blood and scars, lying on the ground with his mouth wide open and his eyes rolled. Even everyone in the Roger pirates could clearly see the broken teeth in the corners of his mouth. Apparently, the king of baboons had been severely beaten before they came. There is no doubt that the violent guys are the two people in front of them. It's no wonder that the group of human imitator baboons outside were so frightened into that kind of behavior. Even their boss was beaten like this, which must have been a big shock to them. I didn't expect that someone would build such a big stage for me just to wait for me. Roger was still smiling, not feeling at all the increasingly subtle and serious atmosphere among everyone present. Advertisement. And after he said these words, the strong man with the mace and horns on the opposite side also drank a whole bottle of water, and then he seemed to be very unhappy and threw the big can behind him. Does it taste bad? Roger's eyes followed the angle at which the can was thrown, and he felt a little regretful. I originally wanted to try it to see what kind of good wine it was. This is not wine. On the opposite side, the strong man with the mace and horns made a low tone. Isn't it wine? There's no need to drink it. Roger nodded matter-of-factly, not minding where the other person came from at all, and started chatting here. After he finished speaking, he seemed to realize something. He looked at the two people in front of him, pinched his nose hair and beard with one hand, and smiled very cheerfully. Looking at the posture of the two of you, it seems that you came here specially to wait for me. And the target is very clear, as if he knows that I am on this island and will pass by here. Then you should know who I am, and you came here especially for me. That being the case, the corners of Roger's mouth raised, and his eyes suddenly became clear and bright, full of high spirits. Can I ask, who are you two and where are you from? And just when Roger finished speaking, he is Laike. Suddenly, an exclamation sounded from behind. Advertisement. Spencer, who had memorized all the pirate bounty orders on the sea, shouted there. Before, he had always felt that the young man sitting there pretending to be asleep looked familiar, but now he finally remembered and matched up with the person in his mind. He is the Lord of the Night, Rox D. Laike. Spencer said with great certainty, Rox D. Zebek's younger brother, the second in command of Rox Pirate, and the vice captain. Although there has been no follow-up action on him in the past 2 years since he was wanted, Spencer has not forgotten this extremely important person on the Rox Pirate ship. Lord of the Night, Laike, the second in command of Rox Pirate. Zebek's B********* D brother. When Spencer called out Laike's true identity, the entire Roger pirates were in an uproar. They never expected that on such a war-torn island, they would meet the heavyweights of the Rox pirate who were flourishing on the sea. And it is still the most important thing. Regardless of identity, background, or status, if you say it, it will shake the sea. And such a big shot with such a big background actually appeared in front of them at this time, and it seemed as if he had come here specially to wait for them. There is naturally a reason for being so valued and treated by the other party. As the crew members of the Roger pirates, they couldn't help but naturally think of what happened before. So, is this guy here just for the matter that Rox sent us the letter before? Sure enough, I knew they would come to my door sooner or later. After all, we tore up people's letters. According to normal people's thinking, we will definitely come to ask for guilt, right? 058 confession? Let us give you an explanation? But if I had to do it again, I would do it too. That's right, you dare to laugh at our companions. Just tearing the letter into pieces makes me think that the guy who delivered the letter is being advantaged. If Vice Captain Rayleigh hadn't stopped him at that time, I would have even wanted to crack his head open to see if it was filled with water. After you have clearly identified the origin and identity of the other party, and know that the other party is more likely to cause trouble. The Roger pirates also immediately set up their formation, and their words were not so polite. It turns out he's from Rox Pirate, and he has such a relationship with that guy Zebek. Roger, on the other hand, acted the calmest. He rubbed his chin with his index finger and thumb, and grinned. No wonder I feel a familiar aura on him. So this guy is here for revenge, right? Behind Roger, Copper Jabba took out a pair of axes, and Rayleigh held the sword with one hand, gathering momentum, and both of them were ready to attack. Obviously, facing the well-established guy from the Rox ship, their reaction would not be so dull. Boom. Seeing that the entire Roger pirates had such a formation and attitude, Kaido on the opposite side directly and mercilessly knocked the Hasaijia in his hand on the ground. There was also a smile full of fanaticism and bloodthirsty fighting spirit on his face. Following Kaido's movements, Laike behind him also raised his eyelids slightly, as if he had just woken up from his sleep. When he opened his eyes, he took in all the appearances of the group of people he had sensed earlier. Advertisement. Gold D. Roger. Laike's eyes immediately fell on the bearded man wearing a red captain's robe and a green shirt underneath. Well, those beards on his mouth are not real beards, but the nose hairs protruding from the nostrils. There is also the famous sword, Ace, one of the 12 supreme sharp knives worn on his waist, which is also the name of his future son. This is Roger, who has not yet become the Pirate King. Although he has not completed that feat in great deeds, his strength is already at the top of the sea today. Otherwise, he would not be able to escape from Marine Admiral's hands. And Pluton, Rayleigh in his youth, and Copper. Jabba. Laike then looked at Roger's right-hand man, represented by Gold, Rayleigh, represented by Silver, and Jabba, represented by Bronze. The two are in their prime. Although their strength is not as strong as Roger's and they have not yet reached the level of the top of the sea, they have become the supporting force of a powerful pirate group. In addition to these three people who deserve the most attention, Laike also has a panoramic view of the other angry members of the Roger Pirates. The largest member of the Roger Pirates, the bald Seacle, the tallest fish man combatant second only to Seacle and holding a harpoon, Sunbel. Taro, who often has his name, Taro, written on his clothes, and Doringo, who is slightly shorter and has a black wing-like decoration on his back when fighting. Spencer has a spiky hairstyle, a boxer with spiked gloves, long eyes, and a ponytail, and is handsome. There are also a series of other crew members with distinctive images, but their traces and reputation have basically disappeared in later generations. The strength of these crew members seems to be mixed. It is obvious that there are combat-oriented members and technical talents. Roger, like Luffy, also chooses his favorite and compatible people to board the ship. Advertisement. In terms of quantity, it is much more than Luffy's Straw Hat Pirates. Counting Kazuki Oden, who joined later, and trainee pirates, Clown, Buggy, Red-Haired, Shanks, etc., there are a total of 30 people. Laike only glanced at these people, and finally stopped at their captain, Gold D. Roger. Roger Pirates, it seems I did not make a mistake. Laike said calmly, then sat upright slightly. I have never been a person who likes nonsense. Since you have such a big reaction to my arrival, you should already know the reason why I am here. His fingers gently tapped the armrest of the seat. If you do something like that, you can't just pretend it never happened. So, what kind of explanation do you, the Roger Pirates, want to give me? Explain. Let us give you an explanation. When they didn't hear these words, the members of the Roger Pirates were fine. But when they heard the other party coming up to accuse them so arrogantly, they immediately said angrily. If the envoys you sent here hadn't been so rude, we wouldn't have done such a thing. That's right. That D********** D messenger openly laughed at our companions. If we don't tear his mouth apart, it's enough to give you Rock's pirate face, and you still want us to give an explanation. When will you bring that D******* D messenger here again and let us repair it properly? We will explain to you again. Before Gall D. Roger and his three right-hand men could say anything, the crew members stared at them angrily. 2YBO59, what a terrifying monster. A group of dozens of people were chirping and shouting there, which was really noisy to the ears. It's so noisy. Kaido couldn't bear it at first. He buttoned his ears, and then with a look of impatientness, he pulled out the Hisai mace and swung it forward. Copper Jabba frowned suddenly as he looked at this scene, and then he stepped forward, and his whole body flew out instantly like an arrow from a string. At the same time, the two axes also pulled out a crescent arc in midair and slashed hard from top to bottom facing Kaido's mace. And while chopping, the two axes were instantly covered with extremely dark armament Haki. Dang. The collision of the double axe and the mace, and the sound of metal clanking, instantly suppressed all the volume. The calmness on Copper Jabba's face was gone, and his expression immediately turned a bit ugly. What a power. He could feel that on this huge mace, a terrifying strange power poured out from his pair of axes, and was transmitted to his hands, allowing him to feel the terrifying weight. At the same time, go back to me. Kaido showed his white front teeth and roared with all his strength. Boom. Advertisement. That powerful strange power directly overwhelmed all Copper Jabba's parries and defenses, and sent his double axes, along with his body, flying behind him. With a posture like playing baseball, Kaido did not regard the opponent's strength and Haki as an insurmountable problem at all. What kind of terrible strange power and Haki is this? Copper Jabba, who was knocked out, could clearly see that the mace in his opponent's hand was also wrapped with an armament Haki that was not inferior to him, and even stronger. This also made his eyes under his small black round glasses reveal an expression of disbelief. Armament Haki of this level has obviously reached the level of external release and internal destruction. That is, the extremely advanced realm among armament Haki. And does this young man with big horns actually master the power of this realm? He could tell that the strong man opposite looked tall, but he was definitely not that old. Do you have such strength at such a young age? No wonder you would follow the Rock's Pirates vice captain, acting as a follower and thug. Rock's Pirate, when did they get another monster like this? Mr. Jabba. The expressions of the members of the Roger Pirates changed. They looked at Copper Jabba flying upside down and wanted to step forward to catch him. But before they could take action, Pluton, Rayleigh, who had been prepared for a long time, stepped forward and supported Copper Jabba's body. But at the same time, his eyes suddenly condensed, and the figures of the two people did not stop there. Instead, they slid back a certain distance at the same time. Even if Rayleigh took action, he still couldn't stop the powerful inertia brought by this strange force in time. Oh, such a terrifying power? Advertisement Gold D. Roger was stroking his nose hair and beard, looking at this scene with great interest. Then, he turned his attention to Kaido, who did all this. You are young, but you have such strength. Even on the sea, you can draw your own boundaries and make your own name. At this moment, he seemed to be possessed by Kizaru, and sighed. It's really a terrifying monster. Kaido himself is the future 4 emperors, and his talent is also top-notch. Needless to say, there is no need to say more. His original development trajectory was to sail on his own within 2 years. After arriving at Hachinosu, the notorious pirate island, he also defeated many pirates. This attracted Rock's attention and interest, and he joined the Rock's pirate and became a powerful pirate. But now, since he followed Mo Lake, he has not developed randomly in the past 2 years. On the contrary, he has conducted a series of strict exercises under the training guidelines given by Mo Lake. His strength is much stronger than at his original age. Being able to knock Copper and Jabba away with one blow is a matter of course. Damn it, you guy. Seeing their respected Mr. Jabba being knocked away, the anger of the Roger pirates was once again ignited. Meyer Payne, who was wearing a Viking horned helmet, waved his meteor hammer and wanted to step forward and hit the horned kid hard on the face. With a big black beard and moon-shaped tattoos on the left side of his neck and left arm, the very burly Max shook his fist, trying to step forward and break the bridge of the opponent's nose. Others also picked up muskets, and those who raised spears, all wanted to seek justice for Copper Jabba. And at this moment, stop it all. Before anyone could take a step forward, the stern voice echoed in everyone's ears, causing them to freeze. 060, God avoids, Vice Captain Rayleigh, I told you, stop it. Silver Rayleigh, who had always been calm and peaceful, was rarely serious at this time. Yes, everyone could only reluctantly suppress the anger and restlessness in their hearts, and stood aside in frustration. But Rayleigh did not care about the opinions of his companions. He pushed up his glasses and his eyes were extremely solemn, locked on the body of Vice Captain Rox behind the strong man with the horns and mace. If Murray Pine and the others had come forward just now, that man would definitely take action. Although Rayleigh has not awakened the future prediction in observation Haki, the experience brought by countless storms and waves on the sea, as well as the warning of danger, tell him all the time. Once our companions on our side take action just now, the outcome will definitely not be pretty. Although that man looks very casual, if he wants to take action, he will definitely use thunderous force to give them a heavy blow before they can react at all. He definitely has the strength to do this. Not letting his companions take action is exactly what Rayleigh does to protect his companions. Sure enough, it's Rock's pirate after all, and the crew's arrogance is exactly the same. Roger's action of pinching the curly hair on his nose was also a pause, it was just a matter of disagreement. He spoke slowly, the smile on his face not diminishing, but his eyes gradually became deeper. Tisk. The supreme sharp sword, ace, on his waist was also pulled out instantly. Since his crew members were passively beaten, as the captain, he had to express his feelings. In particular, the other party came here specifically to investigate. Advertisement: if such a situation cannot continue, the Roger pirates should stop wandering on the sea, disband as soon as possible, and go home to take care of their children. I don't care what kind of conflicts you had with the coming messengers before. Who is right and who is wrong between the two parties? Mo Lake was still sitting there leisurely, looking down at the Roger pirates, and said calmly. But since you tore up our letters, you must give us an explanation. Even if that messenger did some a-hole stuff, no matter what he did, it was our Rock's pirate business. We can teach you a lesson at will, but as outsiders. His fingers lightly tapped the table and chairs again, not qualified yet. The calm words echoed throughout the venue, causing both Rayleigh and Copper Jabba, who had calmed down, to raise their eyebrows at the same time. Such words are really enough. You are really domineering. Gold D. Roger grinned. I am extremely convinced now that you, this B******************* D, is the biological brother of that B************ D Zebek. The tyranny of you two brothers is simply carved from the same mold. It's just that his domineering nature is so exposed that people can feel it just by seeing it. As for you, you are restrained and have restrained all your arrogance, turning it into this proud body. Every move and word you speak makes me feel that you are even more domineering than your brother. It's true that today's young people are more amazing than the last. As soon as he finished speaking, his powerful slash, which had already been entangled with Conqueror's Haki, swung down in this direction. God avoids. Boom. Advertisement: the endless Conqueror's constant catharsis is like the arrival of the Overlord and the avoidance of the gods. The unrivaled Overlord aura is fully displayed, and the extremely powerful edge that all gods need to avoid. No matter what kind of strange power he has, only Haki can surpass them all. Roger used his attack, Divine Avoidance, to once again prove this ironclad fact. So strong. Facing this striking technique head-on, and feeling the infinite edge of the unparalleled top-level conquerors above, Kaido was first shocked, and then felt endless joy and excitement. This is right, this is the opponent I want. He shouted with great joy, roared, and raised the mace in his hand again. He really likes to challenge the strong. At this moment, he felt that the blood in his body was boiling. Even though he knew that he might not be able to take this powerful blow, Kaido still chose to deal with it without hesitation. Boom! Endless black and red electric arcs flashed, and the top Haki of the sea interacted with the slashes. The heavy slashes hit Kaido's raised mace. An extremely strong explosion sounded instantly on the field, and then, whoosh! A scene of a figure flying backwards quickly appeared in front of everyone. Under everyone's surprised gazes, Kaido's huge figure shot into the air. There were many wounds all over his body, and blood was still spitting out from his mouth and nose. But if you look carefully, you will find. A heartfelt smile also appeared at the corner of Kaido's mouth. 061 I wonder if you have any relevant awareness. They were all knocked out and seriously injured, yet he's still laughing. Everyone in Roger's pirate group was stunned when they saw this, and it was a little hard to understand. Only Roger, the captain, and Rayleigh, the deputy captain, could see something. This kid. Roger's red eyes flashed and he glanced at Kaido, who flew backwards and landed on the ground. So, does he also have that kind of qualification? He couldn't help but think of something fun, and showed that interesting smile again. So, there are really more and more powerful and scary imps in this sea. This is so interesting. Give this sea that has long been like a pool of stagnant water, give this world that is so boring that it is almost rotten, bring such a touch of excitement. Ha 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 ha. He smiled happily there, and Rayleigh also pushed up the glasses on his face, looking at Kaido who seemed to have some kind of power brewing and awakening around him. His eyes became somewhat condensed unconsciously. It turns out he is also a kid with Conqueror's qualifications. No wonder you didn't stop me. He couldn't help but looked at Laike there with a complicated expression. So, is this the reason why you didn't intervene in this move? Is it just for this little guy to awaken this aptitude and power? Laike didn't pay attention to Roger's laughter, nor did he look at Rayleigh's complicated eyes. He just noticed Kaido's condition and found that he couldn't die, so it was no big deal. At the same time, looking at the Ruoyorao momentum that was gradually rising on him, he couldn't help but nod lightly. Advertisement, it seems you have finally awakened. The corners of Laike's mouth raised slightly, the power of Conqueror's Haki. As one of the future 4 emperors, Kaido undoubtedly has Conqueror's qualifications. Moreover, he is able to entangle Conquerors and practice to such a high level. He has considerable attainments, which shows that his talent in Conquerors is not generally high. Otherwise, he would not have become one of the top 4 emperors in the sea. In the past 2 years, Laike has not unilaterally targeted and tested Kaido's Conquerors. He was just constantly beating Kaido's body and body, making his physical strength stronger. At the same time, he is gradually strengthening his armament Haki and observation Haki. Thanks to Kaido's extremely powerful body and ridiculously perverted fighting talent, the progress of his armament Haki is very gratifying. At present, we have mastered the 2 top high-level applications of external release and internal destruction. Observation Haki's progress is not weak either. Only Conquerors, Laike prefers to let him accumulate. Therefore, in the past 2 years, he has been accumulating and settling in order to wait for an excellent opportunity. And this trip to the Roger Pirates happened to be a very good opportunity. This is also the reason why Laike came here with Kaido. Nothing can serve as the key to opening the Conqueror's door more than the Conqueror's ultimate move performed by the future Pirate King. After facing this blow head-on, Laike discovered that Kaido's door to Conqueror's Haki was opened. I successfully awakened Conqueror's Haki. Advertisement. Laike looked at Kaido, who still had a smile on his face, and couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Just savor and feel this power. When you go back, there will be more training waiting for you. After that, he withdrew his gaze from Kaido, turned to face Roger, who was still laughing, and slowly got up from his seat and stood up. Cheered up our letters, drove away our messenger, brought shame on our pirate group, and now we beat our pirate group. Laike walked forward step by step. I have done this series of things that are difficult to correct. I wonder if you have the relevant awareness. Those calm words were filled with unimaginable calm, and the shocking waves hidden under the calm. If you want to provoke us, then you must be prepared to be completely devoured by our rocks pirate. In the eyes of the Roger Pirates members, this man walked towards him with a domineering pace, displaying his unruly demeanor and completely overwhelming them in terms of momentum. What is this huge pressure? Before the fight even started, the invisible huge pressure enveloped the entire venue and everyone's heart. Some members of the Roger Pirates were already sweating profusely. The huge pressure in their hearts was so oppressive that they could hardly breathe, and even their breathing began to become disordered. Have you already given us such a strong sense of oppression before we even took action? The solemn expressions on the faces of Rayleigh and Copper Jabba at this time were also beyond the past. Even when first faced that Marine Admiral, I never felt like this. The enemy they faced this time was unprecedentedly powerful, even surpassing any opponent they had seen before. 062 Kamui Dawn. And the strong man who made them so prepared, as if facing a formidable enemy, was just a young-looking man. With their own efforts, they almost had the idea of reaching the life and death level of the pirate group. Even the Marine Admiral and Rider, who is walking alone, don't have this kind of edge and pressure. The smile on the corner of Roger's mouth finally subsided a little, and his eyes were full of solemnity. Let me see what kind of strength you have. The thought in Roger's mind had just emerged, and then the man in front of him who impressed him so deeply suddenly disappeared. Whoosh! Where did he go? Everyone in the Roger pirates immediately held their breath nervously and began to search subconsciously. However, the extremely powerful Roger, Rayleigh, and Copper Jabba reacted quickly. They raised their heads almost at the same time and looked at the sky. He's up there. When Rayleigh said this reminder, her tone was unprecedentedly serious. The figure of the man who was accumulating power was reflected in his reflective lenses. All the Roger pirates raised their heads and saw the majestic figure on the horizon. There was obviously only one person, but it seemed to cover the entire sky, shrouding them all in shadow. Feel it first. The black and red thunder exploded, shaking the sky, and together with the calm voice, it resounded in everyone's heart like morning bells and evening drums. Rage from Rock's pirate. At this moment, the extremely powerful Overlord momentum exploded into the sky. Advertisement. On Laike's right fist, endless power bloomed. It combines the Qigong techniques from the 7 Dragon Ball world, the top conquerors winding from the One Piece world, and the insights I gained from the boxing skills from a guy who loves to eat senbei. At this moment, the stunts of the 3 major forces were all integrated into Laike. At this moment, with boundless power and power, he poured out the strongest blow towards the Roger pirates. Kamui Dawn. Boom. The Overlord breaks the dawn with one strike and shatters the stars of the galaxy. The future pirate king Gall D. Roger finally changed his expression this time. Back up quickly. He kept shouting at his companions to evacuate or hide, and the smile on his face completely disappeared. At the same time, there was indescribable astonishment and shock in his eyes. This was a powerful blow that even he was not sure he could take. When Roger said all this, Rayleigh and Copper Jabba had already made some moves, leading the pirate group to retreat continuously. But obviously, it was too late. That stunt, which contained absolute power, landed straight down under this blow and was released on the island. Wow! Endless gravel broke and flew, and countless trees broke and surged. However, both the gravel and the trees flew up at the moment. They were all crushed into powder by the power that bloomed. A huge wave of power arose from the position below, and with it as the center, it swept towards all directions with extremely violent force. Advertisement on Kragan Island. The fighting troops and rebels from the Sisgile Kingdom couldn't help but raise their heads when they saw this scene. Then, they saw a scene that they would never forget. In the sky above that land, the white light of extreme daylight filled everyone's field of vision, driving away the extremely dark and gloomy environment around the entire island. At the same time, the endless white light was mixed with black and red beating thunder that was so terrifying that it made people's hearts palpitate. Such extreme whiteness is mixed with extremely eye-catching and indelible black and red. It also seems to indicate that where there is light, there will always be darkness, and it is impossible for one party to exist alone. The soldiers on the island were stunned by this sudden sight. Their eyes were dull, staring at this picture blankly, and then, bang! All the weapons in their hands fell to the ground, and then one after another, they suddenly knelt on the ground. Those who muttered words seemed to be praying to gods. But before their behavior lasted long, an endless wave set off from the extremely white place. Before they had any time to react, it came to their full height in an instant and completely submerged them. Gah! They only saw the rolling air waves coming towards them, and they were completely unable to take any measures before they were covered by this momentum. Then his head seemed to have been hit hard, and he fell to the ground like foaming at the mouth. Bang! One after another, the figures of soldiers and residents swayed and fell to the ground. That wave of air spread to the entire island without any hindrance, and then spread to the sea outside before slowly stopping. Finally, the extremely white sky gradually faded away, allowing the dark night sky to illuminate, and then return to the dark environment again. Even if the light shines for too long, it will eventually return the world to darkness. 063 I give up. At this time, the place was shrouded in the whitest light of day. The circular square, which was originally surrounded by large woods and grass, was now completely deserted. There was no gravel, no broken trees, not even dust left. There is almost no breath or trace of any living thing still existing. It was as if everything was wiped out under this blow. Of course, except for some creatures that are particularly tenacious and can survive in any harsh environment and dangerous terrain. For example, human beings. Cough cough cough. A continuous harsh cough sounded, and a rather embarrassed figure emerged from the sand on the side. The red captain's uniform, which was originally relatively bright, was now wrinkled. Some of the corners were turned into charred holes, telling the owner's embarrassment. There was gurgling blood flowing out of the corners of his mouth, eyes, nostrils, ears, and 7 orifices. But the figure didn't care about it at all. Hey, isn't it too exaggerated? As soon as he appeared, after coughing and stabilizing his breathing, he started yelling completely. Gold D. Roger looked gray and dusty, with some black dust on his face. But none of this could stop his shocked eyes at this moment, and the snot that was about to flow out of his nostrils and almost flow into his mouth. Such an exaggerated conquerors is a foul play, isn't it? Advertisement. In all the years I have been at sea, no matter whether it is a pirate or a marine, I have never seen such a powerful conquerors, let alone entangle them and use them as a means of attack. Roger wiped his nose and smacked his mouth, his words full of surprise. And why'd I feel that besides Haki, there are other powers? He was very energetic, chattering endlessly, and countless doubts and surprises filled his mind. It seems that you are also very energetic. At this time, a calm tone of voice came from above Roger. Only then did Roger realize that he and others seemed not to be out of the dangerous situation yet. He immediately raised his head, just in time to make eye contact with Laike, who was gradually landing in front of him. The atmosphere fell into a slight subtlety for a moment. Oh, what a coincidence. Galdi Roger scratched his head, then raised an arm towards Laike, raised his palm and said hello seriously, long time no see. God, it's been so long since we last met. We've just met each other, this greeting is really very blunt. Laike didn't continue to speak, but still looked at Roger quietly, watching how this pirate king, who had a similar personality to Luffy, would do his next trick. Okay, I get it. As if he could see the way Laike was looking at him leisurely, as if he was watching a monkey playing, Roger also raised his hands very simply. You win. Is it so straightforward? Given Laike's knowledge of Roger, when he heard him say this, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Advertisement. Besides admitting defeat, do I have any other choice? Roger also smashed the can and sat down on the ground as if he had opened it. Just based on the punch you just punched, I know that no one else in my pirate group will be your opponent. Well, that doesn't include me. When Roger said this, he couldn't help but add, well, he also has an extremely strong desire to win or lose in battles. But this is also a fact. He took a heavy blow from Laike in the head, and he still managed to show his head, and he was full of energy to argue with Laike here. It shows that Roger's strength and foundation are also quite good. Of course, the most important thing is, you didn't use all your strength at all, did you? Roger glanced at Laike's fist, and the curly hair on his nose trembled. How do you know? Laike didn't deny it, he just asked calmly. Hey, I've been sailing on this sea for so many years, and I still have some eyesight. Roger rolled his eyes and said angrily, don't underestimate people. He wiped away the blood that had stopped flowing but was still flowing on his face, and gave himself a big painted face. And I can feel that although my companions suffered some injuries, they are not serious. If you are really serious about us, you will definitely have murderous intentions. Even if you can't kill us all with that blow just now, at least a few people will die. Having said this, he sighed again and looked at Laike with complicated eyes. If you put it this way, I would like to thank you for staying with my former companions. Obviously they were the ones who were attacked and beaten by the victim, but in the end they were thanking the perpetrator. I can only say that this kind of thinking mode is very Roger and very unpredictable. 06 for the royal way. I have to have a good drink or two with you. Don't look at me like that, because I know that if it's Rox D. Zebek, he won't be so easy. Sensing the meaning in Laike's eyes, Roger coughed lightly and then turned around. He glanced at Rayleigh and Kaburjaba, who crawled out of the dust one after another. Both of them staggered and checked the injuries on their bodies. If that D. Zebek had come to the scene in person and could have carried out an attack like that just now, he would have killed everyone he could with one punch. That guy will not let anyone disobey him exist in this world. But, he looked at Laike again and showed him a pair of blood-stained front teeth that were white but red. That guy can't attack to your level. Laike couldn't tell for a moment whether Roger was mocking Zebek or praising himself. Or is it simply to tell everything you know, or to sow discord? This is why I see something completely different in you from that guy in Zebek. As the partners were fished out of the ground one by Rayleigh and Jabba, and after the treatment began, Roger also started chatting. That guy Zebek is completely unreasonable and overbearing. He does not allow people or things that disobey him to exist. I've long been unhappy with his bossy look. He always looks condescending, as if he is the boss, Hai is the second boss, and he is the third boss. If there wasn't a way to stabilize him, I would have punched him long ago, breaking the bridge of his nose. Blood was pouring out of his nose, turning his face into a tabby cat. Advertisement. As he talked, he gradually became excited, and when it came to the key point, he couldn't help but dance and became happy there. Obviously I am just like a tabby cat now, but I am still laughing at others. And you are different from him. Roger pointed at Laike again. I also feel that kind of madness, that kind of arrogance, and that kind of domineeringness in you. But your domineering style is more inclined to the royal way that makes people worship and admire you. My judgment at the beginning was a bit wrong. Maybe it was my preconceptions about that guy Zebek, which made me think that everyone in Rox is like this. He crossed his arms across his chest, as if he had made some big discovery, and his eyes were shining brightly, full of excitement that only a child could have. But I didn't expect that you and that guy are really different. I'm afraid your pirate group and the pirates on Honeycomb Island have basically not noticed this, right? I even have some guesses that even that D. Zebek himself may not be able to tell the difference between you and him. Roger swore there, not to mention the world government and marine outside. Perhaps, I may be the first person to discover this situation. The two overlords of Rox actually have completely different personalities, ways of dealing with problems, and attitudes. This is really a rare discovery. Ha 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 ha. Quote. He was slapping his thighs there, laughing so hard that tears were about to flow out. Laike, is just such a discovery worth laughing like this? Laike couldn't understand what he was laughing at. However, he was also suspicious of Roger's guess. After all, there were very few people in the world who could know that he and Zebek had the same surname but different genders. Advertisement. Everyone thinks that Rock's pirate has two overlords, both of whom are extremely domineering. But Laike, in addition to being domineering, is more calm than the arrogant guy Zebek. Compared with many other great pirates, this is particularly rare. Just through this punch, Roger could tell. With such keen insight and perception, it is no wonder that he would become the first person to conquer this sea. In addition to him, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate was vaguely aware of it, so he often came to him. Iron Fist, Garp met him once, and he might have sensed it. Kaido is heartless and doesn't think too much. To be honest, with your character, if you go out and open a new branch on your own, you will definitely become a better maritime hero than that D Zebek. Roger said extremely sincerely, almost from the bottom of his heart, if that time comes, maybe we will become very good friends who can talk to each other. When that time comes, I will have to have a good drink with you. He grinned, and then saw Laike saying nothing, just looking at him. Roger, it seems I'm too talkative again, sorry. He slapped himself on the forehead and said a little sarcastically. He is also the vice captain of Rock's pirate, and he and Zebek are brothers. The bones were broken but the tendons were still attached. As a result, he exported his brother in front of his brother, and even persuaded him to break away from his brother's pirate group and form his own pirate group, etc. 065 Apology Letter. Anyone who comes to see this is clearly trying to sow discord and play games. The guy with a bad temper immediately slapped Roger on his head. Although Roger himself did think so sincerely and spoke his inner thoughts without any other bad intentions. Laike also knows this and understands that this guy is such an outspoken person. In front of Whitebeard, who values his family the most, he knelt down and begged to borrow Odin, which almost made Whitebeard think he was provoking and went berserk. He just has the character to say and do whatever comes to his mind. Therefore, after saying these words, he directly spread his hands and looked at Laike. Okay, I have surrendered, now I am the loser. Realizing that all his companions had been rescued and that there was indeed no problem, Roger also became very single. Then according to the rules among pirates, what are you going to do with us? As he spoke, he pressed his nostrils with his little finger, his expression quite casual. Quote. I have to say that his current statement does not show any signs of submission, and he still feels so unworthy of a beating. Well, the matter has come to this anyway, and for the safety of his companions, he doesn't want to continue fighting. Of course, if Laike wanted to kill everyone, or if his arrangements were particularly excessive, then it would be another story. Although he has admitted defeat, it does not mean that his side can become the fish on the chopping board and the lamb to be slaughtered. Now he just kicked the ball to Laike and saw what this man would do. If it really comes to an irreversible point, at worst, the famous ace sword in his hand will just be broken here. Laike looked at Roger's appearance and was slightly silent, and then made his request. Advertisement, I want you to write a letter of apology. Apology letter? When Roger heard this, his nose stopped for a moment and he was stunned. That's right, write an apology letter admitting your mistake, list out everything you did wrong, and then. Laike paused, looked at Roger, who looked like he could hold an egg in his mouth, and said seriously. Then post it on the World News Economic newspaper. Roger, write a letter of apology. He sniffed and sucked back the snot that flowed out of the excessive shock, leaving only the wide mouth and the whites of his eyes full of shock. I've never written this before. He looked at his hands and shook them. He has only held a knife and basically never held a pen. Do you think he looks like the kind of person who studies? I don't care about this. Laike waved his hand. This is not a problem for me to consider. Whether it's you or your crew who writes it, as long as you write the letter, submit it to the World News and Economic newspaper in your name, and publish it, I will settle this matter for you. But, Roger also knew that Laike's treatment of them was already very tolerant. He just asked them to be submissive and had no other requirements, but. I'm really not good at writing or anything like that. Advertisement. The beard and nose hair on Roger's face were twisted together, and just by looking at it, you could tell the knot in his heart. Laike didn't care at all, turned around and walked back towards Kaido. In the blow just now, he did retain his strength, and he also restrained himself a little in Kaido's direction, so that he was not greatly affected. Now that guy has almost woken up, and the conquerors on him should have almost awakened. Well, seeing Laike turn around and walk toward the back, Roger opened his mouth and closed it again. Then a look of distress appeared on his face, and he scratched his hair hard. A letter of apology. How should I write something like this? And just when Roger was worrying about how to write an apology letter. On the other side, the center of the Grand Line, Naval Headquarters Marineford. Report. A strong Haki broke out in the Siskeil Kingdom on Kragon Island, and it is suspected that there are top strong men fighting. Report. According to the information from the General Staff and Intelligence Department, members of the Roger Pirates voyage happened to be in the waters near Kragon Island, and they are suspected of having landed. Report. According to the information from the undercover agents of Hashinosu on Beehive Island, the Rock's pirate vice captain, Lord of the Night Laike, has traveled some time ago, and his target is the Roger Pirates. Quote. A series of news and intelligence were all gathered on Marshal Marine's desk. And based on the unanimous inference of all the staff members of the staff, the current battle on Cricon Island is very likely to be the Lord of the Night, Laike, fighting against the Roger pirates. Currently, the two most famous pirate groups on the sea are fighting each other. This is a great thing for us. They are dog eat dog, there is no way there will be a lose-lose outcome between both parties. This is a great opportunity for us to encircle and suppress them and weaken their power. 066 This is indeed an excellent opportunity. And there will definitely be a lot of gains. If the Roger pirates and the Rocks pirates vice captain are arrested, it will be an extremely beneficial thing for the entire sea and the world. Marshal Kong, please give the order to go to war. Please give the order to go to war. The senior marine generals were keenly aware of this opportunity, and they all made impassioned requests to fight. Among them, the one with the most righteous heart, the new Marine Vice Admiral Zephyr, is the most urgent. This is indeed an excellent opportunity. Even Kong, the Marshal, thinks so. Moreover, he also learned before that the Roger pirates tore up the letter written by Rocks D. Zebek. Zebek also specially sent his own brother and deputy captain to solve this matter. In other words, the two sides are basically at odds with each other and have huge conflicts. If the Roger pirates don't give an explanation for this matter, it will definitely be unjustifiable. The explanation Rocks wants is impossible without blood. But Roger is a stubborn guy who destroys a country's army for the sake of his companions. The two sides collided with each other, and there was absolutely no reason to sit down and have a good communication. The fierce fighting situation in the intelligence seems to have already explained this. It's not like everything is already like this. Can the two sides shake hands and make peace and communicate calmly? Open black lens bracket Kong close black lens bracket Kong shook his head inwardly and rejected this idea. Advertisement. Whether or not the Roger pirates can be wiped out in one fell swoop, this is indeed a perfect opportunity to weaken the two parties' strength. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Furthermore, the previous orders and pressure from the Holy Land made us do our best to deal with the Roger pirates. Let's take advantage of this opportunity and take action. Thinking of this, he picked up the phone bug beside him and said, just last time, Blue Dragon, he failed to take down the Roger pirates, and he has always been worried about it. This time, let him lead the team again. Let's make up for it. And just in case, Kong looked at the golden phone bug with a bright golden luster that was shining in the sun on the table beside him, and his eyes gradually became darker. Marine is taking action here, with a sense of urgency that a storm is coming. In this way, under the mobilization of Marine and a series of officers and soldiers, time passed slowly. Roger is a very impatient and willful person when provoked, but his behavior is as straightforward and innocent as a child. He can kneel down to Whitebeard for help for his own voyage, or he can scratch his head to help his companions eliminate this disaster. Finally, after much effort, he pieced together a semblance of an apology letter. Then I found Morgans, who was currently establishing sales channels and spreading business all over the world. He was ready to do something big and was very enterprising and motivated. He is currently the president of World News Economic Newspaper. The very young Morgans, who has not yet become the Dark Emperor of the underground world, now just wants to make his newspaper bigger and get more big news. The letter of apology that Roger sent to his door was like providing help in times of need, and it perfectly met Morgan's needs. Advertisement ever since, the crooked apology letter written by Roger was carried by many newsbirds and paper delivery gulls and flew around the world. People all over the world who got the newspaper also saw this content, and then the whole world became even more sensational. Roger pirates, have they had a conflict with Rocks pirate before? It seems so, otherwise, Roger pirates wouldn't have published this public apology to Rocks pirate. Tisk, 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 you are indeed a Rocks pirate. It is so powerful that it can even make the Roger pirates, who are unable to do anything about Marine, bow their heads. So, there is no need to think too much about the fact that they are the strongest pirate group on the sea. But the Roger pirates are not bad either. In the past, the forces targeted by the Rocks pirate either surrendered or were defeated. This is the first time I have seen a situation like the Roger pirates. That means the Rocks pirate is also more afraid of the Roger pirates and feels that they are not sure of destroying them all, so they came up with this method? Not necessarily. Maybe Rocks pirate wanted to use the Roger pirates to attract the attention and firepower of Marine and world government, so they kept them, so that they can help them share some of the pressure. Well, what you said makes sense. I didn't expect that the Rocks pirate just dispatched a deputy captain and made the Roger pirates bow their heads. Where will Marine's face be put at this time? Ha 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 ha, that's what you said. Wait, Vice Captain, how did you know the Rocks pirate dispatched their Vice Captain? The apology letter published here is specifically written by the Rocks pirate's Vice Captain, Lord of the Night, Laike. Is that so? Sure enough, Rocks pirate, 1 ship and 2 overlords. Did you say anything else in the letter? Well, in addition to the fact that the sentences are not very fluent, the handwriting is illegible, and there are many typos, there are also the causes and consequences of Gordon Roger writing this letter. Well, it's just. But what? The apology letter published by the Roger pirates seems not very convincing. 067 Long live Vice Captain Laike, the flattery of Morgans. People all over the world have seen this newspaper, and this letter of apology has also attracted endless discussions and speculations. For a time, this has become the most lively and hot topic on the sea. As the base camp of Rocks pirate, Hachinosu, the pirate island hive, naturally also saw it. As expected of Vice Captain Laike, Ha 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 ha. The Admiral of Headquarters couldn't do anything about the Roger pirates, but in the end, Vice Captain Mo Laike brought them down. Vice Captain Mo Laike is so high. Long live Vice Captain Mo Laike. Ha ha ha. Yes, cheers to our great Vice Captain. Many complimentary words came from the mouths of the pirates on these islands. What Marine couldn't do, their Vice Captain did it. It has to be said that for them, it is a very morale-boosting and honorable thing. Boom. From every corner of the island, the sounds of celebration, clinking of glasses and then toasts were heard one after another. And after these voices ended, they also noticed the content behind the newspaper. That is the specific content of the apology letter published by Roger Pirates. Then, snapped, the sound of the wine glass falling to the ground and breaking was heard, and at the same time, there was the angry roar of the pirates. What does Roger Pirates mean? Haven't you already written a letter of apology? Why, you still look unconvinced. What do you mean? We started the dispute on our own initiative, we scolded them first, and that's why the follow-up happened. Is this putting all the responsibility on us? And he also said that it was because of the arrival of Vice Captain Mo Laike that he was more convinced of the Vice Captain, so he published such a letter. If it were the rest of us who went to him, he wouldn't be able to write. He wouldn't even bother to deal with it? Advertisement, FK me. Is this a letter of apology or a blatant provocation to declare war? Roger Pirates, right? Very good, I remember them. After a burst of jubilant celebrations, there were bursts of anger and shouts of hostility to make the Roger Pirates look good. Obviously, the apology letter issued by the Roger Pirates not only failed to explain the previous conflict, but also intensified the conflict between them and the Rocks Pirate. As for what exactly this letter means, I did write an apology letter. On Kragana Island, in the dense forest of ruins, the person involved, Gold D. Roger, blinked and said seriously. I explained the previous conflicts and clearly wrote down the causes and consequences. It was indeed them who started the trouble. Roger twirled his fingers there, confirming the process step by step, and even felt a little unhappy when he said this. The previous messenger had a particularly bad mouth, so he didn't talk too much, otherwise I would have buried him in the sea. This is originally their responsibility. I just explained all the specific situations clearly. Rayleigh, who was holding a newspaper to confirm, couldn't help but feel veins in his head after listening. So is this the reason why this apology letter is written like this? He only felt that his head was extremely huge. Even if it is the truth of the matter, wouldn't you write it more tactfully? Euphemism? What is that? Roger continued to press his nostrils with his little finger, and his eyes flickered to the side. I just told the whole story. Then it's not like I'm writing this letter because of Mo Laike, but other people just ignore it and write it down. Rayleigh slapped the entire newspaper on his face, feeling deeply weak and tired. This is also true. Roger turned his face to the side and said very confidently, if other people come here, even if that be asterisk 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 D Zebek comes here, it will be impossible to make me surrender. I'm definitely going to fight that guy to the death. Yes yes yes. Seeing Roger's grinning face, Rayleigh should give up completely. Advertisement. Well, the captain of his own is a troublemaking person with a willful character like a child, and he really has no choice. This time, Rock's pirate was offended to death. Rayleigh had a headache and looked at her companion who had finally recovered from his injuries in the past 2 days. Inexplicably, some sympathize with them and some sympathize with myself. I don't know what the Rock's pirate side and the deputy captain Mo Laike will think. Involuntarily, Rayleigh also subconsciously looked at the other area where no one was approaching. Ha 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 ha, thank you so much, Vice Captain Mo Laike. A telephone bug on a tree stump showed an exaggerated beak and laughed loudly. You are really discerning in choosing our World News Economic newspaper to let the Roger Pirates publish their apology letter in our newspaper. Thank you very much for your appreciation and recognition. On the other end of the phone, Morgan's young and somewhat immature laughter came. And in this laughter, there is also a hint of flattery. Thanks to Charlotte, 13,511, and 18,752, for their monthly votes. Another note. It's finally time to put it on the shelves again. Thank you very much for your continued support. I have written a lot of pirate books, but most of them are about plot. For example, the very popular Yokofune Ryu, The Big Voyage, the prop master on the Straw Hat Ship, was our work. I can't say modestly that I was the one who started the hot trend of Yokofune Ryu at that time. I recommend everyone to check this out, it's pretty good. Ahem, that's a long way off. In short, this book from the Rocks era can be regarded as a brave attempt by the author. If you readers think it's good, then please beg me to subscribe. Subscription is a matter of life and death for the author. Everyone didn't like investing in data before, but I struggled to survive. Now it's finally time to keep the clouds clear and the moon shine, and when it's time to put it on the shelves, the ugly daughter-in-law is finally going to meet her parents-in-law. It's really a crying storm. I beg you all to subscribe. Tonight, it will be released at midnight. I sincerely hope that all readers will support it. I wish all gentlemen good health and prosperity overnight. Close black lens bracket. 068 The Heroic Mo Laike. We are clean and we are no longer enemies. After all, Morgan's and the World News Economic newspaper have just started, and it is not easy to break out among so many newspapers in the world. Just when he was worried about how to attract subscribers, increase sales and get breaking news, the Roger Pirates sent this letter of apology, which could be regarded as a perfect solution to his problem. Later, when he contacted Roger to express his gratitude for selecting their newspaper, he learned that the person designated to publish the newspaper was none other than the vice captain of Rock's pirate, Mr. Laike. He specially asked Roger to give the phone bug to Laike to express his gratitude very eagerly. In the future, Mr. Laike, if you have any news you want to publish or want to know any information, please call me directly and I will definitely comply and help as soon as possible. On the other end of the phone, there was a thumping sound of assurance, patting the chest. Well, if I need anything in the future, I will naturally contact you. Laike nodded calmly. Morgans is still relatively young now, and his career is in its infancy. Laike gave him such breaking news, and it was a casual move to form a good relationship. The icing on the cake is far inferior to providing help in times of need. At this time, giving the other party a little casual help. Then in the future, the other party will become the Dark Emperor of the underground world, the largest newspaper in the world, and even the world government will need to be bribed. The help and investment now will receive exponentially richer feedback by then. You can also build a very good relationship and gain the other person's favor, so why not do it? Well, Mr. Laike. After the warm greetings and expressions of gratitude were over, Morgans got down to business. He asked a little cautiously, "Have you read the letter of apology issued by the Roger pirates?" "Well, I saw it, it's in your newspaper," Laike said casually, shaking the fresh newspaper in his hand. The content above. Morgans hesitated to speak. "For me, it doesn't matter." Laike smiled nonchalantly, "After all, what Roger said is too high for me." Morgans. "Well, Roger is using the entire Rock's pirates to foil you as the vice captain." He chuckled twice, but also tacitly agreed not to continue the topic. After chatting for a few words again to express their gratitude and sincerity, the two parties exchanged phone numbers and hung up the signal. This guy, Laike looked at the phone bug and couldn't help but smile. He dared to say that Morgans had definitely read this letter of apology carefully before reporting it. And I am sure what kind of content it is, but he still chose to publish it directly without hesitation and didn't ask about it until later. Because the more content in such an apology letter, the more likely it is to cause controversy and waves, as well as the breaking point of the matter. And after the people of Rock's pirate read the contents of this letter, they will definitely not give up and will continue to have disputes with the Roger pirates. In this way, he can continue to follow up and maintain the hot topics and news in the newspaper. So, none of the guys who can succeed in the future are good. Laike squinted his eyes, recalling the way the big bird just pretended to be for his consideration, hesitant to say anything, and planned to sell it well. Yiku also raised the corners of his mouth. With such methods, you really deserve to have a successful career in the future. But let me tell you, Roger is really brave. There is no one else who can write an apology letter like this. Obviously, that guy did it on purpose and was not too convinced by Rock's pirate. But, what does this have to do with me? Laike leaned back leisurely on the lounge chair behind him and looked at the blue sky comfortably. Anyway, I am not at a loss. I have gained a reputation in the outside world, and I have also issued an apology letter to that guy Zebek. Not only did he sail down well, but he also completed his entrustment. He can be said to be the only winner in this incident. As for the next step, what measures that guy Zebek is going to take is not something I have to worry about. It's rare to come out again, so I think it's a holiday for myself. Thinking so, Laike casually picked up a piece of dogtail grass from the ground next to him and swayed it casually. Then, he looked to the side, where the tall figure was swaying profusely and training enthusiastically. "Don't be lazy. You have just awakened Conqueror's Haki. You are still in an unstable state and need to be sharpened." "I know, boss." Kaido, who was breathing heavily on the side and had regained consciousness, nodded, but his expression was still a little strange. "But for training, do I have to take these baboons with me?" Behind him, he saw a group of human imitator baboons wrapped in bandages and doing exercises with Kaido. Well, this group of baboons are really lucky. Previously, he was easily defeated by Kaido with one blow and he lay on the side frothing at the mouth. Advertisement: although they were knocked to the ground, Kaido did not kill them and spared their lives. Later, Kaido was knocked away by Roger's divine avoidance and accidentally landed next to them. When Laike fired that blow, he left some strength here in order to take care of Kaido, which turned out to be a blessing in disguise for them. He was not affected by the impact, saved his life, and survived safely. Moreover, these guys have a very strong recovery ability. In just 2 days, they were already full of energy, wrapped in bandages and trained with Kaido. Laike did not stop them, but instead allowed them to train here. And when they were training, he was also carefully observing their physical changes. As human imitators, it goes without saying that baboons have the ability to imitate. In addition to being able to imitate basic fighting techniques, Laike was also curious whether these guys could also learn Haki and apply them. You know, other creatures besides humans can also learn Haki. Luffy was a Kung Fu manatee apprentice in Alabasta. Later, he went out to sea after becoming successful and recruited a series of sea creature disciples such as sea sharks and octopuses to form the Hailu pirates. They also experienced adventures on the sea. When they met Luffy again in the New World, Kung Fu manatee had already learned a good armament Haki. It can be said that the name Luffy's disciple is worthy of its name. Creatures like Kung Fu manatees can learn Haki, so as human imitators, baboons may have better qualifications. At least, according to Mo Lake's observation, these baboons are really good at understanding Haki. It was precisely because he thought it was interesting that he stayed on the island for 2 days. On the one hand, I was watching the progress and growth of Kaido and the baboons, and on the other hand, I was waiting for the publication of the apology letter from Roger and the others. Judging from the 2 days of contact, these baboons are much cuter and more sensible than Roger. Well, at least Mo Lake doesn't need to go out to find prey and eat. These baboons, under the command of the Baboon King, go out very smartly to find food every day. There are fruits and wild vegetables, wild boars obtained from hunting, and dry food and meat seized from the human army. Mo Lake threw all these ingredients to the chefs of Roger Pirates and asked them to cook for him. Well, the existing professional cooking staff are here, so they are not used in vain. What's more, Mo Laike also wants to taste the food cooked by the chef of One Piece in the future. The chef who can be attracted by Roger and brought on board is definitely not bad at his craftsmanship. Aren't you afraid that I'll poison the food? The chef of the Roger Pirates, who was found by Mo Laike and had a wary look on his face. His hairstyle was like a flame rising up. He was wearing a cloak and asked Yuichi, who didn't like to take out his hands. Originally, he was a little wary of Mo Laike looking for him and couldn't figure out the other party's movements. But when I heard that the other party was just looking for me to cook, I was startled for a moment, and then asked such a question. Aren't the two of them in a state of hostility now? You are an excellent chef, but because of this, you would poison your food and do something that is harmful to the chef's spirit. After Mo Laike left the ingredients to him, he turned around with a smile. Then just think I've misjudged the person. Yaoyu was silent, looking at the extremely rich ingredients on the ground, and then at Mo Lake who was floating away, then silently stepped forward and carefully packed away the ingredients. It just so happens that our companions also need to supplement their nutrition to recover from their injuries. He murmured to himself there, and carefully put away the ingredients with his hands that needed to handle the ingredients perfectly and were not usually used, BGFG. So it's not too much for me to deduct a little bit from it. He also acquiesced to the fact that he helped Mo Laike cook. Subsequently, the delicacies of mountains and seas, which were full of color, fragrance, and included birds, animals, and fish from the 3 realms of sea, land, and air, were delivered to Mo Lake. So, professional things need to be done by professional people. While enjoying the delicacies cooked by the future Pirate King chef, Mo Laike took 2 sips of wine and lived quite comfortably. His perception and color are surrounding the surrounding environment all the time, and he can detect it even if the other party is really poisoning. Moreover, he had also noticed before that Yaoyu's hands rarely held weapons and blades, but had a lot of calluses from cooking. This is a chef with great faith, otherwise he would not put his hands up, and he does not usually take them out. And the dishes he made proved all this. The attitude of the Roger Pirates has also changed slightly. Mo Laike took a sip of wine and looked at the person walking towards this side. Hey, are you eating? Roger walked over generously and raised the bottle of wine in his hand, seeming to show Mo Laike that he had no other intention of coming here, just to drink. Behind him, members of the Roger Pirates also approached the inner circle from the outside. Well, the civil strife in the kingdom of Sisgyle outside has entered a fierce stage. The fighting became more and more fierce, and the fighting became more and more intense. It was a little unsafe outside, so everyone in the Roger Pirates moved here. Their resistance to Mo Laike has been growing ever since. He became much smaller after letting Yuichi cook for him. Mo Laike can almost understand what this group of people think. Because I was very straightforward and gave the ingredients to the chef who was the enemy to cook, and I gave him trust and respect for his profession and beliefs, so in their eyes, I was considered. Advertisement: he is a very upright hero, isn't he? It has to be said that people in the One Piece world are very simple-minded, and they will always change their views and perceptions of others from some strange angles. But this is a good thing for Mo Laike. I have also written and published the letter of apology. Now we are in the clear, right? Roger didn't show any concern at all. He was very carefree, and sat down next to Mo Lake under Kaido's wide-eyed gaze. If the 2 sides are cleared, we can no longer be considered enemies. He said to himself, then bit open the wine bottle in his hand with his mouth, and then handed it to Mo Laike. Here you go. Mo Laike. Operator. No, he made no secret of the disgust in his eyes. Then, with a backhand, under Kaido's eager gaze, he took out a completely white cylindrical wine bottle. This packaging may not be recognized by anyone in this world, but in the world of Mo Lake's previous life, it can be said that everyone knows about it. Try this from me. Bang. The mouth of the bottle is wide open, and the rich aroma of wine floats out from inside instantly. This is... Roger's eyes suddenly lit up, and his nose kept twitching. Kaido next to him was drooling and dripping on the ground. Then he looked at Mo Laike's back with a look of resentment. He finally discovered that his boss could always come up with all kinds of unparalleled wines that he had never seen before. Gudong. Suddenly, the unusually clear sounds of swallowing saliva sounded in Kaido's ears, and there were more than one. Kaido raised his head and saw the members of the Roger Pirates on the opposite side, all looking towards this side. And a few guys with wine-grooved noses stretched their necks, and their eyes were full of passion and desire. Obviously, they were also attracted by the good wine Mo Laike brought out. The aroma of this fine wine lingered at the tip of Rayleigh's nose, and she looked at the square silver winebox in her hand. After smashing it into my mouth twice, I suddenly felt that it didn't taste much anymore. Hey, he was a little disinterested and sighed. I didn't expect you to hide such a good thing. Roger was so impatient that the curly hair on his nose trembled twice. Laike casually continued to take out 2 small cups under Kaido's envious eyes. Do you dare to drink my wine? He asked casually while falling down. That's what you asked. Roger chuckled twice. You dare to eat the food made by my chef, so do you think I dare to drink your wine? After Laike filled one of the wine glasses, he couldn't help but immediately reach forward and place the glass of wine in front of him. And after Laike filled his bottle with wine, clang. Walk. The 2 clinked glasses, and Roger raised his neck and took a sip of it while the crewman behind him looked at him with envy. Cough cough cough. As soon as it enters the mouth, the extremely spicy taste bursts out in the depths of the throat. Roger kept coughing violently, and his old face turned red from the heat of the glass of wine. This wine, ahem, is so strong. The wine was so spicy that even the roots of his ears turned red, but the corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising. But it's not an ordinary fragrance either. Roger sincerely gave a thumbs up to Laike's glass of wine. But at the same time, he also saw Laike sipping the wine slowly. I drink this kind of wine in such a hurry that I don't even have any fun. Laike defeated Roger, who had turned into a pair of dead fish eyes. The most important thing is to savor its taste, rather than drinking it in such a big gulp that you get confused and finish it. This is not rum made from sugar and tastes more like a drink, but a real grain wine made from grain. 069 Roger. Be my partner, Laike. The arrival of marine. Rum is a distilled liquor produced from sugarcane molasses. It is also called sugar wine. It has a sweet taste and fragrant aroma. It is very popular in the sea, not only because of its taste, but also because it is brewed with some fruits and has vitamin C that can prevent scurvy. In addition, the drinking water we usually reserve can easily deteriorate due to bacterial infection. So rum, a drink that can not only replenish water, prevent scurvy, but also make pirates feel drunk and satisfy them for drinking and debauchery, came into being. This is fundamentally different from the top-quality grain wine produced by Laike. Really? Wine brewed from grain? So is it the wine of life? Roger was very pertinent and gave such an evaluation, and then he took small sips, imitating Laike, savoring the food. Then, his eyes narrowed like crescent moons, revealing a very satisfied face. It's really a pretty good wine. When he said this, the resentment from the Roger pirates behind him became even deeper. Gudong. Well, the sound of swallowing saliva is also more obvious. Roger pretended not to hear anything, continued to drink alone, took another sip and said, Did you also see the specific content of our previous apology letter? Laike took a sip of wine. It can be seen from the sloppy writing between the lines, the many typos, and the grammatical errors that it was indeed written by you. Hey, I am writing very carefully, at least give me some positive comments. Roger was dissatisfied and shouted his opinion. I can only say that it is very sincere. Laike put a little more emphasis on the word sincerity, which means something. Ha ha ha, this is the only advantage I have. Roger touched his head with one hand and smiled proudly. Rayleigh and Copper Jabba behind him. 7 The other party is not complimenting you. But since you said so, after laughing, Roger's tone suddenly became more serious. Then I really understand. Actually, you're not too concerned about Rock's pirate, are you? Is this your test of me? Laike held the wineglass noncommittally. Compared with the false power on the surface, I just tend to admire my own power. Roger blinked and continued to look at Laike without saying anything. Or, Laike played with the wineglass in his hand, looked at Roger with some fun, and simply said, Do you think I'm the kind of person who has a strong sense of cohesion and identification with a power group that likes to kill each other and raise poisonous animals? Then Za knows. Roger grinned. Maybe there's something wrong with your head. Ha 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 ha. At this point, he himself was the first to be unable to hold back and burst out laughing. Yes, as a normal person, who would have a sense of identity with such an organizational force? At least, in Roger's eyes, Laike is one of the few normal people in Rock's pirate. I didn't expect that even the vice captain of Rock's pirate would have such an idea, it's really. Roger smiled and shook his head, wiping away the tears from his eyes. He might have been a little afraid and concerned about that B*** Zebic before, but looking at it now. It seems like there is nothing to worry about at all. So besides Rock's pirate, do you have any other plans? Roger took a sip of wine, then seemed to think of something, and said with bright eyes. Since the Rock's pirates are such a cannibalistic force with no emotions at all, you might as well find another pirate group. Hey, Rayleigh and Copper Jabba behind them heard their captain say this, and ridiculous thoughts emerged in their minds at the same time. Captain Roger, could he? What do you mean? Roger also glanced at him and said in a subtle tone. What do you think of my pirate team? Roger slammed his hands on the ground and leaned forward. You have also seen my pirate team, we are the real companions. He was extremely proud of this. The relationship between us is extremely good. This is a real pirate group, isn't it? So, Laike. Roger spoke slowly, his eyes sparkling and his mouth grinning. Would you like to be my companion, Laike? He looked at Laike with burning eyes, without concealing his desire and expectations. We just know. Rayleigh and Copper Jabba patted their heads at the same time, and then looked at each other, feeling very helpless. Even if he has no sense of belonging to this force, the captain is still his brother, and he is still the vice captain of the most powerful pirate group on the sea. Advertisement. You just directly poached people to come here, mainly because you were taught a lesson 2 days ago and even wrote a letter of apology. Neither Rayleigh nor Copper Jabba knows whether Roger is really thick-skinned, or is he too innocent and big-hearted. Or simply, thinking about things too simply. Just like when I saw flying pigs on a spring island before, I was so happy that I wanted to catch them as companions. While passing through the Devil's Triangle, which was filled with dense fog, he said he heard skeletons singing and wanted to invite the skeletons on board to be his fellow musicians. Really, when I think of it, I can still understand the flying pig and the singing skeleton. What the hell is that? How could such a thing exist in this world? Both of them felt that Roger's idea was a bit whimsical. But he himself had no awareness of this at all. Instead, he still looked at Laike with his eyes straight. Will you be your companion? Laike didn't pay attention to Roger's fiery gaze and just drank the wine in the glass casually. It's fine if you drink, but forget it if you become a companion. He smiled and said, after all, I don't have the temperament to submit to others. If that guy Zebek wasn't related to me by blood, otherwise I wouldn't even be willing to be his vice captain. Don't you want to be inferior to others? Roger only paid attention to this point, frowning and thinking, Captain, it is impossible for me to retreat. As for the vice captain, it seems that Rayleigh is in charge. Do you want to leave him free for a while? But it doesn't look good. Rayleigh, who heard everyone behind her. It seems like I'm an eyesore. Otherwise, then I'm leaving. This is really difficult. Not noticing the speechless and dead-eyed look from Rayleigh behind him, Roger scratched his head in distress. However, before he could think about it again, the wine glass in front of him was filled again. If it's difficult, don't do it. Nothing in this world can be forced. Laike said calmly, if you have that kind of energy to pursue illusory and unrealistic things, it's better to drink 2 more glasses of wine. You have to know that in this world, the number of people who can drink with me can be counted on one hand. Well, to be precise, Roger was the second person to drink with Laike. On the Beehive Island Hashinosu, only Whitebeard Edward Newgate is qualified to drink with Laike. Kaido, this guy, hasn't tasted alcohol for several years since he started working with Laike. As for Garp, who had eaten senbei together on the marine warship before, he also drank delicious tea. Having said that, as far as Laike knows, he has never seen Garp drinking. If you say that, it's an honor for me. Roger also suddenly smiled and patted his head, it's because I'm obsessed. He imitated Laike and drank the wine in one gulp. Although the rosy color that spread from his neck to the top could be seen with the naked eye, Roger still swallowed the wine in his mouth. After drinking this glass of wine, when we meet again on the sea in the future, we should not be enemies, right? Who can say for sure? Laike said leisurely, in this sea, everything is possible. Is everything possible? Roger nodded after savoring the taste in his mouth. One day in the future, they may clink glasses and drink like they do now, or they may have a life or death showdown like when they first met. Who can say? Let's go. After drinking the last glass of wine, Laike stood up and shouted to Kaido behind him. Are we going back, boss? Go back. When did I say I wanted to go back? Kaido was a little confused and asked confusedly, then boss, what do you mean by leaving? If we don't go back, where else can we go? We must go back, but we have to clear the obstacles on our way back. Laike said meaningfully. Obstacle. Kaido subconsciously looked at the Roger pirates in front of him. What's that look in your eyes, kid? Roger looked at Kaido's incomprehensible look and said angrily. I saw him put down the wine glass in his hand, a red light flashed in his eyes, and then he held his hand on the famous sword at his waist. Really, every time I drink, there will always be a bad guy who messes up the situation. He gently scratched his face with one hand, and his face was slightly unhappy. It was like this last time at the banquet, and it's like this when we were drinking this time. They really are still lingering. The last party. The ghost still lingers. Could it be that? The pirates of the Roger pirates also reacted instantly. Captain, are those guys from Marine here again? Ah, that's right. Advertisement. Asking for flowers 0. Roger buttoned his own ears, also with a stinking look on his face, and I can also feel the smell of a dead fish. Rayleigh and Copper Jabba, who were on high alert, couldn't help but look at each other. That Marine Admiral, Blue Dragon, is here again, right? Apart from the Marine Admiral, there is no one else who can be called a dead fish by their own captain. It just so happened that I was drunk and wanted to vent. These guys have their wine delivered to their door. Burp. Roger held the famous sword Ace in one hand. His face was a little red, but his eyes were still awake. There is still no problem in combat, but just when he was about to go out and meet the lingering pirates again, he suddenly stopped. Then he turned his gaze and looked at the plain and casual Laike. The other party still showed no concern for Marine and General Yin. Well, except for the horned kid named Kaido next to him, who has eager eyes. You must have sensed it, right? What about the Marines gathering outside? Roger asked casually. Ah, this is natural. Laike nodded, and I also noticed a relatively strong aura. If nothing else, it should be the Admiral from Naval Headquarters. The corners of Laike's mouth raised slightly. I have never met Admiral after coming to this world for so long, but I want to know what kind of level he is. 11. At the same time, I also want to see my current strength. Well, that is Admiral Blue Dragon from Naval Headquarters. He is a very powerful zone fruit user, and he also. 0. If you have anything to say, just say it. Laike directly interrupted Roger, who was chattering. Ah, did you see it? Nonsense, can you be more obvious? Laike couldn't help but roll his eyes slightly, and it was so obvious that he was hiding his words. Hey. Roger was not annoyed, but showed it, with the same eager eyes as Kaido. Mainly, I have an idea. He stretched out his index finger and shook it gently at Laike. What an interesting idea. The smile on his face gradually became as innocent and playful as a child's. The waters off Cricon Island. At this time, the already dark sky was even more shrouded in layers of dark clouds, blocking the only sunlight. Boom. Thunder rolled in the dark clouds, and made bursts of crackling sounds from time to time, flashing arcs of electricity across the sky. And on the sea illuminated by the electric arc, many marine-style warships appeared looming. Is that Cricon Island? It's such a gloomy country like hell. On one of the marine warships, Laike's old acquaintance, Vice Admiral, looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. Yes, it is a perfect place to bury the bones of these pirates. On the warship next door, the robes of the Vice Admiral were fluttering in the wind. Zephyr, wearing a pair of dark sunglasses, stood on the bow, enjoying the feeling of the wild sea breeze. Ha, even on such an occasion, eating senbei would be a bit off-putting. At the Doghead warship, Garp was sitting cross-legged on top of the Doghead, chewing the special Wangwang senbei in his mouth, making a crisp clicking sound. In this tense and serious atmosphere, people can't help but look at him. Vice Admiral Garp. Next door to him, a marine general with a thin build, 2 long knives hanging on his waist, and a long face said with a serious face. He is also wearing the same style of fashion as Zephyr, and is obviously a Vice Admiral. You're being too lenient, aren't you, Ghost Mantis? Garp didn't care at all what the guy said and continued to eat by himself. I mainly think that there are still many problems with the interaction between Vice Admiral Garp and Lord of the Night, Laike, as you said before. Vice Admiral, known as the Ghost Mantis, stared straight at Garp. As the overlord of one side and the vice captain of the strongest pirate group in the New World, he will sit down and drink tea with you, the Marine Vice Admiral. And give you senbei. And you also entertain others. Marine Curry. The more he spoke, the more suspicion in his words became more intense and intensified. Everything I said is true. Garp also gave the other party a very rude look. You hawkish guys, don't treat anyone like a criminal. Whatever needs to be said and what needs to be explained, I have already explained to Marshal Kong. Marshal Kong thinks there is no problem in sending me here, so naturally there is no problem. I'm too lazy to talk to people like you anymore. The first 2 updates will be 10,000 words, and the rest will be in the day and afternoon. I beg all the big guys to subscribe. 070 Roger and Laike's combined attack skills. The strongest, hi. After that, Garp left Ghost Mantis with an ugly face and a huge back of his head, and turned his head away from him. Ghost Mantis opened his mouth and wanted to say something again. At this time, there was a coughing sound from the warship next to him. It was a man with a gloomy face and a somewhat withered face. He was also wearing a stylish cape of Marine Vice Admiral. Obviously, he is also the leader of another warship. After the haggard Vice Admiral coughed, the Ghost Mantis moved his mouth, but in the end he didn't say anything more. Faced with the current situation, it is obvious that it is not good to cause too many disputes. Let's deal with the pirates in front of us who need to be dealt with first. A whole 5 Marine Vice Admirals. The soldiers on each warship felt the chilling atmosphere and all straightened their bodies. 5 Marine Vice Admirals, 10 warships, all Marine soldiers know clearly what this means. Buster Call. As early as when they came near this island, their Blue Dragon Admiral had already pressed the golden phone bug. Buster Call was established by the Marine headquarters authorized by the world government to carry out indiscriminate and destructive attacks on the area where the signal is sent, and is used to completely eliminate things and people in an area that pose a threat to the world government's rule. Buster Call is a brutal and inhumane attack that burns everything, consisting of 10 battleships and 5 vice admirals and the elite force of Marine. In the history of Buster Call events, and the targets to be eliminated, they are all wolves on the sea or entities that pose a major threat to the world government. Obviously, in the eyes of the world government and the naval headquarters, the Roger pirates on Cricon Island, as well as both Laike and K, belong to this kind of existence. 10 warships, 5 vice admirals including Zephyr, Garp, Crowned Rat, Ghost Mantis and the Withered Man gathered together. Plus the Blue Dragon Admiral who leads the team. Look at Zero Chi-Chi, the Roger pirates and the Lord of the Night will fall here. A group of Marines thought silently in their hearts. In their opinion, even the most powerful pirates cannot escape with such a formation sent by Marine. Can it really be done? A hint of worry flashed in the eyes of the Vice Admiral. Although this lineup looked really luxurious, in his heart, for some reason, there was always an uneasy factor and an unknown premonition. I hope this is my imagination. He couldn't help but sigh, raised his head, and looked at the dark sky. Lord of the Dark Night, the Overlord in this dark night. Vice Admiral always feels that the current environment just fits the opponent's title, which seems a bit unlucky. Are those marine warships? When the Marines were approaching Krycon Island, on the coast, a group of Roger pirates had already arrived. Looking at the situation in the distance, he took in all the warships. 5 Vice Admirals, 10 warships, this is the lineup of Buster Call. Rayleigh's eyes flashed with solemnity. Marine really thinks highly of us this time. And it's not just Buster Call. Copper Jabba also looked up at the sky. Among the dark ink clouds, there seemed to be an extremely huge figure swimming in it. Our old acquaintance is here too. That dead fish and bug. The members of the Roger pirates all silently took out their weapons and formed a formation. However, they did not rush forward rashly, but looked at the 2 figures standing on the coast ahead. What do you think of my proposal? The blush on his face had not faded yet, but Roger was eager to give it a try. I think something is wrong. Laike looked at the marine lineup on the opposite side, recalling Roger's words just now, and couldn't help but smile. Then it's settled. Roger laughed loudly, took out the famous sword Ace from his waist, and stood in front of him on the right side. Laike also casually took the mace handed over by Kaido and stood forward on the left side. Who are those 2 people? Following the movements of Roger and Laike, the approaching marine also discovered their whereabouts. It's the captain of the Roger pirates, Goldo Roger. And Rock's pirates vice captain, Lord of the Night Laike. How come the 2 of them are here together? Shouldn't they be fighting to the death, and both sides will suffer? But looking at their positions, it's obvious that they shook hands and reached an agreement. This sudden change exceeded the expectations of the Marines. They never expected that it would be such a result. Sure enough, I know. Vice Admiral had a sad face, and the ominous premonition in his heart finally became a reality. He is really a strange man. Garp was chewing Wangwang Senbei in his mouth, looking at the 2 figures on the shore, he couldn't help but grin. It's really so unexpected, completely unpredictable, a man who can create infinite possibilities. Advertisement. Boom. I didn't expect that Roger and Laike, who are so diametrically opposed, can shake hands and stand together. It should be said that pirates are pirates. They will fight to the death for a little bit of face, and they can let go of their grudges for a little bit of profit. They are really the most bottomless and shameless things in this sea. Quote. The Ghost Mantis Vice Admiral, who belongs to the Hawk faction, and the Haggard Man Vice Admiral, both of them hate pirates in every word. But what exactly is that posture the 2 of them put up? Zephyr frowned and looked at the 2 people on the opposite bank. On the shore, Roger took out his famous sword, and Laike was holding a huge mace. 2 people stood on the left and right sides, raising their weapons high. Why do I feel so uneasy? The infinite momentum seems to be rising on that island, and there seems to be huge terror, starting from the island again. Roar. Suddenly, in the dark cloud-covered sky, a deafening roar came, followed by the huge roar. Endless wind blades, blazing flames, and the breath of flames that seemed to burn everything, all poured down from the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures rose into the sky. How could I let you disturb the captain's cooperation? Under the leadership of Rayleigh and Copper Jabba, the crew members of the Roger pirates took to the air one after another to block all the attacks that landed on the other side. As the crew of the future Pirate King, their own strength is not vegetarian. Boom boom boom. Endless fire exploded in midair, and the burst of light illuminated the sea and the 2 people on the shore who were already ready to go. Are you ready, Graham? You can do it anytime. Ha 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 ha. Then if that's the case. Roger looked up to the sky and laughed. Let Marine feel our terror. As Roger's laughter spread, the momentum around the 2 people reached its peak at this moment. Etc. Suddenly, on the warship, Vice Admiral seemed to have thought of something, and his face changed drastically. In the world's most powerful country, the country of Elbaf, the giants, known as the strongest fighting nation, have a move that combines 2 people to attack together. He once learned from the Vice Admiral of the Titans at Naval Headquarters, Rakuvalo Vice Admiral, that the Titans have an extremely powerful combined attack technique. It means 2 people standing on the left and right sides, and then assuming that posture, raising the weapons in their hands high. This move is called. His lips were trembling as he watched the endless pressure erupting from those 2 figures, which was breathtaking. Se. Boom. As he said these words, in an instant, the 2 top figures on the island unleashed a huge thunderous strike. The future Pirate King, the courage and slashing that will make the gods evade. The Overlord in the dark night, the majestic and unstoppable power. The domineering and unparalleled Haki from both sides converged into an unprecedented strong impact. Like thunder, mountains collapsed, and the sea collapsed, roaring towards all the marine warships. The huge shock wave it set off was enough to overturn the entire sea area. This is a trick that will make the whole world tremble. Within the shock wave, Roger's voice continued to laugh heartily. I learned it from the giant kingdom and named it. Hi. The monstrous fighting spirit and infinite power of 2 top experts gathered together, like an earthquake and mountain fire, will destroy everything in sight. It's like a thunderstorm rushing through the waves, not giving the opponent any chance to dodge. This was Roger's suggestion. With their similar body types and top-notch strength, they worked together with Haki to deliver this most powerful blow. Laike did not refuse this at all, and he happened to be very interested in the giant's combined attack skills. He agreed to Roger's proposal smoothly. And judging from the performance of the two of them in this first joint attack, the effect is really quite good. Are they two monsters? On the marine warship, the gaunt man's gloomy expression could no longer be maintained, and he yelled regardless of his image and demeanor. This move, both in terms of speed and power, was beyond their imagination, making it impossible for them to avoid it, let alone match it. Under such a violent attack, anyone will lose their courage and spirit and watch helplessly as the blow comes. Base. The two figures stood up at the same time. No wonder they escaped from the hands of Blue Dragon Admiral again and again. Zephyr pushed up his glasses and took off all the marine swag on his body. Wow, ha ha ha, so, they still have some skills. Garp laughed with tears about to flow. He held his other arm with one hand and flexed his biggest muscles. Whoosh. Facing the oncoming shock wave, the two people directly chose to face the difficulty. Advertisement. Black Arm Z Punch. Fist Bone Clash. The best of the two vice admirals also broke out. The most powerful force in their history came out, with full firepower. Boom. The two sides collided, and a loud noise exploded in the world. That unstoppable offensive has a tendency to be stopped. But fortunately, it was only for a moment. The plain faces of Garp and Zephyr finally changed at this moment. Such Haki, such power. They clearly felt that within this boundless shock wave, there was more than just ordinary Haki and physical power hidden. The strength of Haki within it was even unmatched by the two of them. And, why do I feel that besides Haki, there are other powers in this attack? Both of them are also highly talented in combat, and they are experts with top-notch awareness in this area. They naturally noticed the extraordinary nature of this attack. Experience the great gift I have given you. On the shore of Krikana Island, Laike took back his mace and looked at the scene in front of him with a chuckle. Over the years, he has not only trained Haki in his body. In addition to the Crane Senryu, the other luck methods in Dragon Ball, as well as the practice methods of practicing Qigong, have allowed him to reach an extremely high level in the field and practice of Qi. Deep situation. The shock wave that he and Roger hit together was not just a shock wave containing Haki. Boom. As Laike's laughter fell, the next moment, both Garp and Zephyr felt that the shock wave in front of them could no longer be stopped. Let the two of them retreat step by step. Leave me alone. The two of them bared their teeth and tried to resist the attack. However, at the next moment, boom, when the soldiers and generals on this sea area, as well as Garp and Shungfa, did not react. This combined attack skill, Hi, instantly unleashed a huge explosion from the inside out. It continuously spreads and explodes towards the surroundings. In an instant, a more violent light of day bloomed than the previous attack by Laike. The stern faces of Zephyr and Garp are intertwined with each other, as well as the pale and bloodless faces of the marine soldiers and generals, as well as the frightened and shocked despair. Rumble. The explosion caused by the shock wave bloomed like a beautiful mushroom smoke cloud, turning into a huge explosion circle, constantly sweeping and even engulfing the surroundings. Such an explosion. The instigator on the shore, even Roger himself, who struck the blow, couldn't help but be startled when he saw the 4.1 effect produced by this scene. I don't remember, Beehive exploding suddenly. He scratched his head, then glanced at the calm Laike beside him, and murmured to himself. And it won't produce such a violent explosion. The explosion that swept almost everything and engulfed everything seemed like a natural disaster, like the end of the world. As this Beehive, a powerful combined attack skill. Kaido, who was next to Laike, looked at the scene in front of him and felt that the blood in his body was boiling. His eyes were fixed on everything in front of him, stabbing them all into his head. This is the power he has always wanted to pursue. What a terrible man. Behind Roger, Rayleigh and Copper Jabba both looked at Laike with complicated expressions. They had seen their captain Roger play high domination before, but they were definitely not able to play with such power. Not to mention the subsequent explosion. Besides this Lord of the Night, who else can do this? If you can avoid being his enemy in the future, it's better not to be his enemy as much as possible. Everyone in the Roger Pirates group thought silently in their hearts. Although they are not afraid of any invading enemies, they are very concerned about the safety of their companions. If a man like Laike, who has unpredictable attack methods, really wants to fight him, he will have to fight to the end. I estimate that if they talk less, they will have to reduce their number by 2/3. Boom. On the sea, the endless explosions and flames were still raging, and they had already enveloped all the warships, making it impossible for people to see the true appearance inside. But the invading power of Marine is not only these warships, but also the vice admirals. Roar. With a huge roar filled with endless anger, Yu Zhong roared. 07 the shocking palm of all nations. The weak admiral is easily suppressed. Then, the dark clouds dispersed, finally revealing the huge figure into everyone's sight. The body is like a long snake, with a unicorn head, a carp tail, a long beard on the face, and antlers like a deer with 5 claws. The entire body is covered with dense blue-black scales, and the dragon beard is shaking his anger, and the lantern-shaped eyes reflect endless anger. Roger Pirates, rocks D Laike. From the huge dragon's mouth, the earth-shattering roar sounded dully. Okay, you guys are great. The deafening roar made everyone subconsciously cover their ears. It's a pity that this guy is in the sky, otherwise, we could have shot him down too. Roger muttered a few times as if a little regretfully, and then picked out his ears with one hand. He didn't have the slightest panic or shock at the sudden appearance of the ferocious beast in front of him. Instead, he was quite used to it, holding on to his earwax. That calm and disapproving look did not take the monster figure in the sky seriously at all. Even if it was one of the 3 admirals currently in service at naval headquarters, it was the one who chased them but failed and was run away by them, Blue Dragon Admiral. Even the Roger pirates, although their faces were a little solemn, did not have much fear towards this marine admiral. They are also old rivals for this admiral. However, their knowledge and familiarity did not mean that others were not shocked by his appearance. That is, Kaido has been staring at him since the Blue Dragon Admiral showed up. To be precise, he was staring at his transformed figure and body at this moment. In his eyes, it was almost the most perfect body and strength. As this zone's devil fruit ability, Kaido's throat rolled, and his voice was a little hoarse. Ah, yes, he is Zone's illusion. Copper Jabba on the side gave him the answer. He is Zone, a phantom beast of the fish fruit, and an esper in the form of a blue dragon. Fish fruit phantom beast species, green dragon form. Kaido muttered the name again. He didn't know why, but he felt that the name sounded very nice and pleasant to his ears. So much so that his body couldn't help but tremble. This is not because of fear or timidity from the pressure and momentum of the huge green dragon, but because of excitement and excitement. That is, his eyes were blurred, looking at the huge figure in the sky, and murmuring, "The ability I have been waiting for." When the blue dragon's fantasy beast appeared in the sky, Kaido noticed the fatal attraction towards him. Especially after learning the name of its ability, I felt that my blood was boiling and all the cells in my body were trembling with excitement. He wants this ability. Extremely urgent expectation and desire. Boss. Kaido raised his head and looked at Laike with his blood-red eyes mixed with passionate gaze. I know. Regarding Kaido's reaction, Laike just smiled lightly. After all, the other party was only 15 years old, and he was far from having the composure he had experienced after experiencing so many large and small battles. Whatever you want and desire is written directly on your face. I just didn't expect. Laike raised his head and looked at the familiar giant figure, feeling slightly emotional. I didn't expect to see this blue dragon's posture so long ago. A phantom beast of the fish fruit, with the ability to take the form of a blue dragon. This is the ability that Kaido later relied on to become famous and become the strongest creature in the world. During the Battle of the Valley of Gods, when Kaido was about to die, Charlotte Linlin gave Kaido this devil fruit. Kaido survived, and he owed Charlotte Linlin a big favor. Well, Charlotte Linlin at that time obviously took a fancy to Kaido. When Kaido first landed on the Beehive Island Hashinosu, he found Kaido and told him that Rocks was not trustworthy. The implication is, you can come to me. Then in those battles, Charlotte Linlin took good care of Kaido. Even before the subsequent Battle of the Valley of Gods began, it was Charlotte Linlin who found Kaido first. After giving so much, her intention is obvious, she just wants to wait for Rock's pirate to be disbanded and draw Kaido to her kingdom to gain another powerful fighting force. But it's a pity that Kaido was wiped out and ran away after getting the ability of the blue dragon form. An angry Charlotte Linlin searched for him on the Honeycomb Island, and then jumped up and scolded him. Charlotte Linlin gave Kaido this devil fruit during the battle in the Valley of Gods. In other words, this blue dragon, Marine Admiral either died before the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, or was directly killed in that war, and his own devil fruit was reborn on the battlefield. Reminiscent of the island of Punk Hazard, where the dead salamander fruit once again possessed a nearby apple. Advertisement. Laike can almost guess, but no matter which possibility it is. This blue dragon, Admiral, will never survive in the future and will not be able to achieve a stable retirement ending. Laike slowly raised his head and saw the huge green dragon. It had already opened its mouth, and the flames that burned everything gathered in the abyss dragon's mouth. The dragon's breath that burns the sky and boils the sea is about to pour out. Users with abilities in the form of blue dragons can transform into the posture of mythical dragons, and can cause all kinds of extraordinary and super-scale attacks. Rayleigh on the side pushed up his glasses and told Laike the information he knew. It has the ability to control flames, lightning, wind, etc. In the dragon form, the breath it exhales can be turned into high-heat flames that can burn buildings, or it can become a sharp and powerful wind blade that can cut off the human body. Quote. The roar of a ferocious beast can turn into the roar of thunder, turning its body to stir up strong winds, triggering countless tornadoes and causing large-scale damage. You can also catch the flame clouds you create in the air, and you can float and move in the sky. You can use the flame clouds you create to cover objects, and you can make objects around you float. Not only Rayleigh, but the rest of the Roger pirates also echoed. The ability of this green dragon form was completely stripped away. Although Laike has known this information for a long time, but hearing Roger pirates say this, I always feel so skillful. Obviously, when they were chased by the blue dragon Admiral before, they also felt a lot of damage from the opponent's abilities and suffered deeply from it. It's really strong. After Kaido heard these words, the desire in his eyes became even more undisguisedly hot again. The green dragon fruit can turn into a huge green dragon after being eaten, allowing the eater to possess the powerful strength, attack power, defense, resistance, endurance and ability to fly of the green dragon. The physical and natural attacks of the blue dragon form are extremely powerful, and the blue dragon's outstanding defense allows the eater to have excellent resistance to powerful attacks. Laike recalled the power of this ability in his mind, but he looked at the breath of flames that had already sprayed down and just smiled softly. The ability is indeed good, but the person who uses it is not very good. He gently raised his palms, and the next moment, a dazzling green luster appeared on his hands. The shocking palm of all nations. Boom. The super-strong ultimate current burst out instantly from Laike's hand, turning into two violent thunder and lightning waves, rushing towards the incoming flame breath. Crackling. The electric current and the breath instantly intertwined and collided, making bursts of harsh thunderclaps. However, the entanglement between the two parties only lasted for a moment, and then the seemingly high-temperature scorching breath was instantly disintegrated by the current. Then, with unabated force, it rushed towards the huge green dragon in the sky that seemed to be stunned by this scene. Whoosh! Xinglong reacted and wanted to avoid it, but his body was so huge that he was like a living target. And even if he could shrink his body and transform into a human form, he would still be locked by Laike's observation Haki early on. No matter what changes he makes, the final result will be the result of being invaded by electric current. Zilala. The dazzling green electric light dances wildly on Xinglong's body and rises into the sky. The 10,000 Kingdoms shocking palm comes from the world of 7 Dragon Balls and is a unique skill used by Kame Sennin. First, he puts his hands together to store chi, converting the whole body's energy into tens of thousands of watts of electric current, and then shoots it at the opponent to trap the opponent, making the opponent unable to move, and continues to use the electric current to attack the opponent. After Sun Wukong's attack, he fell into a desperate situation and was extremely painful, which shows his power. The power of this skill itself is very powerful. Different people use it with different powers. After being hit, it is very likely that people's lives will be in danger. Not to mention anything else, just being able to convert energy into tens of thousands of watts of electricity is a Madara. It's just that Kame Sennin's 137 combat power and energy, the 10,000 Kingdoms shocking palm can have such intensity. Not to mention the magnanimity of Laike's practice at this time is already extremely amazing. The current power is estimated to be the same as when Turtle Immortal used Fang Kingdom's shocking palm to control Zaply of Universe 3 for a timeout at the Universal Power Conference. Laike has done experiments. If he uses it seriously, the power of the burst of electricity will not be weaker than the high voltage of 300 million volts. Because of this, when such a powerful attack landed on that blue dragon. Roar. From the huge dragon's mouth, the painful roar also sounded. Sure enough, it's the same as mine. Laike, who shot out electric current with shocking power from both palms, maintained this posture, with a smile of understanding and control flashing in his eyes. The abilities of the Phantom Beast species are very good, but the ability users are very average. The blue dragon admiral in front of him reminded Laike of someone when they first met. Decades later in the future, on top of Wano Kuni, Momonosuke used his breath to make him roll his eyes and retreat, and then red-haired Shanks locked and restrained him with Conqueror's Haki far away, and had no choice but to raise his arms and surrender. That is also an admiral, a green animal. He can even be hit by attacks like Momonosuke's, and red-haired Shanks scares him away just by using Haki. From this, we get the admiral who has the least reputation and the weakest reputation. Advertisement. It can be said, Green Bull, the appearance of Aramu has directly lowered Admiral's grade by more than one level. The blue dragon, Admiral Laike in front of him can also clearly sense it. His strength and courage are not that strong. Although the opponent is also at the top level on the sea, Laike has consciousness. As long as you are willing, it is not difficult to kill him. Just like red-haired Shanks, it might not be that difficult to kill Green Bull. This blue dragon Admiral is probably at the same level as the Green Ox Admiral, even a little worse than him. Laike gave his own judgment in his heart. This blue dragon Admiral can walk to Admiral's position and gain such power. Most of it relies on the ability of Devil Fruit, the top phantom beast species in the sea, plus some of his own training and attainments. His strength is quite good, and he has no problem dealing with other pirates, relying on the powerful body and amazing resilience of the blue dragon fruit, as well as his diversified methods and abilities. But if you are facing the top strong men in the world, such as Roger and Laike, then it seems a bit inadequate. Otherwise, his pursuit of the Roger pirates would not have been in vain, and Roger was also picking his ears, not paying much attention to him, and looking down on him. He will not die later, not even have a peaceful retirement. There is even the possibility that 443 could become a bright and clear target, as it is now. Can your hand still release electricity? Roger didn't pay attention to the blue dragon in the sky, but was surprised by Laike beside him. The ability to take out items at random has already made Roger think that Laike is a person with abilities. But now, this unleashes the power of electricity. What are you looking at? Laike glanced at Roger, who was staring at him unblinkingly. Is there something on my face? I'm looking to see if you are a fur tribe. Roger shook the curls on his nose and clicked his tongue in surprise. I heard that only fur people can emit strong electricity, but you can do it too. Could it be that you, the Rock's family, are some kind of fur tribe wearing human skin, or are you simply monkeys? Do you believe I'm going to put electricity into your mouth right now? Ah, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I have to say that Roger is quite experienced in giving in. But as he just admitted his mistake, something appeared in the sky. Bang! A violent explosion sounded, and the huge green dragon was seen struggling hard to break free from the shackles of the current. His whole body was burnt black, and there was still a slight smell of meat. It was obvious that he had been badly electrocuted. Whole guy. The green dragon looked up to the sky and roared, and countless thunderbolts surged down, all of them as thick as buckets. Obviously, the other party didn't feel too happy about being shocked by the current, and he also wanted to let the pirate below taste his pain. And when the thunder landed, a huge wind wave blew on the surrounding sea surface, lifting the waves and forming tornadoes like the wrath of Gyarados. This fateful marine admiral no longer hides, and finally begins to act in earnest, pouring out his full anger and murderous intent. Everyone in the Roger Pirates looked shocked. They had already learned about the other party's abilities and methods, and seeing the apocalyptic scene reappearing in the past, they couldn't help but look at Roger. Then they discovered that Roger was looking at Laike, who retracted his palms. You have a solution for him, right? Roger was carefree and approached Laike to pat him on the shoulder. That's right. Laike moved directly to the side to avoid Roger's movement, and looked calmly at the apocalyptic scene. Even the thunder that fell down would always be avoided by turning around at will. Through the shocking palm of all nations, he once again confirmed the strength of the blue dragon admiral in front of him. It was easier to solve than he imagined. So if that's the case, there's no need to hold back at all. Laike's eyes flashed red, and the top observation Haki also covered the entire audience in an instant. Exactly. Let's use you as a test of the results I have accumulated over the past 2 years. I beg you all to subscribe. There will be more in the afternoon. 0721 punch. Cut the disc. Admiral fell. Never make an enemy of this guy like you. In the past 2 years or so, Super Berry Flash Kill System has put various items or skills on the shelves every day. Although there are many useless and meaningless things to Laike, such as the dragon's wishing underwear, Shinigami Elementary School students' anesthesia needle, full-time hunter Hisoka's playing cards, etc. There are also many disposable items, such as Hokage's Ichiraku ramen, gourmet captive century soup, Crayon Shin-chan's chocolate cookies, Bangzi Country Landlady's videotape. Cross out this last thing. As well as the most frequently picked out various types of wine plus, Wangwang Senbei, and other things. But there are still many powerful moves and skills, such as Surusen Ryu's Dance of the Sky, Kamisenen's 10,000 Kingdoms Shocking Palm, and a series of various abilities that enhance one's own strength. After more than 2 years of self-cultivation, Laike's self-esteem will not be weaker than anyone on the surface of this ocean. Wong Luffy studied Haki for 2 years with Rayleigh, an incompetent teacher. From scratch, he was able to defeat powerful enemies step by step. Although it is undeniable that he has his own devil fruit ability, his becoming stronger also shows that 2 years is enough for some strong people. It can be said that over the past 2 years, this system has given Laike extremely rich accumulation. It's perfect for slaying dragons. As he chuckled, he saw Laike's figure rising into the air, then raising his hand, revealing his ordinary, unpretentious fist. Roger below couldn't help but tremble slightly when he saw this scene. It's strange, Haki is obviously not wrapped around it, and no moves are used, but why? Roger gently stroked his arms with both hands. Do you feel goosebumps all over your body? Moreover, a strong sense of crisis and incomparable fear arose in his heart and brain. It was as if under this punch, even he might be seriously injured. Compared to the previous Kamui fist, is it a more powerful move? Roger couldn't help but crane his neck, looking forward to seeing what kind of punch Laike would throw. In the sky, thunder descended, hurricanes surged, and tornadoes raged. 3 of the world's top natural disasters are attacking Laike at the same time. However, facing the power that made it impossible for anyone to remain calm, Laike just gently swung his simple punch forward. At the same time, the chuckle echoed in everyone's ears. A normal punch. In an instant, the wind stopped, the rain stopped, the thunder and lightning stopped, and when the dragon circle appeared. As if affected by great power, these divine punishments from nature all stopped at this moment. Then, buzz. In an instant, everything collapsed and turned into nothingness. It was like being swept away by an extremely powerful wave of power, crushing everything. How so? Above the sky, the blue dragon admiral in the posture of a green dragon watched this scene with helpless eyes, his big lantern eyes filled with disbelief. After Kung Fu accomplished all this, it was so easily dismantled by the other party. And not only that, boom. The punch that eliminated all disasters in the world, and the great power attached to it remained unabated, hitting his huge green dragon body. Wow. A mouthful of blood spurted out from the dragon's mouth, and at the same time, the aura around him was constantly falling. The power of one punch has already caused considerable damage to the ability of this huge phantom beast species, which can be described as terrifying. Sure enough, the strength is not weak, but Laike, the initiator of all this, looked at the scene in front of him and shook his head slightly. There is still some gap between the effect I want. Normal punch from the world of One Punch Man, the bald-caped man, Saitama Sensei's moves. This is his common move. Generally, the name of the move is not pronounced. In fact, it is just an ordinary punch, but its power is beyond imagination. This is also one of the skills and moves that Laike has picked up over the years, and it is extremely powerful. In addition to Haki and Qigong, there are other offensive methods. Unfortunately, I am not as powerful as Saitama and cannot exert the full power of this most powerful move. If Saitama had been present in person, he would have beaten the green dragon in front of him until he vomited blood. With this blow, its entire dragon body was lifted up, which was no problem at all. But it can have such an effect. Seeing the blood flowing continuously from the corner of the giant dragon's mouth, Laike also raised the corner of his mouth. He is already pretty good. Hachi, hachi. From the giant dragon's mouth, the heavy breathing sound continued to spurt out, and the breath also changed from strong to weak. But this huge green dragon is still staring at Laike in front of him, but how can this be? The anger and murderous intent in his eyes had now turned into shock and disbelief. Ever since he obtained the power of the phantom beast fruit in the form of a blue dragon, he had never been hit like this before. Advertisement. Even the injuries suffered are rarely as serious as they are now. He couldn't understand how the man in front of him, who had only become famous on the sea 2 years ago and had no achievements in the process, could have such terrifying power. And judging from his appearance, he is still so young. How many years has he been practicing? There are so many endless means and abilities. The strong Haki who can perform the combined attack skill, high with Roger, the ability to fly freely, the ability to launch an electric attack that makes even him feel painful, and now. This was a punch that had already traumatized him. As this rocks, Vice Captain, another Overlord. Blue Dragon, as soon as this thought came to Admiral's mind, he saw Laike gently raising his arm. Holding the sky with the palm of your hand, it seems that there is some terrible power zone. If it were other admirals or other powerful guys, it would probably take a lot of effort to defeat them. But if it's just for someone with a huge body like you. A Shinigami-like smile condensed on that face. If it's solved, it's just right. Buzz. As Laike said these words, an extremely dazzling purple luster instantly bloomed on his raised palms. That is, Roger's field of vision was filled with purple light. It's a disc. I saw in Laike's hand, among the purple brilliance that emerged that was impossible to look directly at, was a huge purple disc that was constantly rotating. This can cut basically anything in half, cut a disc. Bathed in the purple luster of death, the corners of Laike's mouth slowly raised. It's perfect for dealing with your huge body. Cutting disc, from the world of 7 Dragon Ball, Frieza's move that puts him at the bottom of the box. Similar to Krillin's move Air Slash, a disc-shaped thrown air bomb with a slashing effect is formed on the palm of the hand, and can be freely changed and tracked. When fighting against Son Goku who had transformed into a Super Saiyan, he displayed his last stunt at the end of the road. Although it caused him to be unable to keep up with Sun Wukong's speed, he was cut in half. But being able to cut open even the body of a creature of the Universe Demon King level like Frieza is enough to show how extraordinary this move is. Although it does not have the power of violent explosions like those powerful shock waves, its most important thing is its extreme sharpness that can cut almost everything. And facing the Esper of the Zone Fantasy Beast species, which is famous for its rough skin and thick flesh. This move can be said to be the most restrained to their existence. Your journey ends here, Laike whispered softly and threw the cutting disc in his hand towards the huge dragon in front of him. As the result of my first marine encirclement and suppression, the life of an admiral can be said to be the best celebration. Whoosh. The cutting disc rotates rapidly and shoots towards the flying dragon body. Do you want to kill me with this simple move? After recovering from the shock, the giant dragon roared to the sky and spit out a large number of cutting whirlwinds from its mouth. Bad wind. The slash was like a sickle and weasel, capable of tearing apart the enemy's armor and weapons. But, Zitsa. The waves of bad wind hitting the cut disc only made a slight sound, and then disappeared. It can be said that it has no effect at all. Are you kidding me? The last crazy sound spewed out from the mouth of the giant dragon. Who do you think I am? Lousy is a marine admiral. A guy who only debuted for 2.5 years wants to take Lousy's life. Lousy's life is here. If you really have the ability, just come and get it. Blue Dragon Admiral's roar roared, resounding throughout the sea. He was very aware of the current situation. He had been injured by the punch of the Lord of the Night just now. Coupled with the previous electric attack, his condition was not very good. Although he wanted to retreat, on the one hand, the other party had the same ability and means to fly, so he could catch up with him, and the result would not be any different from the current situation. On the other hand, he is Marine Admiral. When facing the pirates, he actually ran away. This was the biggest shame for him. Then Marine sticks to the bottom line and lets him fight until the last moment here. Even if you really have to sacrifice your life for this, you won't hesitate. Whoosh. The cutting disc shone with a life-threatening purple light, as if it had cut off the lives of every creature. At this time, even the life of the Admiral of Headquarters must be cut off. It's over. Seeing the huge green dragon continuing to attack the cutting disc without hesitation, Laike shook his head slightly. He could already see what would happen next. Advertisement. Ding. The red light flashed clearly in Roger's eyes below, and then he closed his eyes. It's really. He took a breath and said, what an amazing future. Tisk. The moment Roger closed his eyes, the sound of a knife cutting into flesh instantly sounded over the sea. At that point, everyone in the Roger pirate's eyes widened with horror. Under Kaido's blood-red eyes. Under Laike's calm and emotionless watch. The blood of the blue dragon spills into the sea. The body of the green dragon is broken. The coquettish blood flowers bloom under this dark sky. Hoo hoo hoo. The howling wind seemed to be playing sad music to bid farewell to the Marine Admiral on his last journey. And far away from the sea here, there are a few broken floating boards. On the floating board, people wearing tattered marine trousers and soldiers' clothes were all sitting there, recuperating and sorting out their injuries. That is, suddenly, some figures on the floating board in the center raised their heads and looked towards the distant sea. Blue Dragon Admiral's aura disappeared. Zephyr, whose sunglasses were half broken, suddenly stood up, exuding an astonishing evil aura. How can this be? The Ghost Mantis Vice Admiral on the side said hoarsely, Blue Dragon Admiral is an esper of the zone fantasy beast species. If you want to kill him, it will be much more troublesome than killing an ordinary strong man. He was already seriously injured. I knew it. Vice Admiral, the Crown Rat, hid aside and shivered, and kept thinking. The shadow Laike brought to him was so great that he almost didn't have the courage to look directly at him now. The huge shock wave hit by him and Roger just now, the Vice Admirals like them couldn't avoid it. Fortunately, Garp and Zephyr tried their best to block the attack and prevented the damage from becoming huge. But that also caused their warships to break apart immediately, and all the marine soldiers on the warships fell into the sea. Thanks to the Blue Dragon Admiral, he used tornadoes and waves to wrap up these people and drive them away from the sea area, allowing them to come to this relatively safe place. In his opinion, people like Marine Vice Admiral and below are no longer qualified to step into that battlefield. And the Vice Admiral of the Crown Rat is completely gone, and he has no energy to fight with the Lord of the Dark Night Laike again. Bang, bang, bang. Even Garp, who had always been the most optimistic and hilarious, now completely lost his previous optimistic attitude. I just kept eating the senbei, biting it hard, as if I wanted to bite it off completely. The fall of the Admiral of Headquarters was an extremely big event to the outside world, but at this moment, in front of Laike and Roger, there was not much excitement or shock. After all, he died standing up, without any ugly appearance. Roger glanced at the sea in front of him, which was already soaked in blood, and couldn't help but shook his head. At the last moment, he also showed his manly side. After all, Marine Admiral is able to achieve this position, but there is still something worthy of admiration. Roger said with emotion, ignoring the wide-open eyes of his companions around him, and looked at the slowly landing Laike, and nodded gently to him. Now I understand something completely again. Then I absolutely don't want to be an enemy of this guy like you. He crossed his arms and said with some fear, you guys are really evil. Who knows if this guy like you has any other powerful and extraordinary methods at your disposal. Even the Marine Admiral of the Phantom Beast species can be killed easily. I even doubt. He slapped his mouth and said, if you kill me now, it won't be difficult, right? Guess. Laike smiled and ignored Roger, who continued to scratch his head after listening to his words. Instead, he turned to look at Kaido, who was approaching excitedly. Boss, I'm free, he shouted with a trembling tone. Kaido had finally become an official pirate and knew a lot about the existence of devil fruit. He also understands that as long as the previous Esper dies, his devil fruit will reappear in the sea. And now, this Blue Dragon Admiral has been solved by Laike, which means. Do you still want this devil fruit? Laike looked at him and said leisurely, didn't you see how he was killed by me? You should know that if you get this ability and face me, you will fall into a natural disadvantage and weakness. Even so, do you still want to obtain this ability? 0.073 The news spread and the world was shocked. Long live Vice Captain Laike. Kaido saw how Laike dealt with that huge green dragon. Then he should understand that the ability of a zone phantom beast species that he desires is nothing in front of Laike. If you say behead, just behead. It is very simple and powerless. That's him, I'm me. Kaido still said seriously with a serious face, he has not developed this devil fruit ability very well. I am different from him. This devil fruit suits me very well. I am confident that its maximum power and effect will be unleashed. Kaido looked proud and confident. By then, even if you, Boss Laike, want to kill me again, it won't be that easy. This guy doesn't know where his confidence comes from. Laike just smiled and didn't say much. After all, I am still young, and my knowledge and experience are still relatively shallow. I don't know how high the sky is, but it's great to be young. Gone. He patted Kaido on the shoulder, and then took out the flying magic carpet. This time, he was really leaving. Are you leaving? Roger, who originally wanted to come over and continue talking, saw this scene and immediately changed his words. Well, after being out for so long, it's time to go back. Laike said casually. Roger opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but Laike said it directly in advance. If we are on hostile sides next time we meet, I will not hold back at that time. Roger. The people in the pirate group behind him. You even killed the Marine Admiral. If you face us again, you won't show mercy. Roger rubbed his nose angrily, and then immediately said seriously. I want to say that before you leave. He rubbed his hands, and a smile appeared on his face. Can you leave me some of the wine you had before? Want a drink? Laike glanced sideways at him, then stepped onto the flying magic carpet, with a smile. Let's talk about it when we meet again next time. Quote. If you don't want to give it, just say so. He whispered there that there was a high probability that the next time they met, they would be friends rather than enemies. Don't ask for a drink then, as long as they didn't get beaten up. And you. As soon as Laike stepped onto the flying magic carpet, he saw the heads of baboons poking out of the jungle behind him one after another. The eyes of the leader, the baboon king, were full of expectations. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. This blanket of mine can't carry so many people, let alone baboons. Laike directly extinguished their thoughts, making their faces look gloomy for a while. But, since you want to follow me so much. Laike chuckled and something came out of his pocket. I am also willing to give my followers a chance. Whoosh, he threw this thing towards the baboon king. That is, Copper Jabba saw it clearly, it's a permanent pointer. This is a permanent pointer to the island where I am. If you can successfully go to sea and find my location, then I will accept you. Laike smiled lightly. Of course, I won't wait for you too long. If you can't arrive after the time, it means there is no fate between us. Well, even Kung Fu Manatee can learn Haki in 2 years and build a boat to break into the new world. There is no reason why these baboons, who have stronger learning abilities and are more human-like, cannot do this. If it weren't for the good potential of this group of baboons, Haki would have already started practicing in a short period of time. Laike would not have given them such an opportunity in vain. Take good training, Haki. I hope that when we meet again next time, your practice will satisfy me. These last words are left to these baboons who are holding the permanent pointer carefully and happily. Laike drove the flying magic carpet and flew to the endless sky with Kaido, leaving the Roger pirates below with their increasingly distant backs. Let's go. Roger smacked his mouth, feeling quite uncomfortable. Such a person is actually the younger brother of that guy Rocks, it's really. He shook his head depressedly, and then looked at the sea where the blood had not receded and was still red. He immediately waved to his friends behind him. It's going to get lively here soon, let's leave quickly. Oh, the members of the pirate group behind him also immediately started to work in a hurry. Advertisement. They also all know what kind of waves and waves will be set off in the coming sea. What happened today will be engraved in their bones and deep in their minds, and will be unforgettable for a long time. Not long after, the Oro Jackson raised its sails and sailed away from this place of right and wrong. On the other side, thousands of miles above the sky. Boss, are we going to find you to make devil fruit now? Kaido asked impatiently. Well, before I go back, I'll help you get the BG demon fruit. Captain Jack's compass appeared again in Laike's hand, pointing in the direction of what he wanted. Great. Thank you, boss. The corners of Kaido's mouth widened into a grin that almost reached behind his ears. He knew that Laike had something in his hand that could help him find the devil fruit, just like he found the thunder fruit before. He couldn't help but be full of expectations for the next action. Laike and Roger both started their own paths respectively, but the battle on Cricana Island has never stopped. It was not until later that marine warships arrived at the scene one after another after receiving the news. After arriving at the blood-stained sea area, they all fell silent. On a warship with a sheep's head, a middle-aged man with a goatee and a gray marine attire looked at this scene in silence. Then, the previous marine buster call was aimed at this island, right? He spoke slowly, setting the tone for the next actions. I don't want to hear any more about this island. At this time, the roar of artillery fire coming from Cragana Island fell on the ears of this middle-aged man with a goatee, and it felt extremely harsh. Yes, Grey Sheep Admiral. The marine soldiers on the side responded quickly, then swallowed their saliva and continued to execute the unfinished buster call of the Blue Dragon Admiral. It was also the last mission he left unfinished before his death. Not long after, 10 marine warships fired their artillery fire, completely submerging the entire Cricana Island. Inside a certain warship, Zephyr's sunglasses reflected the endless firelight. His fist clenched his dark wrist tightly, but he loosened it weakly. Garp was still sitting cross-legged on the ground, eating and chewing. The atmosphere in the entire cabin was extremely low and depressing. They all also knew what happened in this sea area before. It is also something that is about to spread throughout the world, causing the entire sea to tremble and the world to be in turmoil. Blue Dragon, one of the 3 admirals of naval headquarters, has fallen. Before the next day, what happened on Cragana Island was grasped by some people with channels. It is impossible to hide such news. Sign me up. Stamp me hard. Inside the hot air balloon headquarters of the World News Economic News Agency, Morgans, dressed in the form of an albatross bird, was jumping around and roaring at the top of his lungs. With a red face, he directed his subordinates to turn the power of the printer to the maximum. This is the biggest big news ever. You must give me a first-hand report. Morgan's face flushed with excitement, and he was so excited that he danced with joy. The previous letter of apology from the Roger pirates, coupled with the death and fall of the Admiral of Headquarters. Our newspaper can definitely gain a firm foothold in this world. We are not far away from becoming the world's largest newspaper, ha 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 ha. I really want to thank Mr. Laike very much. An intoxicating blush appeared on Morgan's face, as if he had drunk too much. If I have a chance, I will definitely have a good drink with him, ha 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 ha. It must be said that the rise of their World News Economic newspaper relied entirely on the 2 pieces of news given to them by Laike. This alone is enough for him to gain a firm foothold in the world's newspaper industry. From now on, News about Mr. Laike must be set as the first priority, and his deeds must be reported with emphasis to project his glorious and majestic image. The big wings of the albatross waved forward fiercely, facing the employees who were working overtime and printing and writing copywriting and reports in batches. Especially in this incident, you all should know how to write, right? Understood, boss. A group of employees with dark circles under their eyes raised their heads and shouted in response. Although they looked a little sluggish physically, their spirit was as good as ever. Because Morgans, the boss, is really willing to pay overtime. And both the treatment and salary are very generous and generous. Now that your salary is in place, what other jobs can't you do? This is why Morgans will be able to become the leader in the newspaper industry in the future, and become the world's #1 newspaper and the Dark Emperor of the underground world. Compared to money, Morgans values news more. This is why the world government sent agents to ask Morgans to stop reporting, and also issued a generous check. Advertisement. But Morgans still refused to agree. After beating the agent, he hurriedly drove away in the hot air balloon from the headquarters. He would rather offend the world government or the Charlotte family who failed at the tea party, but he still had to publish the news. With such professionalism, and as a boss, people who are willing to work for Morgans are really not loose. Otherwise, the fire photographer, who later specialized in shooting bounty posters at naval headquarters, would not have been recruited by Morgans. The World News Economic News Agency worked overtime quickly, and finally printed the first batch of newspapers. Then, it was news. Birds and paper gulls carry them and fly to all corners of the world. For a time, all islands that could receive newspapers and news also saw the information published on it. This is an emergency newspaper for overtime. Did something big happen again? Someone was drinking and opening a newspaper, and then, puff, the first headline printed on the newspaper made them spit out the wine in their mouths instantly. How can this be? Some people were so frightened that they fell from their seats, looking at the reports above with disbelief and astonishment. Is this fake? Fake news. Fake news. They were muttering, and panic gradually began to appear in their eyes. But he still held on, spread out the newspaper with trembling hands, and gave Ying the news word for word. Then, ha, this is fake, it must be fake, I don't believe it. Some people had dry smiles on their faces, while others looked annoyed. I want to see which newspaper is so wicked and publishes false news. Really, if Marine and the others are spread rumors, won't they come out and take care of them? As a result, they took a closer look at the World News Economic newspaper. Involuntarily, he fell into silence for a while. Still remembering the last news, they also thought that the World News Economic newspaper was fabricated. However, it was later confirmed that there were no errors in the information or news. In addition, during this period of time, the news from World News Economic newspaper has been very accurate, and gradually, a good reputation has been established in everyone's hearts. Therefore, when they saw the name of this newspaper, they couldn't help but close their eyes in pain. How so? Their bodies slid weakly to the ground, falling to the floor like a puddle of mud. Before this, they had never thought that such a thing would happen. The highest combat power in the world government, one of the 3 admirals of the naval headquarters, was killed. Moreover, he still died in the hands of pirates, the same pirates who have been in the spotlight recently. Open black lens bracket Lord of the Night close black lens bracket, Rocks D Mo Lai. It's this man again. First the Roger pirates, and then the Blue Dragon Admiral. How terrifying is this man? He's probably the scariest guy on the rocks. Is it stronger than the so-called New World Overlord Rocks D? Zebek. No, maybe that brother is also hiding his strength. Maybe he wants to be stronger. Oh my god, the Admiral of Headquarters has been killed, what will happen to this world? Why did something like this happen? Are Marine and the others just doing it for a living? Is this world going to become a pirate well? Countless crisis theories, as well as the incitement and propaganda of the end of the world, began to gradually arise in the world. For a time, with the murder of the Admiral of Headquarters, the people felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. The sense of security that Marine had given them in the past had somewhat disappeared due to this incident. After all, even the Admiral of Headquarters was killed. Tell me, how can we keep us safe from the pirates? The people began to become panicked all day long, and their trust in Marine also plummeted. And this is the most distressing situation for the world government and Marines. Not only the people, but also the many world government member countries that paid heavenly money also called to inquire about the situation. If even Marine Admiral can't ensure their safety, then what's the point of joining them? If they pay so much heavenly money and still see no results, then why do they still have to pay? With such an incident, the situation in the entire world and the sea once again became dark and unclear, causing waves of waves. And when this news was introduced to the new world, the Hive Island Hashinosu. Long live Vice Captain Laike. Vice Captain Laike is so high. Countless pirates on the island looked up to the sky and howled, cheering, shouting, and roaring to their heart's content to vent the excitement and joy in their hearts. 074 The Blue Dragon Fruit reappears. No song, Brook from the Devil's Triangle. They never expected that Laike's trip would not only make the Roger pirates bow their heads and write a letter of apology. Even the Admiral, one of the naval headquarters, was killed. What an amazing deed this is, what terrifying strength this is. Sure enough, Their Rocks pirate is the strongest pirate group in the world. 2 captains with top strength will definitely lead them to a more glorious future. Their name of Rocks pirate will once again be heard throughout the sea and they will become the undisputed strongest in the world. Cheers to Vice Captain Mo Laike. Boom. For a moment, the entire Beehive Island was filled with the sound of countless people pushing and clinking glasses. The pirates were all cheering and celebrating. And in a remote cabin. You have really done something incredible, Gula la la la. Open black lens bracket Whitebeard close black lens bracket Edward Newgate was there, drinking a lot of wine, and he was also feeling sincerely happy for Mo Laike's fame and deeds. However, his good mood dissipated somewhat after the person next to him spoke. Newgate. A charming voice sounded nearby, causing old beard Edward Newgate's drinking movements to pause. When will you introduce the vice captain to me? It's not me who has the final say. Open black lens bracket Whitebeard close black lens bracket Edward Newgate rarely felt uncomfortable and replied. He said he had no time before. As you can see, that guy Mo Laike has been focusing on practice or going out to perform important tasks. How can there be no unnecessary person in the world? In the past 2 years since he existed and showed his strength, in addition to the little brother he found outside and me, a guy who occasionally drinks with him, you see that he has other connections. Person. This doesn't seem to exist. The charming Jingam Stussy thought about it and found that this was really the case. Mo Laike's interpersonal relationships are indeed very pitiful. On the entire island, the only person he can chat with is Whitebeard Edward Newgate, and the others are all strangers. Thinking of this, Bajingam Stussy couldn't help but feel a little discouraged, and at the same time, he also gritted his teeth secretly. He must have never seen me before, so he wasn't interested in seeing me. Just wait, after I meet him, he will be fascinated by my appearance. Even if he doesn't have a crush on me, he will definitely have some possessiveness and wildness. Oh, man, I've seen it so many times that I can't understand it better. Bajingam Stussy is confident that as long as she meets Mo Laike, she will be absolutely sure to win him. Even if you can't get it, you can definitely get great benefits from Mo Laike. This is because she has enough faith in herself and her invincible appearance. In addition to Whitebeard Edward Newgate, there is another dilapidated house. 2 old-looking men and a woman, wearing black kimonos, seem to be from a special country, discussing something there. In the end, after a conversation, the 2 decided that they would wait for Mo Laike to come back to see him for a meeting ceremony. These 2 guys from Wano-kuni, the Kurozumi family, are also determined to let their name of Kurozumi reign in Wano-kuni again. On a high slope outside, Mo Laike, the golden coat buzzed in the air. Golden Lion, Shiki held a cigar in his mouth, floating in the air, looking at the distant sky. His eyes were deep and he didn't know what he was thinking. And in a desert castle at his feet, the laughter of children eating delicious snacks could be heard from time to time. At the same time, deep in the huge skull castle in the center of the island, a low laughter slowly sounded. You've become stronger too, my lord. I'm really looking forward to where you will be in the future. Can you also take off my head, ha ha ha. The low laughter echoed and enveloped the empty room. The entire Beehive Island Hashinosu also fell into a series of reactions and shocks because of Mo Laike's actions, which had a huge impact. But all in all, for these pirates, it is positive, and it makes them even more improved, which is enough confidence to deal with the world government and marine. Of course, Mo Laike didn't know all this. Although he also had speculations, maybe Hashinosu Island would fall into carnival and celebration because of his action, but for him, this is just a casual, trivial thing. Now, he is taking Kaido, following Captain Jack's compass instructions, looking for the devil fruit, which is the blue dragon form of the zone fish fruit phantom beast. Sometimes, devil fruit may live in the surrounding fruits and be reborn, but it may also appear randomly in a corner of the sea. Obviously, this devil fruit in the form of a blue dragon appeared randomly on the sea. Mo Laike led Kaido along the way, passing through many sea areas, and finally came to the sea area guided by the compass. The Devil's Triangle. Advertisement. Mo Laike looked at the sea area called Darkness in front of him. This place is shrouded under dark and gloomy black clouds all year round, with no sunlight and no direction. The Devil's Triangle is a sea area within the Grand Line that is surrounded by thick fog all year round. Here, more than 100 ships are lost every year. If there was no such thing as a record pointer, no one would be willing to enter the Devil's Triangle. In this invisible navigation environment, any threat will be magnified several times. Ordinary pirates can easily get lost here. Even if they have a record pointer, they will find it quite troublesome. Even if there is a recorded pointer to point out the correct direction to the next island, it cannot reduce the chance of being wrecked in this sea area. This is the first time I have seen such a dark and gloomy environment. Kaido sat on the flying carpet, holding the mace, constantly looking at the dark environment around him. He had no special feelings about this depressing environment, but was looking forward to it. The phantom beast of the fish fruit is right here. He felt extremely excited when he thought that he was about to get that devil fruit. Even with the howling wind around me, I felt a little cool and very relaxed. It really blocks the field of vision, making it difficult for people to see clearly. Mo Laike gently closed his eyes and stopped looking around at the darkness. In this extremely dangerous sea area, they were traveling unscrupulously above the sky. In the future, there will also be an island ship that can do whatever it wants. That island ship was later the pirate ship of the 7 warlords of the Sea Gecko Moria, the terrifying 3-masted ship, known as the largest ship in the world. It was also the poor old kid who had his jaw broken by Kaido, the guy behind Molai, and then annihilated all his companions. Kaido was one step ahead of Moria and came to this sea area. If the fish fruit reappears in this sea area, then it should be on some abandoned ships, right? Kaido touched his chin and kept scanning his eyes so that he would not miss any ship. At the same time, he was also worried about something. Well, these old ships have been wrecked here for many years, and the fruits inside are almost ready to rot. What if the fish fruit reappears on a rotten fruit? Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho. Suddenly, a weak optimistic song came from the mist ahead, which made Kaido startled. Is there someone passing through this sea area by chance? The color of knowledge on his body also swept forward for an instant, and then, a confused look appeared in his eyes. But why? There is basically no breath of living people. That is because Laike in front also slowly spoke here. It can be said that there are no living people on the ship in front. His eyes slowly opened, showing a slight smile. Sure enough, within this devil's triangle, there is still that legendary skeleton. The thick fog in front gradually dissipated, and in front of Laike and Kaido, they saw a dilapidated, old-looking pirate ship, slowly heading this way. The melodious singing also came gently from the boat. The strange voice mixed with the melodious singing and laughter floated clearly into the ears of Laike and Kaido. See Circle Calendar 1470. 8 years ago now, the Lombard pirates entered the Grand Line from West Blue, made friends with Crocus at the Twin Gap Lighthouse in Upside Down Mountain, and gave Laboon the whale to him to take care of when they parted. Soon after, the Lumba pirates were attacked by plague and enemies, and all members were killed. After being infected with the plague, the captain of the Lombard pirates, Madara Biao Yorki, gave full authority to the future mission and command of the ship to the musicians on the ship. And the musician who was originally the leader of a certain country's escort team and later joined the Lombard pirates encountered a vicious enemy in this devil's triangle, and his partners were killed one after another. He himself was originally destined to die, but he has a unique devil fruit ability, which is called Wonquan fruit. Those with fruit abilities can be resurrected once after death and control soul-related abilities. If developed properly, the attack energy will contain the cold air from the underworld, which will cause frostbite to the enemy. Of course, the most important thing is the ability to resurrect from the dead. Let people have a second life and live a second life. Therefore, after losing his life in this devil's triangle, the musician gained a second life. So that his soul can get out of hell and return to this life. But, when he used this second life to resurrect, something seemed to have gone wrong. When his soul was about to return to his body, he found. Please give me flowers. He reached the location of his ship in the Devil's Corner area. Advertisement. As a result, the soul was lost here for a whole year. When he found his body, it had become a skeleton. However, his afro still strangely existed. From then on, he could only survive in a skeleton state, wandering around the Devil's Triangle. So, is this your story? Kaido stood on the tattered deck, looking at the skeleton in front of them that bowed and bent down in front of them, practicing gentlemanly etiquette, and still felt a little uneasy. Letter. To encounter a living skeleton, and to have such a bizarre encounter, is really unexpected. Ho 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 ho. After staying on this ship for so many years, this is really the first time I have met someone who can chat with me and listen carefully to what I say. Former swordsman and musician of the Rumba Pirates, by song, Brook pointed to the gentleman's hat on his afro, smiling happily. It was obviously a pile of bones, but the others would have given up on themselves long ago. But the black suit in front of Brook was in tatters, but it could be seen that it was very clean and tidy, without any wrinkles or dust. The gentleman's hat on his head and the leather shoes on his feet were also polished. Even the only remaining afro on his head is not as sloppy as other pirates, and looks particularly oily, but rather refreshing. This is also a powerful guy who will be able to live an optimistic life in such a dark and depressing environment, be high-spirited, and face the sufferings of the world with a positive attitude and a smile. Laike looked at Brook in front of him, and appreciation gradually appeared in his eyes. I have said so much. Only then did Brook realize something. I wonder why you two came here. Is there anyone who needs my help? He has been alone for so long, and although he can bear it, he is still very happy to talk when he finally has human beings to communicate with. We came here to find a devil fruit. The outspoken Kaido, feeling Brook's enthusiasm, did not hide anything and told the truth. Devil fruit. There seemed to be a thoughtful look in the empty skull eye sockets. Some time ago, among the fruits I collected from other ships, there seemed to be a strange fruit. Although the appearance and color are different from the yellow spring fruit I ate before, it should also belong to the ranks of devil fruit. That's the one. When Kaido heard this, he immediately interrupted excitedly. He had a hunch that the devil fruit Brook mentioned was exactly the one he longed for. However, while he was excited, he also realized something. You still collect fruit. Kaido looked Brook up and down. Can you still eat in this state? Speaking of eating. Speaking of which, when we boarded the ship to meet us just now, this guy seemed to be drinking black tea. Yo ho 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 ho, of course you can. Brook seemed to be very proud of this matter. He walked into the cabin to get the fruit and said with a smile. I have to drink a glass of milk every day. This can increase the calcium content in the bones and make the bones stronger. Moreover, Not only can I eat and drink, but I can also. Poof, poof. Ah, sorry, I'm rude. Duo. It's really a skeleton that makes people feel a little unpredictable. Kaido shook his head and sighed with emotion, but when he saw Brook take out the devil fruit, all the emotion in his heart disappeared. Only one pair of eyes was left staring directly at the devil fruit in Brook's hand. It's a devil fruit that looks like a giant grape. 2 yellow fruit vines lead to the fruitful and plump grape berries below. Each grape is composed of a sky blue outer ring and a dark blue inner ring. The dark blue circle is also engraved with the spiral tang grass-like pattern. Laike had seen it in the devil fruit encyclopedia before. The fish fruit phantom beast species, the green dragon form, looks exactly like this, exactly like the picture in that encyclopedia. This is the devil fruit of my dreams. Seeing that the zone devil fruit that he has been dreaming about and thinks is the strongest is right in front of him, even Kaido is really not very calm. The devil fruit in Brook's hand was so magical that he simply couldn't stop. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho, do you really want this devil fruit? Brook looked at Kaido, then at the devil fruit in his hand, and couldn't help but laugh. Then give it to you. 075 skeleton, come with us. Without hesitation, Brook handed the grape-shaped devil fruit in his hand to Kaido in front of him. Are you really going to give it to me? Kaido couldn't help but widen his eyes slightly, his eyes full of surprise and questioning. He didn't expect that it would go so smoothly, and that the other party would give him this devil fruit that he valued so much and had such a rare ability in the sea outside so easily. Yo ho 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 ho, I already have demon fruit power and I can't eat the second one. Brook is still so optimistic and cheerful, this devil fruit is of no use if it is left here. It just so happens that you came here for it and are looking for it, so it's totally okay to give it to you who are in need. I think this devil fruit also hopes that you can take it away and develop its abilities, so it guided you here, right? Yo ho 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 ho. Brook obviously didn't know about the magical Captain Jack's compass in Laike's hand, but gave it a beautiful meaning. Thank you so much. Brook said so. Kaido was naturally completely rude and happily took the devil fruit from the bone-white palm. Then, without peeling the skin, he impatiently stuffed the entire grape berry, including the vine, into his mouth. Gulu. As his cheeks and throat rolled, he swallowed this portion of devil fruit alive. Oh, Brook also looked at this scene in surprise, and saw that Kaido just slapped his mouth there, and then picked his teeth. It looked like he didn't feel anything at all. Don't you think this tastes terrible? Brook asked curiously. When I ate the underworld fruit before, I even felt that my voice was not stained and I could no longer sing that beautiful song, yo ho 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 ho. 090. Well, the taste of devil fruit is so unpleasant that it is indescribable. Brook may never forget the taste of lunch in his life. Of course I know this kind of thing. Kaido grinned and picked up the mace under control. That's why I just swallowed it without even chewing it. This way you can ensure that you swallow the whole devil fruit without having to taste it. Kaido is not a fool, he has a lot of wisdom in this aspect. Yo ho 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 ho, you are really an interesting person. Hee hee, you are also a very good skeleton, Both of them were in a very good mood at this time. One of them met an interesting person who they could talk to. One is to get the devil fruit ability that I have always wanted to get. It can be said that at this moment, both parties have reached a consensus and both feel very happy. Hey, I said skeleton. In a happy mood, Kaido walked directly to Brook and hugged his skeletal shoulders. Would you like to come with us? I think you are quite interesting, and you get along well with us. What's the point of staying in such a dark place? He extended the invitation directly to Brook. Brook was stunned for a moment. What, have you never thought about going out and traveling to the sea outside again? Kaido chuckled. Or are you really planning to die here? Just like this, living here in darkness and loneliness with the appearance of a skeleton. Brook, any normal person would definitely not want to stay here like this. Well, I did think about going to the sea outside again. Brook's tone gradually became softer, but, in his skeletal head, he recalled the previous scene on the Lumba pirate's ship. Seeing each of his companions fall in front of him, it would be impossible to say that he didn't have any emotional fluctuations. Although nearly 10 years have passed, he has basically let go and is worthy of his status as a pirate when he was in the Lombard Pirates. He can indeed start a new life of his own again. I still have an unfulfilled promise. He couldn't help but recall that when they came from the waters of Twin Capes, they couldn't bring the new world into it, so they could only place the promise there to reunite with the island whale Laboon. I promised a friend that I would meet him. Brook raised his head, a trace of vicissitudes and memories flashed through his eyes. I wonder if it is doing well now. Where is your companion? Kaido asked rather irritatingly. It's at the entrance to the Grand Line, where the twin extensions of Upside Down Mountain are. Brook chuckled lightly. I promised him that after we complete a circle around the world, we will naturally meet there again. It's just that we were not able to fulfill this agreement, and there is no chance to fulfill it. When Brook said this, he looked a little lonely. Advertisement. The Lumba pirates had been destroyed and were unable to complete the feat of sailing the Grand Line for a week. It can be said that they were the first to break the agreement with Laboon. Is that where Upside Down Mountain is? After Kaido heard this, he completely ignored Brook's sadness and continued to slap his skull. If you want to see it, we can definitely take you there. Brook, who was still feeling sad, suddenly raised his head when he heard this. Take me there. Brook was a little unsure and continued to ask. Yeah, have you forgotten how we got here? Kaido was not very polite. He directly picked up the cracked black tea that Brook had drunk on the broken table and poured it all into his mouth. Well, sure enough, it's still not as delicious as wine. How come? Brook suddenly thought of the scene when Laike and Kaido first appeared. It seemed like it was coming off a very strange blanket. You can take our magic carpet and go to Upside Down Mountain together to see your friends. With Brook's small skeleton, there is plenty of space on the flying magic carpet to be able to carry him. Can I really? Brook couldn't help but froze in place. It won't delay your trip, right? He was thinking about Kaido and the others, and looked at Laike who was standing there without saying a word. He could feel that the combination of these two people was obviously led by Mr. Laike. Because, it does not matter. Kaido said directly and carelessly, Yamato, I rarely come out, we have plenty of time. He directly stated his relationship as the boss, and we have traveled to Seafaring and Upside Down Mountain before, so this is not a problem at all. Well, the main reason was that when I was looking for Roger before, this guy was really good at running. The flying magic carpet almost had to go around in many circles to find them. As this so, seeing Brook, he was still a little hesitant. Laike simply stepped forward and said with a chuckle. Whether you want to leave with us or not, I can send you to your friends. Just take it as a thank you for giving us the devil fruit. One more thing. Laike looked at the bright bones and said, I admire you too. I admire both your personality and your professionalism in music. Being able to stay alone in this lonely environment for more than 50 years without going crazy shows Brook's extremely optimistic mood. Well, it is precisely with such a positive attitude that Red Earl Redfield, who was born with the ability to see, hear, and understand people at an early age, admires Brook. Consider him his idol. After all, he had seen so many evil and ugly hearts, and finally saw such an optimistic, positive and cheerful heart. This was nothing less than a baptism of life for Redfield. It can be said that Brook really has an influence that cannot be ignored on Redfield. I see. Laike has already said this, and it would be really rude for Brook not to agree. Unless he really wants to stay in this dark sea, but obviously this is impossible. Although he had thought about completing the real sailing for a week, fulfilling his manly promise and meeting Laboon. But obviously, with his current skeleton body, he simply cannot do this. He couldn't even get out of this sea area. And now, with the opportunity to go out, I can also go back and see Laboon. After all, this is not after the Moria incident, and no one from the Straw Hat Pirates came here. Brook has already made a decision in his heart. Then really, thank you both. He suddenly and solemnly took a step back, and bowed towards Laike and Kaido in a gentlemanly manner. We are the ones who should say thank you. You are making yourself public like this. Ha 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 ha. Kaido's cheerful and wanton laughter echoed in this dark sea, seeming to drive away even the deep black clouds. So that the slightest ray of hope falls on this sea. Grand Line, Upside Down Mountain, Twin Capes. White clouds dotted the blue sky, and the warm sunshine fell on the sea. It seems like a good day for pirates to enter the Grand Line. 182. The premise is that this does not take into account the situation where the huge island whale goes crazy. The more sunny and warm the weather is like this, the more restless the island whale becomes. Hey, I said Laboon. On the shore of the lighthouse at Twin Capes, a middle-aged man with a hairstyle like a saffron, with purple and yellow petals, black hair, and a monotonous yellow flower part is wearing a pink headscarf with a distressed look on his face. Looking at the huge thing in front of me. Advertisement. Less than 10 years have passed. The sea outside is turbulent and the situation is treacherous and changeable. It is normal for the Lombard pirates and others to encounter special circumstances and be unable to return. As the tower guard of the Twin Capes, Crocus persuaded him earnestly. So Laboon, give them a little more time. I heard that pirates entering the New World, if they want. If you want to occupy a place, it will take at least 3 to 5 years and as many as 7 or 8 years before you can gain a firm foothold. It's only been less than 10 years, maybe the Lombard pirates have just established a foothold. In other words, they have encountered some kind of trouble and are trapped somewhere and can't get out. This is a normal thing on the sea. Don't worry, they will keep their promise and come to see you. However, such words may have been said too many times, and Crocus's words could no longer affect the huge creature in front of him. That whale is all black and blue and has an island-like body that is tens of meters tall. Roar. Laboon opened its big mouth, looked up to the sky and roared loudly. The sound was melodious and floated into the distance, and it also roared out its firm determination. Then, it turned its head and pointed in the same direction. What are you going to do? Crocus immediately became nervous. Where do you want to go? I saw Laboon looking firmly at the other side of Red Line. Then head towards the Grand Line. Well, the island whale is also a type of whale, and its IQ is exactly the same. In fact, Laboon can completely listen to what Crocus said. But it also has its own understanding and thinking. Since Crocus said that the Lombard pirates were trapped somewhere, or that they had just gained a foothold. So that means they need help now. And now that I have grown to such a huge size, I can survive on this dangerous Grand Line. Then you can also go to the Grand Line, find the Rumba pirates, and help them. The Lombard pirates, Yorkie, Brook and the others need their own strength. There was such determination in Laboon's eyes, and Crocus, who understood the meaning in his eyes, also had a headache. Laboon. He wanted to persuade him again. After all, it was just a whale, and he had many ways to calm it down easily. And just as Crocus was about to enlighten, Laboon was ready to set off with firm eyes. Suddenly, yo ho, this is really my first time to experience such super high-speed flying. It was so scary that my heart almost jumped out of my chest. Ah, even though I don't have a heart, yo ho ho ho. The familiar tone, familiar way of speaking, and familiar laughter made both Crocus and Laboon stunned at the same time. Then, Crocus breathed a huge sigh of relief. 2.4. I didn't expect that we would actually come back. These guys. Crocus obviously recognized who the laughter came from, and couldn't help but sit down on the sun chair behind him. There was also a relieved smile hanging on the corner of his mouth, and his whole person showed a relaxed look. Although he didn't come back after completing a lap around the Grand Line, he was able to come back here safely. What kind of star is he? Crocus thought in his heart, and then he raised his head and looked at the sea, but he did not see the Lumba pirates' ship at all. Didn't they come back by boat? He couldn't help but startled slightly, and then he heard Laboon beside him roaring to the sky. Quote, comma, exclamation mark, quote. The trembling, exciting, overwhelming emotions all turned into this cry of joy and abandonment. The huge whale eyes were already filled with tears. This voice is also extremely familiar to it. Laboon boo boo boo, I miss you so much. Brook's emotional cheers and thoughts will also echo in the sky. After nearly 10 years apart, they were finally able to meet again here. Is it from heaven? While Laboon was slapping the water excitedly, making splashing waves, Crocus also raised his head. There is no boat, it flew here. He looked at the sky curiously, and why does it feel like only Brook has a familiar aura? There are 2 other strangers, but there is no one from the Lumba pirates. One already. Quote. Only 3 people. Did something unexpected happen? Crocus was thinking this way, and then he saw a small black dot approaching quickly on the horizon, and then getting closer and closer. It also allowed Crocus to see what was happening in the sky. Then, I felt extremely shocked and surprised. That is, .076 reunion. I miss you so much, Laboon. Pledge allegiance to Mr. Laike. Crocus suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked at the figure above in astonishment. Is it a skeleton? At first glance, Crocus was attracted by the eye-catching skull and the extremely conspicuous afro on his forehead. How come such appearance features look so familiar? Coupled with the tone he heard before, if the other party hadn't come here in the body of a skeleton, he would have called out Brook's name immediately. But, so what if it's a skeleton? The old man's ability to accept was extremely strong, and he suddenly became calm and calm. In this wonderful sea, anything can happen. This is the respect and understanding that everyone who makes a living on the sea should have for the sea. As long as I come back, it will be fine. Crocus let out a sigh of relief, and a smile broke out on his face. Then, he also noticed that there were 2 other people beside Brook's skeleton, 2 guys who seemed to be very powerful. They are. As the flying magic carpet approached, Crocus' eyes slowly narrowed, as if he was sizing up the faces of the other 2 people. Among them, the guy with horns and a mace was not very familiar to him. It must be the first time he saw it. But next to him, there was another young and handsome man who was sitting quite leisurely, looking quite calm. And this person's appearance. It's him. As the young man's face gradually became clearer in Crocus's eyes, his pupils slowly shrank. Rocks. Obviously, Crocus naturally knows something about this influential figure, the co-captain of Rock's pirate, who is extremely popular on the sea today. I didn't expect that such a person would come here. Crocus whispered, and he's still with Brook, I don't know. What's the current relationship between them? Crocus has a wait-and-see attitude towards the arrival of these people. After all, he is a famous pirate on the sea, so he should always be cautious. Brook, on the other hand, didn't care at all and was so excited that he jumped off the carpet before he even waited for the flying magic carpet to approach. Laboon, I miss you so much. Ho, I didn't expect that we would meet again, and there would be a day when we could meet again. Ang. You actually recognize me, that's great, yo ho ho. Woo, ah, tears flowed out of my eyes unconsciously, ah, even though I have no eyeballs, yo ho ho. Brook and Laboon staged a touching reunion there, like a man's promise. And on the coast of Twin Capes, under the lighthouse. Sorry for disturbance. Laike said hello casually, then set up a rocking chair next to Crocus's sun chair and lay on it. Crocus, you are really not welcome. He was speechless, glanced at Laike, and then looked at Kaido, who was very tall and burly next to him. He had no place to sit, so he just sat down on the ground. This duo really doesn't have the domineering attitude of the top pirates on the sea. Excuse me, sir. While Crocus was sizing up each other secretly, Laike smiled lightly at him. We came here after a long journey, and we haven't had lunch yet. I wonder if there are any special delicacies here that can fill our stomachs. Let's try them to satisfy our hunger. Laike started to eat there openly, while Crocus subconsciously raised his head and looked at the sky. Where's the car? Where's the boat? You guys obviously came here on a flying carpet, Luffy, so why are you so tired? Of course, in order not to eat this lunch in vain. Advertisement. Laike flipped his palm and took out the bottles again. And to thank you for your hospitality, I invited you to have a drink at noon today. Crocus. If you want to drink, then I won't be sleepy. Ever since, after a while. Try this, it's a sashimi made from the famous elephant tuna, it tastes very good. At the rocking chair dining table, Crocus greeted Laike with his collection very enthusiastically. It is rare to see it on weekdays. I have always treasured it and prepared it to be paired with the best wine to make a good appetizer. As he spoke, he was a bit out of breath and his face was flushed with a hint of wine. Brother, the wine you brought out tastes really good. It's much stronger than any other rum. This is my favorite drink. Crocus shook the wine glass in his hand, and then put the wine into his mouth under Kaido's extremely resentful gaze. Well, he had started to drink too much, and his tone of address was not right. The attitude towards Laike and others is no longer as solemn and fearful as before. I can only say that wine can really change a lot of people. Boss Laike, he brought out some new drinks again. Kaido looked longingly at the 3-character wine bottle with the word, "Woo," written on it, and his saliva flowed down. Just wait, we have already eaten the devil fruit of the phantom beast species. After we adapt to the ability and develop the perfect transformation, we will be able to withstand the alcohol and will not have any major changes in personality. When the time comes, I must taste all the fine wines from Boss Laike 10 times. Kaido thought so bitterly, and then saw Crocus smash the bar twice, savoring the aroma, and a touch of intoxication appeared on his face. Mad, I'm even more greedy. As long as you like the taste. Laike also took a sip and said with a smile, I'm afraid you think the taste of these wines is too strong and you won't be able to accept it. No, no, no. Crocus waved his hand directly, the strength of these wines is much worse than the medicinal alcohol I have tasted before. Compared to those tasteless sweet wines like rum, this tastes much more enjoyable. Medicinal alcohol, you really dare to drink it. Listen to your tone. Laike gently turned the wine glass in his hand, aren't you a doctor? Ho 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 ho, Mr. Crocus's medical skills are very good. Brook, who was eating and drinking next to him, was holding elephant tuna sashimi in one hand and drinking milk in the other. He introduced there. In the words of my previous captain, he has never seen such a superb medical skill. Doctor. Laboon, who had finished crying on the side, roared happily twice to add to the fun. Well, that was the doctor who even Roger made a special trip to the Twin Capes to find a doctor to treat his terminal illness. Although there is no cure, he is the only doctor who can delay the onset of his serious illness. I think back then, in terms of medical skills, I ranked second, and no one behind me could catch up with me. Crocus got drunk and started blowing nonsense. Then you rank second, MN. Kaido gnawed on a piece of steak, who is ranked first. She's an old witch who likes to drink plum wine. Ahem, what's the point of bringing her up, drinking and drinking? The old witch who likes to drink plum wine is probably Kurha, the doctor from the Drum Kingdom. Also, in terms of age, she should be over 100 years old this year. The living fossil of an old monster who has lived for more than 100 years, the medical knowledge he knows is indeed like a treasure. Crocus drank there again, tongue-tied and said, thank you very much for bringing Brook back. Otherwise, even I can't predict what kind of actions Laboon will take later. Yo ho 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 ho, yes, I have always been grateful to Mr. Laike and Mr. Kaido. Brook also said with emotion, and at the same time he was extremely lucky. Fortunately, he chose to come back to visit Laboon, otherwise, Laboon might really do something stupid. So, what are you going to do next? Crocus asked vaguely. Are you planning to stay here and continue to accompany Laboon? Advertisement. Yo ho 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 ho, I've already thought about this clearly. Brook smiled lowly, stood up slowly, and then snapped. He took out a piece of yellowish paper from his tall hat and pressed it directly on the ground. It was a reward order, a tattered reward order. Since this bounty order is so valued by Brook, it is self-evident whose photo is on it. This is the only way he can remember and recall what he looked like before he became a skeleton. Dang. The staff and sword hung on the reward order, sticking it firmly to the ground. Brook himself, with one hand against the staff and sword and one hand on the ground, knelt down on one knee towards Laike. This is originated from West Blue, and it is also a romantic joining ceremony belonging to this group of gentlemen. It represents solemnity and solemnity, extraordinary significance, and never betrayal. However, when Brook was seriously planning to introduce himself, he suddenly thought of something important. Well, I still don't know what our pirate group is. Rox tilde operator, Laike, who already knew what Brook was going to do, smiled gently at him. My name is Rox D. Laike, and I currently serve as the co-captain of the Rox pirate. Vice captain. Brook thought for a moment, then nodded, and began the important traditions and rituals that were extremely sacred in his heart. I am Brook who is dead and has only bones left, but is still able to move. When I was on the sea before, I had a little reputation. I was known as No Song Brook. There were only a few people, and the island reward amount was only 33 million. Bailey. He used to be the leader of a certain country's guard group. Later he joined the Lombard Pirates. His identity is the captain's acting part-time musician and swordsman, Grandmaster Speed Sword Style. From today on, my life will be handed over to Mr. Laike, the deputy captain of 470 Rocks Pirate. I will not hesitate to break my body to pieces, yo ho 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 ho. After completing the Pledge of Allegiance in a rather formal manner, Brook let out his signature laugh. The completion of the sacred ceremony also made him shoulder a sense of responsibility again, in addition to the Lumba pirates. 33 million. Kaido scratched his cheek. In his opinion, the bounty amount was not too high. After all, on the Honeycomb Island Hashinosu, there were bounties exceeding several hundred million. He has personally used a mace to knock down several big pirates with bounties worth over 100 million. However, in this era before inflation, especially nearly 10 years ago, there were more than 30 million bounties, which was almost comparable to the 70 to 80 million bounties in the Age of Discovery. All in all, Brook's strength is pretty good. Well, it's limited to guys who haven't awakened to the Haki level. Welcome to join. Laike also extended his hand there and also made a joke. If you drink from now on, you won't be afraid of not having a toast song. After receiving such a wonderful skeleton, Laike naturally felt extremely happy. Not only is Brook such a strange and wonderful person, but his underworld fruit has an extremely high upper limit. Whether it's the soul leaving the body, or the slashing attack that can trigger the cold air from the underworld, which is enough to freeze everything, they all tell the story of the extraordinary fruit of the underworld. After all, there is nothing wrong with the ability to bring people back to life. Coupled with his soul ability, he happened to be extremely restrained by Charlotte Linlin's hormats, which was made with the soul fruit. It also played a very important role for Laike at certain times. Ho 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 ho, this is my honor. Brook smiled happily there. Then let me sing a song for you all again. Suddenly, a brisk and high-spirited melody rose over this sea area. What also rang out in the sky was the melodious singing intonation. Yo ho 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 ho, yo ho 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 ho. Send Binks's wine to you. Like the sea breeze, ride the waves as you please. On the other side of the sea, the sunset is also noisy. Birds singing, drawing circles in the sky. Goodbye harbor, home of silk. Come and sing a song, a sailing song. 077 Pervert, Marine in action. 2 admirals entering the new world. After Brook joined, Laike's group added a swordsman and musician in addition to Kaido, a fighting thug. Quite like a mountain king, a muscular man with a muscular back is third in charge. And the other one is the second in charge, a pretty scheming white-faced scholar. Well, this face is a bit too fair. By the way, if you just leave with us. Kaido gnawed on the piece of meat and glanced at Laboon who was playing there. What about this whale? Isn't he your companion? And you just met? Yo ho 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 ho, I've already discussed this with Laboon. After singing the song, Binks's wine, Brook put away his violin and smiled happily. At the same time, he looked at the Laboon who kept playing in the water with a kind look.
I haven't sailed for a week before. Coming from the other side of the world to see him is already a violation of my manly promise. A man should never look back. I want to meet Laboon again from the front, as promised. This group of pirates from West Blue all have an almost solemn sense of mission and responsibility. Brook planned to fulfill the agreement that had been made before. I broke the promise as a musician pirate of the Lombard Pirates before, so now I will fulfill the promise again as the Skull Swordsman of Rocks. Laboon, he is also very supportive of my decision, yo ho 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 ho. Brook has made up his mind to follow Laike to the end of the world. This is the best. Kaido also grinned. In this case, I won't feel lonely alone. Crocus, who was lying on the wine table beside him, squinted his eyes and watched this scene quietly. Although Brook turned into a skeleton, he returned here and reunited with Laboon again. And Laboon will not continue to do stupid things. With this ending, everything is already good. He slowly closed his eyes. In this way, after 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, the sunset gradually turns westward. Advertisement finally, it was time to leave. Goodbye Laboon, I will follow my manly promise and will definitely come back to see you again in the future. Above the sky, on that wonderful flying carpet, came Brook's farewell. Goodbye. Crocus also waved one arm, while the other arm tightly hugged the many fine wines Laike left for him in his arms. If you have anything you don't understand about medical skills, or if you need to treat any difficult diseases, just come to me. Well, using a few bottles of fine wine in exchange for such a network of doctors with world-class medical skills is not a loss at all. 5. In Laboon's roar full of farewell, the flying magic carpet once again disappeared into the clouds. Come in a hurry, go in a hurry. This is the sea, where farewells and reunions occur all the time. It is so full of charm that people can't help but want to step forward. I really don't know when the next meeting will be. Among the towering clouds, Brook said with emotion. On this sea, farewell is always the main theme. There will be a chance. Laike sat at the front, facing the gentle sea breeze, enjoying everything comfortably. Then where should we go next, Mr. Vice Captain? First go to the base camp and experience what life is like among real villain pirates. By the way, the base camp is in New World. You haven't been to New World yet, right? Ho 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 ho. Indeed, our journey ended before we even reached half of the Grand Line, let alone the New World, which is known as the tomb and burial place. Brook said with a smile, and at the same time, his laughter was also full of expectation. Then, he seemed to remember something. Mr. Laike. Advertisement, are there any beautiful ladies at the base camp? What do you want to do? Nothing, just, yo ho 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 ho. Brook laughed incomprehensibly, while Kaido on the side didn't think much, and many beauties from Rock's pirate appeared there. As for beauties, I remember that Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin seemed to have a very good figure, and Whitebeard, Edward Newgate talked about that Bajin Gom Stussy, who was also very beautiful. Is that so? Ho 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 ho, that's really great. I really want to see their fat times soon. Uh-huh. Kaido suddenly paused, then turned his head and looked at the skeleton with a smile on his face that didn't look like he was joking at all. Why does he feel that this skeleton is more pervert than he imagined? Whoosh, the flying magic carpet quickly passed through the sky, startling the newspaper gulls passing by. When it reacted, it suddenly discovered that a few newspapers in its backpack seemed to be missing. It seems that the world government will not react to this. On top of the magic carpet, Yuan Lake looked at the latest reports. The Admiral, Brown Man, and Grey Sheep of Naval Headquarters will be dispatched at the same time to march into the New World to stop the Rock's pirates' increasingly arrogant momentum. The world government specifically approved this operation. According to the past, a Marine Admiral must be left to garrison Marineford, ready to be dispatched by the Celestial Dragons at any time. But obviously, with the death of Blue Dragon, Admiral Zhao Hao, world government and naval headquarters are also planning to take action. The fall of the Admiral of Headquarters has caused a lot of turmoil in the world, so you want to take this opportunity to show Marines' power to restore the decline and increase the momentum, right? It seems that the next New World will be quite turbulent again. Laike can almost meet the upcoming bloody storm in the New World. The conflicts between Rock's pirate and naval headquarters and world government will also be brought to light. At the same time, because of the death of Blue Dragon, Admiral this time, the situation became even more intense. Perhaps, the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, which will only happen in a few years, will probably happen a while ago. 078 Return. New Reward Order. 1.8 billion berry. In addition to recent reports, even our latest reward order is also freshly released. Lake looked at the two brand new reward orders in his hand, and Kaido behind him was shocked. There are 2 reward orders in the hands of boss Laike, which means... Do you still have mine? Laike just glanced at the numbers on it, smiled, and handed the 2 reward orders to the eager Kaido who had been waiting behind him. The latter quickly took it and looked at it impatiently. The first thing that caught his eye was naturally his boss Laike. Open black lens bracket Lord of the Night close black lens bracket, Rocks D Molak, bounty amount, 1.8 billion Baileys. 1.8 billion. This is a total of 1.8 billion Baileys. That's 1.8 billion in an era before inflation. To all the pirates on the sea, this amount is as huge as a fantasy. This number is simply out of reach for them and they can only look up to it. While delivering the newspaper, the gull will post this brand new reward order. No matter any pirate, when he hears such a bounty amount, he will immediately feel that it is nonsense or a joke. How can there be such a number? How could there be pirates who could match this number? But when they knew who the name and the pirate on the reward order were. Laike from Rocks, the man who killed Marine Admiral. Is it him? Then it's okay. After all the pirates learned who the real master was, they all nodded almost at the same time, with expressions of complete acceptance. After all, that was the man who killed an Admiral of Headquarters with his own hands. Who is the boss Laike after all? Looking at the almost handsome young man in the photo, Kaido smacked his lips. While sighing with emotion, he also admired Laike's strength immensely. He is truly worthy of being the boss he recognizes. He can easily kill even the Admiral of Headquarters and become a top-notch man standing on the cusp of the ocean. I can't hold boss Laike back. After I return this time, I will fully develop the green dragon form fruit. At least, I have to be able to fly like that naval headquarters. No, I will definitely be stronger and better than him. This devil fruit is the most suitable for me. When I can fly into the sky, I won't have to fight with those ordinary trash pirates anymore. That flying golden lion. 783 is a very good guy to practice with. Kaido was filled with pride. Laike's success and fame on the sea, as well as his extremely strong strength, all infected him. It seems that all the heroes in the world are just like this, and they are all beings that they can easily deal with. In addition, he obtained the devil fruit, which is the blue dragon form that he feels is most suitable for him, and he only feels that the world will be his in the future. Well, on the premise that Laike doesn't take action. Even the old guy Whitebeard who often comes to our place to drink, I feel like I can beat him to death. Kaido has already started to dream about punching Golden Lion and kicking Whitebeard. Immediately afterwards, he took out the reward order from Laike. Well, it is indeed mine. Kaido looked at the sinister face on the bounty order and couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. Marine and the others still found an angle and took a good photo of themselves. Let's look at the specific content and amount of the reward order, as well as the nicknames they gave themselves. Rock's pirate, Laike's follower, Mace, Kaido, has a bounty of 120 million berry. Follower, Mace, and the amount is only 120 million? The first time he saw this number, Kaido couldn't help but rub his eyes, after making sure that he had read it correctly. Those bastards, who are they looking down on? Kaido immediately became furious. Are you sending a beggar away with a bounty of over 100 million? You know, he was on the Beehive Island Hachinosu, and he could knock down the pirate who had a bounty of over 100 million with just a stick. Is it because it gives the impression that you are a follower?
He felt as if he had been insulted. If you want to be Boss Mo Lake's follower, others are not qualified at all. Kaido said, very unhappy. Sooner or later, Laozi will go to the Holy Land of Naval Headquarters and World Government, and let those high-ranking bastards see how powerful Laozi is. It's not even a fraction of Mo Laike's, so it's no wonder he felt aggrieved. That. Brook on the side first looked at Kaido's bounty order. After confirming that he had read it correctly, he couldn't help but have question marks on his forehead. Isn't this a full 120 million berry? Advertisement. It's obviously a very high reward amount, Mr. Kaido. The bounty amount was only 33 million berry. He didn't understand and was shocked. Tisk. Is this still high? Kaido sat aside unhappily, and casually threw Mo Lake's reward order to him. You will know the amount of the reward for Boss Mo Lake. The amount of Mr. Mo Lake's reward. Brook took it and looked at it. 180 million berry. Ho 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 ho, you have 60 million more than Mr. Kaido. So although you are not as tall as Mr. Mo Lake, you are indeed not low. There is no difference. A lot? What's that look in your eyes? Give Laozi a good count. Count again. Brook lowered his head, and with his dark eyes, he carefully looked at Mo Lake's numbers again. 1, 10, hundreds, thousands, 10,000. At the end of the check, Brook's body suddenly froze. Then he rubbed his dark eyes with his white arms. Ho 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 ho, I haven't seen the reward notice in so many years. I was a little unaccustomed to it. I almost saw it wrong. Ah, that's right, I don't even have eyes anymore, yo ho ho ho. Immediately, he chuckled again and counted from the beginning again, but this time, his finger slid the number 0 extremely slowly until he stopped completely. Plus. A clear drop of sweat dripped from his afro forehead. 1.8 billion. The extremely high pitch resounded through the sky, especially for a musician. He pushed the pitch of the sound to the ultimate, frightening the passing birds. I said, what are you talking about there? Kaido said angrily while rubbing his ears. This is the entire 1.8 billion berry reward. Brook was really frightened. He was dancing with excitement and talking incoherently. Where are you going? Kaido snorted softly. Sooner or later, the reward amount for Boss Mo Laike will exceed 3 billion, 4 billion, or even 5 billion. It's not impossible. 3 billion. Brook automatically blocked the numbers Kaido said later, which made him feel too far away and a little too unreal. Can you tell me what happened that made Mr. Mo Lake have such a bounty amount? Brook was extremely curious now. And what about your rocks pirate? He desperately wants to know all this now. Especially the information content he is exposed to now makes him feel as if he has been abandoned by the times after staying in the Devil's Triangle for nearly 10 years. I feel a little out of place. I haven't done anything big. Kaido waved his hand and said nonchalantly, it's just that Mo Lai tricked the boss into a marine admiral. Ho 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 ho, did you kill a marine admiral? That's really incredible. Wait a minute. Brook's laughter stopped instantly. You mean marine admiral? Is this the marine admiral I understand? Although Brook has no eyes and nose, he can still be seen with his wide-eyed eyes and runny nose and that jaw-dropped situation. It's the marine admiral you imagined, the highest combat power of the world government. Kaido was very satisfied with Brook's reaction. He immediately put the mace aside and told Brook excitedly about this matter and some things about their rocks pirate. It's been a long time, is that so? Brook took a long time to digest and accept the information. BGBD, it turns out that the sea outside has become so chaotic and complicated, hasn't it? He once again felt his insignificance and backwardness, and Mr. Mo Lake. Brook couldn't help but turn his gaze to Mo Lake's figure sitting there in front of him, and felt that it was so unmatchable. Did he turn out to be such an amazing person? Brook said softly, and then suddenly laughed. I really followed a very powerful person. He couldn't help but hold the sword in his hand tightly. Mr. Mo Laike is such a powerful person, and Mr. Kaido is also very strong, so I can't be so weak. Not to mention how powerful your strength has become. At the very least, you have to keep up with the two of them, see their backs, and not be left far behind by them. Brook couldn't help but strengthen his determination and said seriously, I have decided, let's first increase our strength to the point where the reward is over 100 million, yo ho 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 ho. Advertisement. Well, with such a bounty amount, we are not even qualified to survive in Rock's Pirate. Kaido picked his nostrils and said casually, hitting Brook mercilessly. Brook. It seems that the force he joined called Rock's Pirate is also an amazing, but also very dangerous existence. Mr. Kaido. Can you tell me more about Rock's Pirate? Pirates? No problem. Although they are called pirates, I feel like they are an extremely loose group of forces. They are not even considered a group. Anyway, I have no sense of belonging. Also, if you want to join the pirate group, you must start as a trainee pirate. Really? But I have served as a musician and acting captain before, and I am already an official pirate. How can I still become a trainee pirate? This is not in line with the rules among pirates. Well, could it be that Mr. Kaido, you just joined the pirate group as a trainee pirate, and you just got out of this identity not long ago? You don't know much about the rules among pirates, right? It's so noisy. Shut up. Kaido's voice of embarrassment and anger after being exposed, as well as Brook's laughing tone, also spread throughout the sky. The trio just took this relaxed and happy atmosphere. Luffy galloped, and returned to the dangerous New World Sea area again. It was 2 people when we came out, and now we are a threesome when we come back. Although strictly speaking, one of them can only be said to be a skeleton, which has escaped the category of human beings. Returning to the New World again, except that the originally dangerous climate has become even worse. Laike and Kaido also clearly noticed that the atmosphere in this sea area had become a little not right. Today's New World is filled with a cold and chilling atmosphere. The entire sea seems to be filled with murderous intent and is surrounded by dangers. The main reason for this is that more and more warships are stationed in New World. After all, we are not yet in the age of discovery, and the number of pirates who go to sea for great secret treasures has not reached such a terrifying level. Currently, the main pirate power is concentrated in New World. Especially with the series of big things that Rock's Pirate has done, everyone thinks that Rock's Pirate is truly the strongest pirate group in the world. Countless pirates turned their backs, or flocked to the New World in order to catch a glimpse of Rock's Pirate's most powerful style in the world. This is exactly what Marine and world government want. More and more pirates are pouring into the New World. This is a good way for them to mobilize their power and concentrate it in the New World to catch all these pirates. It seems that the fact that boss Laike killed Marine Admiral also caused a fierce backlash from them. The flying magic carpet passed through the sea below, and Kaido could almost see the continuous flames of war on the sea below through the clouds. The current New World can be said to be filled with nitrates all the time. After all, it is the Marine Admiral. In the 800 years since the establishment of the world government, it was possible to kill the current Marine Admiral and make this most powerful combat force fall. Brook, who was engrossed in reading the newspaper, also raised his head and said with a smile, "Mr. Laike, you did it for the first time in history, right?" On the way here from the Twin Capes of Upside Down Mountain, he also found a lot of newspapers to read these days. I also have a certain understanding of the current situation on the sea. It was precisely because of this that he felt more and more terrifying and mysterious about that man. Speaking of which, Mr. Laike is the vice captain of Rock's Pirate, and the captain of the pirate group is his brother. Brook was there, cracking his white hand bones, logically speaking, that Captain Zebek? His bounty should be higher than Mr. Laike's, right? But why? Brook was hesitant and did not say the next words. During this time, he also learned about Rock's D. Zebek and his reward order. Although after so many years, the bounty amount of Rock's D. Zebek has also increased, the fluctuation is not that big. As a result, the amount of his reward did not exceed 1.8 billion. In other words, Laike now has the highest bounty amount in the entire Rock's Pirate. As we all know, the captain with the highest bounty on a ship is the captain, but now he is the deputy captain, so in this case. A clever plan to alienate each other. Laike couldn't help but shook his head gently. He can also guess the little thoughts of naval headquarters at once. It's nothing more than making his bounty higher than Zebek's, thus triggering a story of brothers censoring the wall within Rock's Pirate. After all, for Rock's Pirate, he and the Zebek brothers are the biggest threats. If the two of them can start an internal conflict, I think naval headquarters will be happy to see this situation. But what you think is a little too naive. The corners of Laike's mouth slightly raised, showing a hint of humor. .079 Return to the island. Hero treatment. The highest reputation and power of the pirate group. Do you really think that I will be fooled so easily and be used as a weapon by you like those stupid pirates? Or do you also think that Zebek is also a narrow-minded and intolerant guy? As for Zebek, Laike has met him, so there is no need to worry about this. If that guy Zebek was really this type of person, he wouldn't have established the Rock's Pirate and implemented such a system on board the ship. Marine's conspiratorial plan would only make the two of them laugh, but it would be of no use at all. Of course, if Zebek is really afraid of Laike or has other ideas because of these things. Laike also happened to leave the group and took Kaido and Brook to go out to the sea alone. Anyway, they have neither strength nor supplies. The accumulation over the years has allowed Laike to live peacefully on this sea for the rest of his life. It's true that the pirates on the island are a bit ready to make a move. Through the clouds, Laike's eyes clearly landed on Hachinosu, the huge skull island with constant noise coming from below. Up there, it was still as lively as ever. Reached? Brook also put down the newspaper in his hand and looked at the skull island that was somewhat similar to his head. Sure enough, this is an island that belongs to pirates, yo ho 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 ho. Naturally, he also felt the rich pirate culture on this island and couldn't help but chuckle. It really makes people feel a little nervous, so nervous that my heart is beating a little bit. Although I don't have a heart, yo ho 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 ho. Brook said this, but he also clenched the sword in his hand tightly. These guys really haven't made any progress at all. Kaido on the side grinned, and then jumped into the sky. In an instant, his body rose into the sky and turned into a huge, endlessly spreading dragon. During this period of time on the road, Kaido was not idle. On the contrary, he was also working very hard to develop his abilities. And now, the ability of the fish fruit and phantom beast to form a blue dragon is clearly revealed at this moment. What is that? A dragon. A giant dragon soaring in the sky suddenly appeared over the island, immediately causing restlessness and uproar throughout the island. The original noise and bustle disappeared almost simultaneously at this moment. They all raised their heads and looked at the sky in astonishment. That's the blue dragon, the phantom beast of the fish fruit. Some experienced pirates recognized the name of this ability, but at the same time their eyes widened. But isn't this the ability of the previous admiral of headquarters, Blue Dragon? He was obviously killed by Vice Captain Laike before. How could he appear again? No, this is not Blue Dragon. I have seen Blue Dragon in its animal form before, and it is quite different from this one. Then why did such a new dragon appear? Are you stupid? It must be that after Blue Dragon died, his devil fruit was obtained again, and then he came here. Mad, I really envy this guy. Who is so lucky to have such a powerful fantasy beast ability. 1. The pirates suddenly changed from talking about each other to jealousy and jealousy. Some pirates even looked at the giant dragon with eyes that were gradually becoming dangerous. But until they heard such laughter, ah, you guys are still the same lazy people as before. The laughter that came from the dragon's mouth spread throughout the island, and also stunned the bodies of many pirates who were about to take action. This peculiar laughter is, it's Mace, Kaido, Vice Captain Laike's follower and younger brother. The people on the island immediately recognized Kaido, and at the same time they also discovered the iconic, flying magic carpet, behind Kaido's huge dragon body hovering in the sky. Now the entire sea knows whose exclusive car is the magic carpet flying in the sky. It's Vice Captain Laike. Advertisement, Vice Captain Laike is back. Lord Laike. Long live Lord Laike. After seeing the flying magic carpet, the entire Hachinosu Beehive Island suddenly became excited. Laike. Laike. Gradually, all the noisy voices converged into the cry of this name. The pirates on the entire island either raised their fists and arms, or held their weapons high. They looked up to the sky and shouted, extremely excited, shouting Laike's name. The entire island, as well as the skies above the nearby sea, were shouting Laike's name. At this moment, Laike seemed to have become a hero in their hearts, worshipped as a god by them. This is the support given by this group of reckless pirates to the strong man who has done great things outside and made their pirate group famous. At the same time, he has demonstrated his incomparable strength and made them completely admire and respect him. Cheers. Gu la 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 la, it's really lively. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, who had heard the noise a long time ago, stood on the street, looking so conspicuous. With the corner of his mouth curled up, he looked up at the sky and saw the return of the guy who was his true friend. He also spoke from the bottom of his heart, feeling happy for his achievements outside and his safe return. It'll be nice to come back. Is Vice Captain Laike really back? Whitebeard, next to Edward Newgate, the stunningly beautiful Barkingome Stussie's eyes were flashing and shining, looking at the majestic figure on the flying magic carpet in the sky. Although I have seen Laike's true face in the square before, I saw it again. Bajingdom Stussie only felt that the other party had infinite charm, which made her eyes shine when she looked at him. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many people and the noise was too loud, she would have wanted to step forward and get to know each other well. Then Hefeng Xiaoyu showed concern and asked about whether the other party was tired from going out, whether he was injured, whether it must be very hard, very difficult, etc. Let the other person clearly feel that you care for him and feel like a spring breeze. Bajingdom Stussie secretly made a decision in his heart, and other people on the island also had different reactions to this grand occasion. Sure enough, this vice captain is not ordinary powerful. In the corner, two old men and women wearing Wano-kuni Kurozumi family costumes looked at this shocking scene with excited expressions. With such power, if Vice Captain Laike can help us, our Kurozumi family will definitely prosper again in Wano-kuni. Their expressions were all filled with enthusiasm and anticipation, and their eyes were extremely fiery as they looked at the figure on the flying magic carpet. At the same time, they also made up their minds completely. Since they are going to meet, they must show their sincerity. The old lady Kurozumi Higurashi has already decided to use the biggest collection she has acquired over the years as a meeting gift and stepping stone. Directly express your sincerity in one step. The momentum has become even greater. In another part of the sky, Golden Lion, Haki floated in midair with a cigar in his mouth, also watching the current wave of momentum. You know, he can't make all the villain pirates on the island shout in unison. He can't do it himself, not even Zebek before. Open black lens bracket Golden Lion close black lens bracket Haki then realized how much prestige and support he had now gained from that annoying boy who didn't know how high the sky was. It seems that if I want to seek revenge in the future, there should be no chance. Golden Lion, Haki looked at this scene and prepared to retreat quietly. But at this moment, he suddenly realized that his whereabouts seemed to be watched by something. He couldn't help but raise his head, and saw a pair of huge blood-red eyes like lanterns, staring at him closely, as if looking at some kind of prey. The scene became somewhat quiet for a while. Golden Lion, Haki can naturally recognize whose eyes are these dragon eyes, and he knows more clearly the meaning of his eyes. Please give me flowers. Treat me as prey? Golden Lion, Haki couldn't help but take a long puff of cigar and spit out half of the smoke. Advertisement. Your boss did allow Lousy to get hit by a trick without paying attention, but later he didn't give Lousy a chance to fight back for revenge, so. Golden Lion, Haki looked at Kaido's unabashed covetous gaze and couldn't help but laugh angrily. Even a guy like you has set his sights on Lousy and regards Lousy as his prey, right? Golden Lion, Haki only felt that he had been greatly insulted. Even such a fledgling, teenage kid, regarded himself as the target prey, right? It seems that your boss has given you the wrong illusion. Golden Lion, Haki said coldly. Or is it that Lousy has not shown any deterrence for a long time, so you are not afraid of Lousy at all, right? Or, just because you were lucky enough to get the devil fruit ability from the dead Admiral of Headquarters, do you think you were invincible? That's just right. If you want to cause trouble for Lousy, then just come.
Lousy wants you guys who don't even have hair to feel the real terror of the sea. Gia ha 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 ha. Amidst the laughter, the figure of Golden Lion, Shiki disappeared. At the same time, he also changed his goal. He picked up some of the thoughts that he originally wanted to give up against Laike and now faced Laike's follower. Sooner or later, he will make this guy who doesn't know what cruelty feels like real fear. And at the same time, on the other side, ma. There was also laughter in the desert castle. Charlotte Linlin, who did not join in the fun, looked at the scene in front of her through the window and felt a little emotional. Who would have imagined that just 2 years ago, a man who just rose to prominence on this island has actually reached this stage? 2 years have passed, and I have been able to kill even the Marine Admiral and become the top being on this sea. This is really. Charlotte Linlin shook her head and put all the pieces of honey-frosted macarons into her mouth. After all, he was able to suppress Golden Lion 2 years ago and beat him so miserably.
Gourmet night. Bao Bao on the side took over the words. Then today, 2 years later, it is normal for the strength to have improved. It's just that his progress was a little too fast. It's not just too fast, even the monster Charlotte Linlin sincerely feels that the other party has changed so much, and his strength has improved so quickly and so much, that it is beyond the scope of what ordinary people can understand. So, this is the real monster. She thought so, and then wanted to go back to her dining table.
But at this time, Charlotte Linlin's eyes suddenly squinted and saw another thing on the flying magic carpet. Is that a skeleton? She saw that next to Laike, there was only a skeleton, a moving skeleton. And he has an afro, a suit, and a cane. I also discovered the long loaf of bread on the side, where I commented on Brook. And looking at the changes in his skull and facial bones, it seems that he has his own consciousness and life, and knows how to think, just like a living person with a normal life. It should be some strange race in the sea, right? For example, the skeleton race, the bone race, etc. After all, even animals like the fur race exist in the sea, so there should be such a race. It's not difficult to understand, right Linlin? After asking for a while, Bao Bao realized something was wrong. When he raised his head, he saw Brook's figure reflected in Charlotte Linlin's eyes, and gradually, radiance emerged. It's that race I've never seen before again. Snapped. Bao Bao patted his head with one hand. He almost forgot that Charlotte Linlin's dream was to collect races from all over the world and live together in her kingdom of nations. And now, a new race of creatures suspected to be skeletons suddenly appeared. How could she not be indifferent? Next.
080 I over a favor, see Zebek again. The two brothers meet again. Even if this skeleton is not a brand new race, it must be a very cherished species in this sea. My library is missing this kind of wonderful creature. Charlotte Linlin did not hide her desire for Brook at all, staring straight at him with extremely fiery eyes.
Not just Charlotte Linlin, but other pirates below also slowly noticed the skeleton next to Laike. What is that? A skeleton. It looks like it is, and it can still move. Is it alive? It looks like there is life. It should be one of those strange races on the sea, like the fur tribe, right? Before, he was a teenager, and now he is a skeleton. Vice Captain Laike seems to bring out some strange guys every time he goes out. What I'm more concerned about is, how did that D Kaido get so lucky to get the ability of Marine Admiral's Phantom Beast Seed Fruit? After the initial passion and enthusiasm, other discussions and emotions also surged. After the arrival of Laike, the island became extremely lively. But only inside the huge skeleton castle, it was as stable as a mountain, without any movement. It seems that Laike's return is a very common thing. The captain of Rock's pirate didn't give much reaction. So, under such atmosphere and cheers, Laike, Brook and Kaido slowly landed and floated to the door of his house. No blind pirate came to disturb him. Even the two members of the Kurozumi family who were eager to meet Laike retreated temporarily.
When there is a suitable opportunity, I will visit Laike carefully. Of course, except for Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, a guy who often visits the house. It's like returning to his own home. Gu la, your trip this time is really wonderful.
Before anyone arrives, the sound comes first. After the bold laughter rang out, Whitebeard Edward Newgate's tall body appeared in front of everyone, holding a broadsword. So big, it was the first time for Brook to see such a majestic figure, and at the same time, he also felt it. It's also very powerful. On the opponent's body, there was an extremely powerful aura like a mountain or abyss. This is definitely the most powerful man on the sea. Oh, is this what you get when you come back from going out? Open black lens bracket Whitebeard close black lens bracket Edward Newgate looked at Brook in front of him with interest. First time we meet, my name is Brook. I was invited to this island by Mr. Laike. I am a musician and swordsman. Yo ho 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 ho. This is the first time I've seen a talking and laughing skeleton. It's so interesting. Gu la 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 la. The unique laughter of the two people intertwined, which made people feel that there was something magical about it. What brings you to me now? Laike opened the door of his house and walked in. It was clean and tidy inside, and it was cleaned very well at first glance. Stussy cleaned this for you. Open black lens bracket Whitebeard close black lens bracket Edward Newgate said this immediately when he saw Laike looking at the layout of the house.
Everyone helps you organize things so carefully, so you just. So is this why she broke into my room without permission? Laike turned his head, looked at Whitebeard lightly and said. Open black lens bracket Whitebeard close black lens bracket Edward Newgate. Huh, how is this different from what Stussy said? You should know what it means to let an unknown guy break into my room casually on an island like this, Newgate.
Laike said calmly, you are not a child anymore. What if that guy named Stussy, who I don't know at all and have never seen before, really entered my life at will during my absence? Come to the room. As he spoke, his tone turned cold and his eyes became a little colder. Beehive Island Hashinosu, every pirate here is untrustworthy, and it is too late to protect yourself. How could you let that guy who doesn't understand him break into your room at will?
Well, it still doesn't work. Open black lens bracket Whitebeard close black lens bracket Edward Newgate could only sigh when he saw this. Actually, during this period of time, I came over and helped you clean up the dust in the room. After all, I drank so much from you, so at least I have to do something. The reason why I say it's Stussy is because you haven't let go of seeing her before, so I put this matter on her head to let her leave a good impression in your heart. No need. Laike shook his head directly. What you do will only make her impression in my mind worse and worse. To do this for a woman I have never met. Laike couldn't help but narrowed his eyes, looking at Whitebeard, Edward Newgate who was gradually feeling uncomfortable, and asked. Advertisement. This is not your style at all, Newgate. You shouldn't have any information that fell into the hands of that woman, right? Do you want me to help and get it back for you? No. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate opened his mouth, and finally under Laike's indifferent gaze, he could only sigh, but did not say anything else. It's just that I owed her a favor before. If you owe a favor, you can't really be cheated out of an innocent boy, right? A strange look finally appeared in Laike's plain eyes. He has not forgotten the confusing dispute between the old Yingjin Gorm and Whitebeard Edward Newgate, decades later. Anyway, according to Barkingome Stussy, the future, Whitebeard too, Edward Wable is indeed of Newgate's blood. I just don't know whether it was transformed through the technological transformation of the blood factor, or whether it was created by fighting with Whitebeard Edward Newgate with real swords and guns. Anyway, Laike has no intention of becoming like-minded people with Newgate, not even if it is possible. And I guess this kind of rhetoric was also told to you by Bajingam Stussy and asked you to compile it, right? She figured she would arrange it with you. If I feel happy and satisfied with the room tidying up, you can take advantage of the situation and put the credit on her head, so that I can accept her to meet her. But if I show that I am very resistant and repulsive to this, you can also change your story in time and say that you said it deliberately to make me leave a good impression on her. In this way, it will also deepen my impression of her, so that I will be willing to meet her one day in the future. Open black lens bracket Whitebeard close black lens bracket Edward Newgate. The more Laike spoke, the more silent he became and the corners of his eyes twitched. No way. Who told Laike that he was really right? The previous Bajingam Stussy indeed arranged him in this way. So, Whitebeard Edward Newgate sighed even more faintly. I really don't like thinking about so many things with you guys who use too many brains. It's really too tiring and boring. It's far less interesting than drinking together. This time is my last excuse to her. I have tried so many times, and the previous favor can be considered clean. Open black lens bracket Whitebeard close black lens bracket Edward Newgate made it clear that he would never discuss the matter of Barkingome Stussy again.
In this way, it can be said to be a situation where everyone is happy. Have you finished all the wine I left for you? Laike also smiled lightly at the right time. La, I finished it the next day. Open black lens bracket Whitebeard close black lens bracket Edward Newgate once again regained his heroic appearance and said with a smile, I've been waiting for you to come back, but I've been waiting for a long time. I see you're not waiting for me, but mainly at the bar. La, it's all the same. Ever since, this dull house slowly became lively again. The sun and moon rotated, the stars and rivers hung upside down, and in the blink of an eye it was late night again. Hashinosu was also particularly lively in the evening, with the return of Laike and the arrival of the Vice Captain Overlord, making everyone feel even more confident. People were changing cups there, drinking and celebrating alternately, and it was extremely noisy. At this time, the huge skeleton castle seemed to be shrouded in boundless darkness. No movement or noise from outside can come in. Even the flickering lights were swallowed up by the darkness. As expected, I still don't like meeting you again in this darkness, Zebek.
A faint voice sounded in the hall of the skeleton castle. At the same time, the darkness within the entire castle dissipated, and the lights burned, illuminating everything in the arena. It also reflected the figure sitting on the throne on the high platform. Darkness is the main theme of this world, my dearest brother.
The captain of Rock's pirate, Rock's D. Under that wild and unruly face, there was a domineering smile that looked at everything in the world. This is just your idea. Laike was noncommittal about this. You specifically came to see me. Do you have any group plans? It's not like you really think that I have some great achievements and you are afraid of me, right? Just before he was drinking with Whitebeard Edward Newgate, his phone bug received a text message from Rock's D. Zebek, asking him to come to the skeleton castle to meet him. Does great merit overwhelm the master? This is indeed a very meaningful word. Zebek commented quite casually, and then an unruly smile appeared on his face. But such words will never appear in my dictionary. The greater your achievements, the happier I am. Advertisement. As the captain of the most powerful pirate group in the world and the undisputed overlord of New World, Rox D. Zebek has a heart as broad as the ocean. No matter how powerful his subordinates are, he has the confidence to overpower them and has a huge capacity to accommodate others. So next, facing the current situation, Laike couldn't help but look at him and asked calmly, "Do you have any new ideas?"
Of course, my dearest brother. Rox D. Zebek's face showed that wild smile. I need your power. Now, the entire naval headquarters elite forces, including the two most powerful admirals, have all gathered in the New World. They have the idea and intention to annihilate us in one fell swoop, but at the same time, they don't give us a chance. Rox D. Zebek's idea is extremely shocking and full of ambition. Leave them all here and bury them in the New World. A chance to catch them all.
Marine is targeting the pirates, and the pirates are targeting Marine. The relationship between the hunter and the prey will undergo astonishing changes and flips at any time depending on the strength of the two parties. There are currently only 2 admirals in naval headquarters, and we cannot find a third person to fill the admiral vacancy for the time being. The highest combat power is lacking, but you still come here to be our enemy. Doesn't this give us an opportunity? At some point in the future, there will definitely be a shocking showdown between us and Marine. Instead of fighting against each other in the future when the strength of Marine and world government is restored and it becomes difficult to bite them again, it is better to take advantage of their weak strength now and eliminate them in one fell swoop. Destroy it. Those ambitious words were filled with his unabashed coveting of the world. It also revealed Rox D. Zebek's sincere disdain for naval headquarters and world government. So, my brother, Laike, I need your power to kill the admiral of headquarters. As long as you can restrain one of the remaining 2 admirals, it's best if you can kill them.
Then Haki or Newgate will restrain the other admiral, while I will fight against the Marine Marshal. Rox D. No one in the world or the sea can stop us anymore. No one can stop us from dominating the entire world. The obvious ambition for hegemony and passion surged in the halls of this castle. It is undeniable that the blueprint outlined by Rox D. Zebek is very attractive, and now is indeed a good time.
It's just, I reject. Laike spoke directly and rejected him equally firmly. Rox D. Zebek was not too surprised when he heard this. After all, he thought he knew something about his younger brother's character. In the past 10 years, there has been no sign of it. Even in recent years, there have only been 2 primary and secondary 4 frogs. For such a battle, Laike refused, which was within his expectation. Therefore, he just raised his eyebrows. Why? He needed a reason and an answer. I don't like fighting wars with unpredictable outcomes. Laike said lightly. It's hard to predict the outcome. Doesn't this mean that Rox D. Zebek is not 100% optimistic about this battle, and there is still a possibility of losing? And this is indeed the case. In the subsequent battle of the Valley of the Gods, the final result was the defeat of the Rox pirate. The world was not surprised at all by their failure. After all, this is a group of guys with zero ability to cooperate and coordinate. Even internal stability cannot be guaranteed. No matter how strong the strength is on paper and how weak the other party is, there are still great hidden dangers.
Not to mention the world government, there are still 5 elders with the title of 5 martial gods, as well as the final big boss I am. Rox D. If Zebek wants to win the final victory, no matter how majestic it is in the early stage, even if it dominates the new world, it will inevitably come to nothing in the end. This is both the era of Rox and not the era of Rox. Am I going to lose? Rox D. Zebek was naturally able to understand the meaning of Laike's words, and he just smiled indifferently.
How could I lose? I'm Rox. The extremely powerful strength, extremely powerful power and reputation also brought him extreme self-confidence. Let Rox D. Zebek have an arrogant Haki, and he does have confidence. And to say the least, if I really lose, Rox D. 081 immortal bean instant kill. The reputation of immune to death. Regardless of whether he wins or loses, Rox D. Zebek has a clear desire to make progress and wants to bring the world under his control as soon as possible. But for Laike, why does this sentence sound so familiar? He only felt that this sentence sounded as if someone had said it before, and it would not make any waves. If you don't want to join the war, then I won't force you. Rox D. Zebek looked at Laike's indifferent look and said calmly. You are so strong that even I may not be able to capture you, and the amount of your bounty is higher than mine. He also made a rare joke. I don't know if you are still hiding it, but your current power is no longer enough for anyone to force you to do anything you don't want to do. Rox D. Zebek shook his fist. This is the status that comes with strength.
I want to use the failure of naval headquarters and world government to declare to the world that I am the strongest in the world. As for you, my dearest brother. A smile that had already arranged everything gradually appeared on Rox D. Zebek's face. Even if you won't participate in this battle, I will announce to the public that you have been assigned another task by me.
He slowly stretched out a finger and shook it slightly in midair. Even if it is an unavailable force, once it forms a deterrent, it will have an effect that is no weaker than participating in the battle in person. Is it like the deterrent of those previous nuclear weapons? Laike couldn't help but take another look at Rox D. Zebek. This guy does have a bit of stuff. Even if he did not personally participate in the battle, Rox D. Zebek announced this to the outside world. The naval headquarters and the world government will definitely be wary of this, and they will always be prepared for their sudden appearance and attacks. Whether it is psychological pressure or deployment of combat power, it will cause a lot of trouble to Marine. At the same time, our own side will have greater confidence, forming an effective deterrent. It can be said that every situation has been taken into consideration by Rox D. Zebek. Seeing this, Laike also knew that Rox D. Zebek would fight this battle no matter what, regardless of whether he participated or not. It might be tomorrow, it might be the day after tomorrow, it might be a year later, or 5 years later, or even longer.
It just depends on Rox D. When Zebek thinks the time is right, he will sound the clarion call to launch an attack. Then your own attitude doesn't matter. It's best if you can participate. If not, Rox D. Zebek also has corresponding arrangements and deployments. To put it simply, after Laike made preparations not to participate, strictly speaking, this battle had nothing to do with him.
Then it's up to you. After leaving such a sentence, he had nothing to say to Rox D. Zebek. Leaving the other party with a back view, he turned around and left the Skull Castle. Only Rox D. Zebek was alone, continuing to sit on the throne, tapping the armrest with his fingers. I will definitely become the final winner, I will definitely. The extremely domineering and strong confidence, as well as the ultimate ambition, echoed in this palace. Advertisement. Laike, who walked out of the castle and returned to his house, did not take all this seriously. Even if there is a war tomorrow, with his current strength and foundation, he can still leave peacefully. At least, if he wants to leave, no one can stop him. My current strength can be considered the best in the sea, but in addition to strength, there are still some devil fruit abilities with cause and effect and rules in this sea. For example, if you touch it, it will turn into a toy. The memory of traces of your existence in the world will be erased. There is also a childish fruit that will go back 6 years if it is touched by fire, and may regress into nothingness. Fruit of regression. There are still a lot of uncertainties in this world, and Auntie of World Government may not be able to say that she also has a strange ability in this regard.
The means to deal with this aspect are still lacking, and the foundation and accumulation are still somewhat insufficient. So the most important thing to do now is to refresh and kill new items every day, and constantly strengthen yourself. After all, for me now, the most indispensable thing is time. After clarifying his next actions and the way to go, he also fell into dullness in the days to come.
In contrast, the atmosphere of siege that gradually began to spread on the Hashinosu Island was to prepare for battle. The pirates on the island seemed to know that next, they are likely to face Marine. Even if they didn't predict that a war would break out, they could guess from the Marines' increasing troop strength towards New World that sooner or later they would face off. Therefore, on the island, in addition to having fun every day, there are constant battles, constant grinding, and constant efforts to enhance one's strength. Gradually, clear levels and divisions of 3, 6, and 9 levels were established on the island in terms of strength. Among them, the Rox brothers, as captain and vice captain, are undoubtedly ranked at the top position and level, because everyone has opinions. Then the next step is the first echelon headed by Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Golden Lion Haki, and Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. They are recognized as the most courageous pirates and warriors in Rox Pirate besides the captains. After that, there are also second-tier generals such as Captain John Akoku, Silver Axe, etc. As well as technical talents in Gourmet Knight, Baguette and Bajingam Stussy. Well, after all, Bajingam Stussy, Vegapunk, the scumbag Guy Sakulan, Vinsmoke Judge, and Quinn later formed a pentakill rock band. Moss Research Team.
It proves that she still has considerable ability in scientific research. Otherwise, without showing any value and with low combat power, she would not be able to survive on this ship. Of course, her long-held idea of getting close to Laike was completely unfeasible after being conveyed by Whitebeard Edward Newgate. In desperation, she had no choice but to give up.
But if such an opportunity arises again in the future, I can't say whether she will continue to act again. In this way, Laike's life has gradually stabilized. In addition to practicing every day, he also kills items on the shelves at regular intervals. But life will not become completely dull because of his stability. Kaido and Brook, whom he brought back, gradually became prosperous on the island. The first is Kaido, who relies on the ability of the fish fruit phantom beast species and blue dragon form he obtained to constantly stir up trouble on the island. In addition to the pirates he had defeated before, people like Captain John, Akoku and others were also targeted by him. In the past, Haki may have been temporarily inferior to the opponent, but after the battle with Roger and others on Kraikana Island, he also successfully awakened Conqueror's Haki. In addition, he obtained the Devil Fruit ability, which he thought was the most suitable for him, the strongest phantom beast species. As Kaido's strength has greatly improved, his self-confidence has also skyrocketed. He dared to challenge the famous strong men on the island, and he really did it. Advertisement. In those battles again and again, his Conqueror's Haki, weapon color, and knowledge color all increased and made great progress.
At the same time, every time he fought, he tried his best to hone himself. Every time, he was scarred and almost seriously injured and dying. However, relying on the powerful recovery ability and body of his Phantom Beast Devil Fruit, he still managed to survive. And within a few days, without even being able to recover from his injuries, Kaido was once again standing in front of everyone in high spirits. With such Xiaoqiang-like characteristics of immune to death, and an amazing recovery ability, gradually, Kaido's reputation also began to rise on Hashinosu, the Honeycomb Island. In addition to Mace Kaido, he also has a new nickname, Immune to Death Kaido. Everyone even joked that if Kaido wanted to die, he would have to commit suicide himself. In this way, the image of Kaido who was not afraid of death and had extremely strong recovery ability was fixed in everyone's minds. But Kaido himself is extremely clear about the person involved in all this. Relying solely on the powerful recovery ability of the Phantom Beast Fruit, even with an almost life-threatening injury, there is no problem in getting better in just a few days. However, it will still take a lot of time to fully recover and return to the peak state of energy. The most important thing that he was able to recover in such a short period of time was that Laike provided him with some kind of mysterious and unknown gray beans. As long as you eat one, all the injuries on your body will be driven away, and the power in your body will be fully filled up 140.
Such small gray beans are called, by Laike, fairy beans. 7 Dragon Ball World. Xian Bean. Introduction. Cultivated by the cat immortal, the Kalen immortal who lives in Kalen Tower, it is similar in appearance to broad beans, also known as broad beans. As long as you eat one, you can quickly recover from your injuries. Snap sale price. 99.99 berry. Close black lens bracket. Also from the 7 Dragon Ball World, it is an extremely precious magical food with important effects, fairy beans. You only need to eat 1 pill of celestial beans to avoid hunger for 10 days. It has extremely strong recovery power. As long as a person is not dead, they can recover their physical strength and energy in the shortest time, almost instantly, from extreme fatigue, readjust the body to its optimal state. However, although fairy beans can restore physical strength and treat external and internal injuries, they cannot cure other diseases. In the Artificial Man chapter, Goku was tortured by viral heart disease, but Senzu was powerless, causing Goku's untimely death, which also indirectly led to the demise of the Z Warriors and the tragic future of Trunks. But for many monsters in the One Piece world who rarely get sick, this kind of fairy beans that restores physical strength and injuries has become an excellent medicine. Laike instantly killed a whole jar of fairy beans, and because of this, Kaido was able to recover quickly. Then spend a few days sleeping, completely recuperating and summarizing and digesting the gains from the battle, and then you can face the next opponent in high spirits again. Because of this, he gained the reputation of immune to death. Then gradually, as his strength continued to grow rapidly, even if it was like Ochaku, Silver Axe, and Captain John, these people can't give him any pressure or threat at all, and let him make progress. Naturally, Kaido's target was the one he had planned from the beginning, Golden Lion, Shiki. Ever since, there has never been a time of harmony in the sky over the entire island. Almost every day, the pirates on Hachinosu Island can hear the dragons roar in the sky, as well as the roar of Golden Lion, Shiki, and the dragons who control the power of floating and flying. Many things. The whole sky is very lively. Compared with Kaido's life and death struggle every day, Brook's life seems very colorful. 082 Donuts and Panties deal. Brook and Katakuri's friends. It has been nearly 10 years, and I have not been able to integrate into this sea. I have basically been out of touch with life in the outside world for an era. This also makes Brook so curious about everything, especially on this island dominated by real vicious pirates. The pure world of pirates is opening its doors to him and accepting him. For him, it is full of all kinds of magic. Therefore, in addition to daily practice, he went out to constantly observe the situation on the island. Ironically, these pirates are very fearful and wary of their own kind, but they are very relaxed about Brook, a skeleton creature that they regard as a foreign race. In particular, they all know that this skeleton named Brook was brought back from the sea by Vice Captain Laike as his new companion. Naturally, they have to give 3 portions of thin noodles. Even the most unsighted and unreasonable pirate will not attack such a harmless-looking skeleton and offend Laike. What's more, this skeleton is really interesting. Inside the tavern, the lights are brightly lit. Ha 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 ha, look, that skeleton who likes to look at women's underwear is here again. Which other women's underwear do you want to see today? You are already a skeleton, and yet you are still thinking about these things? What kind of pervert were you when you were alive? Ha 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 ha. Speaking of which, you are already a skeleton, so those things must have been corrupted, right? The source of all evil is gone, but in the end, you are still thinking about this matter. It really makes people feel that you are a hungry ghost in lust. A group of vulgar pirates teased Brook with dirty words. The latter knew the nature of this group of people and did not argue with them. He just took his violin and walked onto the central stage in the bar. And with his actions, the noise in the stadium suddenly became quiet. Next, I'll give you a song, Binks's Wine, for everyone here. At this moment, all the lights focused on Brook, and the aura of the musician completely shone in front of everyone's eyes. Certainly, before he played the violin, he paused as usual, if you think it's good. Yo-ho-ho-ho, he smiled cheerfully, please don't be stingy with your rewards. Don't worry, skeleton, I've already prepared women's underwear. That's right, I tried my best to steal this from Bajingam Stussie's room. Steal? Are you sure you stole it and not with her?
What do you think? I don't want to die under Whitebeard in Newgate. That long beard could strangle me to death. A group of pirates were chatting and laughing, and while they were joking and scolding, they had already prepared all kinds of women's underwear. Obviously, they are also very interested in Brook's next music. Yo ho 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 ho, thank you gentlemen for your support, then next, Binks's Wine, will be played for you. Yo ho 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 ho, yo ho 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 ho, the familiar melodious tone immediately spread throughout the tavern. At the beginning, the pirates were still pretending to be decent and admiring it. But as Brook's tone became deeply rooted in people's hearts. Binks's Wine. A group of pirates all tore off their pretense of seriousness and sang loudly there. They all put their arms around each other, raised glasses, and drank heavily. The entire tavern turned into a sea of great joy. Music indeed has such a magical power, allowing countless people who gather together to feel such an atmosphere and be deeply involved in it. Almost every day, Brook will appear in many pubs on this island, playing music and infiltrating the hearts of many people in the venue. Yo ho 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 ho, this is the power of music. Operator. After the joyful party was over, Brook stood quietly in the corner holding a lot of underwear in his hands, quietly thinking about life. I feel that even my soul seems to have been sublimated. In this completely pure pirate world, playing pure pirate music really gave him a different feeling. Advertisement along with this, his soul, which was affected by the underworld fruit, also became ready to move in such an environment. This is also the reason why he comes out to play every day. Of course, the most important thing is. Yo ho 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 ho, today's harvest is really full. Brook weighed the underwear in his hand that had been rewarded by many pirates, and felt particularly satisfied. At the same time, he also raised his head and looked at the dim world. That, I said. He tilted his bone-white neck and looked at the little man coming out of the shadows. Is this really okay for you to do? Brook didn't quite understand. He looked at the little guy in front of him who looked like a child. Steal your mother's underwear and come to me, stop rambling. The young child had his arms crossed and a cold look on his face. And there was a pink and white underwear hanging on the T-shaped wristband on his elbow. Just tell me whether you want it or not, the kid asked coldly, acting like an adult or a master. Ho 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 ho, I will never refuse the underwear delivered to my door. Brook happily accepted the deal from this naughty kid who stole his mother's underwear. These are, Big Mom, Charlotte Linland's underwear, but they are really rare. Brook smiled very happily, looking at the cold child in front of him and saying. Thank you very much, Katakuri, cut the nonsense. Katakuri, who is only 4 years old now, the second son of the Charlotte family and the future pillar of the family, a real man who supports a whole family, is just a brat who stole his mother's underwear. He held out his hand to Brook. Where's my donut? Here, I've already prepared it for you. Brook smiled and took out the donuts that he had prepared for a long time. Suddenly, Katakuri's eyes shone brightly, filled with thirst and covetousness. He took the donuts, and at the same time he did not forget to remind Brook. You shouldn't tell my mother about this, right? Don't worry, I won't be that stupid, and we have traded many times. I understand these principles and rules. Brook smiles brightly, and speaking of it, the acquaintance between the two of them is also very interesting. On this island, pirates sometimes open some shops to earn some extra money. At that time, Brook, who was familiar with the environment on the island, was full of curiosity and desire. He stopped in front of a women's underwear store and couldn't move away from his body and mind. What's no coincidence is that next to the underwear shop is a dessert shop, whose signature is its donuts. At the same time, there was also a child who stood there and couldn't move his feet or look away. He behaved exactly like Brook, with a look of covetous expression on his face. That child was the Katakuri in front of him now. At that time, Brook looked at the underwear in front of him, and then at Katakuri, who was drooling all over the floor from his gaping mouth. After thinking about it, he used all the pocket money he received from Laike to buy a lot of donuts for Katakuri at that time. But at that time, Katakuri looked at Brook, grabbed the donut from his hand and ran away. He didn't even say thank you or anything else, but Brook didn't care at the time. Later, Brook stayed in these pubs to refine and sublimate his soul, and earn some extra money. After he finished playing in a tavern and received a reward from those women's underwear, the little guy Katakuri appeared in front of him again. And she also brought him his mother's underwear, which is said to be her favorite and often worn. Brook accepted the offer unceremoniously and bought him donuts again. Since then, such a wonderful trading relationship has been established between the two people. A deal between donuts and mom panties. If I dare to leak it out, Charlotte Linland will come to my door immediately and beat me to death. Advertisement. Brook laughed happily. Although I am just a skeleton and have died once, it does not mean that I want to die again. When the subject of death was mentioned, Brook paused, and his eyes gradually became dark. The taste of death is not pleasant. He also remembered for a moment that when he was a member of the Lombard pirates, he witnessed his companions dying one after another there. He couldn't help but have a deep understanding of the understanding of death. At the same time, he still clearly remembered the feeling of loneliness and despair when he died for the last time, and the experience of his soul gradually withdrawing from his body. For a moment, he fell into a meditative trance, and his whole body also exuded wisps of dark and cold aura. It was the coldness from the underworld. Once again, in this epiphany, his soul was connected to the underworld place he had seen in the past. Katakuri only felt that the surroundings had become extremely cold. He shivered subconsciously, covered his big cracked mouth, and threw all the donuts in. Although it was such a cold atmosphere, he didn't move at all while chewing food. Instead, he just stood quietly next to Brook. With vigilant eyes, he checked the surrounding situation and guarded his safety. After a while, Brook finally woke up. Then, he saw the little Katakuri shivering from the cold in front of him, and he suddenly came back to his senses. Sorry. Brook stepped forward in a hurry. I seem to be thinking too much just now.
Fine. Little Katakuri bluntly refused Brook's help, and then ran away, trembling with cold. Brook was left looking at little Katakuri's figure in a daze, and then shook his head. He is really a little guy who doesn't know how to hide. Although Katakuri seemed cold and ruthless in front of him, in Brook's eyes, he could still see at a glance that this was just his disguise. In essence, he is a very interesting and cheerful young man. At the same time, there was a dark place in the corner of the alley. Hoo, I'm so cold. Little Katakuri took off his disguise and randomly picked up the garbage next to him. Inside the bucket, several shabby coats were found and wrapped tightly around his body.
Then, pooh. His big cracked mouth opened and spit out an unfinished donut. I just happened to have one left. How new oh how, like this. Seeing this last donut, Katakuri smiled so hard that he narrowed his eyes, the corners of his eyes curved like crescent moons. Today, Katakuri is still a cheerful young man who goes his own way, possessing monster-like power since he was a child. Although he has been ridiculed by others because of his appearance, he doesn't care at all, saying that he can just be himself and beat him up if anyone ridicules him.
He especially likes to eat donuts. He fell in love with donuts when he was 2 years old. When he was 3 years old, he opened his mouth too wide when eating donuts, which caused his mouth to be torn. Now that he is only 4 years old, his mouth is full of bruises. The gaping scar. But he didn't care about it. It wasn't until later that his sister Bree was disfigured after being attacked, so he covered his mouth with a scarf and pretended to be a perfect person in front of the world. A beautiful and powerful man who protects the brothers and sisters he loves. But now, he is just a kid trying his best to get his favorite donuts. At the same time, due to the repeated warnings of his mother, Charlotte Linlin, and the teachings of the baguette chef, Katakuri was wary of the pirates on the island. Trust. Even if he thinks that Bones is a very good guy, he might become a very good friend.
But she still didn't show any pretense and didn't show any of her true character in front of him. Although Katakuri didn't know that his actions had been guessed by Brook, in his mind, his cheerfulness and smile would only be reserved for his family. People. Crack. After eating the last bite of the donut, Katakuri patted his butt with satisfaction and returned to his dessert house. Where have you been? Katakuri. As soon as he returned home, he received such inquiries. 083 A precious meeting gift. Another phantom beast fruit is obtained. The eldest son of the Charlotte family, Parasparrow, who had a long tongue hanging out of his mouth, asked in an older brother's tone. But Katakuri just glanced at him and continued to grin, walking in without any scruples. Even at home, as long as he is not facing his mother and baguette, he is so domineering and indifferent. You guys must have gone out to eat donuts again. If your mother knew about it, she would be very unhappy, Purro. Parasparrow shook his head, knowing the temperament of his monster-like brother very well. He didn't say anything more, he just shouted at Katakuri's retreating back.
Mom is planning to attack the skeleton named Brook recently. If you run out, be careful not to ruin Mom's important event. Katakuri's figure suddenly froze in place. Mom, she is going to attack that underwear skeleton pervert. Kaido and Brook were prosperous when they were playing and messing around outside, and each had their own luck. Laike also welcomed 2 new guests. Is this the meeting gift you brought me? In the room, Laike looked at the delicate box in his hand, and then at the 2 old men in front of him with wrinkled faces and smiles that looked like chrysanthemums in bloom.
2 old men from the Kurozumi family, 1 man and 1 woman, wearing Wano-kuni costumes. That's right, Laike. Sir, the leader, Kurozumi Higurashi, rubbed his hands like dry tree bark and smiled so flatteringly. This is the last legacy of our Kurozumi family. In our opinion, only you, Mr. Laike, can be worthy of possessing such a thing. The silent old guy Kurozumi Semimaru on the side was playing melodious music on his arhu, soothing the atmosphere in the venue. Laike was non-committal about his praise for the old guy Kurozumi Higurashi. He just opened a delicate small box and revealed the peculiar fruit with a spiral pattern of arabesque inside. This is a fruit that looks similar to a pineapple. The top of the fruit has 8 stems and leaves, and the ends of the stems and leaves are rounded and inverted triangles. The peel of the fruit is very similar to the scales of a python, and the center of the scale-like part has an uzumaki pattern. Laike recognized the devil fruit at first glance. The phantom beast of the snake fruit, is it in the form of Yamada no Orochi? A person with abilities can transform into a Yamada no Orochi, and each head has its own consciousness. Advertisement: the color of the 8 heads is green. The middle head is darker in color and has the appearance of a person with the ability to eat, and the remaining 7 heads are similar to dragons. In this form, the Esper can attack enemies from all angles at different speeds and ranges.
It seems that each head represents a life. Every time a head is chopped off, the snake head after transformation will be 1 less BG. When all the heads are chopped off, the person with abilities will be close to death. The special ability of devil fruit, a species of phantom beast, is that it has 8 lives. For some strong people, there is sufficient fault tolerance. Originally, this devil fruit was given by Kurozumi Higurashi to the waste Kurozumi Orochi, giving him the power to protect himself and overthrow the rule of the Kazuki family. But there is no choice, this guy is a complete loser, and the mud cannot hold up the wall. Even with such a powerful ability, he was still a picky person and died after being chopped off 8 heads in succession. But now, such a powerful devil fruit with considerable abilities was given to him by Kurozumi Higurashi as a meeting gift. Obviously, the other party did not lie and really used what was at the bottom of the box. But since the gift is so precious, I have to see Laike at all costs. That shows that what they are planning is definitely not small.
Lord Laike is really well informed. Yes, this is the devil fruit ability of the phantom beast in the form of Yamata no Orochi. Kurozumi Higurashi's smiling face showed many wrinkles. It would be great for Laike to know this devil fruit, so that he also knows the power and preciousness of this fruit. You will be able to better develop and introduce your next topic. Give me something like this. Laike closed the box and said, "You want to see me, what's the reason?"
He asked knowingly and said softly. "That's it, Lord Yinlik." Kurozumi Higurashi suddenly sniffed, tears suddenly filled his eyes, his pupils were blurred, and his vision became moist. "We are Wano-kuni from the New World, a Kurozumi family in that country." She was choked with sobs, her hoarse and unpleasant voice was full of sadness and sorrow, and she was full of tears as she talked about their family's fate. Advertisement. At the same time, Kurozumi Semimaru on the side also played a mournful Arhu tone, constantly matching the atmosphere of the scene. Our Kurozumi family was originally one of the 5 major families of Wano-kuni, but later, we were betrayed by the Kazuki family, the lords of the island. In the sad description of Kurozumi Higurashi, the Kurozumi family is portrayed as extremely majestic, extremely loyal, and dedicated to the entire Wano-kuni. They are a generation of good ministers and famous officials. The lords they serve, the Kazuki family, are cunning villains who are jealous of the talents of the Kurozumi family. And they were afraid that they would be respected and supported by the world and take their place, so they secretly and viciously killed the Kurozumi family. This led to the destruction of the Kurozumi family, which caused the entire family to fall apart and a large number of members to be disemboweled and committed suicide.
Only a few of their old fellows were left, lingering and fleeing to the sea, weeping every day. The Kazuki family treats us like this, we can't wait to eat their flesh, drink their blood, tear their skin, and gnaw their bones. Kurozumi Higurashi burst into tears, and finally cried out sadly. We implore Lord Laike to make the decision for our Kurozumi family. We, the remaining civilians of the Kurozumi family, are willing to serve as pawns for Lord Laike, for you to drive, and capture Wano-kuni in one fell swoop.
With us as internal agents, it will be easy to take down Wano-kuni. At that time, some rare treasures on the island, the powerful emission, Haki technique, swordsmanship, famous swords, former dragon-slaying samurai, Shimotsuki Ryoma's sword, black sword Shisui, etc. We will dedicate all treasures to Lord Laike. And Wano-kuni's rich land, fertile land, and all the heritage of the world's second most powerful country, all will become yours, Lord Laike.
That country, which is naturally protected against all kinds of attacks and that no one can easily invade, will definitely become the most powerful cornerstone of your ruling base. With Wano-kun Laike, your great achievements will definitely become extremely bright and brilliant next time. Kurozumi Higurashi, an old guy, shouted loudly, tempting, tempting, praising in a series of other words, all of which she said as if for free. Finally, as if grabbing the ground with his head, his forehead hit the ground heavily. And what we in the Kurozumi family want is just justice. She kept knocking her head there, and soon, a pool of bloodline appeared on the ground. This is indeed a cruel person, not only cruel to others, but also cruel to himself. Sure enough, an older woman is different. Laike just stared calmly at Kurozumi Higurashi, who was directing and acting in front of him and telling all this, risking everything, and his eyes gradually became deeper. Wano-kuni, he hasn't tried it yet, it's not that he doesn't have some ideas. 084 Brook was kidnapped, the overlord of the previous generation, Katakuri's father. Laike was thinking quietly, and his eyes were constantly looking at Kurozumi Higurashi. From the beginning, she set her own style very high, trying to make the Kurozumi family leave a good impression in Laike's heart. Then, he talked about the treasures on each Wano-kuni and what kind of benefits he could get after getting the Wano-kuni. In this case, it is very likely to achieve the goal and persuade other characters.
But for Laike, who knew what kind of situation Wano-kuni was in the ugly faces of these two guys, he just felt that there was no trouble at all, and he even wanted to laugh a little. Okay, I understand what you are talking about. Laike waved his hand directly, I also know the history of Wano-kuni and the situation between Kazuki and your family. Aren't you, the Kurozumi family, a family that failed in its struggle to be punished because of its rebellion? Laike said nonchalantly. If you have ambitions that do not match your own strength, and you are stupid enough to put it into action, failure is also normal. The Kurozumi family of Wano-kuni was originally a samurai clan that followed the Kazuki family for generations. Later, before the Kazuki Sukiyaki of the Kazuki family was born, the Kurozumi family thought that the Kazuki family would never succeed, and began to make plans. But unexpectedly, Kazuki Sukiyaki was born, and the Mitsuchi family had an heir. Their rebellion and conspiracy to usurp the throne were discovered, and they were encircled, suppressed and liquidated. As a result, there are only 4 people left in the current Kurozumi family. The 2 people in front of me, Kurozumi Higurashi and Kurozumi Semimaru, are living overseas to avoid being hunted down, and are just surviving. There are also Kurozumi, the later ruler of Wano on the island, and Kurozumi Kanjuro, the future Red Scabbard 9. The Kurozumi family is also extremely weak, and the 2 old guys, Kurozumi Higurashi and Kurozumi Semimaru, are basically in their old age, and they will feel sleepy anytime they don't leave.
In the eyes of Kurozumi Higurashi, the remaining Kurozumi Kanjuro and Kurozumi Orochi are useless trash. Expecting them to revive the Kurozumi family is simply wishful thinking. Therefore, if they want to make a comeback, they can only seek help and support from outside forces. Therefore, even if Laike said this to his face, Kurozumi Higurashi still rubbed his hands and said with a smile.
Yes, our Kurozumi family is indeed somewhat useless. We have lost in such a struggle, so we are also eager for power and a great man like you, Lord Laike. Led our Kurozumi family to regroup. Having said this, Kurozumi Higurashi bowed his head respectfully and said with great sincerity. We, the Kurozumi family, are willing to obey Lord Laike and serve as your horse's vanguard, just to be able to return to Wano and take back everything that belongs to our Kurozumi family. She had completely abandoned all face and dignity and placed a heavy bet on Laike. As long as they can return to Wano and overthrow the rule of the Kazuki family, they don't care even if they are Laike's dogs. As this so, after Laike heard this, he just glanced at the 2 people who once again prostrated themselves and knelt on the ground. The fingers gently moved the delicate little box containing the Yamada no Orochi fruit. Wano, the second most powerful country in the world, the so-called golden country where dragon-slaying warriors exist. The corners of Laike's mouth slowly raised, and he said lightly. It just so happens that there are too many people on this island and it's too noisy, and the island is not very big. I really need to find 10 places that are suitable for me to let my hands and feet go. When Kurozumi Higurashi and Kurozumi Semimaru heard this, they immediately raised their heads with excitement, their bodies trembling, and looked at Laike who was speaking.
Furthermore, I have absolutely no impression of Wano, the so-called second most powerful country in the world, or in other words, I don't have a good impression. Laike stood up slowly. In that case, it doesn't matter what you do on that island, there is no need to worry about other feelings at all. Just go there and take a look. Under the ecstatic gazes of Kurozumi Higurashi and Kurozumi Semimaru, Laike gave his answer. According to the current time point, nothing major is happening in Wano. In addition to the next generation of the Kazuki family, the 15-year-old Kazuki Oden is domineering on the island and causing huge troubles. Overall, it is not a country that deserves too much attention at the moment. Therefore, when Whitebeard, Edward Newgate learned about Molak's next move, it was a little strange. Going to a country like that? While he was drinking, he didn't quite understand. I heard that that place seemed to be very closed. Newsbirds flew over there before, and they were shot down, roasted and eaten. Since then, no news has been delivered to any country. Although it is the so-called second most powerful country in the world in name, in fact, it is a closed country. Even Xebec is too lazy to pay attention to such a country. Open black lens bracket Whitebeard close black lens bracket Edward Newgate's tone also showed that he was particularly uninterested in Wano. Indeed, after their ship was accidentally washed into Wano, they did not enter the country, but only rested on the shore. Why would you even think of going there? Because there are some good things in there. Laike also smiled and clinked his wineglass with Whitebeard. Not to mention that there are valuable things like the famous sword Kiyoshue, seastone processing skills, etc. on that island. There is also one piece of the historical text of the 4 road signs, which is valuable enough to go to that place. Advertisement, and it's precisely because even Xebec doesn't bother to go there, so it's more stable and peaceful, and there won't be so many people to disturb it. This is also the main reason why Laike is more willing to go to that place. What he lacks most is time. On that island, it can develop stably. As long as enough time is given and sufficient items and skills are obtained through instant sales, the entire world government will no longer be taken seriously. Well, it's just a pity that I can't go with you. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate has some regrets and pity. Recently, the Marine and world government have been moving like crazy to the New World. Obviously, those guys are coming for us. Not only me, but the other pirates on the island almost all feel that the decisive battle between us and those Marines is not far away. At such a critical moment, that guy Xebec will definitely not let me go with you. In other words, you just left like this. Did that guy Xebec agree? Didn't you say anything? Whitebeard, Edward Newgate couldn't help but ask after thinking of this.
He knows that I have no interest in such a war, and has long been prepared for me to leave and not participate in the war. Laike replied. Even after the previous conversation between the two, Xebec had been prepared for Laike to leave without participating in the war. As he walked out, it was announced that Laike was going to perform the corresponding task, and there was a sword of Damocles hanging above Marine's head. Therefore, after Laike made the decision, he informed Xebec immediately. Knowing that he couldn't keep Laike, the guy happily agreed to Laike's departure and let him go. So, this is our last drink in a short period of time. Laike chuckled and filled Whitebeard, Edward Newgate up again. After you finish fighting, maybe we will have a chance to drink again. Bang. Before Laike finished speaking, the door of the house was violently opened. Boss. Kaido barged in with a mace and shouted. Something happened. I heard that Brook guy was captured by Charlotte Linlin's people. Open black lens bracket Whitebeard close black lens bracket Edward Newgate and Mo Laike drank at the same time.
That guy Linlin seems to really like some special races. Open black lens bracket Whitebeard close black lens bracket Edward Newgate thought carefully, but she wouldn't be so blatant and snatch the skeleton away, would she? As he said that, he glanced at Mo Laike next to him. Well, especially when he knew clearly who was covering that skeleton. For Charlotte Linlin, who is not very stupid now, she should also know who is easy to mess with and who is not to mess with.
How dare she kidnap that skeleton? Charlotte Linlin, Big Mom. Mo Laike put down the wine glass in his hand. It's interesting. I don't know what her thoughts are, but she would choose to attack Brook. Does she think that I will ignore Brook? Then she is too naive, right? Although Mo Laike knew that Charlotte Linlin particularly liked collecting these rare creatures, he still did so despite knowing Brook's background. Did that woman have a brain twitch after giving birth recently? Kaido also grinned when he heard this. She is really a stupid girl. We are about to leave, and then something like this happens. Kaido naturally also learned from Mo Laike that they were leaving here and going to a new island for adventure. He was okay with this. During this period of time, all the pirates on the island that could be defeated were defeated, and the remaining Golden Lion who was effective was not easy to mess with. After he practices for a while, come back and have a good fight with him. That's just right, this is the time before we leave.
Mo Laike said with a smile, leave this island here and think about it for the last time. At the same time, on the other side, the dessert house where Charlotte Linlin is. Linlin, for the sake of the skeleton I tied up for you, please let me see you. Outside the house, a tall man was begging bitterly towards the dim sum door. *1. At his feet, there was a tied-up white skeleton lying.
I didn't expect that one day I would be treated as a rare pet, yo ho 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 ho. Brook didn't feel any panic at all. Instead, he still smiled and said. Then he asked little Katakuri who was squatting next to him with an ugly face and a frown. Looking at you, you seem to know this man. Advertisement. Little Katakuri didn't speak, just remained silent. The man in front of me. It does have something to do with him, and it's still. Katakuri. The tall man in front immediately turned his face, and drunkenly shouted at him. Why are you still there watching the excitement? Come over quickly, help dad, and beg for your mom's favor. The veins on Katakuri's forehead were bulging, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. This man is none other than his biological father. And it is also on this island that the once famous pirate Hashinosu was the overlord of this Hive Island in the previous generation.
Why I say it was once, because after Rock's stationed on this island, the ownership of the new overlord in Hachinosu naturally changed. His father, the overlord of the previous generation, had all his subordinates wiped out by rocks, except for himself, who was beaten to death, like a dead dog. Later, during the battle, his hand tendons and hamstrings were all severed, and he was considered a cripple. Rocks D. Zebek just didn't bother to kill such a loser and let him wander around on this island. As a result, this overlord of the previous era was completely degenerated. He either stayed drunk on this island all day long, or he was so dizzy that he didn't know where he fell. 0. On the contrary, it adds a lot of jokes to this island, which makes people look down upon it at all. Even Katakuri himself looked down on his father. As a man, if you fail, you just have to get up from the beginning. Katakuri frowned and said this in a deep voice. As long as you still have faith, then work hard to put it into practice and take action. If we are in a desperate situation where we cannot make a comeback, then the worst possible outcome is death. As a pirate, you should have the consciousness to die on the sea from the day you go to sea. Since there is no way to recover, you should calmly accept your final outcome and leave yourself with a decent face. Instead of getting drunk every day and running to your mother to cry and plead, and also want to use her mother's power to live the same prestigious life before. That's unrealistic. Shut up. The tall man suddenly roared, staring at a pair of blood-red eyes, pointing at Katakuri and said. You are just a little brat, you know nothing and you are talking nonsense here. I am your biological father. If you don't help me arrange things with your mother, why are you pretending to be a man here? Get out of here. He pointed at Katakuri's nose where he was smelling of alcohol and cursed. Katakuri, on the other hand, took a step back to avoid the spitting saliva. There was no admiration from a son looking at his father in his eyes, but instead they were full of disdain and contempt. He seemed too lazy to pay attention to the guy who couldn't recognize the reality after taking 2 sips of horse urine. He would rather not have such a father. Owen and Dafu are much more useful than you. Don't fart in an eyesore here, get out of here. Frustrated, he wanted to drive Katakuri away, but at this moment. I think what he said makes sense and is much more sensible than you. Suddenly there was such a faint voice from behind. Huh, who is this guy without eyes? Hearing this voice, Brook's face showed a clear smile, and the tall man suddenly turned his head and looked behind, and then. Who are you? As the man approached, his pupils trembled suddenly. Rocks. He couldn't help shouting, and the fears of the past came to his heart again. Rocks D. Mo Laike. His eyes trembled as he looked at the figure who once looked up at the sky and looked at his back, just appeared in front of him, and his body began to tremble involuntarily. Even though he was drunk, he felt sober for a while. It turns out he was drunk. Kaido followed behind,
smelling the strong smell of alcohol, and couldn't help frowning and fanning the stench vigorously. No wonder you dare to do such a thing. He chuckled. Well, even Lousy hasn't drank for a long time, and he's even drunk. It's a good thing for you, boy. No wonder you have bile tea s. You can come out like this while you're drunk.
Isn't this what is called drunkenness and cowardice? Kaido directly took the mace behind him in his hand, looking at the tall man in front of him with evil intentions. Under Kaido's gaze, the tall drunk man was shaking like a sieve. He has come back to his senses, and as he gradually wakes up, he already knows what happened. .085 Frustrated Ant, after all, he was the man who killed Marine Admiral, you know what you did yourself.
At the same time, he also knew what a stupid thing he had done. I am. His lips were trembling, and he was so frightened that he spoke incoherently. Katakuri on the side shook his head again when he saw him like this. He even began to doubt that his father was really the overlord of the Hashinosu Island before rocks. I won't say any more. Since you kidnapped my companion and did such a thing, you will naturally have to pay a corresponding price for such a thing. Laike just glanced at the guy who was shaking constantly, had no fighting spirit at all, and was extremely pale, and no longer focused his eyes and attention on him. He turned and looked to the side, where he had his arms crossed and looked extremely cold, pretending to be a perfect man, the highest masterpiece of the Charlotte family. In the future, this eldest brother is like father, a real man of the Charlotte family, and he is also the man who supports the Charlotte family. Is that Katakuri? Laike nodded slightly at him. What he said was very insightful and courageous. He is a good kid. If you are willing to follow me, I can train you to be the top strong man in the world. At least, Laike smiled and said, compared to your good-for-nothing father, he is much stronger.
When he came here, Laike listened to the words, 360, just said at the scene, and coupled with his knowledge of this island, he also knew the identity of this man. It's no wonder that the three brothers of the Charlotte family, Katakuri, Daifuku, and Owen, who are from the same mother, have potential and strength that are 10 times higher than that of other descendants of the family. The main reason is that their father's bloodline is still relatively powerful. No matter how decadent, downcast and self-defeating he is now, he was still the overlord of Honeycomb Island before.
He is also a strong and powerful figure on the sea. Katakuri, Owen Daifuku and others can be regarded as inheriting his strong bloodline. Quote. This was Katakuri's first time seeing one of the legendary Rock's brothers at such a close distance.
Well, to Katakuri, Laike is already a legendary pirate. The achievement of killing Marine Admiral is enough to make the world have the highest respect for his strength. And after Laike proposed to take him away, he looked at his father who had been taken away before him, being dragged on the ground with a mace by Kaido, moaning in pain and begging for mercy, and couldn't help but fall into a deep sleep. Then, he opened his mouth and wanted to say something. But at this moment, what, Mr. Vice Captain, are you trying to kidnap my child? The door of the dessert house in front of everyone opened, and a female chuckle came from inside. Charlotte Linlin's lipstick mouth was exposed in front of everyone, and her voluptuous figure indeed looked extremely graceful. Beside her, on her left hand was her eldest son, Charlotte Perisparrow, holding a big lollipop in her arms with her tongue exposed. On the right side is the eldest daughter, Charlotte Comfort, who is wearing a fruit crown on her head but looks very old despite her young age. At the same time, behind the two of them, there was a chef with a long bread, holding a child in one hand. Judging from their faces, they look like childish Owen and Dafu. And even Charlotte Linlin was holding a newborn baby sleeping soundly in her arms. In front of my mother, you kidnapped my child, ha 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 ha. Charlotte Linlin officially met Laike face to face for the first time. While laughing, he was also constantly looking at the other person. She didn't even mention that her former husband, the biological father of Katakuri and others, had been taken away by Kaido. It's as if this person doesn't exist at all. What are you still doing there, Katakuri? Advertisement, the baguette chef shouted there. Why don't you go back to your mother quickly? Katakuri lowered his head slightly when he heard this, and then walked quickly towards the dessert house. He didn't even look at Brook and Laike again, as if he didn't hear what Laike said just now. But just at this time, a strong wind suddenly burst out from behind him. And when Katakuri didn't react at all, he had already passed through him, and his target. Pointing straight ahead to the dessert castle where my mother is. The expressions on the faces of Charlotte Linlin and Bao Bao suddenly changed. In their pupils, a bright, shining ball shot straight towards them. Charlotte Linlin and Long Bread had been groping on the sea for decades, and the experience they had accumulated in perceiving danger made the hairs on their bodies stand up at this moment. The alarm bells in my heart were ringing crazily. This ball of light was extremely dangerous. Damn. The unparalleled sense of crisis made both of them almost curse. They were in a hurry, trying to find some items and power to evade immediately, but the speed of the light ball was too fast, and they had no time to mount an effective defense. Seeing that the light ball was about to hit Charlotte Linlin and Bao Bao and the others. Whoosh, suddenly, the light ball suddenly changed its direction and flew towards the dessert house above the two of them, and then... boom! The huge explosion resounded instantly across the island, shocking the pirates on the island. Nani? What happened? This noise seems to be coming from the dessert house. Dessert house? Isn't that Charlotte Linlin's residence?
Who is so brave and dares to trouble her? She is a famous bigmom. Well, I just saw Kaido carrying a guy walking out of there. Kaido? Well, I seem to have met Vice Captain Laike before, and he was walking over there and said, Vice Captain Laike. That's okay. It seems that the crazy woman Charlotte Linlin got into trouble with Vice Captain Laike for some reason plus. Tisk, tisk, tisk. That crazy woman finally got into trouble with someone she shouldn't have. Ha ha ha, she deserves it. Everyone was talking or gloating about the misfortune. And when it was mentioned that this incident was likely to involve a big shot, the crowd immediately dispersed. Except for a few guys who wanted to watch the excitement, no one else wanted to get involved in such an incident. After all, when gods fight, prisoners suffer, of course, in front of Laike, the current Charlotte Linlin is far from being a fairy. Boom, the dessert house was shattered by the ball of light, and countless biscuits and chocolate chips fell down, raising a cloud of candy dust. And in the dust mist, there was also a shocking roar. Laike, what do you want to do? Are you looking for trouble? If you want to fight, I'm happy to accompany you. The huge roar blew away the dust and mist, revealing Charlotte Linlin's furious expression. Advertisement: the giant sword transformed into Napoleon in his hand was ready to go. Above his head, the flames of Prometheus rose up, reflecting the terrifying face of a witch. The little baby in her arms was held by the baguette next to her. Looking for trouble? I should be the one to ask this question. Facing Charlotte Linlin's roaring question, Laike just spoke slowly. You know what you did. I cannot understand what you say. Charlotte Linlin still snorted coldly and said angrily. But unconsciously, her tone gradually calmed down. You are not a 3-year-old kid anymore. Sometimes, you should stop using such childish methods behind your back. Those little thoughts and small tricks really don't make sense. Be careful not to let yourself off the hook and kill yourself. Laike untied Brook with a casual stroke, then turned around and left here without looking back. This time, for the sake of you holding a child in your arms and the fact that Katakuri, a good boy, has a relationship with Brook, I will let you go this time. If there is a next time, don't blame me for letting the name of the Charlotte family disappear completely in the sea. Having said that, unprecedented momentum and pressure rose into the sky, making the faces of Charlotte Linlin and Bao Bao look extremely ugly once again. They just watched helplessly as Laike left wantonly after finishing his words, not even daring to fart. Even after Brook followed him with a smile, they could only look gloomy and couldn't say a word. Because this time, they did play a less honorable role here. How's it going, Linlin? Bao Bao's face looked very ugly. Should we do it next time? That's it. The dark look on Charlotte Linlin's face was completely suppressed, and she said expressionlessly. Don't take any more plans and actions to face Laike and the others in the future. Looking in the direction of the disappearing figure, Charlotte Linlin's eyes gradually became deeper. After all, he was the man who killed Marine Admiral. He is not someone who is easily provoked and plotted. Thinking of this, Charlotte Linlin couldn't help but shook her head, and then looked at Katakuri beside her, who was soothingly comforting Dafu and Owen, who were crying out of fear. To be so favored by that guy Laike, Katakuri. Some other thoughts began to emerge in her mind, and the other 1.8 sighed as the direction leaving from the dessert house. On the almost deserted street, Brook followed Laike's footsteps. Mr. Laike. Brook was directly curious and asked the doubts in his heart. What does this incident have to do with that Charlotte Linlin? After I finished playing in the tavern, I was tied up directly by the original man and brought here. Brook recounted his experience. There is also Katakuri. He was originally going to trade donuts with me, but when he saw that I was tied up, he was worried about me and followed me all the way here. I can guarantee that he and his mother Charlotte Linlin were not involved in such an incident. Boss, I'm back. As soon as Brook finished speaking, Kaido returned with the mace in his arms. I dealt with that guy very cleanly, and I will never see him again in this world. That's good. Laike nodded slightly, and then glanced at Brook, who was still confused. Do you think that guy really tied you up spontaneously when his head got hot? Brook couldn't help but be startled. Mr. Laike, what do you mean? He was a little unsure and said, Charlotte Linlin, did she play some disgraceful role in this? 3YBO86 leave, harmonica and donuts. A promise between men. Otherwise, do you think that guy would just get drunk and kidnap you here? Laike just said lightly, with a calm face, and had already seen everything thoroughly. Charlotte Linlin definitely covets Brook, but she is not as fat and stupid as she will be in the future. Knowing that if Brook was taken away, Laike would never sit idly by and watch. And she has absolutely no confidence in dealing with Laike, so she has no choice but to give up Brook, or... Just like this time, she put herself out of the situation and let others catch Brook to her. If I guess correctly, that woman Charlotte Linlin probably took advantage of that guy's drunkenness to send out some homits or some other deceptive creatures. Go to his ear, or pretend to be next to him, and talk about, Charlotte Linlin really likes the skeleton Brook. If you can bring that skeleton in front of her, she will definitely have an interest in us. A big reward, maybe even our wish will come true, and so on. Let that guy hear it, and then with the help of alcohol, he will go crazy and tie you up and hand you over to Charlotte Linlin. In this case, Charlotte Linlin can get you without having to pay anything at all. If I were to question her later, she could have said that it had nothing to do with her. It was all the man's own decision, and she didn't have anything to do with it. It's not like I'm 16. In this case, it's almost like deceiving a child. For people like us.
Laike couldn't help but chuckle. You don't need to give any reasons or rebuttal at all. As long as I believe that you were behind all this, whether you did it or not, that's your business. The domineering spirit in his words was clearly revealed, which made Kaido grin and feel particularly comfortable. This is also the reason why he is willing to follow Laike and recognize him as the boss. He is not sloppy at all and has the attitude of a strong man. But Brook still wanted to say something, if this matter really has nothing to do with her. Laike interrupted him lightly, then when I took action and said those words later, she was already extremely angry. But I can feel that she didn't take any measures between the time I finished speaking and the time I left. Obviously, she also has a ghost in her heart. She is more or less involved in this matter. Is this so? Brook touched the upper and lower bones of his mouth and felt a little emotional. Have all pirates become like this now, compared to the pirates of our time? Well, it seems that the pirates of our time are not that good. Well, he has not forgotten how his Lumba pirates were poisoned by their opponents in a sneak attack and died tragically. So, a pirate is a pirate, regardless of era. Laike chuckled, to the world. We are a cancer on this sea, nothing more. Is it a cancer? Maybe, yo ho 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 ho, Brook didn't think anything was wrong. We just need to be ourselves and it will be fine. Yeah, just be yourself. Kaido also touched his chin in agreement. It doesn't matter what others think of us, we just need to live comfortably. So next, when I go to Wano, Lousy also wants to live a life of freedom, eh? That's right, yo ho 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 ho. Wait, what does Wano mean? Advertisement. Why, don't you know yet? Oh yes, I forgot to tell you. Kaido then remembered something, patted his head, and informed Brook of their next trip. I see, are you going to march to another place? Brook's afro shook slightly, just in time. I have played a lot of music during this period, and I have gained a new understanding of the power of the soul. I can find a quiet environment to thoroughly understand it. But, he seemed to have thought of something. Wait a minute, Mr. Laike, before leaving like this, I want to find someone to say goodbye first. Hey, skeleton. As soon as Brook finished speaking, he heard a childish cry from behind him. Yo ho 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 ho, it looks like I don't need to go find him anymore. Brook turned his head and smiled heartily when he saw someone running towards him. Bone. The young Katakuri ran over, faced Brook, and said seriously. My father did something very excessive to you just now, and this is my apology to you on your behalf. He took out 2 icing-covered donuts from his sleeves, which looked very tempting at first glance. Donuts? Just give them to me? Brook took it from Katakuri's hand and asked with a smile. Then since you gave me such a gift, I can't help but express it. Brook fumbled around in the suit pocket on his upper body, and then pulled out a harmonica. This is my new harmonica, I haven't used it yet. Brook put this thing into Katakuri's hand. If you have free time, you can play music for your younger brothers and sisters to listen to. After we leave, there will be very few opportunities for us to meet. I hope that when we meet again in the future, I can listen to the music you played. Let's go. Where are you going? Katakuri was startled when he heard this. We plan to leave here and go to another place. It can be considered. Well, it's a secret. Brook didn't say much, as their next movements were not suitable to be revealed to other people. That's it, you have to leave. The young Katakuri couldn't help but fell into silence. I see. He solemnly put away the harmonica in his hand and said seriously, when we meet again next time, I will play my music well with you. This can be regarded as an agreement between men. Katakuri stretched out his hand, and Brook also stretched out his skeletal palm. Then I'm looking forward to our next meeting, yo ho 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 ho. Snapped. The palms of both sides clapped together in the gradually setting sun. Advertisement. The two of them were bathing in the afterglow of the sunset, which added a touch of brilliance to this friendship between old and young that spanned ages. The 4-year-old Katakuri and the now 46-year-old Brook really have a relationship that spans ages. After Brook's kidnapping ended, Charlotte Linlin's dessert house was blown up by Laike. Everyone on the island also started talking about this matter again, but most of them were sarcastic and joking about Charlotte Linlin. Thinking that this Big Mom was disrespectful, he offended Vice Captain Laike and was given a lesson by him. They never thought that it was Laike himself who came to the door to deliberately cause trouble. After all, in the past 10 years, Laike has never shown his face or revealed his past. Even though the island became more and more lively later, he only officially took action once, knocking down Golden Lion, Haki. In the next 2 years, he never made a move and just stayed on the island peacefully. Then he went out on a mission and killed Marine Admiral, causing a sensation all over the world. It can be said that Laike rarely takes action. Basically, he will only take action unless he is provoked. Otherwise, if he can stay at home, he can stay at home. The pirates on the island have a rough idea of the temper of their vice captain, so they rarely hang out in front of Laike for fear of offending him. But now, they are much more happy to hear about Charlotte Linlin's frustration. But just when they were drinking and talking about this, you 300 people, look at it. Following someone's loud roar, everyone's attention was drawn and they followed the direction he pointed. Then he saw the flying magic carpet rising into the sky. It's a magic carpet that can fly into the sky, Vice Captain Laike's car. Is he leaving the island again? Could it be that we are going outside to perform a mission again, or to deal with Marine? The pirates were stunned, and then quickly began to think about it. After all, They all almost feel that the current stormy atmosphere on the sea is approaching, and the battle between them and Marine is not far away. At this time, Laike's sudden departure easily made them think too much. Soon after, Rox D. Zebek's order came from the huge Skull Castle. So, Vice Captain Laike, he has indeed gone out to carry out the mysterious mission assigned to him by Captain Zebek, right? Ha 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 ha. Are you going to destroy those marine bases, or go straight to the naval headquarters in Wano? Let's make a bold guess. I think they may have entered the Holy Land of Mariajoy to kill the celestial dragons. Kill a few more marine admirals, Vice Captain Laike. After the pirates learned the news, they were also very excited and applauded Laike's departure. They really thought that Laike went out to perform a secret mission that was detrimental to Marine and the world government. Even the many undercover personnel on the island thought so. Immediately, in the quiet night, a series of telegram ripples were transmitted, letting Marine and CP agents learn such a piece of news. Involuntarily, the Marine troops, who had already gathered their forces and had a solemn atmosphere, became even more solemn. 087 Arrival at Wano. Put yourself in a position where you can recognize yourself, trash. A terrifying figure who can kill the most powerful admiral in the naval headquarters. He has extremely strong combat power. Every move of such a character must be within the scope of Marine's monitoring. Obviously, the news of Laike's departure really caused quite a stir and reaction within Marine. Check. We must find out his next movements. The Marshal of the Naval Headquarters, Kong, and the Chief of the CPO, the strongest shield of the Celestial Dragons, gave an order to the entire world government and the huge machine of the Naval Headquarters to start operating. For them, such a level of combat power is absolutely intolerable, and its movements will disappear in their eyes. But, Marshal, the opponent is very mobile, it is difficult to detect where they are. With the flying magic carpet, a highly maneuverable vehicle that soars freely in the sky, it is indeed difficult for people to capture the whereabouts of Laike and the others. Not much else to say, as long as they plunge into the clouds and use Sky Island in the White Sea, they can easily avoid the sight of the Marines. In this regard, Marine and world government have no choice but to continue to increase the pressure of surveying nearby sea areas. As long as there is the slightest trace, it must be reported immediately. At the same time, they can only follow the recommendations given by the staff headquarters in places where they may be attacked. Places such as Naval Headquarters, Holy Land Mary Jo, and some Marine base branches began to deploy and defend. For a moment, Marine's strength and attention were really mobilized and distracted. After all, you can only be a thief for 1,000 days, but there is no reason to prevent a thief for 1,000 days. A top combat power in the sea can really affect the outcome of a high-end battle. In this regard, the Rocks pirate on the Beehive Island Hachinosu also noticed Marine's changes. I was so happy that I immediately started new arrangements. The situation between the two sides has already begun to change before the battle begins. The key figure who triggered the situation between the two sides, Laike, along with Brook and Kaido, was sitting on a flying magic carpet and flying towards Wano, the second most powerful country in the world. Wano shouldn't be that far from here, right? Laike looked at the permanent pointer in his hand and then said casually. That's right, Lord Laike. In the corner of the flying carpet, Kurozumi Higurashi and Kurozumi Semimaru folded their hands with flattering looks on their faces. However, the two of them also followed Laike, sitting on this magic carpet, acting as Wano's guide. If you were driving the ship normally, it might take a few days or nearly a week. But if I have this flying magic carpet of yours, Mr. Laike, and can move straight forward so fast, it won't take long to get there, W. She also took a look at the permanent pointer she took out. After confirming that it was not in the wrong direction, she continued to nod and bend. That's okay. Laike nodded slightly. Next, he is going to go to Wano and take care of it. Whoosh, whoosh, advertisement. The howling wind passed by everyone, and the flying magic carpet danced quickly. And even with such a cold wind, it still couldn't conceal the fiery moods of Kurozumi Higurashi and Kurozumi Semimaru. It's coming soon, it's coming soon. The eyes of the two people were extremely fiery and blazing. The rise of our Kurozumi family is finally coming back. Even though, this time, there were only 5 of them going to Wano. Even if, excluding the 2 of them, only Laike and the 3 of them are really fighting. But Kurozumi Higurashi and Kurozumi Semimaru still firmly believe in it. They will definitely help themselves and others, let Wano change their surname and change ownership, and let their Kurozumi family return to the pinnacle of power. Even if it means being groveling, acting like a cow and a horse, and becoming a doglegger, it doesn't matter. Just like that, in the passionate mood of the Kurozumi family duo, they were about to reach the goal they had been thinking about. Wano, the New World, located in the second half of the Grand Line, is a closed country that never welcomes outsiders, does not join the world government, and even marine ships cannot enter. Residents of this country are accustomed to wearing neon ancient-style kimono clothes, communicating with others in a more traditional tone, and calling powerful swordsmen samurai. The top leader of Wano is called shogun, and the top leader of region is called daimyo. Wano is a special area, with no open sea coast and only cliffs and waterfalls around it. After going out there is the inland sea, which contains the main island of Wano and Onigashima. The main island is divided into 6 areas, namely Kuri, Nozomi, Usagiwan, Suzugo, Shiriomai, and Flower City.
Each region has a daimyo who protects, manages and rules the region. And these daimyo uniformly obeyed the orders of General Wano. Wano has been ruled by the Kazuki family since ancient times. The Kazuki family is also known as the stonemason family. They're the family that contributed to the writing of historical texts and the civil servants who can interpret historical texts. The Kazuki family is jointly served by the 5 daimyo families of Tenjetsu, Shimotsuki, Fugetsu, Ugetsu, and Kurozumi. But later, due to various reasons, the Tianyue family gradually disappeared in the long river of history. The Kurozumi family was pacified by the Kazuki family due to the riot many years ago, and everyone in the family committed seppuku as apology. Only the 3 major families of Shimotsuki, Fugetsu and Ugetsu are left to guard the Kazuki family. Among them, Fugetsu and Ugetsu, the heads of the 2 major families, Fugetsu Oyuki and Ugetsu Ammonfura are the daimyo of Nozomi and Ugetsu areas respectively. The Shimotsuki family has 2 great names, Shimotsuki Yumaru and Shimotsuki Yasui, who guard the Suzugo and Shiakumai areas respectively. It is the most powerful family besides the Kazuki family. But they are also the most loyal family to the Kazuki family. In other words, the current Kazuki family has absolute dominance over Wano. In addition, General Kazuki Sukiyaki can be regarded as a sage. Under his governance, strictly speaking, the people are living a pretty good life. Nothing can shake their rule, but it's not like there aren't some gaps. Laike recalled the information in his mind, looked at the outline of the island emerging from the inland sea in the distance, and couldn't help but chuckle. Currently, there is a rather restless master on this island. Advertisement it mainly comes from the only heir of the Kazuki family, Kazuki Oden. Now 15 years old, he has accomplished great things on the island. Break into the temple, threaten the abbot of the temple, live in seclusion in the temple, abduct women every night and build a harem, right? Well, Kazuki Oden, who was only 15 years old, had already started to run wild, kidnapping women to build a harem in the temple. The abducted women are usually free, but are impressed by Kazuki Oden's charm and are willing to follow him. However, this also caused public outrage, and Kazuki Oden was attacked by a group of people, but he readily fought. Wano called this incident harem chaos. It was at this time that Kazuki Sukiyaki had the idea of severing ties with Kazuki Oden. This hereditary and irreplaceable second generation, a veritable fool, is a target that can be targeted and exploited. But now, let's find a suitable place to stay on this island first. As the flying magic carpet approached, the huge island of Wano also appeared in front of everyone. Lord Laike, the most central area is the Flower City. We only need to occupy it and kill all the Kazuki family members including Kazuki Sukiyaki and we will be able to achieve our goal. Kurozumi Higurashi forced himself to suppress his excitement and roared with a broken voice. She couldn't wait for the Kazuki family to fall into a pool of blood at her feet. She wants everyone in the Kazuki family to die. Kill all the Kazuki family members. Laike just glanced at her lightly, to do that would be too rough, and Qian Zhao would also arouse riots among many people on the island, causing turmoil and unrest. This is not in line with my purpose of settling down stably on this island. What I want is to pacify this island as quickly as possible, instead of waiting for them to rebel one after another in the future. The first is to attack the enemy, then the second is to attack the enemy, the second is to attack the enemy, the third is to attack the city. Sometimes, there are better choices than violence. But, seeing that Laike didn't want to take action immediately, Kurozumi Higurashi couldn't help but become a little anxious. She contributed to this situation, not because she wanted to see Laike's leisurely nature of enjoying the mountains and rivers here. Lord Laike. She couldn't help but raise her tone slightly, and then took a step back. Boom. A terrifying power appeared instantly and descended on her. Plop. Kurozumi Higurashi became unsteady and knelt directly on the blanket. It's so noisy. Kaido scratched his ears, and the Conqueror's Haki emanating from his body, along with his eyes, stared at Kurozumi Higurashi quite unkindly. I said, you guy, did you do something wrong? Put yourself in a position to recognize yourself, trash. 088 sweeping across Giuli. People who come to take refuge. I want to follow you, my lord. Kaido is very unhappy with Kurozumi Higurashi's attitude. You obviously want us to help you get back your power, but you still dare to be so arrogant to us? He is bossing us around, planning to command and order us? Don't you think that you can start playing harp after returning to the country where you were born? If rocks can't even order us around, who do you think you are? Kaido mercilessly belittled and ridiculed Kurozumi Higurashi, completely trampling on her dignity. Since you were groveling and asking us to come here to help you, then be prepared to be like a dog. After that, Kaido stopped looking at her and put away his Conqueror's Haki. Kurozumi Higurashi's body kept trembling and he just lay there, not daring to raise his head for a while. Regarding this situation, Laike didn't say a word and he didn't need to say anything. As Kaido said, they were requested by black-haired Higurashi. Now that you are already prepared for such a stupid thing, then don't think about turning against the customers. Well, although strictly speaking, they are the guests. But in this world, whoever has a big fist has a full voice. It's so cruel, isn't it? Whoosh. The flying magic carpet passed through the clouds and fell straight towards Wano, where there was a huge island below. On this magic carpet, Kurozumi Higurashi and Kurozumi Semimaru did not say a word at all and did not dare to express another opinion. Just following the flying magic carpet, it landed in a certain area on this island. The Curry area, although one of the many important areas in Wano, is a lawless zone here. It's like the lawless area on the Sabaody archipelago where pirates and criminals hang out. The Guri area is here. Wano is a place outside the law. Even General Wano cannot govern the Curry area. It can be said that Guri is a paradise for crime. Criminals are at large here, enjoying themselves without any scruples, and going out to rob and commit crimes if they need anything. It is a place where a group of bedbugs live together, and it is also the dark side of Wano. However, as of today, their good days have come to an end. Hey, you guys here, are there any 870s who can come forward and give Lousy a good fight? Kaido's upper body was naked, and his lower body was tied with clothes that he had snatched from a tall samurai. Kaido, dressed as a resident of this country, held a mace in his hand. Laughing and preaching, he stepped into the lawless zone of the 9-mile area. Naturally, with such a big fanfare, Kaido also attracted the attention of many criminals in this area, as well as their malicious eyes and preparations to make a move. Crack. With the sound of a samurai sword being unsheathed, the whole Giuli area was instantly filled with a chilling atmosphere. You came just in time. Kaido didn't feel any discomfort or light on his back at all, he just felt a hot and high-spirited fighting spirit burst out in his heart. Boom. The huge mace was swung out with great force, instantly knocking away the attacking criminal warriors. The swords in their hands were all shattered, and their entire bodies flew out, spitting out blood. Is this the so-called samurai? Ahahaha. Kaido laughed and spat hard. You are really vulnerable. A-hole. Is this guy a sumo wrestling weirdo? Or a Yokozuna Rikishi? In short, wielding a weapon like a mace is a wicked way. A group of criminal samurai were all angered by Kaido. For this person who suddenly ran out, he did not use a samurai sword, but a mace, which in their opinion was a completely deviant weapon. He could not be called a samurai or ronin at all. And if they can't even defeat a guy like this who is even a samurai, doesn't it mean that they are extraordinarily useless? At the moment, with this thought in mind, groups of warrior criminals came from all directions in the Giuli area. They gathered into a powerful crowd and rushed towards Kaido and towards Kaido. Well done. Facing this turbulent flow of people, Kaido's eyes were shining and he rushed forward without any care. Boom. 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 Just in an instant, the series of sonic booms and roars sounded in the sky above the Giuli area. Advertisement, ho 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 ho, it seems we don't need to take action anymore. Brook, who was planning to fight the so-called samurai, saw Kaido's interest in fighting and was very interested in it, so he did not step forward to disturb his interest. Just wait and see the final result. Fortunately, Kaido didn't keep Brook and Laike waiting for long. In less than half a day, in the entire Giuli area, under observation Haki's perception, almost no one could stand and breathe anymore. Either there is only air coming in and no air coming out, or he simply rolls his eyes and falls unconscious. Of course, there are also some people whose heads and necks are twisted at weird angles, or who have half their bodies smashed into pieces, and they will never wake up again. Ahahaha, this time, I've had enough fun. Kaido put the mace on his shoulder and stood among the people lying on the ground in a pool of blood with the ruins of the wall, without feeling any discomfort at all. On the contrary, he was extremely satisfied and picked up the tiger whiskers that he had started to grow. Although at the beginning, these warriors were like ants, they could be crushed to death easily, which was very unsatisfactory. But later on, some decent characters and guys will appear. Although they are all just those who can be beaten to death with 1 or 2 sticks, the application skills of the advanced armament Haki called emission they demonstrated are quite good. If I accidentally get hit by you, I might feel some pain. There he carefully thought about the many battles just now. Later, when he met the samurai of Grandmaster emission Haki, he got rid of his initial boredom and became somewhat interested. If my guess is correct, those who come up from behind should be high-ranking criminal warriors who hang out in the Giuli area. And the last one, emission Haki, who is the most proficient in using it and is not weak at all, should be the leader here, right? Kaido couldn't help but stretch. Only the last guy can take a second look, the other guys are not worth mentioning either. If the so-called samurai in this country are all like this, then there is no need to worry at all. Having said this, Kaido raised his foot and kicked a corpse away from his feet. That corpse was the last criminal leader in the Giuli area who showed up before, and wanted to take advantage of his excessive consumption and planned to attack in one fell swoop. Well, looking at his body in this place, we know what his final outcome was. It can be said that he died worse than Zhao Si's father. Boom. The corpse kicked away by Kaido landed in a small pit nearby, exploding everything inside. Among them, there was also a figure, not too petite, who jumped out in a hurry. Hey, have you been hiding here for a long time? Kaido was very casual and glanced at the little guy who jumped out and sat on the ground, breathing heavily. If you want to avenge these warriors, then Lousy would be more than willing to accompany you. But if you want to beg for your life, Lousy will smash your head with a stick. He said this, then turned his back and prepared to leave here. The mace in his hand, BGAF, was also ready to go, ready to swing the final blow at any time. So, boy, what are your options? The guy who was blasted out and was sitting on the ground taking a breath looked at Kaido, and then subconsciously glanced around the place that was basically littered with corpses.
I want to follow you. After a moment of silence, he raised his head and said these words to Kaido. I want to become stronger, strong enough to be able to sweep through an entire area of gangsters and criminals like you. A powerful force that all warriors cannot match. The more this guy spoke, the more excited he became, and the more he spoke, the more passionate he became, and his tone and face became more determined. Oh, hearing these words, Kaido couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, turn around with interest, and looked at the guy in front of him who suddenly appeared and said such a thing. You want to follow me? Kaido couldn't help but look at the other person. Although his face looked a little childish, his figure looked very tall and his body was slightly fat. He has thick lips and fluffy pink curly hair tied in a bun above his head. Wearing a light purple kimono with yellow flower patterns, it is not buttoned but exposes the chest. There are purple flower tattoos on the arms and chest. That's right. The man with pink fluffy curly hair nodded vigorously. Following you, I think I can become stronger. Having said this, the guy knelt down on the ground with his legs, grabbed the ground with his head, put his hands in front of his head, and gave a Wano-kuni salute. Advertisement, please accept it. The man was shouting loudly there, showing his determination and will. This is the first time I've seen a guy who is willing to follow me, ha. Kaido also laughed loudly, and his hearty laughter spread everywhere. You can follow me if you want, but you have to think clearly. Kaido smiled and looked at the pink curly-haired guy who raised his head with a happy face. It's not that easy to follow me, it's hell here. He grinned and his tone gradually became more serious. If you can't hold on, you will die. If you can't get such power, then there is no point in living in this world. The pink curly-haired guy immediately expressed his intention. It's better to just die like this. I will try my best, even if it means risking my life. I will keep up with you, sir. You have to risk your life to keep up. Hearing this last sentence, Kaido's eyes moved. Some of his inner thoughts and memories from 2 years ago were also played back bit by bit. In your own mind. This is so similar to what he did and said when he first met Mo Lake. You guy. Kaido couldn't help but look at this guy twice, and then raised the corner of his mouth. Hello. Yes, the pink curly-haired guy was excited, immediately raised his head and responded loudly. May I have your name? In response to my lord, my name is? The pink curly-haired guy raised his head, Ashura boy. Ashura Doji. Kaido looked at him and couldn't help but nodded. That's a good name. But I do think it sounds better to use some names about wine. As he spoke, Kaido suddenly took off a wine gourd from his waist. This is for you. Ashura boy hurriedly took it and heard Duo continue. This is the wine gourd I used before. Now I haven't drank alcohol for a long time. You can hold it and use it first, but Kaido turned around again. If you die in the meantime, I will take back the wine gourd. 11. I will definitely not disappoint your expectations, sir. Ashura boy took the wine gourd with great care and responded loudly and seriously. It's too early to say this now. Kaido waved his hand directly to him. Besides, strictly speaking, you are not following me. Huh, sir, what you mean is? Even lousy and I haven't learned anything yet, but I'm still following a powerful person. Ha. Under Ashura's stunned and disbelieving gaze, Kaido laughed loudly again. Under Ashura Doji's recognition and observation, Kaido is already too strong, a super strong person that is completely invisible and invincible. And even though he was as strong as a monster, he actually said that he was following someone even more powerful. So how terrifying would that more powerful guy be? Kaido strode forward, and Ashura followed him subconsciously with his head in confusion. Then, he saw a strange duo coming towards him. One is the decayed skeleton left after a person dies, but for some reason, it is still able to move normally. The other one is a very handsome young man. Moreover, Ashura Doji just took one look and carved a very deep impression in his mind. It will never be forgotten for a long time. As that, the more powerful figure that the Lord said that you want to follow. Although the moving skeletons on the side, which are no different from human beings, are very eye-catching and very strange. But in Ashura Doji's heart, he just felt that that handsome, unfathomable young man was the real central figure. 089 support from Guri area. Welcome new chief. I don't like dirty environments. As this the young Ashura boy. After Mo Laike approached, he saw the boy Ashura who was following behind Kaido and constantly looking at them, and nodded lightly. This man who was originally called the strongest man in the Kuri area, Ashura Doji, the later controller of the Kuri area, and the biggest villain, is only 12 years old at the moment. 5 years later, at the age of 17, he had become the strongest in the entire Julie region. However, after losing to Kazuki Oden, he became his retainer and assisted him in governing Kuri. After Kazuki Oden went to sea, he returned to Tushin and became the leader of gangs and bandits, managing them so as not to cause trouble. Later, he and 8 other retainers followed Kazuki Oden in the crusade against Kaido. Together with the other retainers, he was collectively known as the 9 Men of the Red Scabbard, also known as the 9 Heroes of the Red Scabbard. Well, for these people, 9 men is more suitable. They really can't afford the word Shah. After the death of Kazuki Oden, he returned to Kuri to work as a thief and became the leader of the Tushan bandit group, known as Shunmaru. He had 280 subordinates under his command and carried out robberies and other activities. He was attracted by 100 Beasts, Kaido for his strength, but remained unmoved by his efforts to win him over to join his banner.
Later, in the battle against Kaido on Onigashima, he unfortunately died to protect his companions at the age of 56. The Ashura boy who grew up in the Kuri area would later become a notorious, violent and bloody person. He even drinks the blood of snakes as wine and hates powerful people the most. However, after being subdued by Kazuki Oden, his character changed and he was able to live in peace with ordinary people. Later, he served as the retainer of Kazuki Oden, who had the name of Kuri Daimyo, and used the money donated by Shimotsuki Yasui to concentrate on learning culture and etiquette. While improving his self-cultivation, he also became a qualified warrior. Ashura boy has a strong self-esteem. Even if he thinks he is worthy of death but not dead, he does not want his death to be worthless. Born in such an environment, he admires people with strong abilities. Even if he calls himself, he is only an Oden retainer, not a Kazuki retainer. He only believed in Kazuki Oden, not the Kazuki family behind him. And now, Kaido's appearance and unparalleled strength have completely convinced him, making him willing to follow a strong man like Kaido and make himself stronger.
As a subordinate who handles affairs, it's pretty good. Laike was non-committal about Kaido's approach of accepting Ashura boy. Ashura Doji himself can be considered a talent. In the original version, he commanded the Kuri area, and later managed the Tushan bandits and served as their boss. At least he has very good management and organizational skills, as well as his ability to lead troops and command.
Not to mention his own strength. Apart from losing to Kazuki Oden, Big Brother is also one of the best among the Red Scabbard 9 men. After all, it was in Broken Town that Jack could face off against one of the 3 disasters, drought. Moreover, in a drunken state, he came up and cut off Jack's knife, causing wounds on his body. He was appreciated by Kaido at that time, who tolerated these offensive behaviors he committed time and time again, and wanted to take him under his command.
Well, although Ashura boy was already 56 years old at the time, Jack was only 28 years old. The age difference between the two is almost double, but Ashura Doji's fighting ability as a qualified thug subordinate is still no problem. Not to mention, Jack also took advantage of the ancient devil fruit in his youth and strength. Ashura boy can grow up barbarically and train himself to have such strength, which is considered rare. If you polish it a little and train it according to the method I taught you. Laike looked at Kaido, and then at Ashura, who subconsciously tensed his body and stood upright under Laike's gaze, and chuckled. Advertisement, his future is also extremely good. Is that so? Then I know it, boss. After hearing this, Kaido nodded and smiled again. Sure enough, to be evaluated like this by boss Laike, if this guy grows up, his achievements will be extraordinary. It seems that Laozi is not wrong about the person, eh? Kaido smiled happily in his heart, and then slapped Ashura on the head, making him buzz. Why are you still standing there? Come and meet my boss. He is also the most powerful person as I said. Old Master, Ashura boy, who was so photographed that his eyes were filled with stars, subconsciously shouted out. What boss? That's my boss, Kaido yelled. Well, the main thing is that I recognize you as the boss. So, boss, your boss, I will call him Heavenly Man. Ashura boy touched his head and suggested, you guy. Forget it, this is just a way of calling someone, don't be so formal, just follow your usual rules. Laike waved his hand and said casually. After hearing Laike's words, Ashura, who was covering his head, finally confirmed one thing again. They really came from the sea outside. I have heard Kaido call himself Laozi before, as well as boss, me, etc., which are completely incompatible with Wano-kuni. Ashura Doji almost knew that the other person was not from this country, but someone who had recently arrived in this country. No wonder I haven't heard much about masters using maces before. Logically speaking, with such a strange weapon and such a flamboyant personality, Wano-kuni should have been famous for a long time. As a result, it has been unknown before, and now it suddenly appears. It is obviously coming from outside. Ashura boy thought thoughtfully in his mind, and then. Ashura Doji. Ah, yes, sir. After hearing Laike's question, Ashura boy quickly came to his senses and responded loudly, what are your orders? I don't like dirty environments. Laike casually looked around at the surrounding environment and land, and then looked up at the sky. It was already in the afternoon stage at this time, and there was still some time before night. Before night comes, can this place be cleaned up and a temporary house built? Quote exclamation mark quote. Ashura nodded repeatedly, leave this to me, I will definitely do it all before night. He slapped his chest loudly and agreed without hesitation. Just kidding, this is the first time his boss's boss and his master have given him orders and things to do. This is obviously a test of his ability, and this is not a difficult task at all. If he can't do this, he might as well go to bed as soon as possible. After this incident, Ashura boy immediately left in a hurry without touching the ground. Advertisement. Well, although Jiuli is a paradise for criminals and lawless elements, these people are not engaged in production and only care about spending and enjoying themselves. Daily food, clothing, and consumable supplies also require a certain amount of support. In addition to nearby water sources, there are also some animal meats from the outside world. The fruits and vegetables produced in nearby villages, as well as some necessary daily necessities, are also purchased from the nearby town. These original bandits and criminal warriors also knew the principle of fishing in dry marshes.
Please give me flowers. If the residents of these villages and towns are looted and killed, then they will really not get any resources and supplies, and they will eventually starve to death. Therefore, instead of endangering the safety of towns and villages in the surrounding areas, this group of people will help and protect them at the appropriate time. This also resulted in many villages and towns within the Julie area. At present, Julie includes Wiley Village, Jianlu Town, Beluo Town, Taoyuan Farm, Tushan and Ida Port. The weaving village is where Ace later landed on the island, learned the weaving skills there, and knitted a huge bamboo hat for little Oz. Moreover, it is also the first place Luffy goes after landing on the island. Beluo Town, in the original version, will become a ruined town after Kaido rules Wano Kuni.
At the same time, Taoyuan Farm is now a good farmland, and it is far from becoming a taboo for future generations of officials who seek refuge in Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi. It can be said that even in this extremely chaotic Giuli area, there are still some peaceful paradises and people who live there peacefully. Ashura Boy moved very quickly. He went to Jianlu Town and Bola Town successively, persuaded the people in charge there, and led the people to clean up the environment in the city of Giuli main area.
The rhetoric used is also very simple, that is, the current main city of Julie has a new important official. It needs cleaning over there now, so it's the perfect time to show up. On the one hand, it is to be able to observe closely what kind of person this new Julie chief is and what kind of temper he has, so that he can understand him clearly and have a general understanding so that he can get along with him in a friendly manner in the future. On the other hand, I want to take advantage of this opportunity to establish a connection with them, so that the material procurement in the main city of Julie will tend to be on their side in the future. For them, it is a matter of interest. In this way, on the one hand, it is a judgment of the future situation, and on the other hand, it is driven by interests. Of course, there is also curiosity about this newly promoted high-ranking officer in Julie and whether he can leave a good impression in front of him and gain some benefits. Therefore, under Ashura Boy's persuasion, Beluo Town and Jianlu Town, the two nearest towns, mobilized immediately. He started taking the cleaning items and went to work in the main city of Julie in full swing. Of course, there is no problem in letting these civilians clean up the ruins and build new buildings. But for collecting corpses and collecting the bodies of criminal warriors, such things still require experts. As a result, Ashura Boy also approached the thieves on the mountain, with the same explanation and reasons. He expressed his feelings and reasons, for the sake of future safety.
The thieves from Tushan went out together to clean up the corpses, and to cut down excellent tree trunks in Tushan to build the residence of the important officer. Over in Zili village, they also heard the news and expressed their willingness to knit necessary household items for the big shots in Giuli to express their sincere feelings. Ever since, under the organization of Ashura Boy, all parties in the Giuli area responded and mobilized vigorously.
With the support of so many people, it's no wonder that Kazuki Oden, who was penniless later, was able to develop so quickly after occupying Julie. Mo Lake, who did not show up and was sitting on the magic carpet hidden in the sky, looked at the heated scenes below and couldn't help but sigh. They were just mysterious and unknown officers who did not reveal their names or figures, so they received such treatment. It is conceivable that if Kazuki Oden, who has the name of the Kazuki family, comes to Guri and wants to build, he will naturally be even more warmly welcomed by the people here. That's okay. The situation in the Julie area doesn't care about the change of commanders. It's more suitable for my next actions, do it. 090 Big Makeover. Rushing to come and join. A suitable and normal place to live. During this period of construction, Laike discovered that these people living in the Julie area did not care much about who would be the big shot here. After all, this is a famous and even notorious lawless area in Wano Kuni. Fierce conflicts occur almost every moment, and after each conflict, a leadership-level reshuffle is likely to occur.
After such a long time, this chaotic area has changed its leaders so many times. Therefore, for these residents in the Giuli area, as long as they can ensure a stable life and be able to do business with the main city of Giuli here, they can make money. So it doesn't matter to them who is the leader here. It is precisely with this idea that regarding the situation in the main city of Giuli, with the persuasion and promise of the Ashura Boy, the people from various villages and towns worked enthusiastically. It took less than half a day to clean the area, and even built a small castle building for Mo Lai and the others to temporarily stay in and rest. This is a temporary castle. Due to time issues, it can only be built to this scale. Ashura Boy faced Mo Laike and Kaido, who came down from the air to inspect the 820 work, and they all nodded and bowed.
As long as you give me a little time, and with enough money, I am absolutely sure that I can build a castle that is taller and more majestic than the general's residence in the Flower City. Ashura Doji assured, patting his chest. You did a good job. Mo Laike was quite satisfied with Ashura Boy's ability. He looked at the simple castle and nodded slightly, and then, I'll give you another job. Mo Laike looked at Ashura Boy and ordered. Sir, just say it. Ashura's chubby face showed a hint of joy. As long as I can do it, I will do my best. He could feel that Mo Laike was quite satisfied with his work and was willing to tell him more things. This means that I have been valued by this big man and caught his eye. This is an excellent thing. The notice was released to the outside world, saying that the Julie area will no longer accept those criminal warriors. Anyone who commits another crime and goes to Julie area will not be responsible for their personal safety. Mo Laike wants to take root here safely, practice every day and kill goods instantly, so naturally he doesn't want so many disputes to arise. The tendency of criminals to come here once they commit a crime is time to put an end to the killing.
In addition, in the Giuli area, apart from the people, there are not many people who can run it. Recruitment is announced to the outside world, and those who have made some achievements in governing the place or have unique abilities can come here to join, and benefits are not a problem. There is no shortage of industry in the Giuli area, and there are many straw hats, bamboo hats and other items woven in the village. If you want to develop the sumo culture of Boro Town, the fruits and vegetables of Taoyuan Farm, the transportation of Day Port, etc., it will not be a problem.
Not to mention that at the beginning of this business, Kaido killed so many criminal samurai ronin, as well as the former high-ranking officials here. All the property of the ruling class in the original Giuli area fell into the hands of Shalik. Advertisement. Ashura Boy is very aware of current affairs and collected all these things. Whether it is the belongings of the samurai rogues or the many treasure troves within 9 miles, they have all become Mo Lake's personal belongings. This is comparable to the situation of one bowl, too much. I understand. After hearing this, Ashura Boy took over the work with high spirits and expressed his stance seriously. This kind of thing will definitely be completed successfully next time. So, while he started arranging the thieves from Billy Village and Tushin to build the new main city castle in the Giuli area, he also released such notices and lists to the outside world. For a time, the vigorous reforms in the entire Giuli area also spread throughout Wano-kuni. The people and warriors in many areas above Wano-kuni had mixed reactions to this. For ordinary people living their daily lives, the Giuli area is too far away from them, and no matter what happens, it has nothing to do with them. Songshi is still continuing his life.
But for those criminals who have violent personalities, like crimes, murders, attacks, etc., and have committed a series of crimes, they feel that such a declaration is a challenge to them. We want to teach the newly promoted officers in Giuli a good lesson. A group of villains who had just committed a lot of troubles and were preparing to flee to Giuli couldn't help but show bloodthirsty smiles when they heard this. Then one after another, they rushed towards the Giuli area, ready to show some color to this commander who did not know the heights of the world and dared to issue such a statement.
However, what they don't know is that there are also guys in the Giuli area who are looking forward to the arrival of their group. Kaido's Hasaiji mace, but I've already been thirsty for it. In addition to these criminals and murderers who were bent on seeking death, there were also many people who couldn't help but be a little moved when they saw the recruitment notice released in the Giuli area. Do they also want people with special talents and skills? And they can also ensure that they have enough to eat. In the area behind the bell, a certain descendant of the Huliu sect was hiding in a dark and dilapidated house, holding in his hand the propaganda about the Giuli area that others had thrown away, and the luster of hope rekindled in his eyes. Especially when he raised his head and looked at the infant baby in his wife's arms, Shen Guang couldn't help but become even more determined. Instead of staying here and not being able to sell your art or make much money, it's better to try your luck in the Giuli area. At the very least, I can have enough to eat, and I don't have to let the two of them suffer with me. Especially Yi Zhang, the baby needs better care. The descendant of the Huliu sect made up his mind and immediately talked about his choice with his wife. The family of 3 packed up their things overnight and headed towards the Giuli area.
And besides them, on the land of Wano-kuni, in a certain temple. Gurgling. Wisps of hot air wafted out from the burning cauldron in the temple. At the same time, the many Odin foods boiling in the pot also exude an extremely attractive aroma. Is there a new manager in the Giuli area? Right in front of the cauldron, sitting with his legs crossed, was a tall man with red eyes, thick eyebrows, and long, wild black hair.
Advertisement. He didn't care about the boiling heat in the cauldron at all. He picked up the Odin food in handfuls and stuffed it into his mouth. Gulu. After chewing for a while, I swallowed all the food without worrying about the risk of esophageal cancer caused by the heat. And you won't accept those criminals and provide shelter and a better life to many other talented guys. Then I'll have to take a good trip. He wiped the soup splashed from the corner of his mouth with a look of interest on his face. The tall man slowly stood up from his position. The top of his head gathered into a large circular plane, with a protruding beauty peak and triangular overlapping corners. He was wearing an orange kimono, most of his legs were exposed, and there were distinct crescent moon patterns on the chest of the kimono. There were huge purple and white ropes tied around his shoulders and waist. The rope on his shoulders fell on his back, and there were 2 sabers tied around his waist. Looking at the decoration of the saber, it is immediately obvious that it is extremely extraordinary. Wow, I saw this tall man lifting the big Odin pot in front of him, and drank the ingredients in it, including the soup and ingredients, in one gulp. It just so happens that I also lack a suitable normal place to live, so Giuli is also a good choice. The man made up his mind and couldn't help but grin.
These announcements issued from the Giuli area also caused waves throughout Wano-kuni. The surrounding famous names such as Tuden, Baiwu, Nozomi and others also didn't care after hearing such news. In their view, the Giuli area is an extremely difficult to manage lawless area, and now it seems that it has become very popular and impressive. You may not know which day you will be overthrown by a new strange strongman, and you will return to the same moment as before.
In everyone's mind, Giuli is already an abandoned area. Shimotsuki Yasui from the Hakumai area also thought so, and didn't take these things to heart. The only thing that made him feel that there might be any changes in 3.9 and that he cared about was that the servant he recently recruited, Kurozumi Orochi of the Kurozumi family, had gone somewhere. At the same time, a quite impressive castle has been built in the Julie area. This is the only remaining member of your Kurozumi family, right? Mo Laike sat on the main seat, condescendingly looking at Kurozumi Higurashi who came to seek refuge with the newcomers. Yes, Lord Mo Laike. Kurozumi Higurashi once again regained his usual flattering smile, rubbed his hands, nodded and bowed. Even though they are both still young, they both have great talents. With a smile on her face, she kept greeting the two guys who were kneeling on the ground next to her, with their heads deeply buried between their hands, and their bodies prostrate. Hey, Conqueror, Orochi, raise your heads and let me take a good look at you. Kurozumi Higurashi greeted, and while Mo Laike arranged for the Ashura boy to be busy in the Julie area, she was not idle, looking for the remaining remnants of the Kurozumi family.
But it is a pity that apart from them, there are only 2 people left in the Kurozumi family. 091 famous Wano-kuni. The arrangement of the Kurozumi family, Wangshen Pit, and Wangshen Gate. Yes. Kurozumi Orochi and Kurozumi Conqueror both responded in unison, and then raised their heads weakly. Some did not dare to look directly at the high-ranking person in front of them. Even Kurozumi Higurashi, whom they admired, had to call the big shot. Sama.
You two idiots. When Kurozumi Higurashi saw this scene, he really hated Iron and was angry at their failure to live up to expectations. Mo Laike above waved his hand, asking Kurozumi Higurashi to hold back the words that came to his lips. Kurozumi Orochi, and Kurozumi Conqueror, right. Mo Laike just took a look at the Kurozumi snake. Well, it still looks like a square face, with a big head and a big mouth. The teeth are all missing and blunt. His nose was sloppy, and he looked cautiously like an unsatisfactory waste, just like in the impression. Mo Laike only stayed on him for a second, and then looked at Kurozumi Conqueror, who was also a little uneasy. Kurozumi is a tall and ugly man. The fluffy floor-length hair ends in the shape of a brush, with bangs left straight, half-moon eyes, a high nose bridge, thick lips, white skin, flushed cheeks, and clear facial lines. He wears a traditional vest and robe, similar to neon kabuki clothes, and wears herringbone sandals barefoot. After the death of his parents, Kurozumi lost his heart and has been living by acting for others, so he has superb acting skills. He can be good at pretending to be anyone, and he will only feel happy when he completely transforms into someone else. He was almost crazy when he was acting at 16, and he also had extremely superb painting skills. Coupled with the success of his pen, he was even more powerful. Compared to the later Kurozumi Orochi, who was useless even after obtaining the Phantom Beast seed fruit, and was a complete piece of shit, this Kurozumi Conqueror actually has great talents.
Mo Laike paid more attention to him. Well, he looked like he was shaking there, like he was scared of himself. But Mo Laike saw curiosity and flinching in his eyes, but there was no severe fear or restraint. Sure enough, a guy who can be almost crazy has something powerful about him. The Kurozumi family still has some talented people. Mo Laike's evaluation immediately surprised Kurozumi Higurashi.
Let this Kurozumi Conqueror follow Brook, Kaido and the others, and obey their arrangements and orders. Mo Laike made a casual arrangement. You can also ask Brook to teach Kurozumi some things and learn more techniques. Are you following Brook and Kaido? Those two are both the right-hand men of Vice Captain Mo Laike. His arrangement is simply a deliberate cultivation of Conqueror Kurozumi. Kurozumi Higurashi was inexplicably surprised. He quickly stepped forward and patted the head of Kurozumi Conqueror, who was still a little ignorant and pretended to be weak, pitiful and helpless, and asked him to thank him. Kurozumi raised his head as if he was confused, and happened to meet Mo Laike's half-smiling gaze. Then I suddenly felt a chill in my heart, as if my whole body had been penetrated. I quickly lowered my head and shouted thank you. What about me? Kurozumi Orochi looked at Kurozumi Conqueror's appearance of thanking him, and felt envious in his heart. Although he didn't know what the big shot's arrangements were for Kurozumi Conqueror, he almost knew it from the look of surprise on Kurozumi Higurashi's mother-in-law's face. Advertisement. Kurozumi Conqueror should have been put into important use by the big man in front of him. No matter how bad it was, he said goodbye to the miserable life of hiding in Tibet and lived a good life. He was very envious and jealous, and at the same time he was also looking forward to it. HMPH, it's just a branch of the low-class Kurozumi family, but it's such good luck.
They are all from the Kurozumi family, and I am a legitimate direct descendant of the Kurozumi family. I must not be any worse than him. If even a weirdo like him can be reused, then I must not have any problems. Kurozumi thought this in his heart, and then his eyes were full of expectation. He couldn't help but raise his chest and raise his head, waiting for Mo Laike's arrangements for him. He must be able to get a very good position, as for this Kurozumi snake.
Mo Laike didn't even look at him anymore, it just so happened that Ashura boy was too busy and needed a handyman. And he used to work as a servant for Shimotsuki Yasui, the daimyo Shimotsuki. I think he must be quite experienced in doing these things. Then let him serve under Ashura Doji and start fighting.
Hit. The anticipation on Kurozumi's face instantly froze, and at the same time there was a deep look of disbelief in his eyes. Let Kurozumi attack. Even Kurozumi Higurashi was a little stunned, in the eyes of her, an older generation who also valued blood. The Kurozumi snake is the direct bloodline and is even better cared for and cultivated. However, Kurozumi Kanjuro, who was born in the branch, was reused, but Kurozumi Orochi was arranged in this way. Kurozumi Higurashi wanted to say something, but when she saw Laike closing his eyes and falling asleep again, she knew that he didn't want to talk to her anymore. Then I think about the treatment I suffered on the flying magic carpet when I first came to this country and returned, as well as the words Kaido reminded and warned me. Involuntarily, Kurozumi Higurashi's body trembled slightly, but he said no more. How so? On the side, Kurozumi Orochi saw that his respected mother-in-law Kurozumi Higurashi seemed to acquiesce and did not speak for him at all, and couldn't help showing an expression of disbelief. He couldn't accept it at all. As a direct descendant of the Kurozumi family, he came to this Giuli city to find a future and a great career, but in the end he was assigned to do odd jobs again. What's the difference between this and his previous job under Daimyo Shimotsuki Yasui in the Hikumai region? Moreover, I was doing odd jobs there for the sake of being famous, but when I came here, I was working for an unknown person who I had never heard of. Why is this happening? Grandma Kurozumi Higurashi, didn't she say that I would become Wanokuna's general in the future and command the entire Wanokuni? Why do I still have to do these odd jobs? Kurozumi lowered his head to prevent the people next to him from seeing the ferocious and terrifying twisted look on his face. Obviously he is the direct head of the Kurozumi family, and he is the one who should be properly arranged and trained. For a moment, he held his trouser legs tightly with both fists.
Kurozumi Kanjuro, this dirty and despicable branch, and this blind bullshit big shot, and Kurozumi Higurashi, who clearly said something nice before, but ended up not even farting when he came here. In this short period of time, Kurozumi hated all three people present. Advertisement. But no matter how much he roared in his heart or how unwilling he was, he could not change this established fact. At that moment, Kurozumi Higurashi said goodbye and left with Kurozumi Orochi and Kurozumi Kanjuro to find Brook and Ashura Doji. Only Laike was left, continuing to kill and practice in this castle. At the same time, the entrance to the main urban area of Giuli outside was also extremely lively. Many people from Giuli gathered here, either holding fruits in their hands or biting a cucumber, sitting there waiting to watch the show. The main content of the drama is Kaido-sama beating up the invading Ronin samurai criminal. Those guys who seemed to be full of power and reputation, who came here specifically to look for trouble, rushed here and wanted to turn the entire Giuli upside down again. As a result, they couldn't even get in. They were blocked by Kaido at the entrance. And the most important thing is that they are no match for Kaido and can't beat him at all.
All the Ronin and samurai who come here to invade are unable to withstand Kaido's 2 or 3 sticks. Those with better luck might be able to survive with a whole body intact, or with severe injuries such as foaming at the mouth and paralysis. The one who was less lucky was that he was beaten to pieces and even his mother couldn't recognize him when he was 20 years old. And those who often come to invade and challenge but fail to die are all swept aside and buried in a specially dug pit.
Prevent many problems such as plague caused by death and corpse decay. This large pit is also jokingly called Wonkwon Pit by people in the Giuli area. The entrance to the main city of Giuli where Kaido is stationed is also known as the Gate of Underworld. Anyone who wants to intrude here will be thrown into hell and lose his life. Of course, these are limited to those who broke into this place, are dirty, have criminal records on their bodies, and are stained with sin. As for the ordinary people who live in stable homes, Kaido ignores them and allows them to pass. For example, the latest arrivals, a family of 3, seem to be some kind of art kabuki who is a descendant of the Hanaloo school, a profession that Kaido doesn't understand very well. He knew it was an ordinary person at first glance, so he just glanced at it and ignored it, letting him pass. And if there are people with ulterior motives who want to pretend to be ordinary people and sneak in, or get close to Kaido for a sneak attack, etc.
Kaido's observation Haki is not a vegetarian either. He can easily identify such a person and take him away with a hammer. There won't even be any corpses left, only a puddle of mud. And with his ferocious characteristics and posture like the gatekeeper of hell, his ferocious reputation and prestige began to spread to the entire country. At the same time, it really shocked many districts. The criminals who were leaning here couldn't help but retreat in their hearts. But for some guys who have other goals, is that guy really that strong? When a guy who liked Odin heard this, he couldn't help but become more curious and interested. Especially, when he heard the other party's peculiar name.
This is obviously not Wanokuni's native name, so to speak, 092 the arrival of Kazuki Odin. Not to say that people hate dogs, but it's also out of sight and out of mind. The other party most likely came here from the sea outside. Once such a thought came to his mind, the tall man Odin could no longer hold it back. The 2 legs seemed to be equipped with electric motors, running wildly towards the direction of Giuli. At the same time, he waved his arms with undisguised excitement on his face. Go to sea. I want to go to sea. I must see the sea outside. This country is too narrow. I want to see the outside world. For me, this is more important than inheriting the position of general. With so many thoughts constantly popping up in his mind and heart, the tall man Odin ran all the way. After just a few sleepless days and nights, he succeeded and arrived in the Giuli area. And along the way, I also heard the legend that started to spread in Giuli, and then, I also came to the entrance called the Gate of Underworld. As that guy Kaido. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the Giuli area, the tall Odin man's eyes were filled with excitement. He immediately saw the huge man who was like an iron tower guarding the door.
The mace in his hand exuded a cold murderous intent and was stained with a lot of blood. At first glance, it seems that many people were killed or injured. And next to the famous Gate of Underworld, there are also many springs. Well, a single Wangshen pit is no longer enough to accommodate so many warrior corpses, and now a few more have been dug up.
Moreover, there are many coolies who are responsible for digging pits, burying soil, and transporting corpses. It is obvious that they are accustomed to this. It's exactly what I thought. The Odin cook's face suddenly showed a look of joy. With just one glance, he could tell that the evil spirit in this guy named Kaido was definitely not brought up by the samurai duels, disembowelment and other battles in Wano Kuni. They were literally licking blood from the edge of a knife, raised in an extremely dangerous natural environment and fighting to the death with their own kind. And the attire he wears is not our Wano Kuni's normal attire at all. Although Kaido's lower body seemed to be wearing Wano Kuni clothes, the Odin man, with his sharp eyes, could still tell at a glance that he was perfunctory in dressing up. He is definitely a guy from the outer sea, and he is also a strong man who is not weak. I made up my mind, and after having this idea, I couldn't help but become enthusiastic about sending the man in Dongyuan. Although he acts very recklessly, he also understands a little bit of importance. Knowing that he has extremely strong strength, he must have a place in the sea outside, or he must have a certain prestige, and he has a good understanding of the situations on the sea. I can also learn more information about the sea outside from him.
It's not easy to get him to tell me about the situation in the sea outside, Gong. The Odin man looked at Kaido's demon-like posture and couldn't help but grin. It was obviously a look that was not easy to mess with at all. If you rush forward rashly, you will probably be greeted not by the response from the sea outside that you want, but by an extremely powerful mace. So, I have to show him enough strength to be recognized by him, and have the strength to match him.
The Odin man thought about it and felt that this was the most appropriate method. Advertisement. Only those with strong strength at the same level can gain the respect and recognition of the other party. This is not only applicable outside on the sea, but also within their Wano Kuni. After realizing this, the Odin man no longer struggled. He folded his hands across his chest, sat down on the ground, lowered his head, and fell asleep there.
He didn't mind the dirt on the ground, the noisy surroundings, or whether the place he was in was a suitable place to sleep. Just ignore it and sit down to sleep. Well, his idea is very simple. He has been running all the way for these days without getting a moment's rest. I was a little tired mentally and physically, so in my current state, I stepped forward to challenge a guy named Kaido. He was not sure of winning against the other party, especially since the other party came from overseas. It was even more worthy of his careful treatment. At the moment, he had no scruples and just rested where he was. It didn't matter that he fell asleep, but the people around him who passed by one after another discovered his presence. After all, he was so tall and dressed in such a conspicuous attire, it was very difficult not to notice him. Especially his features were so clear that all the people of Wano Kuni recognized him. He is Lord Odin? That's right, it's Lord Kazuki Odin. The biological son of General Sukiyaki. How come he is here? I just heard before that he caused some trouble in the harem? Indeed, I have also heard that. How could such a villain come here? Wait a minute, if he is a villain, does that mean he also came to this Giuli area to stir up trouble? The tall Odin man is none other than Kazuki Odin, the son of General Wano Kuni Kazuki Sukiyaki and the future successor of General Wano Kuni. He is an extremely maverick, bohemian, carefree, and very brave, confident and willful person. This prompts him to take some cruel and violent actions for his own benefit, to do unexpected things, and to not care about the consequences of his actions. And because he acted too boldly, informally, and had a different style of doing things, he was regarded as a devil by some people in Wano Kuni, just like he is now. But there are also many people who regard him as an idol and are devoted to him. But more importantly, he has done many unreliable things in the past, and has been criticized by the people. There are more negative reviews. Kazuki Odin has been in a storm since he was born. He was born with physical abilities that ordinary people do not have. I won't go into the ridiculous things about his childhood at the age of 0 and 1 or 2 years old, but when he was 6 years old, he began to go to the flower streets and willow alleys. When he was 8 years old, he drank illegally and got into fights with gamblers. When he was 9 years old, he was included in the blacklist of the local gangsters in Wano Kuni. He was so angry that he burned down their black casino and was later arrested for violence and wounding. When Kazuki Odin was 10 years old, he entered the stone-cutting field as a prisoner to serve his sentence, and because of the talent of the Kazuki family, he became the head stonemason. When he was 14 years old, he modified the river course due to drought and caused a flood, and he was wanted again. And the harem chaos that just happened when I was 15 years old now. He had already incurred public outrage by doing things like this one after another to torment the people. There are far less people who like him than those who hate him. Not to say that people hate dogs, but it's also out of sight and out of mind. Advertisement therefore, many people seem to have seen some big trouble after seeing Kazuki Odin. Afraid of getting into any trouble or being affected, I avoided him and quickly avoided him. Later, gradually, the number of people passing by became much smaller, or even almost non-existent. Later, after meeting Kazuki Odin, the subordinates of the daimyo Shimotsuki Yasui from the Shiromai area came to his side to protect his safety.
Their daimyo has a very good relationship with Kazuki Oden, so naturally they cannot ignore it. Kaido, who was at the entrance to the Julie area, was also keenly aware of the changes in the crowd. Then there were reports from people recruited by Ashura Boy from Head Mountain or other places. Got that about Kazuki Oden. General Wanokuni's son. It turns out that he is a second-generation ancestor who came here. After Kaido understood the whole story, a look of contempt flashed in his eyes. In his opinion, this group of second generations are all useless things. It's not like he hasn't seen the children of some princes and nobles in the kingdom. Those guys are garbage, even filthier and disgusting than garbage. Kaido subconsciously classified Kazuki Oden into that category of people. Even though he was quite tall, Kaido looked at him twice and then looked away.
In this way, time continued to pass slowly. In the blink of an eye, a day and a night passed by. When the first ray of sunlight rose in the early morning of the next day and fell on Kazuki Oden's body, the latter's eyelids moved and then slowly opened. At the same time, he also stretched, and a clear glimmer flashed in his eyes. The whole person's physical condition, energy and spirit have also returned to their peak.
Lord Oden. The warriors from the Baiwu area who were watching over him promptly stepped forward to inform him of his identity, and also presented him with meat meals for the king that had been prepared for him in advance. After running for such a long time and then sleeping for such a long time, Kazuki Oden's stomach was already growling with hunger. It's a pity that it's not Oden, otherwise, I would be more energetic when I'm full. Kazuki Oden ate meat with big mouthfuls, and he didn't forget to look up in the direction of the underworld gate. Then, he saw Kaido constantly stuffing food into his mouth to replenish his energy. Immediately, Kaido seemed to notice something and raised his head, just in time to meet Kazuki Oden's eyes. Gulu. The two of them swallowed all the meat in their mouths almost at the same time, and then came down. Base. Kazuki Oden wiped his mouth, then stood up suddenly and put his hands down on the double sword sheaths on his waist. Kaido also grinned and picked up the mace lying next to him. An extremely astonishing aura suddenly arose on the two people. Once it rose, it instantly shocked the entire audience, scaring everyone around who was still planning to watch the excitement to retreat. Even the samurai from the white dance area who had been surrounding Kazuki Oden had their expressions change.
They deeply understand that the next battle is not something that people of their level can intervene in. He couldn't help but quickly retreated, leaving enough space in the field for Kaido and Kazuki Oden. Then, in the next second, the two people moved at the same time. .093 Kaido's Kazuki Oden. No need to kill people to fill the Yangchang pit. Whoosh! The sound of the mace breaking through the air and the powerful waves of the two blades tearing the air echoed on this place at the same time. Do you dare to confront me head on? Kaido laughed and smashed down the mace in his hand mercilessly. You really have the guts. Shout, it's just a mace. Kazuki Oden also refused to admit defeat, shouting, compared to my two-sword style, it's still far behind. Boom. The two people's voices fell at the same time, and the mace and the two long knives collided together instantly. Extremely violent air waves and fluctuations erupted, which directly raised large amounts of dust from the ground beneath their feet. It was spread all around the two people, but it couldn't hide the same surprised look in their eyes. This local guy, monster from the open sea, is so strong. The same thought appeared in the minds of Kaido and Kazuki Oden at the same time. You must know that regardless of their talent or strength, these two people are the first-class existence in the sea today. Needless to say, Kaido's strength can already be seen in the later four emperors. In addition, after he followed Laike, he learned how to exercise and Haki from Laike. Compared with the original progress, the strength has become stronger by more than one level. In addition, he obtained the phantom beast species of the fish fruit in advance, and the strengthening of his body was also going on every moment. Although he had some contempt for the attack just now, he did not use all his strength. But as soon as they met, he noticed the strength of the guy named Kazuki Oden on the opposite side, and the latter also steadily received his head-on blow. And there is Haki who is extremely strong. Kaido quickly made a judgment in his heart, and slowly put away some of his contempt. On the other hand, Kazuki Oden, who is on the opposite side, has also started to make progress. He had thought that Kaido was strong, but he didn't expect that Kaido would be this strong. Although Kazuki Oden is still young, to put it bluntly, he is now the #1 player in Wano Kuni. Even his father Kazuki Sukiyaki, including the daimyo of other regions, would not be his opponent. Whether it's Oden's two-sword style swordsmanship or emission, he uses them all to perfection. Once used, it can be said to be invincible. The enemies he faced in the past were not his opponents. But finally someone was able to stop his attack head-on. After all, he is a strong man from the outer sea. He really has two skills. After being stunned, Kazuki Oden became excited again. At first it was because of the incident outside the sea, but now he was really excited to try because of the other party's strength. Advertisement, come again, come again. Kazuki Oden shouted excitedly, and then without hesitation, he increased his intensity and danced his two famous swords again. Two sharp swords with 21 skills, Tianyu Yuzan, and Yanmo. One is called, the famous sword that can cut down even the sky, and the other is called, the famous sword that can conquer even hell. BGCF. These are also the only two swords that can be left on Kaido's body in the original version. The famous knife that removes scars. Oden Nitoryu Mogen Shirataki. Kazuki Oden roared, swung the double swords wrapped around armament Haki at high speed, and dodged towards Kaido in front. You still want to hurt me with this little trick? You're still 100 years too early? Kaido laughed nonchalantly, then twirled the Hasaiji mace with both hands again and swung it forward. Thunder 8 trigrams. Bang! Violent bombardment and collision resounded under the sky again. The battle between the two has officially begun. It was supposed to be 24 years later, in Sea-Circle calendar 1502, 2 years after the start of the Age of Discovery, when both sides had reached their peak, that a fierce war would begin over the issue of Wano-kuna's ownership. But now, the two of them are fighting against the law many years in advance, and they are still underage. What's even more interesting is that Kaido and Kazuki Oden are the same age. At this time, both of them were only 15 years old. Although he is still so young, he has shown extraordinary strength and monster-like qualifications. Both of them are among the best among their peers, and in the days to come, if they do not die early, they will definitely be influential figures who shake an era. As long as the two people don't set foot on the original fate track again. Obviously, with Laike's intervention, Kaido came to the island in advance, met Kazuki Oden in advance and started a contest, which was already very different from the original trajectory 3. The battle between Kaido and Kazuki Oden lasted for 5 days and 5 nights. The battle between the two sides can be said to be exhaustive. Logically speaking, Kazuki Oden is actually stronger than Kaido at the same time period. After all, 24 years later, they were both 19 years old. When Kazuki Oden and Kaido fought in Kuri Oden Castle, Kaido transformed into a green dragon, but as soon as he came face to face with him, he was seriously injured by Kazuki Oden using Oden's two-sword style Peach Blossom 10 Fists. This is not a matter of deciding the winner after a long period of fighting, but a decision as soon as they meet face to face. And that was Kaido, the beastly form of the phantom beast species, whose strength had been greatly increased. It is Kaido who has experienced the Battle of the Valley of Gods and has rich experience in life and death battles. Even so, Kaido was still seriously injured after being hit by Kazuki Oden. There was really a gap between the two sides. If Kurozumi Higurashi hadn't used clone fruit to transform into Momonosuke, which distracted Oden, and Kaido took the opportunity to attack Kazuki Oden from behind and defeat him, then the final outcome is still unclear. Advertisement. It can be said that at the same stage of the two, Kazuki Oden is stronger than Kaido. But I couldn't stand the current Kaido, so I followed a pretty good boss. With Laike's training, as well as all aspects of training, Kaido is no less than Kazuki Oden. Even after learning from the experienced Haki in advance, his strength is already a head above the current Kazuki Oden. Ever since, after this battle lasted for 5 days and 5 nights. In the end, it was Kaido who won the battle. Kazuki Oden's body shook, and he finally fainted from exhaustion. Well, Lousy said, if you want to beat Lousy, you have to wait 100 years. Kaido smiled happily, feeling extremely happy that he could laugh till the end. However, after experiencing such a battle, he was really exhausted, and his laughter was no longer so full of energy. The whole person's face has a look of exhaustion visible to the naked eye. But more importantly, it is comfort and comfort. After the battle, Kaido was really happy and no longer played the role of gatekeeper of Underworld for a while. After giving orders to Ashura Doji, who had heard the noise a long time ago and had been guarding him for the past 5 days, he turned around and returned to the city, intending to find a place to take a good bath to replenish his energy, and then sleep happily, get some rest. At the same time, some injuries on the body also need good treatment and care. As for using fairy beans to restore oneself, this is not Hachinosu on the Beehive Island. He lives in a pirate den every day, always pays attention to his own safety, and must always be at his peak. Basically, I haven't seen any decent experts here. There are baskets of rotten radish leaves and Wano-kuni. For magical things like fairy beans that can save lives, Kaido should try not to use them as much as possible. Of course, when he went to rest, he did not forget Kazuki Oden who was defeated by him. Tie that guy in too, there's no need to kill him to fill the underworld pit. Kaido ordered, with a rare hint of appreciation in his tone. You know, even on Hashinosu on Beehive Island, there are not many pirates who can catch the eye of a proud and arrogant guy like him. But the Kazuki Oden in front of him really made him cherish his talent. Although he and the other party are both the same age. After these 5 days of fighting, Kaido finally recognized Kazuki Oden and knew that this second generation was not a trashy second generation, but really had 2 skills. This made him want to save the other person's life and ask him clearly later. Ashura boy, who was dealing with the follow-up matters on the side, his eyelids twitched and his mouth straightened. Killing Kazuki Oden to fill the yellow spring pit. Fortunately, Kaido did not have this idea. Otherwise, if you really do this, just wait. It won't take until the next day. At night, several other daimyo will jointly attack the Yuri area. He really wants to make an enemy of the entire Wano-kuni. After all, that is General Wano-kuni, the biological son of Kazuki Sukiyaki, the only direct bloodline of the Kazuki family. Moreover, during the 5 days when the two of them fought, what happened here and the news spread throughout Wano-kuni very early. 094 Oden wants to go to sea, that B*********D, he will definitely agree without hesitation.
Regarding what happened at Wanokuni's Yellow Spring Gate and Wonkwon Pit, word spread throughout Wanokuni during this period. In particular, with the intervention of Kazuki Oden, Wanokuni's general's second generation, it is particularly topical and attention-grabbing, attracting the attention of many people. In 5 days, even though Wanokuni's news spread was not very fast, it was still enough to spread to all regions.
And the result was a surprise to everyone. In their view, Kazuki Oden was already an unpredictable monster, but in the end, another monster appeared quietly. He was able to fight against Kazuki Oden and successfully defeated him. This is really something that makes the people of Wanokuni feel incredible, and it is also the biggest thing in this period of time. In addition to these people who did not have much knowledge, the daimyo of Wanokuni were somewhat aware of other situations. In particular, there is a port in the area, so you can occasionally meet and contact people from the outer sea. The daimyo of these areas, when they heard the name Kaido, realized that these were not their native Wanokuni residents. They definitely came here from the sea outside. After all, if even a fool like Kazuki Oden can think of something, these famous people will naturally not think of it. And if we think about the fact that there is a date port in the Guri area, then all the logic seems to make sense. This guy named Kaido, I don't know whether it was intentional or accidental, came to their Wanokuni and landed from Date Port. Across the natural barrier of Wanokuni Falls, the closest port is Date Port. Many daimyo were not surprised that Kaido appeared in the Guri area. The most important thing is to figure out what this mace monster called Kaido wants to do. As soon as they arrived at Wanokuni, they occupied the Guri area with great fanfare. Moreover, the so-called Gate of Underworld was set up, and the Wanokuni samurai typically did not take them seriously. Coupled with the other party's intention to recruit other talented people, it seems that they want to strengthen the Guri area and challenge their Wanokuni. It is estimated that this monster from the outer sea must have come to ask for advice after knowing the reputation Wanokuni once had as the Golden Country. After realizing this, many daimyo were secretly ready to lead troops here to let this monster called Kaido know that Wanokuni is not without powerful samurai. This is why, when Kazuki Oden fell asleep before, there would be Samurai Shimotsuki Yasui from the Hakumai area guarding him. They also received the order from the daimyo and went there in advance to gather information, and then happened to meet Kazuki Oden. As a result, just when many famous people were secretly preparing to take action, they received such a piece of news. Kazuki Oden fought with the Kaido mace monster for 5 days and 5 nights, but was finally defeated and captured. After receiving such a piece of news, all the daimyo immediately ceased their activities, and their original preparations were all dispersed. Just kidding, Kazuki Oden, the famously reckless guy who everyone found troublesome, was defeated by Kaido. So if a group of them went up like this, wouldn't they be delivering food? Although the daimyo are not afraid of death, it does not mean that they are stupid and do not take their own lives seriously. Obviously, facing the mace monster Kaido, they need to re-evaluate the opponent's threat and strength and take a long-term approach. Advertisement at the same time, because Kazuki Oden was arrested, they also had to worry about the feelings of the Kazuki family. Don't stupidly raise your troops to attack Kaido, only to make the other party angry and just stop doing anything. He raised his sword and knocked out Kazuki Oden, the next general Wanokuni. In that case, they are really to blame for their death, and the whole family may not be able to apologize even if they have a Kaiserine section. Therefore, they could only remain silent in secret, waiting for any news from the Guangxi family in the flower capital. At this time, in the flower city, inside the general's mansion under the huge sakura tree, Kazuki Sukiyaki with a goatee mustache sat cross-legged on the main seat, with his eyes drooped, listening to the officials in front of him reporting on the situation in the Kuri area. Especially when he heard that Kazuki Oden was defeated and captured, his slightly tired eyes moved slightly. He could say that he hadn't had a good night's sleep since Kazuki Oden was born. After all, Kazuki Oden was a restless branch house guy who threw his wet nurse out at the age of 0, shortly after he was born. Over the years, he has worked hard on Kazuki Oden's affairs. Even managing Wanokuni consumes far less energy than worrying about Kazuki Oden's affairs. Over the years, he has been both a father and a mother, and he has grown up Kazuki Oden by pooping and pooping. But the result made him particularly worried, making him feel helpless and helpless. The son is too big to be controlled by his father, and with his own strength, it is difficult to make Kazuki Oden obedient. But recently, Kaido, the mace monster, has caused changes in the entire Wanokuni, and the situation is very different. But it was a rare thing to capture and knock down Kazuki Oden. Finally, a guy who can suppress him has appeared. As for whether this person comes from the outer sea, whether Kazuki Oden will encounter any dangers or accidents. On this point, Guangxi Sukiyaki is very open-minded. If Kazuki Oden is really doomed, then just think that he raised such a son in vain, and this B*********** D brought everything upon himself. He will not go to war with the Guri area to save Kazuki Oden, but if Kazuki Oden really dies because of this, he will avenge his children as a father. But now, Lord General, after the officials under his command read out the relevant information, they carefully looked at Hikaru Sukiyaki who was in a state of deep thought. How do you plan to deal with His Highness Oden's matter? He wanted a charter so that he would have a basis for action on how to face the Guri area in the future and what attitude he should take towards Kazuki Oden. Please give me flowers. How to deal with. Kazuki Sukiyaki couldn't help stroking his goatee beard, ignore him for now.
He shook his head. Let's wait and see what kind of arrangements Julie has for Odin. Advertisement. Kazuki Sukiyaki wants to remain unchanged in the face of ever-changing circumstances. In fact, compared to Kazuki Odin's safety, he was more worried about another thing. Those people are all from the outer sea. There was a flash of color in Kazuki Sukiyaki's eyes. He had clearly heard the situation reported by his subordinate officials before. The reason why Kazuki Odin was not killed on the spot was filled in the Yongchong pit.
It's because the outer sea pirate named Kaido admires him very much. That B*************** D Kazuki Odin was admired by the monster in the open sea. It's not that Kazuki Sukiyaki doesn't understand some situations on the outside world, and the nature of those pirates are so-called heroes. When he meets someone who suits his taste, or is happy to see him, or meets a good guy, he will invite him to his subordinates.
Although Kazuki Odin is useless in the eyes of Kazuki Sukiyaki, it is undeniable that the strength of his D son is definitely first-rate. It is entirely possible for him to be favored by the other party. So, if the other party really appreciates Odin and plans to invite him to go to sea and go to the outside world, Kazuki Sukiyaki couldn't help but gritted his teeth and twitched the corners of his mouth.
That B********* D Odin will definitely agree without hesitation. A wise son is like a father, he knows very well what his D son thinks. Ever since he traveled all over Wano, he had been holding back his energy and wanted to go out and see the outside world and the sea. Even recently, he has begun to plan to escape secretly to the sea outside. But for the reclusive Wano, going to sea is a serious crime. Therefore, Kazuki Odin has been planning, but is far from taking action. But if I were invited by these guys from the outer sea, with Kazuki Odin's B******* D virtues, he will never refuse. Kazuki covered his face, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. At the same time, when Kazuki Sukiyaki had such an idea, inside the temporary prison in the Giuli area, because all the thugs who came to invade were blocked by Kaido outside the door, and were either beaten to death or seriously injured with a mace. Therefore, the cells here have become decorations and are of no use at all. There are no prisoners in them. To this day, the arrival of Kazuki Odin has added a lot of vitality to the cells here. You are neither planning to kill me nor letting me go. When he woke up, Kazuki Odin had no consciousness of being a prisoner at all. He looked at his figure bound by iron chains and couldn't help but blinked. Then, he looked at the extremely handsome young man in front of him. So, what exactly do you want to do to me? .095 You fart. For someone like you, Boss Mo Laike can easily kill you. Kazuki Odin asked questions while trying to muster the strength of his body to break free from the iron chains on his body.
But unfortunately, these chains are not ordinary chains. As this the Seastone chain. After trying hard to break free, the chains remained motionless. Kazuki Odin couldn't help but realize something, and couldn't help feeling a little discouraged. Although their Wano side is isolated from the outside world, from time to time, some capable people still appear in the country. The native people call it magic, and those who understand the magic are called magicians. Later, through continuous discovery by the Wano people, they found a strange stone that could have a great restraint effect on these magicians. They also named these stones Seastone by mistake. In order to better capture and imprison these magicians, Wano used the best craftsmen to cut and polish these stones. Various shackles and other restraints were made. Unfortunately, the Kazuki family is a famous masonry family, and those historical texts were carved by them. Being able to carve out those ancient words on the stone tablet that even the great swordsman's 3 strikes could not inscribe a trace of the historical text. It is enough to show that the skills of the Kazuki family are extraordinary. They have higher technical capabilities than today. What's more coincidental is that just 5 years ago, when Kazuki Odin was 10 years old, he committed a crime and entered the stone-cutting field as a prisoner to serve his sentence.
Because of the unique technical talent of the Kazuki family, he was promoted to be the head stonemason. He is also very familiar with the seastone shackles that bind the magician. After knowing that something was tied up on his body, he stopped struggling and knew that struggling was of no use. Involuntarily, he raised his head and looked carefully at the young and handsome man outside the cell who was also observing him. While Kazuki Odin was doing these things, Mo Laike stood outside and looked at each other.
Well, although it can be seen that the current Kazuki Odin looks a bit immature, his distinctive features and appearance all prove that he is the future Kuri Daimyo, His Highness the Fool. He is also Whitebeard's sworn brother and an indispensable member of the Roger Pirates, helping him become an important part of the Pirate King. But the current Kazuki Odin is far from the vicissitudes and accumulation that he experienced later. Now when he was young, he did things for himself, without any scruples or taboos, as long as he could achieve his goals and make his thoughts clear. This will not change until he goes to sea. Before going to sea, he was a madman who could not be moved by any sacrifice.
After returning from the sea, he didn't want anyone to get hurt and became too naive. In order to rescue the hostages and let the Wano people witness the new world, he agreed to dance naked. It took 5 years to discover that it was a lie, and I couldn't help crying when I found out that my innocence had harmed others. No matter whether he was a brainless fool before going to sea, or after returning from sea, he became extremely naive and stupid. It can be said that Kazuki Odin has basically been a stupid guy throughout his life. As for Laike, it's better to be a fool, but it's better to be a little stupid. He looked at Kazuki Oden with a sincere smile. Kazuki Oden naturally noticed the way Laike looked at him, but this look made him feel a little uncomfortable, as if. I don't know if it was my imagination, but that look seemed like looking at a fool. What's that look in your eyes? Advertisement. Kazuki Oden raised his eyebrows and asked directly. He felt offended. He just says whatever he has to say, especially now when he is young, he is like a fool. This is a look of appreciation. Laike said calmly and affirmatively. I think you are very good, you are a very powerful guy. Oh, you don't have to say this. 15-year-old Kazuki Oden curled his lips, seemingly casually, as if this was normal. But his ever-rising eyebrows and curved corners of his mouth also show that he was quite impressed by Laike's words. Your name is Kazuki Oden, right? Laike said to himself. I can see that you are a very powerful guy with great potential. With your talent, you shouldn't be wasting your time and being limited to this small island. You should, there is a broader stage waiting for you to experience and develop. A broader stage. Kazuki Oden, who originally had other thoughts on his mind, suddenly narrowed his eyes when he heard this. So, you people really come from the sea outside, right? Kazuki Oden couldn't help but raise his voice, his tone extremely serious and eager. So what if it is, so what if it's not? Laike said calmly. Being able to say these words, as well as the way you dress and speak, it's impossible. Kazuki Oden seemed to have found the exact reason and said with great certainty. If you come from the sea outside. His eyes suddenly became extremely hot, and his body couldn't help but fall forward. Even though he was bound by seastone shackles, he still couldn't help but want to get closer to Laike. The sea outside must be quite wonderful, right? Kazuki Oden looked at Laike eagerly, with an expression of great energy and excitement, and said loudly. Can you tell me what the outside world is like? The world outside. Seeing Kazuki Oden's longing face, Laike no longer had any doubts in his heart. He couldn't help but chuckle and turn around. Let that guy Kaido tell you about such a thing. He pointed at Kaido, who was walking towards here not far away. He will tell you relevant things. After that, Laike walked out without looking back. Kazuki Oden was left there in a daze until, etc. He suddenly reacted. I don't know your name yet. Kazuki Oden shouted loudly in the direction where Laike was leaving, whose back could no longer be seen. What is your name? During the conversation just now, he forgot to ask the other party the name of the guy who looked like he was not immortal. Advertisement. Stop shouting. At this time, a burst of laughter from the side interrupted Kazuki Oden's questioning. I was beaten so badly by Lousy, but I still have the energy to get up and shout so energetically. Kaido walked over with a mace in one hand and a lunchbox in the other hand, laughing. It's you. When Kazuki Oden saw the only guy in front of him who had deflated him after he was born, he couldn't help but said with dissatisfaction. If I hadn't been able to rest well and adjust my condition at that time, otherwise, a guy like you would have fallen to Oden's two-sword style. Kaido is not used to his bad habits at all. A loser is a loser, no matter how many excuses are found. He pointed at Kazuki Oden and continued to grin. Anyway, the guy who is now a prisoner is not me. Kazuki Oden couldn't help but get angry. Are you here to humiliate me on purpose? Lousy is not that boring, Tien can't do such boring things. Kaido stopped laughing and curled his lips. Then you are. Our boss is afraid that you will starve to death, so he specially asked me to come over and bring you some food. Of course, if you really don't want to live, you don't have to eat. This is my prison food. Why don't you eat it? Kazuki Oden yelled, and then his heart moved. Boss. Is that person just now your boss? It doesn't look like he's much older than me. Oh, for a guy like you, even though they're about the same age. Kaido seemed to see what Kazuki Oden was thinking, and sneered directly. For someone like you, Boss 5.4 Laike can easily press you to death. Laike. Is that man called Laike? Kazuki Oden secretly memorized the name, and then looked at the many meals Kaido brought out, and couldn't help but slowly frowned. It's not that the food is not fresh or simple, on the contrary, it is quite rich, including meat, vegetables, fruits and staple food. But there is only why is there no wine? Kazuki Oden frowned and asked, Humph, you are the only prisoner and you still want to drink? One? Kaido snorted coldly. Wrong. Kazuki Oden seemed to have discovered something, a flash of light flashed in his eyes. This lunchbox has space and layout for wine bottles. Wine bottles must have been packed before. Having said this, Kazuki Oden suddenly raised his head and looked at Kaido with suspicion. Could it be that you drank the wine secretly? After hearing this, Kaido's face instantly darkened, he stood up suddenly and yelled at him. You fart. It's just that these curse words have a somewhat personal meaning. 096 Fight again. Drink wine. No way, anyone who dares to disobey my existence will be beaten to death. Originally, there was indeed alcohol in the meals prepared for Kazuki Oden. However, it was taken away by Kaido on the way. The reason is also quite direct, crude and simple. Lousy has put in so much effort and hard work over the years, and has never touched a drop of wine or tasted a sip of wine. And for a second-generation ancestor like you, why would you want to drink in front of Lousy and ask Lousy to give you wine? No way. Kaido couldn't stand the idea, so he immediately took away Kazuki Oden's drink.
Although he also admitted that Kazuki Oden is not that simple, a second-generation ancestor who eats garbage and waits for death, but there is something real. But this does not mean that he can drink. When will he, Kaido, be able to drink? Then he will be able to drink with his Oden head. Ever since, after Kazuki Oden asked about wine, the two people met their eyes again. Big eyes and small eyes, you are looking at what you are looking at. But fortunately, neither of them are really mentally retarded and will not continue to waste time on such stupid things. Knowing that he must have run out of wine, Kazuki Oden stopped caring and began to move his slightly unbound hands, picked up the food in front of him, and started to devour it. Kaido also glanced at him eating, then stood up directly. When you're completely full and rested, I'll give you another chance to challenge me in an honest way. He said without looking back. When the time comes, if you lose again, you will no longer be qualified to find such excuses. Kazuki Oden swallowed all the food in his mouth and raised the corners of his mouth confidently. When the time comes, don't let me beat you to pieces.
He ignited his fighting spirit again, even temporarily forgetting what Laike had said to him before. Now, he has only one goal, and that is to regain his position from the monster called Kaido who defeated him. In this way, in the entire prison cell, the only sound was Kazuki Oden's continued eating and drinking. Time flew by, and 3 days passed like this. During this period of time, due to many factors such as the popularity of the Yellow Springs Gate, and the reputation of Kazuki Oden, the criminals and villains slowly began to stop approaching the Curry area. They have now acquiesced in the fact that they have no control over this region and the people who control it. The villainous warriors are helpless here. At the same time, such a strong security guarantee also caused many people who long for peace to flock to the place after hearing the news. Among them, there are also some ambitious people who want to accomplish some big events and great achievements. For example, there is a tall man with a bald head, long earlobes and skull, a long and pointed black beard, a pair of square sunglasses, and a purple kimono, named Fukuro Sho. Advertisement. He claims to be a ninja and has good ninjutsu. Fu Lu Sho came to seek refuge, but Ashura Doji accepted him without hesitation after testing his abilities briefly. Now is the time to employ people. If a powerful ninja is willing to come here and follow them to do great things, they will naturally welcome him. And Kurozumi, who follows Ashura Boy and does some dirty work every day, is extremely envious. After he saw Fu Lu Sho, his eyes immediately shone, and he felt that the other person was a rare talent. It would be great if someone like this could stay by my side and help me rebuild the glory of the Kurozumi family. Kurozumi has been so proud in his heart more than once. After all, in his mind, so many talents should be ready to serve for their Kurozumi family to regain control and rule Wano Kuni. As a result, he, a direct descendant of the Kurozumi family, is treated like this now. After that Fu Lu Sho was hired by Ashura Doji, he was very polite, courteous to him. But when facing himself, he was expressionless, treating himself as a handyman slave and not paying him any attention. Originally, everything belonged to him, these talents, these territories. This made Kurozumi feel extremely sad and even more distorted. Sooner or later, the entire Wano Kuni will be mine. I will kill the Kazuki family, the outside daimyo, Kaido, Kurozumi Higurashi and those old immortals who dared to disobey my existence. Kurozumi was incompetent and furious in his heart, but he couldn't find any way to change the status quo. He could only let others slaughter him and take it one step at a time. On the other hand, the Kazuki family, who should have attached great importance to Kazuki Oden, the direct descendant, were very subtle and did not make any news, as if they did not care about his arrest. As the main family, the Kazuki family did not make any move, and the following regional daimyo also thought not to disturb some possible private arrangements and deployments rashly. Ever since, the whole Wano Kuni fell into a strange calm. But this calmness was broken again 3 days later. Kazuki Oden was released from his cell full of energy and refreshed. Well, Kaido kept his word and gave him the best treatment. He wanted to defeat him head-on again and leave him speechless. During these 3 days, not only the daily food, but also the cleaning, there was a dedicated person responsible for it. Therefore, when Kazuki Oden stood in front of Kaido again, he looked so upright that no one could find any fault. Of course, the only flaw is that Kazuki Oden didn't get to drink, but if he dared to use this as an excuse, Kaido would kill him. He hasn't drank for several years, so he has more say in this matter. Are you ready to die? It's the familiar venue again, where the Underworld Gate is located. Kaido is holding a mace and looking at the brand new Kazuki Oden. It seems that the neck has been washed and cleaned. Kazuki Oden said without any sign of weakness, "Your head has been specially prepared for me." Advertisement. The two started talking trash in the air. But this time, the battle was not as hasty as before, and it was fought right away. Because of the advanced publicity and preparation, many residents who have settled in the Jiuli area are curious to join in the fun and watch from a distance. Among them, there was the descendant of the Hualiu sect, holding his son Yizang, who was only 1 or 2 years old, and tending to imbibe some of this nobleman's nobility. Maybe he will become a powerful man in the future. There were also people like Fu Lu Sho who had taken refuge in the Jiuli area, who were also watching intently. In addition, some of the daimyo's subordinates who were hiding in various areas to gather intelligence secretly wrote down everything in front of them. It just doesn't take them that much trouble. Laike was very considerate and broadcast the battle live to the entire Wano Kuni through the Katsuyu and communication snails that are unique to Wano Kuni.
Its intention is not just to add entertainment content to other people, but it is to let everyone clearly see how powerful they, the current controllers of the Julie area, are. No matter how others say it or how it is conveyed, there will always be a process of weakening in the process, making people dismiss it or gradually forget it. Only this kind of 820 picture that can be saved by video can give people a clear and corresponding impression in their minds, after they showed their skills and strength to the entire Wano Kuni. So whether it is the subsequent recruitment of reliable and capable technical personnel, or the subsequent actions to gradually encroach on Wano Kuni and promote other resources, the resistance encountered will be much smaller than before. In short, Laike wants to use this battle to establish his authority.
Kazuki Oden, the chicken that scares the monkeys. Of course, he himself had no such awareness at all. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit and wanted to fight Kaido again. From Kazuki Oden's point of view, the last time he fought, he simply suffered a loss because he didn't understand the fighting methods of the Outer Sea and had little combat experience. After all, in Wano Kuni's homeland, his fighting methods are somewhat backward, and he is still weak.
Fighting those guys will not bring him any effective improvement at all. Because of this, he accidentally lost the battle last time. After fighting for 5 days and 5 nights, he lost the battle by just one move. This time he made a comeback and would never make the same mistake again. Thinking of this, Kazuki Oden's eyes suddenly became solemn and serious, and then he stepped forward and rushed towards Kaido's position again. Oden 2 swordsman style, gun mimetic ghost. The emission Haki, which belongs to Wano Kuni's unique thought method, was instantly deployed, wrapped around the pair of swords, and slashed hard towards Kaido. This battle between the two started again. And the final result was really unexpected by everyone.
I'm a little late today, sorry, I'm really busy, there will be another chapter at midnight. The word count may be a little less, and I'll make up for it later. Please forgive me. .097 defeated again. Complete defeat. The purpose of live broadcast. Not only Kazuki Oden himself felt that he was wronged for losing last time, but even the samurai and daimyo in other areas of Wano Kuni also thought so. On the one hand, they know how powerful Kazuki Oden is, and they don't believe that anyone from outside the sea can defeat Kazuki Oden. On the other hand, it is the thinking of the common people, who think that their own local people are the strongest, and are arrogant and conceited. Therefore, when the communication field snail projected the picture to various villages throughout Wano Kuni, it was time to broadcast this shocking battle live. All the broadcast screens were crowded with people who wanted to watch this special battle. Children all firmly believe that the samurai will not be defeated, adults all firmly believe that the Kazuki family will not be defeated, and everyone who knows Kazuki Oden believes that he will not fail again. Baiwu, Nozomi, Suzugo, and other areas, even the daimyo, straightened their backs and crossed their legs, watching the battle in front of them leisurely. Countless people are waiting eagerly for Kazuki Oden's heroic performance to prove to them Wano Kuni again.
However, reality is often much crueler than ideal. Kazuki Oden was defeated again, and in front of the whole country. Everyone felt that the last time Kazuki Oden ran around for several days and just rested briefly and ate to replenish his strength before fighting Kaido, he was taken advantage of. His strength was not brought into full play and he was defeated. Maybe it is because of this factor, but don't forget to compare it with Kazuki Oden. Kaido himself was dealing with the thugs and villains one after another before. He is also not in peak condition, and is even worse than Kazuki Oden. But now, both sides are in the same state and situation, so Kaido's strength will naturally be better than that of Kazuki Oden. Moreover, in order to completely win him over, and at the same time, according to what boss Laike told him, he must establish his power to the maximum extent. Without hesitation, he directly activated his strongest state. The human animal form of the fish fruit, phantom beast species, and blue dragon form is full of firepower.
The transformation of the sorcerer's beast made Kazuki Oden confused. At the same time, he immediately caught Kazuki Oden off guard. Then, he fell into passivity everywhere. There is no need to say more about the result after that. Kazuki Oden was hit by Kaido's mace again and fell down with blood vomiting from his mouth and fell into a pool of blood. This time Kaido used his true strength, and Kazuki Oden's current unlucky appearance is much more miserable than before.
This time, he was defeated even more quickly and completely than before. In this way, when such a result was broadcast to every corner of Wano Kuni, all the people who saw this scene were silent. Each of them stared at this scene with their mouths wide open in disbelief. Even Kazuki Oden lost. Did the Shogun family lose? This group of simple-minded people only has this kind of thinking in their hearts. Advertisement. It is undeniable that Laike's goal has been achieved. Oden, he is still too young. The general's residence in the Flower City, Kazuki Sukiyaki couldn't help but sigh after watching the whole process. Kazuki Oden has no awareness that he is being used by others, nor does he realize what his actions will bring to the Kazuki family. Well, maybe the Kazuki family wasn't even on his mind. That man named Kaido is not so strong. Kazuki Sukiyaki can be regarded as having a clear understanding of the opponent through the battle scenes. Judging from the strength currently displayed by the opponent, no one in Wano Kuni should be able to match it.
In other words, no matter what behavior this guy does in this country, he has no ability to stop him. In this way, it also shows that I am a bit useless as a general. Maybe, this is also a meaning that the other party wants to convey. Kazuki Sukiyaki is a mature man, shaking his beard. Show your strength and strong muscles to the people of the country, so that the people will be shocked and fearful.
At the same time, Odin was completely defeated, which invisibly weakened the influence and prestige of our Kazuki family. I also want to tell everyone that no one can check and balance them, and they can be unscrupulous on this island. Those famous people may have begun to feel vigilant and fearful. Even if they unite to attack each other, it is probably not possible. Kazuki Sukiyaki secretly thought, there are more intentions and functions, which can be seen through this palace muscle. But he was too lazy to think about it so much. It was a blessing, not a curse. It was a curse that could not be avoided. If the other party really wants to do something to Wano-kuni, then he, the general, may really have to abdicate in favor of Shion. Wano-kuni, Julie. After this battle, the only people who felt excited instead of solemn were the people who came to the Julie area to make a living. The fact that his chief officer is so powerful means that he can better protect their safety. How can they not cheer for this when they are protected? In this way, even if other daimyo attack, the people in the Curry area will spontaneously take up arms to protect their rights. This is also one of the major purposes of Laike's live broadcast. Presumably, it won't take long for the Julie area to have more people vying to invest in it, making it even more prosperous than the Flower City.
After all, people always like to be around strong people. Ever since, under people's happy and excited expressions, Kazuki Odin was once again thrown into prison by Kaido. Well, there are still many people cheering and clapping. Not at all worried that their future general, Wano-kuni, would end up like this. Advertisement, some people are even clapping and applauding. Apparently, they had a very bad impression of Kazuki Odin because of what he did before.
And in the eyes of these people, Kaido's originally fierce appearance has become friendly. Even if they knew that Kaido was a magician who knew magic, it would not affect their support at all. Well, Kaido beat up Kazuki Odin twice, only to gain one vote of support. This is far different from the treatment he received when he captured Wano-kuni in the original version. However, Kaido was a guy who didn't care about these things. He threw Kazuki Odin into the cell and ordered him to watch over him. The next day, Kazuki Odin woke up and began to recover from his injuries. Well, the physical fitness of humans in this world is so strong, especially those who are monsters themselves. Now, do you have anything else to say? Outside the cell, Kaido looked at Kazuki Odin, who was tied up again with a victor's attitude through the iron fence, and said with a loud smile. At this time, the latter was also rare and did not make a fuss or defend himself. He just lowered his head and sat cross-legged on the ground thinking about life. The first time he failed, he could still find some reasons and excuses.
But this second defeat was a truly fair battle, and neither side took any advantage of the other. That's it, he lost once again, and he lost completely and miserably. This can't help but make Kazuki Odin, who has been working hard since he was a child and firmly believes that relying on his own strength to be invincible, feels really frustrated. At this moment, he truly understood the saying that there are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the world.
I really am no match for the guy named Kaido in front of me. After recognizing this reality clearly, another thought came into his mind again. If I could be like this Kaido, born in the Outer King's Sea, and practice, experience, and fight with others there, I would definitely become more powerful than I am now. It will definitely become stronger. The desire to go to sea, which had a certain idea in the first place, suddenly became extremely strong at this moment. County. He has never been as eager as he is now to go to sea and seek the cause of his own powerful strength. And the closed door Wano-kuni restricted his movements, so if he wanted to go to sea, he could only. Kazuki Odin subconsciously raised his head and planned to look at Kaido. It seems that the group of guys in front of him are the only way for him to go to sea. What made him somewhat unexpected was that just after he raised his head, he saw a big hand placed in front of him. Well, even though you lost to me twice, I still have to say, you are a pretty good guy. Kaido grinned there. Whether it's strength or potential, he is the first-class existence in this sea. This country is too small and cannot support your development.
In the words of our boss, it is a man's world, but the stars and the sea are outside. 098 Kazuki Odin joins. Beat, you must obey my arrangements. A man's world, a man's journey, is the sea of stars outside. Kaido's words also completely hit Kazuki Odin's heart.
It also happens to be in line with Kazuki Odin's long-standing demands and dreams. He wants to go to the real world and see the broader world. Involuntarily, he clenched his fists, raised his head, and looked at Kaido, who stretched out his palms to him.
There was a moment of silence, and then he held Kaido's hand firmly. Snapped. When Kaido stretched out his hand towards him, he almost understood what the other person was thinking. He defeated himself twice in a row, but still did not kill himself, and even said such words to himself, and then think about the meaning behind the words. Although he was a reckless man, his mind was not full of water, he had already realized something. You made a pretty right choice. Kaido's eyes showed a look of satisfaction. Well, he really admires Kazuki Odin. To be honest, since following Laike, Kaido has become stronger through continuous practice, and his eyes have gradually grown to the top of his forehead. There are very few people who can catch his eye, and there are almost none among his peers. But after coming to this Wano-kuni, this man named Kazuki Odin can almost catch up with Kaido in terms of potential, qualifications, talent and strength. It couldn't help but make Kaido look at him with admiration. Coupled with Mo Laike's encouragement, Kaido now extended an olive branch to Kazuki Oden. And 420 Kazuki Oden was also very sensible and did not reject their kindness. In this way, another person was added to their team. Ahahaha, now you are one of our own. Kaido laughed happily there and said, what is the identity of the Kazuki family? What is the future heir to the general? Those are all false. Only becoming stronger and going to the sea to make a name for yourself is what a man should really do. Kazuki Oden grinned and said nothing. He knows what choice he has made and what it means to this country. His Sukiyaki father would probably react accordingly to his rebellious choice. Kazuki Oden couldn't refuse Kaido's invitation. After it was clear that his goal was to conquer the sea outside, he became even more determined to leave this island. Then everything actually doesn't matter to him, let's go. Kaido patted this one of his own on the shoulder hard, I'll take you to see our boss. This is a special instruction from the boss, asking me to save your life and invite you to join us. The boss also values and appreciates you. When you are in front of him, you must behave well with me. Boss, is he the young man from before? Kazuki Oden's eyes moved and he thought of the person he had seen in the cell before. Advertisement. How could such a young and not particularly tall man be the boss of a monster like Kaido? For a time, Kazuki Oden's heart was full of curiosity. And when Kazuki Oden was taken away by Kaido to see the so-called boss, this battle also came to an end. But the impact of this battle will affect all corners of Wano Kuni. Especially at the end, the conversation between Kazuki Oden and Kaido seems to mean that Kazuki Oden is going to join the Kuri region. This is another extremely exciting and profound news. If Kazuki Oden makes such an extremely inappropriate choice, then the future direction of Wano Kuni will be a bit subtle. The surrounding warriors watching the battle were also in a hurry to bring such news back to their areas. Quietly, waiting for the next storm to come. For the ordinary people around, it was excitement and emotion. Even the general's son has joined them, so the Giuli area where they're located will definitely become more prosperous. All of this is thanks to Master Kaido and the even more mysterious figure behind him. All the residents were full of awe and curiosity towards the real leader and master of their Giuli area. This big man who has never met before must be a very powerful person, right? At this time, within the main castle that had been built in the Giuli area. Under the leadership of Kaido, Kazuki Oden once again met Mo Laike who was sitting in the upper position. Boss Mo Laike, I brought people here. After Kaido came in and said hello, he stood aside and stood respectfully, as if he was acting as a guard. Only Kazuki Oden was left looking at all this curiously. This was his second meeting with Mo Laike, but the extremely deep impression, coupled with Kaido's behavior, made him subconsciously stand up. Kazuki Oden, who is only 15 years old, has this kind of strength, which is pretty good. Mo Laike sat in the upper seat, looked down at Kazuki Oden, nodded and chuckled. It seems that he gave a fairly good evaluation, which is already quite powerful. The corners of Kazuki Oden's mouth twitched, intending to refute. But when he, BGDE, looked at Mo Laike's age, he didn't seem to be old, he looked very young, and he couldn't help but swallow the words that came to his lips. The other party seems to be qualified to say such things and give such comments. After all, with Kaido's strength, he had experienced the confrontation personally, and he was extremely convinced. Even Kaido has to honor the person above as boss, so how lucky is this person named Mo Lai? 013102516 Filu 161,213,341. You want to go to sea, don't you? Just as Kazuki Oden was thinking this, Mo Laike suddenly spoke up, pulling his thoughts back. That's right, it was about going out to sea, and Kazuki Oden nodded hurriedly. I can give you a chance to go to sea, advertisement. Mo Laike said calmly, we will even give you a suitable place to go and truly feel the local customs outside. These words suddenly brought a joyful look to Kazuki Oden's face. His brows were twitching with excitement, and he wanted to say thank you, but then, he heard Mo Laike change the subject again. However, the place I am sending you to is not a good place. Mo Laike said calmly, that may be the most dangerous battlefield in the world and the most cruel place. It is a hell where many devils gather. If you are not careful, you may be torn into pieces by the guys there. A hell where demons gather. Instead of feeling solemn, Kazuki Oden's eyes were full of excitement and eagerness to try. For him, no matter whether it is good or bad, safe or dangerous, as long as it is something outside, he is eager to try it. Mo Laike naturally saw this, and then reminded him again. I know you may have your own ideas and will handle everything well, but the premise of all this is that you must obey my arrangements. I'm not sending you to the sea outside to do all this for you. I know. Kazuki Oden nodded his head, but his eyes rolled around and he didn't listen to Mo Laike's words at all. If I go outside, you won't be able to control me at all, so it should be okay for me to do some of the things I want to do. The natural restlessness factor in his heart was engraved in his bones, which made him somewhat dissatisfied with Mo Laike's words, but he only agreed to it on the surface. But, in the next second, boom, suddenly, an extremely powerful aura rushed down in an instant, catching Kazuki Oden off guard. Plop. Kazuki Oden didn't have time to react, and his body was suddenly pressed by this strong pressure, causing him to fall to the ground as if he was falling to the ground. What's this? His face was full of horror and disbelief, and he felt like he was carrying a huge pressure like a mountain.
The astonishing momentum and pressure made his body unable to move, and he maintained such an extremely unbearable posture on the ground. But he himself had no such thoughts at all. He just raised his head in shock and looked at the expressionless Laike. I said, you must obey my arrangements. Laike slowly stood up from his seat. The astonishing momentum surrounding his body made people feel fearful just by looking at it, and they completely lost the courage to compete with it. I don't want to have a guy under my command who doesn't obey orders, or who obeys orders in secret. Otherwise, I will have a headache. Instead of having a disobedient guy, it would be better to have an obedient dog. What do you think, Kaido? Laike asked calmly, while Kaido on the side grinned when he heard this. Sure enough, Kazuki Oden, this idiot, made boss Laike angry. Also, with his rapid-fire personality, he definitely doesn't pay attention to orders and arrangements. So there must be some necessary beating. After Kaido responded, he kept an eye on his nose and his heart, and just take care of himself. 0.099 Complete surrender. Arrangement, severing ties and choosing a general.
I just didn't expect that the Conqueror's Haki on Laike's boss would become much stronger again. Even I felt frightened at the side. No wonder Kazuki Oden below showed such an expression. However, this fool brought this upon himself, and Kazuki Oden below, after being full of horror, finally understood why Kaido recognized this character named Laike as the boss. Such a momentum, such a sense of oppression. Even the thought of becoming an enemy could not arise in his heart. If I don't do what he says, I will definitely be given up, or even die. For a moment, Kazuki Oden only had this thought in his mind. He could clearly feel that Laike was not joking with him. If you are really that restless and have touched Laike's troubles, that will definitely not end well. Thinking of this, his body was also very honest and trembled. Kazuki Oden, who has always been fearless, finally felt like a mouse seeing a cat this time, with a look of awe slowly emerging in his eyes. There is nothing that cannot be disciplined, it is just that the strength is insufficient and cannot be suppressed. But for Laike, suppressing Kazuki Oden, who is only 15 years old. More than enough, it seems you already understand. Seeing the awe in Kazuki Oden's eyes and his body that was obviously surrendering and retreating, Laike also said lightly. Then he also realized that too much is too little, and he slowly restrained himself from the stunning Conqueror's outfit. Kazuki Oden seemed to be relieved, and his body suddenly relaxed, breathing heavily. I see, Kazuki Oden squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying, and then expressed his stance again. Then I will wait and see what your subsequent performance will be. After saying that, Laike raised his hand slightly. Kaido below was very discerning and understood, and immediately stepped forward and took away Kazuki Oden with awe in his eyes. Only Laike was left in this castle, Kazuki Oden. He gently tapped the armrest of the seat. Needless to say, Kazuki Oden's talent and strength are enough to be valued by Kaido, the future 4 emperors, and regarded as his lifelong enemy, Madara. Especially when fighting Luffy on Ghost Island, I saw Luffy awakening Conqueror's entanglement, and I also saw 5 top pirate figures behind Luffy. King of New World, Rox D. Zebek, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, Pirate King, Gold D. Roger, Red Hair, Shanks, and Kazuki Oden. In Kaido's mind, Kazuki Oden is ranked with the top 5 pirates in the world. And Kazuki Oden is also a man who can master Conqueror's Haki. It is an excellent thing to have such a combat power comparable to that of the 4 emperors. And the most important thing is that such a guy has a very simple mind and can make good use of his power if operated properly. Advertisement whether it's Wano-kun's subsequent actions here or what he told Kazuki Oden to send him to the sea outside. Laike did not lie to him, and indeed planned to send him outside to take a look at the sea. But it's not an adventure like Roger and Whitebeard, but a life and death fight for him with real swords and guns. Well, Laike plans to throw him to Hachinosu on the Beehive Island at a suitable time in the future to give him a good experience. If he died there would be nothing to say, it would only mean that he was just a man. If you can survive, your strength will become even stronger. At the same time, sending a combat force like Kazuki Oden is also Laike's explanation to that guy Zebek. Even if he does not intervene in the conflicts between Rock's pirate, naval headquarters and world government in the future. But it's okay to show your own attitude and send Kazuki Oden over. Of course, just in case something bad happens to Kazuki Oden, don't go out and join Marine's camp as soon as the time comes, or be abducted by the Roger pirates. It's really possible that his mind could be fooled into doing such a thing. Only then did Laike beat him hard to let him know who was the leader. In this way, at Wano-kuni, the small team has been initially formed. Laike closed his eyes slightly. Kaido, Brook, Ashura Doji, Kazuki Oden, Kurozumi Kanjuro, Fu Lashu, and Kurozumi Higurashi, a few old guys, plus some. It's barely formed, but it's still a bit unsightly. He was thinking quietly there, and thoughts emerged one after another in his mind. At the same time, on the street outside the palace, Kazuki Oden was silent and walked side by side with Duo. It was quiet for a while before he broke the silence. Kaido-san, no, Sang-sang, it sounds very awkward. Kaido picked his ears and said, just call me by my name, Kaido. That much? Kazuki Oden couldn't help but hesitate and organized his words, Laike. Sir, what kind of person is he? What kind of character? Kaido glanced at Kazuki Oden who was really subdued and then laughed.
Boss Mo Laike, even on the sea outside, he is a big man with a reputation that is known all over the world. He stamps his foot and the sea shakes for 3 times. Whether it's strength or fame. Kaido pointed to the sky, and under Kazuki Oden's shocked and odd gaze, his tone was full of admiration. They are all at the highest level in the world. The highest point of the world? Kazuki Oden murmured, and then thought of Mo Lake's oppressive momentum and the kind of grace he had. Advertisement for a moment, I was also a little fascinated. That's the real hero, that's what a real man should be. Please give me flowers, that's why we have to do a better job for Mr. Mo Laike. Kaido's tone was full of emotion. Only in this way, under the guidance of Lord Mo Laike, will we become stronger. Only then can we move towards higher and further places and realms that we could not reach before. Become stronger. Kazuki Oden fell into silence again for a while, but his eyes gradually became firmer. Yes, he wants to become stronger, stronger than Kaido around him. At the same time, he also wants to go to sea and appreciate the beauty outside. The only one who can help him achieve this is... He subconsciously turned back and glanced at the castle behind him. There is only this one, Mr. Mo Laike. At this moment, Kazuki Oden also made up his mind and made it clear what he should do next. Soon, the battle between Kaido and Kazuki Oden, and the subsequent incident of him joining the Guri region, swept the entire Wano Kuni and caused an uproar among countless people. Zero, including the daimyo from various regions, they were all quite surprised and shocked by this incident. Even Shimotsuki Yasui, the daimyo of the Hakumai area who has a good relationship with Kazuki Oden, wants to go to the Kuri area to ask Kazuki Oden what he thinks. But later, in the Flower City, Kazuki Sukiyaki in the general's residence issued a notice, which also pushed this matter to a climax. The matter has gotten so big that even the wealthy Yasui can no longer get involved. That is, a notice was issued from the shogun's residence, announcing that the Kazuki family had severed ties with Kazuki Oden, and that he would no longer be the heir to the Kazuki family. At the same time, he was also kicked out as the candidate for the next generation of generals. Once this news was sent out, it detonated the entire Wano Kuni. Regarding the next generation of generals and the successors of the Kazuki family, there was a lot of excitement and everyone was discussing it. When it comes to the position of general, even the daimyo Shimotsuki Yasui can no longer get involved and can only continue to sigh in his own mansion. But when the news came out, regardless of the twists and turns caused by the outside world, Kazuki Oden, the person involved, laughed it off. He was careless and didn't take this matter to heart at all. For his goal of becoming stronger and going to sea, he really doesn't care about the position of general. On the other hand, the Kurozumi family in the Kuri area fell into ecstasy after hearing such news. They were extremely happy, especially the old woman Kurozumi Higurashi, who was even more excited. Currently, in the Kazuki family, apart from Kazuki Sukiyaki, there is only Kazuki Oden. As the only bloodline of the next generation of the Kazuki family, Kazuki Oden has been severed from the relationship and the inheritance of the next generation of generals has been abolished. Does that mean that the next generation of generals in the Kazuki family have no one? From the official legitimacy of Wano Kuni, there is no candidate for general. This is the opportunity I've been waiting for, fan. 100 empty joy. I have the final say on what arrangements I have for him, instant sale items. Kurozumi Higurashi was so excited that he danced and jumped up and down. She thinks that this is an opportunity for the Kurozumi family, a chance to find the fatal point of the Kazuki family and win with one blow. Kurozumi Higurashi was so happy that he couldn't hold back and kept wandering around. It was also at this moment that she gradually realized that Mo Lake's level and level of work were much higher than hers, even beyond her imagination. She originally thought that Mo Laike would take root here and take his time, but she didn't expect that in such a short time, the Kazuki family would undergo such changes, which she couldn't even imagine. This opportunity came at such a perfect time. Even the 2 big eyes of the Kurozumi snake next to her showed a desire to deceive and longing for her. If there is no successor to the position of the next generation shogun of the Kazuki family and the Kurozumi family takes over, then it will definitely be his direct descendant of the Kurozumi family. When he thought about the possibility of becoming a general, Kurozumi couldn't help but grin with his exposed missing white fang. Then, the more this group of people thought about it, the more excited they became, and then they immediately couldn't sit still and planned to find Mo Lai, 987. I want to ask when we will take action to bring down the Kazuki family and let them return to the peak of glory. However, when they got there and found Mo Lake, they were thrown a layer of cold water on their heads. The Kazuki family has severed ties with Kazuki Oden now, but they still have nothing to do without you. Mo Laike sat there and said calmly. But, Kurozumi Higurashi, an old woman, looked in disbelief. Didn't Kazuki Sukiyaki already send a letter to sever the relationship between him and Kazuki Oden? Yes, you also said that it was cut off by sending a message. Mo Laike glanced at her and said lightly, then he can naturally post again and restore the father-son relationship. Kurozumi Higurashi, can you still play like this? Such a cool operation? Although he spent a lot of time in the open sea, Kurozumi Higurashi was still confused by the possible sexy operation of Kazuki Sukiyaki for a while. She opened her mouth and laughed wryly. Isn't this impossible? Kazuki Sukiyaki, he is Wanakuna's general. The words you say and the orders you issue are solid and cannot be changed. How is it impossible? You also said that he is his biological son and the only man who can inherit the position of general. If you don't give the position of general to him, who else can you give it to? 1.
Laike said with a half-smile. Besides, they haven't changed it, they just reissued the order when the time comes. After a while, if Kazuki Oden does something that benefits the country and the people again, he will win the praise of the people. Or some great undertakings and achievements have been accomplished. These are all reasons and excuses for resuming the relationship. No matter how bad it is, Kazuki Oden is really so unbearable. The mud can't hold the wall up, and he can't find a reason to restore the relationship. Laike lightly sneered, when the day comes when Kazuki Sukiyaki grows old, a person who is about to die will be kind to his words, and Kazuki Oden will be by his side. Advertisement, he relented, and restored the father-son relationship, restoring his status as the legal heir to the position of General Kazuki Oden. Do you think the other subordinate retainers of the Kazuki family would have any objections? I didn't see Kazuki Sukiyaki later. After Kazuki Oden became the daimyo of the Kuri area, he immediately and decisively restored the relationship, and no one said anything. The so-called severing of relations is just for show to the public and will not affect the overall situation at all. And Kurozumi Higurashi and his team, hearing what Laike said, the group of them opened their mouths wide and their minds were filled with confusion. Who are they? Where are they? What are they doing? Are there so many ways between just severing and restoring a relationship? Kazuki Sukiyaki. Kurozumi Higurashi was the first to react after spending so many years in the outer seas. He is truly an old fox. She gritted her teeth in hatred and almost guessed the other party's intention. Kazuki Oden has caused such a big disturbance, so he can use severing ties to show his selflessness and righteousness, and gain support and fans for the Kazuki family from the people. In this way, in the future, Kazuki Oden will ascend to the position of shogun as the next generation of the Kazuki family, and he will not encounter too much resistance. As for the daimyo from other regions, they are all retainers of the Kazuki family. They all wear the same pants as the Kazuki family. They will naturally support Kazuki Oden unconditionally when the time comes. After understanding this, Kurozumi Higurashi was so angry that he trembled all over. I originally thought it would be a good opportunity to bring down the Kazuki family and bring the Kurozumi family back to the forefront. But I didn't expect that I was so happy that I was severely beaten by Kazuki Sukiyaki. As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. This time the Kurozumi family wasted nothing. But, Lord Laike. Kurozumi Higurashi was obviously not willing to accept such a result, and asked with twinkling eyes. Kazuki Oden is currently in our hands, can we? A bit of coldness flashed in her eyes, and she made a throat-cutting gesture with her hand on her neck. Laike didn't speak, just looked at her indifferently. Kurozumi Higurashi looked a little uncomfortable, and then gave a stiff smile. She may also know that she has crossed the line again. The scene fell into a subtle silence for a while. Kurozumi had no idea what was going on, but he didn't dare to say anything. He could only roll his throat and swallow his saliva. Advertisement. It was so quiet for a while, and yeah. Kazuki Oden is my person. I have the final say on what arrangements I have for him. Laike's fingers gently tapped the armrest, and his tone was full of unquestionable absolute control. Don't let me have any evil thoughts on him, otherwise. Laike did not say what he said later, but it is obvious that Kurozumi Higurashi and others knew what the consequences of doing so would be. At that moment, their hearts trembled, but they were also submissive and did not dare to say anything more. At the same time, I also gave up the idea of using clone fruit and barrier fruit to provoke Kazuki Oden as soon as possible. Compared with the Kurozumi family's recovery of Wano, they should save their own lives first, and then worry about other things. Kurozumi Higurashi and the others sighed and retreated with bitter expressions on their faces. On the other hand, Laike's arrangement for Kazuki Oden has also highlighted the effect. Although Kazuki Oden's reputation within Wano is not good, he is still the heir of the Kazuki family after all. Even if Hikari cut off the relationship with Sukiyaki, in the eyes of other discerning officials and regional daimyo, it was clear that Wano next generation of generals had not escaped. Therefore, they are all willing to form a good relationship with Kazuki Oden. For his sake, they will turn a blind eye to various measures in the Kuri area and not interfere excessively or cause trouble. At the same time, it also provided certain help for the outward development of the Gyuli area. 5 years after the original plot, Kazuki Oden became the daimyo of Kuri when he was 20 years old. Then, Kazuki decided to accept all the power, connections, and generals to transform Gyuli and stabilize public order. He subdued most of the villains at that time, taught farming and construction techniques, reclaimed farmland to supply food, and led the construction of facilities in the Gyuli area, making him deeply loved by the residents. In other words, the atmosphere in Guri is actually quite good, especially with Kazuki Oden, the brand of the Kazuki family, which gives great face to both officials and the public. Of course, it is not without shortcomings. That is, the Gyuli area is short of money and has never been able to develop economically. Later, with the financial support of Shimotsuki Yasui, Kinemon, a 0.1 Shira Doji, and other retainers under Kazuki Oden, they began to be exposed to etiquette, learn knowledge, and train themselves, aiming to be the patron saint of Wano. He can't even provide money for his retainers' studies, which shows how poor the Gyuli area is. If Shimotsuki Yasui and other big names hadn't secretly funded the rescue, Kazuki Oden would have gone bankrupt long ago. It is not realistic at all for him, a reckless man who only knows how to use knives and guns, to manage finance and the economy. Therefore, after Kaido invades Wano later,
Kazuki Castle in the Curry area will become dilapidated. Even Kazuki, the mistress, and Momosuke, the young mistress, were all wearing tattered and patched clothes. The other daimyo themselves are too busy taking care of themselves, let alone Giuli. The capital chain was suddenly broken, and the entire region fell into an economic crisis. If we want to get rid of this difficult situation, it is obvious that we need a new direction for economic growth. And it just so happened that after these days of instant killing, Laike had something quite good in his hands. 101 Another little brother joins. The props that instantly killed Doraemon's world. Doraemon World. Rice Cake Maker, full set, introduction. A machine from Doraemon World that can make rice cakes. As long as rice is put into the machine, it will automatically thresh into polished rice and make rice cakes. 1. Flash sale price. 99 berry. From the world of Doraemon, a machine prop for making rice cakes, and it doesn't just come with this one piece, it also comes in a complete set. It also contains supporting props such as rice seedlings in capsules, indoor small sun clouds in cans, super small rice fields, etc. It's totally for growing rice cakes, a very good matching prop. With such a set of props and equipment, you can easily make a large number of rice cakes in a short time. Well, in Mo Lake's opinion, the most suitable thing for the Giuli area is food. The number of people who came to the Giuli area to seek refuge was increasing day by day. If we were to rely solely on the supplies left by the previous villains, if we wanted to supply them, so many people would have to eat horseshoes, which would double the pressure. And having so many rice cakes can greatly alleviate the problem of food shortage. And when they are full, have enough food, and have no worries, they can continue to work well for Mo Laike. There is no need to think too much about this. After all, food is the most important thing for the people. Many people who come to the Giuli area just want a bite to eat to fill their stomachs. Just like the family of descendants of the Huiliu sect, who brought Lil Yizang with them, they were almost at a loss for words, so they took a gamble and came to the Giuli area. After the rice cakes are made, the Giuli area can be stabilized and the people who have defected can completely settle here. These rice cakes are not only used to fill the stomach, but can also be improved and cooked to make brand new finished products. For example, later, the whole Wano-kuni became famous, rice cake and adzuki bean soup, or rice cake anko soup. Later, Epidemic, Quinn, one of the 3 major disaster signs under Kaido, was extremely addicted to eating anko soup. He regarded it as a lifeblood as important as air and would not give it to anyone who asked for it. Even including, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors, he will fight to the end and never give in. Later, Charlotte Linlin was brought to Onigashima to form an alliance with Kaido, but there was a conflict over the rice cake anko soup. And Luffy was able to achieve a higher level of armament Haki because he secretly ate rice cake anko soup, which triggered a series of subsequent events. It can be seen that rice cakes and anko soup are very important and occupy a very high position, so there is no need to say much about the taste. This will be the most famous delisting in the Giuli area. Even the 3 disaster signboards in the future are extremely addicted and fanatical, causing the future queen of desserts to fall into Soraya, and causing the future pirate king to eat a whole bucket full of it, and he loves it very much. Such rice cake anko soup, even Mo Laike is very excited to try it. For this reason, he also ordered his men to find Suru, who was still working as a maid in a tea house in Bola town. This future proprietress of a tea house in a dilapidated town is a woman with an appearance in the style of ukiyo-e beauty paintings. Although she is very young now, she has already supported the family and has excellent cooking skills. I dare not say much about other dishes made, but in terms of rice cakes and anko soup, it has its own unique techniques. Advertisement. So, when the first batch of finished rice cakes were made and handed over to Suru for cooking, even Mo Laike was full of praise after tasting them. The decision was made immediately and Suru was asked to supervise the cooking and preparation of the rice cake and anko soup. Of course, Mo Laike did not take anything by force, but asked her what she needed or what she wanted to solve. And Suru happens to have something that needs help. Then she coyly said her request. You mean, you have a childhood sweetheart who has been idle outside all day long and does not do anything serious. You want to help him find a job here with me. As soon as Mo Laike heard this, he almost knew which person Suru was talking about. When Suru heard the words, childhood sweetheart, he felt a little shy, but when he thought of the friend who had never had a serious friend since childhood, he became agitated again. That enemy was used to idleness since he was a child. When he grew up, he did not do serious work. Instead, he thought about stealing money all day long and making some shady money. For this reason, Suru, also known as Crane Girl, finally waited for such an opportunity, so she naturally wanted to fight for her enemy. I thought you were fighting for your own interests, but I never thought that you were fighting for the interests of others. Mo Laike said with a joking smile. Well, she is a Crane Girl after all. She knows herbal medicine knowledge and treats her tea house as a medical clinic. He often uses herbal medicine or shiahansao to treat children who are poisoned by accidentally drinking river water. Even if his family is not well off, he is willing to share food with hungry people. This is a very kind-hearted district. However, he was attracted to a will-o'-the-wisp boy with yellow hair and caused disaster. After seeing the extremely embarrassed Yunxia blush on Inu's face, Mo Laike stopped joking. When you meet your childhood sweetheart, let him report to Brook. Mo Laike casually arranged and ordered. That guy is called Kinemon, right? Well, Tsurami's childhood sweetheart and ungrateful enemy is none other than the future boss of the 9 Men of the Red Scabbard, Kinemon the Furious. He is also the eldest brother among Kazuki's retainers, but now he is just a gangster wandering around the Flower City. Later, the Crane Girl would eventually marry Kinemon and become Kinemon's wife. However, when Kinemon was sent to the future through Kazuki's power, Tsuruame was separated from Kinemon for 20 years, but she never remarried and was still waiting for him bitterly. As for Kinemon, he is just an ignorant, reckless and rude gangster now. Moreover, he often gambles and steals the money from the Crane Girl because he owes the money he owes to the boss of Hisaway County Guro in the Flower City. However, he was discovered by the latter and was stripped naked, wearing only a crotch cloth with brocade printed on it. He robbed other people's money on the street without feeling any shame. All in all, he is just a guy who is idle and does not do anything. Even if he is the leader of the 9 men in the future, it will only happen later. But since Crane Girl has fought for such an opportunity for him, Laike will not break his promise. Just throw him to Brook. Advertisement. It just so happened that the two of them were very similar and had the same lustful personality and hobbies. When these two people come together, they might have a good chemical reaction. As for his original master, Kazuki Oden, it's better to separate. Their fate has long been changed. After making up his mind, Laike directly arranged for Kinemon, who was still a gangster, to join in. He also took a special look at the future 9-man man with red sheets. Well, his face was roughly the same as that of the future, but he looked very young. However, the golden yellow hair on the top of the head, plus the fluffy and messy hair, also made Laike confirm it again. Well, this is just like the Will-O-the-Wisp boys he saw killing Mad on Blue Star. The Crane Girl acted like a little daughter, standing beside him honestly. Well, it gives people the impression that in later generations, their daughter brought her boyfriend to see her father-in-law. It turns out that my son-in-law is like a Will-O-the-Wisp boy with a cigarette in his mouth. It's also thanks to the fact that people in this country and era have simple thoughts and have accumulated feelings from their childhood sweethearts. Otherwise, with Kinemon's current virtue, it would be strange to be able to look up to him. Laike shook his head and simply ignored it. How can Brook train the future boss of the 9 men, 567, into what he will be like? Whether it will lead him to the path of lust and never return, or whether he will be able to teach him swordsmanship and Haki is unknown. But Brook is extremely happy about the little brother Laike arranged for him. Kaido had an Ashura boy before, and later, they added a Kazuki Oden. Kaido and Kazuki Oden are not bad in strength, and they have similar interests in some aspects, so they quickly work together. On the other hand, Brook, who has been carrying ghosts all day long, looking like a ghost wearing a white cloth and asking for his life, is also very boring. Now it is rare for a new person to join and become his little brother, so naturally he must take good care of him. Well, this is Wano-kuni after all, so Brook's skeleton monster-like appearance shouldn't be too ostentatious. Therefore, it was announced to the public that he had a hobby of dressing up like undead ghosts, but even so, some people were still amazed by him. Especially when Kinemon came here with a worried look on his face, he was really shocked when he met his superior officer. He found him before and told him that she would help him find a job for him in the Giuli area or with the chief. He would never believe it at first, and thought it was a lie excuse made up by the beauty to prevent him from continuing to fool around outside. But later, after he took him to the Giuli area and personally met with various officials here, he finally believed this thing. Whether it is Kaido, the Yellow Springs Rikishi, who claims to guard the Yellow Springs Gate, or Kazuki Oden, the heir of the Kazuki family who has caused a lot of trouble recently and severed the relationship between father and son. He had seen them all here, and even though he had just missed him, it still made Kinemon feel uncontrollably excited. If the environment here wasn't so bad, he really wanted to hold and kiss her hard. 102 open black lens bracket Guri rice cake close black lens bracket. The Rock's pirate is going to war. The determination of world government. However, because he was concerned about the current environment and wanted to leave a good impression on his superiors, Kinemon became more serious. Although he was shocked when he saw Shangguan was a skeleton, after all, he was a bold guy who later even dared to steal the son of the mountain god. After accepting this fact, I became more able to talk to Brook. Especially, after he discovered the extremely special hobby of his parent superior. A woman's. Fat? After hearing this request, Kinemon still didn't believe it, but 2 seconds later. After being judged by others, he decisively stood next to Brook. I don't know if there are any in the Curry area, but in the Flower City, there are mixed bathing pools for men and women. Not to mention fatty, even the scene of other women taking a bath. Hee hee. Kinemon let out a laugh that all men understand, which also made Brook's eyes light up. Although he has no eyes, this does not prevent him from showing an expression of expectation and longing. If there really is such a wonderful place, yo-ho-ho-ho. Immediately, Brook and Kinemon stood shoulder to shoulder, mingling and talking together. Well, this pair of fox friends and skeleton friends have completely gotten to know each other. In this way, after everything is arranged, the Wano-kuni Giuli area will enter the right path of steady development. Time flies, and several years have passed. 3 years passed away in a hurry and we arrived at Encircle calendar 1481 in a blink of an eye. Kazuki Oden and Kaido have also reached the age of 18, and in Laike's mind, they are officially adults. Moreover, in the past 3 years, the two people fed each other's tricks, trained and improved together, and then fought with each other to make up for their shortcomings, and their own strength grew extremely rapidly. And what's very interesting is that in the past 3 years, the two people have been very similar in terms of strength and potential.
In every training and battle, there is not much difference, which makes the two people inevitably feel some sympathy for each other. In the end, Kaido and Kazuki Oden drank the wine of sworn friendship and officially became sworn brothers. That's right, these two guys who were supposed to fight to the death in the original version have become sworn brothers together. Originally, Kazuki Oden had such a relationship with Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, but now it was changed to Kaido. When Laike heard the news, he was also a little moved by the flapping of butterfly wings and the twists and turns of fate. But this is a good result for him, and it can be regarded as acquiescence to such a fact. At the same time, with the help of the rice cake maker, the Guri brand rice cake, also known as the Guri New Year cake, became popular throughout Wano Kuni in the past 3 years. The most important thing is that because of the existence of the rice cake maker, the cost of making rice cakes is extremely low. Advertisement therefore, the price of Guri rice cake is much lower than ordinary rice cakes on the market. Naturally, it was very popular as soon as it came out. In addition, the taste is not inferior to the rice cakes, and even surpasses the rice cakes in other regions. As a result, the name of Guri rice cake spread throughout Wano Kuni. With such popularity, the daily sales volume is naturally very large. Even if the price is not set high, the small profits but quick turnover will make the Giuli area make a lot of money. Of course, the advent of Giuli rice cake naturally had a huge impact on the original rice cake market, putting great pressure on those shops or individuals that originally sold rice cakes, and even came to the edge of bankruptcy. It was at this time that the Giuli area extended an olive branch to these people and joined them in the rice cake industry. Ever since, under the generous remuneration and the current situation of being unable to turn things around, more and more Niangao talents chose to come to Giuli. Crane Girl's rice cake and anko soup alone are a bit too monotonous, but with the participation of these people, they have researched all kinds of rice cakes and ways to eat them. Baked rice cakes, fried rice cake candy, spicy rice cake soup, etc. For a time, almost the entire Wano Kuni became the country of rice cakes. As for those rice cake craftsmen and vendors who are unwilling to come to Giuli, they either choose to switch to selling fried tofu and other food businesses or they have to go bankrupt. The Giuli area has given them a chance. If they don't cherish it, then they deserve it. When Guri rice cake became popular in Wano Kuni, it also greatly eased Wano Kuni's food pressure. At least people rarely go hungry anymore. The fragrant and soft rice cakes are very filling and have become the first choice for every household every day. And with so many rice cake craftsmen joining Giuli, people also have many choices for the rice cakes on their tables. Fried rice cakes, rice cake anko soup, rice cake hot pot, etc. Even if they are all rice cakes, you will never get tired of them. The low-priced and affordable rice cakes, coupled with the occasional improvement of the food, have made the faces of the entire Wano Kuni residents full of smiles from the bottom of their hearts in the past 3 years. It is also rare to have that haggard look with a sallow complexion and thin muscles. In the past 3 years, the changes in the people, the great names, and the general's mansion in the flower capital can all be clearly seen. The surrounding daimyo who had been secretly poking at the Giuli area on guard had also relaxed their guard. After all, they also eat with the people on their dining table, and there are a lot of rice cakes on them, and they taste really good. Although the Giuli area relied on rice cakes and took away most of the money, there is nothing wrong with the fact that the people have filled their stomachs, and the attitude of the daimyo has gradually softened. The most surprising thing is that the general's mansion in the Flower City issued a notice because of the Guri rice cake that has fed many people in the past 3 years. Listing Curry rice cake as their Wano Kuni's domestic product also directly gave Kaido the name of Curry. Well, they still don't know who the identity of the person behind Kaido is, so they simply arranged it on Kaido's head. And in view of Kazuki Oden's busy work in the Guri area and many other dazzling performances, Wano Kuni's general, Hikaru Sukiyaki, announces the resumption of their father-son relationship. Well, as soon as this news came out, Kurozumi Higurashi and a group of people who were devastated and still harbored illusions completely gave up. Only then did they confirm that the old immortal Kazuki Sukiyaki thing really played this trick on them. Sure enough, those who can become generals all have 2 skills, and their tricks are not ordinary. Advertisement. After Kurozumi Higurashi and the others' hopes were shattered, they gritted their teeth and their hatred for Hikaru Sukiyaki became even deeper. Of course, these people are lamenting and angry, but for other people in Wano Kuni, this prosperous and peaceful life is getting better and better. Until, such a day, Giuli area, inside the main castle. The war is finally about to begin, isn't it? Laike gently rubbed the phone bug that had just hung up and couldn't help but murmur to himself. Just now, the guy from Rock's D Zebek called to say hello. They plan to compete with Marine and World Government this year. In the past 3 years, Rock's Pirate has gained a reputation due to a series of previous events. Belonging to the only one in the world, the most powerful pirate group in the world. In addition to the other 3 famous pirates of the same generation, Gold D. Roger, he only recruits companions who are honest and honest. World Destroyer, Burn D. World is self-willed and arrogant. Red Earl, Redfield is an aloof red who is alone, and does not create any power. Therefore, all those who are aspiring to make big things in the pirate industry are flocking to Rock's Pirate in New World. Although the method of raising GU consumes a lot of manpower, the ones selected are all elite soldiers and generals, and all of them are very powerful people. This also makes the strength of Rock's Pirate even more terrifying. His fame almost covers the sky with one hand, covering the entire world.
Because of this, the world government and naval headquarters are completely unable to sit still. In fact, world government and marine want to wait another 2 or 3 years. We will wait until the backbone marines of the generation Garp, Zephyr, and Sengoku have fully grown up and are most confident of dealing with the Rock's pirate before taking action. However, due to the previous death of naval headquarters, Blue Dragon, Admiral, Marine's momentum has been greatly affected. The hawkish generals inside were very dissatisfied with this matter, and their noisy requests for war became more and more loud. Under such joint pressure from both inside and outside, naval headquarters and world government are naturally under great pressure. After a series of thoughts, I finally decided not to delay any longer and have a showdown with Rock's pirate this year. The Rock's pirate, which has become the most powerful pirate group on the sea, of course has its own channels and has learned the news that naval headquarters is going to war with them. Originally, Rocks wanted to wait 2 or 3 years before looking for trouble and bad luck with the world government and celestial dragons. Although their strength is already very strong, they have not yet finished cultivating all the GU. But since marine and world government want to take action, they naturally won't just sit idly by. .103 Zebek's phone number, I need your strength, Mo Laike. Although it has somewhat disrupted my relevant arrangements, it doesn't matter if it comes 2 or 3 years in advance. In the past 3 years, I have sent many subordinates to find out the relevant details of naval headquarters. Except for the Kong Marshal at naval headquarters, there are only 2 other admirals and the 2 new generation admiral candidates, the resourceful general, Sengoku and Black Arm, Zephyr need to pay attention to. Everyone else is nothing to worry about. Rox D. Zebek, who called Mo Laike, was very confident about this. I have General, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, Peerless Female General, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, Hero, Golden Lion, Shiki, Captain John, Silver Axe, Ochaku and many other good players. With such a lineup, playing naval headquarters is just like a joke. The only thing we should be wary of is the possible hidden secrets within the world government that may affect the situation of the war. So, I need your power, Mo Laike. Rox D. Zebek is outspoken and comes to Mo Lake for help. Obviously, although he is extremely domineering and arrogant, it does not mean that he is too high-minded and treats everyone as fools and trash. He also knows that he can be afraid of world government. This at least shows that he is really seriously considering the idea of establishing world government. But unfortunately, he couldn't even see the world government 5 elders and the person behind them, so he was stopped by Garp and Roger. So, in the phone bug, Mo Laike vaguely mentioned 277 about Garp and Roger. As for Rox D. Zebek, he didn't take it seriously at all. Garp. A clueless guy who likes to eat donuts. Such a person doesn't need to taboo anything. What's more, I have also checked that people from the same generation as him, Sengoku and Zephyr, have become admiral candidates. It is almost a certainty that they will become admirals in the future. Even Crane, as a woman, has been trained as a great advisor to the next generation. Only this Garp is still a mediocre vice admiral, which shows that his potential is limited and is not a concern at all. Also, that guy Roger, although he jumped out from time to time before, giving me a little headache, but if that guy dares to show his face this time. Rox D. Zebek said with a confident smile on the phone, I'll twist his head off. Mo Laike. Well, I don't know who gave Rox D. Zebek such confidence and courage, Liang Jingru. Or is it his unreliable intelligence channels? Garp did not become an admiral candidate, and even for the next 40 years, he still retained the rank of vice admiral. But this does not mean that he only has a vice admiral history. Garp is the real deal and is at the top level among the admiral ranks. He didn't become an admiral, he just simply didn't want to play for celestial dragons. Regarding this point, Mo Lake did not remind Rox D. Zebek because he already had such an opinion. BGEF, even if he told him, he would only pay a little attention to it. Then, continue to do whatever you need to do, advertisement. Moreover, Rox D. Zebek is more focused on Mo Lake returning to Hive Island Hachinosu to join forces with him than the opponents they face. Regarding this, Mo Laike had no other expression. I just want Kaido to go back and check the situation first, and then bring a newcomer with him who is not weaker than Kaido. Although Mo Lake was not called back, Rox D. Zebek was a little disappointed, but he soon became interested in Kaido and newcomers who were not weaker than Kaido. He still remembered that 3 years ago, before Kaido left, he almost wiped out many pirates on the island. And now, 3 years have passed, Kaido who is following Mo Laike must have become stronger and more pervert, right? With anticipation, Rox D. Zebek hung up the phone. Most likely we will be walking on the battlefield again in the Valley of the Gods. Mo Lake had thought that the future battle in the Valley of the Gods would be brought forward, so he was not surprised. He pondered for a while, and then called Kaido and Kazuki Oden over the phone. Not long after, the strong auras of 2 people appeared at the gate. What's the matter with calling us in such a hurry, boss? Before the person arrives, the sound comes first. Kaido's signature loud voice started shouting there. Soon, the tall figures of him and Kazuki Oden appeared in Mo Laike's sight. Coming, in response, Mo Laike just nodded slightly, and then looked at the changes in the 2 of them in the past 3 years. At this time, Kaido was already extremely tall and burly, with black hair shawl, and a pair of long horns like the horns of a ceratopsian. He has a beard as long as a dragon's beard on his mouth, and a dragon scale tattoo on his left arm. The upper body is naked, with a purple top hanging around the waist, and 2 gold chains hanging from the hem of the top.
The lower body is wearing dark green wide trousers, a rope tied around the waist, and a purple fluffy cloak. He looks like a devil in the world. Kazuki Oden, on the other hand, has rosy eyes, thick eyebrows, long and wild black hair, especially the top that gathers into a large circular plane, a prominent beauty doctor and triangular corners. Wearing an orange kimono, most of the legs are exposed, and there are crescent moon patterns on the double chest of the kimono. There were huge purple and white ropes tied around his shoulders and waist. The ropes on his shoulders fell on his back, and his 2 sabers were tied around his waist. It can be said that the 2 people now have a preliminary look at the future. Along with the aura on his body, he already had his layered demeanor. In the past 3 years, under Laike's hands, their strength has truly improved qualitatively. "Boss, what happened? Call us." Kaido was still carefree and asked directly. He knows very well that Laike is informal in some aspects, but the premise is that his strength must reach a standard that he is satisfied with. If anyone else had talked to Laike like this, they would have been shocked to death by Conqueror's Haki. Advertisement: Oden and I were preparing to clean up the mountain god on the mountain, and the guy who was kidnapping him ran down from the top without seeing the sky. Kaido reported on his recent work. The mountain god of Wano is a huge pure white wild boar. It is comparable to a mountain, and if he is allowed to act recklessly, it will cause extremely serious casualties. Therefore, the 2 of them worked together to prevent that beast from wandering into the Giuli area and repaired it first. "Don't worry, let's put these things aside for now. I have other important things to tell you." Laike waved his hand casually. "You can let Rizzo or Kinemon do such a job. After all, after staying here for 3 years, if you can't even do such a thing, then it will be a waste of money to support them." Well, Kinemon followed Brook, but he also learned a lot of swordsmanship, and his strength also improved a lot. As for Rizzo, this guy's background is somewhat interesting. He is a ninja born in Wano and is known as Reizu of the Mist. In the past, he was a genius ninja of the Kazuki family's royal family, and his sworn enemy was Fukusho. The main reason why the relationship between him and Fu Lu Shou was so bad was because of the other party's sister. At that time, Lei Zhang liked Fu Lu Shou's sister Fumi very much, but he did not understand the relationship between men and women and never expressed his feelings. Later, Rizzo rescued Fumi during a mission. Just when Fumi fell in love with Rizzo's reliable figure and wanted to kiss him, Lei Zhang, who was too innocent, pushed her away hard, causing her to be injured. Later, Lei Zhang felt that he had no face to see her, so he began to flee and came to the forest of Udon to become a bandit. Originally, he was supposed to meet Kazuki Oden this year, be conquered by him, and become Oden's retainer. But because of Kazuki Sukiyaki, he was worried about Kazuki Oden in the Curry area. After asking around, he learned about Rizzo's affairs and situation. He sent someone to find him and promised to let him return to the Imperial Court, but he had to come to the Curry area to defect to Kazuki Oden, and secretly took care of Kazuki Oden. In this way, given the opportunity to return to the Imperial Court fans, Lei Zhang agreed and came to the Giuli area early. Of course, after Rizzo arrived, as both ninjas, he would inevitably have to meet Fu Lu Shou. It was also because of their previous relationship with Fumei that he and Fu Lu Shou still looked down upon each other and were very difficult to deal with. However, under this mutual competition, the strength of the 2 people has actually grown well. "I came to call you this time because there have been quite a few changes outside." Laike didn't hide anything, he directly made the situation clear when he came up. Kaido raised his eyebrows, not surprised by this. Even before they left the Beehive Island Hachinosu, they had already noticed the imminent movements of marine and world government on the sea outside. As a result, now that 3 years have passed, they finally couldn't hold it any longer. Outside, quite a change. When Kazuki Oden heard the news, his eyes lit up. 104 Kaido and Oden go to sea. Laike is responsible for the random killings, and they are responsible for the quack. Although in the past 3 years, Kazuki Oden has trained with Laike and Kaido to become stronger, he has actually made a lot of progress. But as his strength and cognition increased, the flame in his heart became more and more powerful and hot. In particular, he often hangs with Kaido and has become a sworn brother, making the 2 of them very chatty. Therefore, Kazuki Oden also learned a lot about the situation on the sea outside from Kaido, which was really eye-opening for him. At the same time, he also had a vague idea of how powerful Moloch was, and he couldn't help but feel more in awe. Such many factors made him more and more eager and yearning for the outside world, and even as his strength improved. He thought that his strength was almost enough to go to the outside world, and he became a little ready to take action. Now, listening to what Laike said, he also heard some overtones. At that moment, he couldn't hold it in any longer and asked directly. "Does it mean that I can go to the outside world?" Kazuki Oden's expression did not hide his excitement at all, and asked full of expectation. And Laike did not live up to his expectations. Under his almost ecstatic eyes, he nodded gently. "The chaotic situation on the sea outside is just right for you to step in and take advantage of the situation." Kazuki Oden didn't listen at all to what Laike said later. All he knew was that Laike finally allowed him to go out to the sea. Immediately, he also grinned, looking so beautiful. Laike. Kaido. As soon as the 2 of them saw the way Kazuki Oden grinned from the corner of his mouth to the back of his ears, they knew that this guy only focused on going to sea, and they couldn't help but feel speechless for a while. After a while, I will arrange a ship to take you two to sea. Laike shook his head and continued to talk about his arrangements. When the time comes, I will also give you a phone bug for Kaido, and you can just contact the guy from Zagade directly. I will also prepare the record pointer to Beehive Island for you. You are familiar with it and just take Kazuki Oden with you. Before coming to Wano Kuni, Laike specifically asked Whitebeard, Edward Newgate for the phone number. Contacting him through Kaido is the safest way. As for contacting the guy Zebek, Laike doesn't believe in this guy's style of doing things at all. Newgate? That old Whitebeard thing? Kaido couldn't help but speak after hearing the familiar name. He was quite impressed by this old man Whitebeard, Laike's rare friend who often went to their residence to drink. Of course, there is also the other party's unfathomable strength. But now, Kaido chuckled twice and kept rubbing his hand bones. If they ever meet again, with his current strength, he will definitely make him look good. Kaido is very confident in his own strength and the speed of getting stronger. Well, he still forgot that it was he who told Kazuki Oden before that there are people outside the world and people outside the world. If Kaido is really so presumptuous in looking for Whitebeard. Advertisement, well, I guess there will be another burst of explosive hammers. This time, you and Kazuki Oden will go out to sea. Others need to be responsible for the Wooly area. The implication of Laike's words is that the younger brothers of Ashura Doji, Kinemon, Raizo and others will stay with Wano Kuni and will not be taken out. I know, boss, Kaido nodded, looking eager to try. Except for Kazuki Oden, he hasn't seen the powerful people in the outside world for a long time. Uncle Kaido, he is not a person who just goes silent and disappears. Not only is Kazuki Oden looking forward to the sea outside, but Kaido has been here for 3 years and can't hold it in any longer. When the time comes, don't look excited. You should know what the job is going to be, right? Laike couldn't help but remind him when he saw that even Kaido looked like this. Yeah, I understand, boss. Kaido nodded vigorously. I will take Oden with me, and we will join the Rocks Pirate to deal with Marine and World Government together. Kaido was fought hard by the country where he was born and fought for, but in the end he was betrayed. The bargaining chip for betrayal is to become a member of the World Government, participate in the World Summit, and flatter those so-called Celestial Dragons. Kaido has long been quite unhappy with this group of guys. It's good if you can realize this. Laike also nodded lightly. When the time comes, just keep an eye on Oden and don't let him mess around too much. Don't worry, boss. Kaido patted his chest hard. Leave this kind of thing to me. He held everything in his arms, and then seemed to remember something, and asked Laike. Boss, the war this time is so fierce, you might as well come with us. Since Laike arranged for only Kaido and Kazuki Oden to go, it means that he himself has no intention of getting involved in this war. Kaido can naturally taste it and won't ask too much about the reasons, but he still wants to strive for the same. If they go to the battlefield with Laike and the other three, it will be a massacre. Of course, Laike is responsible for the random killings, and they are responsible for the quacking. No, Laike chuckled and shook his head. I have other things to do, it's enough for you two to go. He would not participate in such a meaningless battle, that is, Kaido and Kazuki Oden. One is thinking about fighting and the other is thinking about the sea outside, so he does these thankless things. As this so, Kaido couldn't help but smacked his lips, and nodded rather reluctantly, I understand. Then, he retreated with Guang Yongyu, who was still there giggling. This idiot. Kaido glanced at Kazuki Oden sideways as he walked on the road, and couldn't help but stare at him with dead fish eyes. But soon, Kaido remembered another thing. Advertisement. Please give me flowers. Oden and I leave together, and if the boss Laike doesn't go there, that means. Kaido's eyes started to roll. I can take this opportunity to have a good drink by myself? Anyway, no one saw it. No matter how omniscient and omnipotent boss Laike is, there is no way he would know such a thing. When he thought of this, Kaido's throat rolled involuntarily. It has been 5 years since he had a good drink. That's 5 years, 5 years. Do you know how he spent these 5 years? Kaido's heart couldn't help but be filled with expectations, but at this moment. If you dare to drink while you are out. Behind him, Laike's faint words suddenly came. When the time comes, you will know why the flowers are so red. Kaido. Besides, don't think you can do it perfectly. I will tell Oden that he will keep an eye on you while you are out. After you arrive at Beehive Island, I will also look for Newgate and will not let you out of his sight. Kaido. Operator. He completely lost his temper, his face fell, and Kunigami walked out slowly with Kazuki Oden dejectedly. Looking at his drooped head and a weak look, it was obvious that he had lost his energy. Regarding this, Laike couldn't help but feel a little funny as he looked at his figure walking away step by step, and shook his head. This guy, after making fun of him, Laike's expression returned to normal instantly. At the same time, the palm of his hand was also tapping gently on the armrest on the side. Calculating the time, it should be almost there. His figure slowly sat up from his seat. Captain Jack's compass appeared in his hand again, pointing to a certain direction according to his thoughts and wishes. It just so happens that after staying here for such a long time, I feel restless. I really want to take a walk. Laike chuckled, and then his figure slowly disappeared into the palace. Time comes the next day. Early in the morning, Kaido took Kazuki Oden on the boat out to sea. Well, when he knew that he was going to leave this island country and go to the sea outside, Kazuki Oden didn't want to wait any longer and wanted to set off immediately. But it was because of all the preparations that I had to make that I was delayed for a day. After all, Kazuki Oden's talents in navigation were completely zero, he could only count on Kaido. But Kaido himself is a person who can only eat enough for one person and the whole family is not hungry, so he can only try his best to ensure that the two of them will not die on the sea and can find the correct position. As for whether we will encounter any mishaps on the sea during the subsequent journey. Natural disasters and man-made disasters, if it is a man-made disaster, there is no need to worry at all. At least with two people together, there are really not many people on the sea who can deal with their existence. But if it's a natural disaster, then we can only do our best and obey fate. 2.105 Another monster. The red-skinned devil child. Daedalus training camp. So, the excited Kazuki Oden and the shy Kaido boarded the ship heading to the sea outside. The two of them left Ida Port in the Guri area early in the morning before dawn. Kazuki Oden did not alarm anyone. After all, many people on the island did not agree with him going to sea. If he accidentally leaks the news and cannot go to sea, it will be a big disaster. Because of this, he was extremely tight-lipped and did not release any news. In this way, the two people teamed up and began their wonderful sea journey. On the other hand, in Laike, after Kaido and Oden left, he also embarked on his own journey alone. Fortunately, the entire Giuli area has been on the right track and Laike has also given instructions to Brook. If anything happens, he can be contacted in time. Even if something happens, he will be able to get here as soon as possible. And the place he wants to go this time is not too far. Ever since, the entire Guri area and even the entire Wano were unclear. The three most critical and important figures in this Giuli area, all 940, left this country quietly. Perhaps in their opinion, Kaido and the others were carrying out secret exercises and special training. After all, they had done so in the past 3 years. The outside world didn't care at all, and the whole Wano was as calm as ever. In this sea area of the New World, without the 4 emperors to rule and divide the territory, there are many countries that govern their own affairs. Some islands have a relatively large land area, and they will be divided into 2 or even 3 political countries, and countless battles and artillery fire will be launched all day long to devour each other. The Vodka Kingdom before Kaido is a great example of this, and such a kingdom is indeed the norm in this New World. For example, in a certain corner of the New World, there is still an island with 2 political countries on it. In order to devour each other, they start endless wars all day long. As time went on, the war went on almost day and night, without any rest. One of these countries was called the Country of Endless War by the world, and even the real name of this country was gradually forgotten by the world. The result of the day-long war between the 2 countries is that the residents of both countries are miserable and their families are destroyed. Even if you have children, you cannot raise them and can only give them up. The enemy country that faces the Country of Endless War often adopts abandoned infants and young children from the other country and trains them so that they will become child soldiers in the future and be sent to the battlefield. It can be said that the opponent's population is used as a weapon against the other party. They really figured it out. And today, in a certain base, it is time for these adopted child soldiers to receive training. There is a base in a dense forest. The people in this base are all child soldiers aged 3 to 4 or 5 years old. Each of these boy soldiers wears the mark of GF. That's the abbreviation for the military of the country they live in now. Advertisement: these boy soldiers grew up in military camps since they were young, so the only ideas they were instilled in them were to go into battle to kill the enemy and perform meritorious service, etc. Therefore, they raised their necks and listened to the instructor Douglas in front of them, telling them about the battlefield and the army outside. They all blinked with flickering eyes, extremely eager to go into battle and kill the enemy and make achievements. According to Douglas' instructor, only the best child soldiers in their camp will be selected to become young soldiers, sent to the army of his brother, General Douglas. At that time, the establishment of the army was officially established and the identity of the soldiers was established. It is said that everyone who joins Chief Douglas's army will be given a number, which means becoming the 10th bullet of Douglas's army. Then, if he can perform extremely well on the battlefield, he will be awarded his title by General Douglas. From then on, they are no longer nameless people who can only use code names to replace their names. Such behaviors and names that represent special meanings make these child soldiers excited and even excited. When you are trained and perform well, you will join my brother's Bullet Army. That is the army named after the famous Bullet Lightning. Chief Douglas spat there. All the young soldiers there are called Bullets, and will also be numbered. If you want to be awarded these and become a hero in the army, give me double training, you little bastards. Understood, sir. In the training camp, many adopted orphans shouted in unison. They were extremely looking forward to and eager to become such soldiers, so they couldn't help but train hard there one by one. Such a scene also made the Douglas instructor very satisfied. The introductions and promises he just made were all true, but it was extremely difficult to fulfill them. Because being a young soldier under his brother, Douglas Gray, is not an easy task. But it comes with huge risks and crises. The main task of those young soldiers is to take the lead on the battlefield and step on landmines, or to open the way with bombs. Only 1 out of 10 can survive. Chief Douglas couldn't help but shook his head. These children didn't understand the seriousness of the problem at all, and he didn't lie.
It's just a little vague about the danger of the matter. What's more, these abandoned orphans were all found on the battlefield. If they hadn't gathered these orphans and trained them, they would have died on the battlefield. Not to mention that now that they have grown to this age and given them life, it is natural for them to do things for themselves. The instructor of Golas is very at ease and teaches the children who can barely survive. And even if you survive the first battle and continue to fight against the enemy on the battlefield, it will be difficult to survive the baptism of blood and fire. If it could really do this, it would really be an out-and-out monster. When he thought of this, Douglas' instructor couldn't help but subconsciously look towards a certain direction in the training camp. Advertisement: there was no one around, and he was all alone, a child who looked like he was only 4 years old and was constantly training there. That child, Douglas' instructor, was very impressive, not only because of his red skin, golden hair, and ferocious devil-like face. Especially because of his terrifying, monster-like physical fitness. No matter how hard the training is, he can always complete it easily. No matter what kind of enemy he faces in this training camp, he can always defeat it easily. Even Douglas' instructor has a vague feeling in his heart. Perhaps, even he himself was no match for this red-skinned evil child. Such thoughts came to mind, which shocked Douglas' instructor himself. Immediately, he shook his head quickly and removed these seemingly ridiculous ideas from his mind. Even Douglas' instructor has such thoughts and ideas, let alone other children. When they were 4 or 5 years old, they just thought that the red-skinned devil child looked scary and had a terrifying aura. Involuntarily, all of them were either afraid or disgusted and stayed away from the red-skinned evil child. If you can cultivate it carefully, however, Douglas' instructor started to think about it, maybe it can be a big help to my brother, maybe. Douglas' instructor thought so, and then he planned to lift his feet and walk towards the red-skinned evil child. But in the next second, suddenly, he seemed to feel a very strong momentum blowing past him. The extremely powerful intimidation force, 1.5, left him no time to react. He just rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. Before he fainted, he seemed to vaguely see the other children who were also staggering and fainting on the ground. Then he fell completely into darkness and fell unconscious. Those who fell to the ground one by one kept making bang 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 sounds as their bodies touched the ground. The red-skinned devil kid who was still training and the only one present who remained conscious couldn't help but raise his head. Then he saw this incredible scene of people falling to the ground, and he couldn't help but be startled at first. Then he reacted suddenly. Enemy attack, he roared loudly, trying to attract the attention of other camps around him. At the same time, he also wanted to rush into the dense forest to hide and take cover. But as soon as the red-skinned devil child turned around, he immediately stopped in his tracks. Because in front of him, a tall figure was standing there, looking him up and down. Such agility is really good, the figure praised the red-skinned devil child whose body was already frozen in place. 106 such power, it's just a waste of time for you to stay here. Who are you? The red-skinned devil child suddenly showed an extremely vigilant and aggressive face. At the same time, a low roar came out of his throat. As for what he showed, this posture that was full of thorns made him particularly difficult to mess with. Good sense of defense, the handsome young man who suddenly appeared just chuckled and nodded to him. This should be what the Douglas instructor taught you, right? When facing enemies in situations that you don't know and don't understand, show this extremely aggressive posture. The handsome young man nodded gently. It's not a bad idea. However, it is only applicable to some situations. For other more crisis situations, it will cause greater trouble. But obviously, looking at this red-skinned devil child, he only knows this kind of thing. Obviously, the Douglas instructor only taught him this one, not more. After all, they are adopted orphans and can be replenished at any time. It does not need to expend too much energy. It is already good to be able to teach a method. I just saw that you were training very seriously there, and you have been training for a long time. The handsome young man said, with a hint of appreciation in his eyes again. You are completely different from these other children. He said in a leisurely tone, you have extremely high talent and excellent qualifications. Continuing to waste time here will only bury those shining points in you. 16. If you can start from this age and exercise seriously according to the plan and arrangement. The handsome young man paused, chuckled and said, your future is full of light. Red-skinned devil child. He didn't say much, he still looked like Pan. In the words of Chief Douglas, the battlefield is constantly changing and faced with various situations, and one cannot be lax or careless at all times. Even if the other party seems to be harmless, he or she may give you the hardest blow at a critical moment. Stop that face of yours, however, before the thoughts in the red-skinned devil child's mind could fully emerge, the handsome young man just glanced at him, as if he understood everything clearly. Said there casually, and what he said made the red-skinned devil child's face change. You are just a 4-year-old child now. What is there that deserves my attention and my ability to coax you? Red-skinned devil child. Well, although the words are very heartbreaking, I have to admit that it is indeed the truth. Advertisement. He couldn't help biting his lip and clenching his fists tightly. It was because I was looked down upon because of my young age, but no matter what the reason was, as long as I was looked down upon, it would feel particularly bad. But there was nothing he could do. This red-skinned devil child was far more sensible and smarter than ordinary children. He just glanced at the surrounding environment and knew that the opponent's strength was far beyond his imagination. Well, didn't you see that even Chief Russ was lying down and unconscious on the ground? And I didn't even see how the other party acted or what methods they used. Are you curious? The handsome young man saw that the red-skinned devil child remained silent, so he spoke again. Are you curious how I made all these people unconscious? That faint tone was like the whisper of a devil, making people involuntarily p*** up their ears to listen. Even the red-skinned devil child is like this. He seems to be alert, but in fact he is paying more attention. That is a power called Haki. There are very few people who have succeeded in cultivating it on the sea. The handsome young man briefly introduced, but those who can practice it well are all famous masters in the sea. Haki? Master? When the red-skinned devil child heard this, his heart suddenly moved. He was originally eager to pursue the honor of war, that is, he pursued fame and fortune. Fame is the fame that rises in the sea. Profit is the powerful strength that one obtains. The handsome young man in front of him undoubtedly touched his heart in these two aspects. As long as you follow me, I guarantee that you can learn this power. Although the other party still didn't speak, the handsome young man could still tell that the red-skinned devil child was moved. The eyes gradually began to flicker and flicker. He struck while the iron was hot and pointed at Chief Douglas, who was unconscious on the ground next to him. He doesn't know how to use this power, and neither does anyone in the entire camp. I can even feel that there is no one in this country who can use this power. The red-skinned evil ghost child listened quietly and did not refute, and he also subconsciously agreed in his heart. If Chief Douglas really knew how to use that power called Haki, he wouldn't be lying there like the children around him. The red-skinned devil kid doesn't understand any big principles. He only believes in the facts in front of him and his own judgment of the level of power. Obviously, in his eyes, Chief Douglas, the most powerful person he has ever come into contact with before, is definitely no match for this young and handsome man. Between the two, it's time to decide. That's why I said it's just a waste for you to stay here. The handsome young man was still talking leisurely there. Advertisement: there is absolutely no room for you to continue to grow here. When you grow to a certain age in the future, you will just go to the battlefield to clear mines. At that time, it is not certain whether you can survive. Although you do have a talent that makes me wonder, those who can survive are called geniuses and monsters. As for those who died, there were countless penultimate talented guys. Having said this, the handsome young man made up his mind, leaving enough time for thinking and the scope for digestion and acceptance for the red-skinned evil child in front of him. Then, slowly, he continued. When I came here, I saw your talent and thought you were a good young talent. I had the idea of taking you away and cultivating you under my hands. He said straight to the point, for a child living in such a living environment, no matter how deceitful he is, once he is seen through, the seeds of complete distrust will be planted in his psychology. It's better to come up and tell the truth directly, than how to choose depends on the other party's own thoughts. You should be able to tell that I'm not that old. The handsome young man said calmly, and at such an age, I have such a power. He slowly opened his arms and said with a smile, that means I have a method that can help people get on the right track and become stronger quickly. Moreover, even I can become stronger at this age. In my opinion, your talent is not bad. If you follow me and train seriously, you will probably be able to reach my level in strength. The handsome young man said 253, or do you not even have the confidence to surpass me or even reach my level? As soon as this sentence was spoken, the red-skinned devil child raised his eyebrows. Well, for young devils who value honor very much, this method of motivating generals is also the most effective. Coupled with what he just said, that it can bring him great strength, it can't help but make the red-skinned evil child's heart beat fast. He is indeed a little moved, and indeed has some desire to have such power. Not much else to say, in his eyes, Chief Douglas is already great. And being able to bring down Chief Douglas quietly, he is definitely very strong. And the most important thing is that he is much younger than Chief Douglas, which means that this is not the end for him, and there are endless possibilities in the future. Then if the same effect is applied to himself, for a moment, the red-skinned evil ghost child felt that the blood all over his body was boiling. Maybe, this is really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, maybe. The red-skinned devil child couldn't help but lick his lips. As the other party said, I am just a 4-year-old child, what is there to covet? And the other party is obviously not the kind of extremely vicious and unreasonable guy. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't need to talk to him so much. Wouldn't it be easier and simpler to use the other party's power, which even Chief Douglas can't do anything to deal with him and directly kidnap him? And after Shu said so much, it was obvious that the other party also respected his opinions and choices. This can't help but make the red-skinned evil ghost child feel a little moved in his heart and feel comfortable being respected. 107 Descendants of the Devil, Douglas Bullet. I'm willing to go with you. Of course, it's also possible that the other person doesn't care at all whether he agrees or not. If you hesitate or refuse, the other party may just turn around and leave, and there is no need to waste time with you. If the other party can find himself, then he can naturally find the many geniuses in other seas. As he said, only grown-up geniuses can be called geniuses, and the rest are just bones. And yourself, ask yourself. No, you don't even need to ask at all. I definitely don't want to become a corpse. He wants to go to a higher and bigger stage, to experience the beauty of the sea. That is a more magical and desirable place than the battlefield. Such thoughts in the red-skinned devil child's mind became more and more intense, and finally occupied his entire mind. So, the handsome young man saw that the red-skinned evil child was ready to move, and he couldn't help but also ask the last sentence. "What are your options? I'm willing to go with you." Almost blurting out, the red-skinned evil ghost child said this with a very serious expression. "By following you, I will definitely gain more power." He made no secret of his goals and ambitions. "I want to make my own name on the sea." The ambitious gesture and the blazing flames in his eyes made the handsome young man very satisfied. "You made a pretty clear decision." He smiled and clapped his hands there. "One day in the future, you will never regret it, and you will even be extremely happy and grateful to yourself today, knowing what this really means. Let me introduce myself. My name is Mo Laike, Rox D. Mo Laike." The handsome young man, Mo Laike, who came here, slowly extended his hand towards the red-skinned devil child in front of him. "I won't give you too much introduction. When you go to the sea one day in the future, you will naturally understand what my name means." Mo Laike's faint smile also made the red-skinned devil kid feel shuddering. It seems that the strong man that he plans to follow to gain power seems to be a well-known person, and he even has a name on the sea. Thinking about it this way, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. If he said that, his choice might really be the right one. "Then it's time for you to tell me what your name is now," Mo Laike asked, and then he saw the red-skinned evil child's expression stagnant. "Name? He doesn't have a name. As long as he can remember, he has no memory of any related name, because he is the 9th to join this training camp. So Douglas instructor always called him number 9, and those peers around him called him the Red Devil because of his appearance. Advertisement. He has never had a name of his own. But since the other party asked, he naturally couldn't clearly say that he was a guy who didn't even have a name, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. As a result, his eyes immediately started to move, thinking of the unit called Bullet, that he had always longed to go to. Moreover, Commander Douglas picked up his own life from the battlefield and fed and clothed himself. Later, he also trained himself, and when he grew up, he had to serve in the army of Chief Douglas's brother, Douglas Gray. Immediately, he said directly and seriously, "My name is Bullet, Douglas Bullet." Named after his original dream, named after his savior who gave him a second life. It was this man who was created during the frenzied action in the original version, who is known as the worst escaped prisoner in history, a supernova with one punch, and extremely powerful, Devil's descendant, Douglas Bullet. Bullet. It's really a good name. When Mo Laike heard this, the smile on his face couldn't help but become deeper. Before, he found this place through Captain Jack's compass, just for this young Douglas Bullet. The future Bullet will definitely be as good as the top 4 emperors on the sea. This is a true, rare, monster of monsters. This is also the reason why Mo Laike is willing to take this trip. He would not let go of the opportunity to take over this future top warrior in the sea. And Bullet is really qualified enough to let him take this trip himself. The hero known as the Devil's Descendant, and the Devil's Successor, was once a crew member of the Pirate King Roger Pirates. It is so powerful that even Roger's fellow pirates call him a monster. After Gold D. Roger was executed, Bullet turned the sea upside down and was eventually imprisoned in Impel Down Level 6 Eternal Hell. Later, he escaped from prison in the commotion caused by Blackbeard. After escaping from prison, he was called the worst prison escapee in history. When he was young at the time, he had just joined the Roger Pirates, and his strength was comparable to that of Vice Captain Rayleigh. But Bullet did not feel proud. Instead, he strengthened his training in order to surpass the only opponent he could not defeat, Captain Roger. At that time, he was only 15 years old. He wandered around the sea looking for opponents and enemies, and never suffered any defeat. It was not until later that he met Gold D. Roger and launched a challenge, only to finally get the ending of failure. In the subsequent challenges, he all ended in defeat. Bullet, who experienced a losing streak for the first time, decided to join the Roger Pirates at that time. Later, he continued to challenge Roger, but all ended in failure. "I will defeat you one day and become the strongest in the world." That was Bullet's oath and his determination, and he indeed put in a lot of effort for it. At that time, only Roger could defeat him in the entire pirate group, and even the Deputy Captain Silver Rayleigh could only fight with him. Advertisement. At that time, Rayleigh was already 48 years old, which was when he reached middle age and reached the peak of his strength. This shows how powerful Bullet is and how perverted his talent is. You must know that along the way, he has relied on his own efforts, training and fighting to achieve such strength. Without anyone's guidance, I gained such strength by relying solely on my own exploration. The key is that he has been in the training camp before he was 8 years old, and he was not able to go to the battlefield until he was 8 years old. And all he did was demining and exploring roads. At that time, Bullet began to work hard to become stronger in order to survive. Now, at only 4 years old, he is just right and not crooked. Everything is the most appropriate time. Now if he trains with Mo Laike and gets the right guidance, his strength will become even more terrifying. The brutal growth of the original version was terrifying enough to make the sea tremble. So now, if you get professional training from Mo Laike. Even Mo Laike himself doesn't know yet and is looking forward to seeing what kind of monster he can cultivate. I believe that when the Bullet in the future develops its strength to the ultimate level and comes to the sea, it will definitely scare the whole world and everyone. Mo Laike is also looking forward to that time. Let's go. After Bullet was willing to go with him, Mo Laike wanted to take him back to Wano Kuni to train him.
But, Chief Douglas has been kind to me, I can't just walk away. Bullet's footsteps did not move, but stood beside Douglas's commander who was unconscious. He picked me up from the battlefield and saved me. No matter what he wants me to do in the future, he has not done anything to regret me now. No Mo Jiao. Bullet said extremely seriously, he saved my life and raised me so big. I can't help but repay such kindness. Is that so? Mo Laike couldn't help but take a second look at Bullet, and immediately showed a satisfied look of appreciation. The current Bullet, not the later one, has suffered 2 betrayals and no longer trusts anyone. Bullets who participated in the war were on the battlefield at that time, and those who made the greatest military exploits would be awarded medals. The young Bullet, who has only had weapons around him since childhood, has been eager to get it, but the medal will only be awarded to one person. Subsequently, Bullet worked particularly hard for this goal with his strong fighting power. Just when he was about to succeed, he encountered betrayal from his companions. Not only was the medal robbed, but he was also seriously injured near death. Just because Bullet is too powerful, even the young soldiers who grew up in the same environment want to kill him out of jealousy, resentment and fear. Later, Bullet killed all the young soldiers who betrayed and harmed him, took back the medal, and recognized the cause of his failure, which was his own negligence and arrogance, as well as his own weakness in respecting his companions. From that moment on, Bullet no longer believed in others and only relied on his own victory. Point 108 Kaido and Kazuki Oden arrive at Beehive Island. The baboons are coming. Bullet is still at a time when he has not yet determined his 3 views. Now that he has met Mo Laike, his future will no longer be as lonely as before, and it will appear particularly tragic. In particular, Bullet is now very grateful. He is very grateful to Douglas' instructor, who saved his life and raised him since he was a child. Mo Laike is not repelled by this, on the contrary, he appreciates it very much. Being able to repay kindness and be grateful is not a bad sign. Mo Laike praised, and then waved. Wow, in an instant, the pile of golden jewelry and gold all fell to the ground. This money is enough to buy your life, Mo Laike said with a smile. He is not short of money now. Not to mention that the Jiuli area has made huge profits by relying on Guri rice cake, but he has encountered many shipwrecks on the way here. Or the blind pirates along the way, their savings on the ship, etc. There are plenty of gold and silver treasures like this in his space. As for children like Bullet who were picked up from the battlefield, they also had 4 years of assembly line training and so on. The resources consumed, so much gold and silver, are enough to repay them. Seeing this scene, little Bullet breathed a sigh of relief and felt relieved. In this way, he and Chief Douglas no longer owe each other anything. Little Bullet also knew that a few pieces of gold could buy a life for a child soldier like him. Not to mention this pile of gold and silver treasures, it is more than enough, and it has really completely settled the relationship between the 2 parties, and no one owes anything to the other. Little Bullet felt at ease now, left 797 with Mo Laike, and boarded his flying magic carpet. Then, whoa, what is this? The little Bullet, flying high in the sky for the first time, roared and shouted like this for the first time. Can't you see, you're still a little afraid of heights? Mo Laike's chuckle came from the wind. This is not possible. You have to work hard to overcome such shortcomings. What a shame, I know. The stiff voice with an extremely unconfident tone was also floating in the air. After Kaido and Kazuki Oden left, Mo Lai once again gained a younger brother. A young brother who will shine in the future, has the top strength of the sea, and has a bright future. When Mo Lake returned with Little Bullet, Kaido and Kazuki Oden, after experiencing ups and downs on the sea and the extremely harsh environment, finally returned to the Beehive Island Hachinosu. Whitebeard, when Edward Newgate got the news and went to pick them up, he was really shocked by the appearance of the 2 of them. Well, it's really a bit too miserable, advertisement. The 2 people were in tatters, and the clothes on their bodies were not even in good condition. They even had various scars on their bodies, as well as burn scars everywhere. In the words of the 2 people, these were injuries caused by being poured on their bodies by scalding boiling water falling from the sky. But these are nothing at all, they can recover quickly. Kaido said there that he really didn't care, these were nothing to him. On the contrary, Kazuki Oden is a little dazed and confused. After all, his talent in navigation is actually 0, and may even be a negative number. In addition, this was the first time he came to the outside world, and such an extremely harsh environment really gave him a huge impact. Gu la 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 la, since you can come here safely, you have some skills. Open black lens bracket Whitebeard close black lens bracket Edward Newgate's hearty laughter brought Kazuki Oden back to his senses. Then, his eyes shone brightly, and he looked at the interesting looking moon looking double beard of Whitebeard, Edward Newgate with a curious look on his face. But next, you must be prepared and aware to risk your lives. Open black lens bracket Whitebeard close black lens bracket Edward Newgate calmed down his expression and gave a rather solemn reminder. The battle between Rock's pirate and marine has entered a fierce stage. The friction between the 2 sides is not giving in to each other, and there are fierce sparks. It is very likely that it will explode at an unknown moment, and it may even be lost in the next second. You are Kazuki Oden from Wano Kuni, right? Open black lens bracket Whitebeard close black lens bracket Edward Newgate glanced at the guy who was staring straight at him, and he saw that he was a guy dressed in a strange ethnic costume. I don't care where you come from, but here, the first thing you have to learn is how to live.
Open black lens bracket Whitebeard close black lens bracket Edward Newgate put down these last words, turned around and left here. He knew about the existence of Kazuki Oden because he had talked to Laike before and knew the relevant information about him. This is the person under Laike, so for Laike's sake, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate helped remind him that the rest is all up to him. However, people who can be favored by Laike must have their own advantages. Not to mention, there's Kaido by his side. To be recognized by Kaido, he should not be an embroidered pillow. Having said that, Kaido has become stronger after not seeing him for 3 years. I don't know what kind of performance these two guys will have in the next battle. BGFI, I'm really looking forward to it, Eula la la la. Will you survive? Kazuki Oden looked at the back of Whitebeard, Edward Newgate and murmured to himself. Then a look of confidence and determination appeared on his face. No matter what, I finally made it outside into an island like this. How could I have fallen here? I must do well and make my way in this world. Kazuki Oden got angry and then, the outside world, here I come. He came like crazy, yelled at the sky, and then quickly rushed into the town on the island under the extremely astonished eyes of the pirates on the side. Kaido. Advertisement Kaido, who was about to tell him something, just opened his mouth and didn't have time to say anything. Then, he watched helplessly as Kazuki Oden turned into a burst of smoke and Luffy disappeared in front of his eyes. He was left alone in a mess. This guy, Kaido, was speechless. Although he knew that Kazuki Oden was particularly reckless and liked to mess around, in this environment, it was not the time to let him be willful. He quickly chased after him, but he couldn't care about the life or death of this sworn brother. The adventure belonging to the two sworn brothers in this fierce era has begun again. On the other side, above Wano Kuni, Laike returned to the Giuli area safely with Bullet. Just after landing, as soon as Bullet was arranged, Laike received a report from Brook. Before he left the island, he temporarily handed over the work here to Brook and asked him to make arrangements. And once any special situation is discovered, report it in time. As luck would have it, during Laike's absence, a vicious wounding incident did occur. The injured party is indeed the people of the Giuli area, but the one who hurts and harms the other party is unexpectedly not a human being, but a gang of baboons. After Laike got the news from Brook, he was startled at first, and then he immediately reacted when he heard the following narrative. A gang of baboons carrying maces. Hearing this, Laike already had a clear understanding in his heart. If he guessed correctly, it should be the human imitator, baboon on Kraikon Island. He smiled and said, I didn't expect that after 3 years, they finally came to my door. When we were on Krajan Island before, the group of baboons wanted to follow Laike, but Laike told them that they would come to him on their own. Originally, at that time, he gave them the permanent pointer to Hachinosu, the Beehive Island, but because he changed the direction midway, he asked Morgans to bring the permanent pointer here to them with the newsbird. Unexpectedly, after 3 years, they actually came to our door. As for why they all carry maces, it's easy to understand. After all, Laike didn't take action at the beginning, and they were all taught a lesson by Kaido. Then they move closer to Kaido and are equipped with maces, and there is nothing wrong with them. But they didn't expect that they would start a conflict with the local residents as soon as they arrived on this island? Indeed, they can all walk upright, can sail boats, and can use maces. They are regarded as monsters by the local residents, and it is normal for them to have conflicts. Laike asked casually, how is the situation on both sides now? There weren't many casualties, right? In terms of casualties, there really aren't many. Brook thought for a while and replied, but the situation is a bit complicated. Point 109 third parties and arrangements, Fishmen and River Pine, the future Wanakuna's greatest warrior? That's it. This is not just a conflict between baboons and humans in the Giuli area. Brook tried his best to organize the words there, there's a third party involved in this. A little doubt appeared in Laike's eyes. Is there a third party? Is such that, under Brook's narration, Laike finally understood the whole story. There is indeed a third party involved in this incident and conflict, and what's interesting is that this third party is also not a human being. What happened was that some time before Laike came back, Brook received news that people had discovered a strange fish monster at the date port in their curry area. Then, the local residents planned to set fire to burn all these strange fish monsters to death. It was at this time that the group of baboons happened to take a boat to the waterfall, arrived here, and got dressed. The group of local residents who were preparing to set fire suddenly saw a group of baboons holding maces, capable of driving boats and wearing weapons. He mistakenly thought that these baboons and the fish monsters were all in the same group, so of course he wanted to burn these baboons together. As a result, they provoked those human imitators, baboons, and tried to harm them, which naturally aroused a strong counterattack from the other side. Then the two sides clashed. Fortunately, this group of baboons had just climbed up the waterfall. They almost exhausted their energy and physical strength. They fought for a glimmer of life in the thrilling situation. Fortunately, it was not too late. There was still other strength. Therefore, they only injured and drove back the invading residents within a few miles. After all, no matter how weak they are, this group of ordinary residents in the Giuli area cannot handle it. Then, because this group of residents in the Giuli area suffered a loss, they also knew that they could not defeat each other. There were so many baboons on the other side, so they would no longer look stupid and feel uncomfortable going forward alone. Therefore, they reported this piece of information to Jiuli main city and asked them to decide and handle this matter. Strange fish monsters, and this group of baboons, right? After listening to Brook's entire report, Laike nodded slightly, already understanding everything. Yo ho ho ho, if my guess is correct, that group of fish monsters, if nothing else, should actually be the fish people. Brook chuckled, although I have never been to the Fishman Island, I have heard too many legends about it. As he said that, he still looked very emotional, even though he had no face. For example, the legend of the Enda Mermaid Maiden? Laike joked with a smile, which then caused a burst of laughter and admiration from Brook. If it's really possible, I really want to see what colors and styles of underwear the mermaid ladies are wearing, yo ho ho ho. Then you may be disappointed, Brook, advertisement. Because the mermaid girls have fishtails all over their lower bodies, they have no feet, and they basically don't wear underwear. Is that so? But why? I've clearly heard that mermaid girls also wear these. That's because mermaid girls only have bifurcated tail fins and legs after they are over 30 years old, but by that time, they are obviously no longer girls. Is that so? Ho 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 ho. No matter if they're girls or not, they're all beautiful mermaid ladies. I'm willing to see their underwear, yo ho 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 ho. You are truly a pervert skeleton. Laike obviously underestimated his level of pervert in his persistent pursuit of underwear. But just as Brook said, when Laike asked Ashura to bring the so-called fish monsters and the rebellious baboons here, things became clear. That group of fish monsters is indeed the Fishmen tribe, and it seems that they should be a species like the red-finned pufferfish. But what surprised Laike was that among this group of murlocs, there was a murloc mother holding a small murloc baby in her arms. Although it was still a baby, its peculiar green complexion and bird-like mouth made Laike recognize it at a glance. Is this a Kappa Kappa? He couldn't help but look at those two more times, and then he became more and more sure. That was none other than Kawamatsu, one of the future 9 men of the Red Scabbard, the greatest warrior of Wano Kuni, nicknamed Yokozuna Kawamatsu, and called himself Kappa Kawamatsu. He is also the founder of the Kappa Ryu, swordsmanship and the Ori mission technique. As a fishman, he not only has a stronger physique than ordinary humans, but he is also extremely talented in terms of physical talent and combat aptitude. Among the 9 heroes of the Red Scabbard, they are relatively young, but their strength is truly among the top 3. And this is based on the premise that he was trapped in prison for 10 years without any exercise, and was fed a poisonous fish every day to destroy his body. He has super strong resistance. Although he was fed a poisonous fish every day in prison, he suffered from vomiting and diarrhea until 13 years later, and he did not die from poisoning. Even after vomiting, nothing happened at all, which shows how strong his body is. There is also the swordsmanship school he created, as well as Haki's new skills, which all illustrate his extraordinariness. However, according to the timeline, it would be 2 or 3 years before such a future strong man would join Wano Kuni in a heavy rainstorm when he went out to sea with his mother on a boat. Because of their identity as fishmen, mother and son suffered persecution, and the mother died not long after being seriously injured. Before she died, her mother told Hesong that because the Murlocs had a history of being discriminated against by humans, they should call themselves Kappa in front of humans. And looking at the current situation, it is obvious that he came here in advance. Laike made a brief inquiry and found out that the intensifying conflict between Rock's pirate and marine had caused increasing turmoil in the sea outside. It also made Kawamatsu's parents living outside have their residence invaded and planned to return to the Fishman Island. That is, an accident happened to them on the way, and they accidentally came to this place. Please give me flowers. Therefore, it was also because of the butterfly effect caused by Laike that Hesong came here early. After understanding the whole story, Laike just glanced at Hesong, then waved his hand and asked Brook to arrange the living situation of this group of fishmen. Advertisement: they are a race from the outer sea, and they will have a lot of trouble living together with the ignorant local people of Jiuli. It would be better to let them live in Wiley Village in the dense forest. The side of Wangli Village is the place where people from the sea go to immediately after landing at the port from time to time. Therefore, they have also come into contact with some corresponding overseas people over the years, and they also have a certain ability to accept foreign races. Later, Fire Fist, Ace came here and got acquainted with everyone in Wenli Village, and also met Ayu. It would be a good choice to let this group of fishmen live there. As for Hesong, he was only a newborn baby and couldn't do anything. 0. Now that he has come to Laike Jiuli area, as a pretty good combat force in the future, Laike will naturally not let him go. Once you come to me, it's so natural that you can't run away. From now on, you will be mine. After dealing with the Fishmen clan's affairs, naturally, the group of baboons were left. Laike's eyes couldn't help but turn and fell on the baboons, who remained quiet and stood aside with respectful expressions. In them, Laike saw the weather-beaten appearance. Obviously, their journey was not very stable along the way. But it is these experiences that allow them to settle down and no longer be as anxious and jumpy as the baboon. And this is exactly what Laike wants to get. Being able to come here is enough to illustrate your determination and will. Laike said calmly, in that case, you can stay. I will teach you stronger power, but how much you can learn depends entirely on you. After receiving this affirmative answer, the group of baboons were not overjoyed. Instead, his eyes widened, and then, 2 lines of tears flowed out of his eyes. After confirming that he had heard correctly, they immediately hugged each other into a ball and began to cry loudly. No one knows what kind of hardships they suffered and how much suffering they suffered in these 3 years. It cost countless blood and tears and once endangered lives. But fortunately, it's all worth it. They finally came to where they wanted to be, accomplished their goals, and were able to get what they wanted. Later, after the group of baboons thanked them again and again with tears of joy, Laike arranged for them to go to Bullet. Let them and Bullet practice together when the time comes, and they can still take care of each other. Then, Laike looked at the last person who was brought. A certain guy from the original version also accidentally got involved in this dispute. .110 A rare all-round talent. Little man, I will not let you down. You are what they said, Denjiro who helped negotiate peace, right? Laike sat on the main seat, condescendingly looking at Denjiro, who was not that tall and was far less tall than he would be later. In this incident, according to the results reported by Brook, in addition to the baboons, the fish people, and the aborigines of the Giuli area, there is also Denjiro, the future second in command among the 9 men with red scabbards, who intervenes. At this moment, the personal bodyguard of the most famous underworld boss, Sleep, in the future Wano Kuni Flower City, the Kwangshilong, the 3 ugly boys, and the Kurozumi Orochi, stood below with some embarrassment. After hearing Laike's question, Denjiro quickly bowed, nodded and said, "Yes, it is." Villain. Facing the legendary real chief of the Curry area, Denjiro seemed extremely cautious. Immediately, without waiting for Laike to ask questions, he told the original situation again. At that time, the villain came from the flower capital. I heard that the Giuli area was relatively prosperous, so I wanted to come here to make some money and try my luck. But because of the lack of suitable goods, I went to the shore of Date Port to see if I could pick up some sea goods from the 620, or things floating out of the sea. I just happened to encounter such a thing. Denjiro told the whole story. Well, he was born as an orphan in the Flower City. He has been clever and clever since he was a child, and he is good at negotiation, that is, deceiving people. He can get what he wants at a low price. He has always despised stupid people. With his intelligence, this time he went to Ida Port in the Guri area, not just to try his luck. Most likely in the flower capital, through some news channels, I learned that a certain ship might have entered the country by mistake. I wanted to get some benefits from the ship, but I didn't expect to encounter the situation at that time. In fact, according to his normal character, the right answer would be to stay on the sidelines and watch the fun. In the end, he stepped in to help talk and persuade. It is also possible that he was keenly aware of the opportunity and felt that this might be a good opportunity to gain benefits from it, so he ended up personally. And the result was obvious. He did the right thing. He successfully came to the main city of Giuli and asked Laike to meet him in person. For his intelligence, foresight, and ability to seize opportunities, Laike was not disgusted, and even admired him a little. After all, among the people under him, there are very few who can be called normal people. Not to mention a subordinate who can use his brain. Obviously, the Denjiro in front of him is a good type of guy who is willing to use his brain. After the death of Kazuki Oden in the original version, Denjiro's appearance changed due to grief. Then he took this as an opportunity to hide his identity and appeared as the Crazy Death Man. Later he became the boss of the Yakuza sect of the Kakushiro family, and was invited by General Kurozumi to become his bodyguard and royal money changer. He is smart, calm, courageous and resourceful. After the death of Kazuki Oden, he was still able to handle things calmly, and his grief only broke out after the incident. This kind of character alone is already one of the best. Later, he was able to be attracted by the Kurozumi Orochi as his confidant. For more than 20 years, he followed Kurozumi Orochi without being discovered. During this period, he also rescued Kazuki Hiyori who ran away and helped him hide his identity. This mentality is by no means easy. Advertisement, and apart from his resourcefulness, his strength is also needless to say. It is so powerful that even Zoro is particularly concerned about it, and he also masters the advanced usage of emission, Haki, as well as the Oden 2 sword style. In addition, he is also a talented person in terms of internal affairs and finance. After Kazuki Oden went to sea, Denjiro traveled around the country, borrowing money to pay off debts and solve financial problems. Otherwise, he would not be regarded as the royal money changer by Kurozumi. It can be said that this is an all-round human zone that integrates wisdom, force, and internal affairs. If it develops normally on the sea outside, most of the forces at the level of 4 emperors will also be emperor deputy talents. Laike's men no longer lack combat power, except for himself, Kaido, Kazuki Oden, and Douglas Bullet who grew up in the future. Each of these 3 people can have powerful strength at the level of a general. Normally, a pirate group with 1 general would be enough to rule the new world. And Laike has 3 people under his command, plus his own words. There is no need to worry about anything else. After the battle in the Valley of the Gods ends, he will automatically become the real winner with his current farming development. Therefore, internal affairs talents like Denjiro need to be well developed and cultivated. Thinking of this, Laike also looked at Denjiro and asked directly, "Are you willing to do something for me? Me? Can I, villain, really do this?" When Denjiro heard Laike's question, he was startled at first, and then he looked ecstatic, as if a pie was falling from the sky, and he nodded repeatedly as if he was afraid that it would fly away again. The villain is willing. He didn't expect that he would get such a big reward for just a small intervention.
Sure enough, at some critical moments, if you take the right path and make the right choices, you can achieve fruitful results. Well, don't rush to be happy yet. Laike waved his hand at him. I'll go back and contact Shimotsuki Yasui from the Baiwu area and Hana no Hyogoro from the Kuri area. You can go to them to practice first. He looked at Denjiro, who was stunned again, and said with a smile, after all, it's not that easy to do things for me. Well, Shimotsuki Yasui from the Hikumai area is an excellent daimyo, and Denjiro can learn a lot of management experience by following him. In the original version, this group of 9 men with red sheaths acquired the demeanor of a serious retainer after being educated by Shimotsuki Yasui. And Hana no Hyogoro is the biggest Yakuza boss in the flower capital and even in the entire Wano Kuni. After Denjiro learned the management skills on the bright side, he was also able to go into the darkness and learn some shady methods and measures. At the same time, it also opens your mind. Sometimes, the way to solve problems does not have to be so rigid. Well, when Denjiro has learned from both of them, he can also contact Morgans and ask him to find some suitable emperors of the dark world in the underground world, throw Denjiro to them, and start again, give it a try. Advertisement: just by being limited to such a small Wano Kuni, your horizons and structure cannot be broadened. Denjiro below had no idea that Laike had already arranged his future. Now, his mind is filled with the excitement of dying for his bosom friend. He didn't expect that an orphan like himself, a wandering businessman on the streets, would be so valued. He went to study under daimyo in other areas, and he went to the legendary underworld boss to gain experience. It was said that I didn't dare to think about this before. At the same time, he also understood that this adult valued him so much, and it was also a test for him. If your study and experience results are not satisfactory, you will definitely be given up. Thinking of this situation, Denjiro couldn't help but take a deep breath. Immediately, with extremely solemn eyes, he bent down and bowed deeply to Laike. Young man, I will never let you down. Denjiro walked out of the main city with an extremely serious mood. As for the follow-up matter, he went to Baiwu in the Flower City area to find Shimotsuki Yasui and Hana no Hyogoro. With a relationship like Kazuki Oden, and the sales of curry rice cake, which feeds so many people in the Hikumai area, Shimotsuki Yasui has to remember this favor. Hana no Hyogoro is the boss of the underworld. If he has any other ideas, let the baboons, Fukuro Sho, Ashura Doji and others come directly to him. Talk to the boss of the Black Society in a good manner. In this way, after arranging Denjiro's affairs, Wanakuna's side also regained peace. Next, there will be no other big events here. On the contrary, there were a lot of riots outside the sea, on the Beehive Island Hachinosu, 2.6. After Kaido returned with Kazuki Oden, it really became big news on the Rock's pirate ship. After all, 3 years ago, their Vice Captain Laike, Kaido and the Skull Brook left here. At that time, everyone thought that Vice Captain Laike and others had a secret mission to carry out, so they all looked forward to it. As a result, there was no movement for 3 full years. On the contrary, Marine's pursuit became more frequent and fierce. This even made everyone wonder if something happened to them outside. But after thinking about it carefully, I immediately rejected this idea. After all, with the strength of Laike and Kaido, it is impossible for anything to happen. If something had happened, it would have caused a huge stir and everyone would have known about it. And they still have no news, which means they are still dormant, or even if they break away from the pirate group, is it possible that they want to go out and go it alone? But in 3 years, I haven't heard of them raising their own banner overseas, so what exactly are they? That is, when everyone was extremely confused, Kaido came back. 111 Kazuki Oden's introduction, the cannibalistic rocks pirate. Moreover, Kaido also brought back a new person that none of them knew. It seems that he is also a subordinate of Vice Captain Laike, and through Kaido's name, he knows that this guy is Kaido's sworn brother. It's called Kazuki Oden, from Wano Kuni, the so-called second most powerful country in the world, with warriors. Wano Kuni, the former, golden country, rich and samurai, famous in the world? Initially, everyone was surprised by Kaido's return, but after seeing such a strange warrior, they became even more interested. Then, they saw this Wano Kuni samurai, who seemed to be a countryman who had just entered the city, full of curiosity and excitement, running around the entire island. It was like a restless rabbit, causing quite a stir. They were curious about everything they saw, making noises and making fuss, and even came up to them with great interest to chatter some convoluted terms of address. This made everyone interested from the beginning, but gradually became bored, and they felt that Kazuki Oden was like a fly. But he didn't know how to restrain himself, and he still made a fuss back and forth on the island recklessly. Finally, Kazuki Oden's behavior also d off a lot of people. When he was chasing other people again and asking questions here and there, someone pulled out the knife. It struck fiercely towards his forehead and neck. Bang! The next moment, Kazuki Oden drew out Tianyu Yuzan and Yanmo, parrying them for 16 seconds. Then, the blazing flame in his eyes became more intense and vigorous. In Wano Kuni, at the age of 15, this guy was able to cause chaos in the harem and fight with so many invading samurai. Not to mention now, coming to the sea outside, unfamiliar islands and environments. Naturally, he has no scruples anymore. Therefore, after the opponent starts to draw his sword, the fighting spirit in the blood becomes high and excited. Boom! On the Beehive Island Hachinosu, fighting and war started again. Logically speaking, fighting is not prohibited within the entire Hachinosu due to Rock's Pirates' unique onboard rules. So on this island, fighting happens all the time, which is not surprising at all. However, the situation this time is different. Kazuki Oden was brought back by Kaido and is a subordinate of Laike. The guys who later joined Rock's Pirate also wanted to see what kind of strength the deputy captain's men had. There are also the original pirates on Hachinosu Island who are also curious about this so-called samurai, as well as everyone who has been bored with him for such a long time and thinks he is an eyesore and deserves to be beaten. Immediately, one by one, they all joined the battle. The chaotic fighting situation on the entire Beehive Island Hachinosu suddenly broke through a lot. Advertisement originally, Kaido wanted to see the excitement of Kazuki Oden and thought that given his character, it would be much better if he suffered a little loss and stayed honest. As a result, he never expected that it would turn out like this. Seeing so many people besieging Kazuki Oden, he immediately couldn't sit still. If it were a one-on-one battle, it would be easier to say something. The result is like this kind of wheel battle and siege. What is this? Kaido couldn't stand it any longer and gave up. He immediately picked up his mace, Hasai, and joined the battle without hesitation for the sake of his sworn brother Kazuki Oden. And during the period before Kaido left Hachinosu, he had absorbed enough hatred. At that time, Kaido had to go through the entire Hachinosu in order to train himself. Now, after everyone saw that Kaido was gone, they were also watching the fun. Those guys who had a grudge against Kaido who had fought him, or to be precise, were beaten by him. At this moment, the enemy was extremely jealous when they met, and also realized that this was an opportunity to deal with Kaido. Immediately, those with swords took swords, those with swords drew their swords, and those with lotus axes. Each one screamed, trying to return all the humiliation of being beaten to Kaido. Suddenly, more people joined this war, and it just so happens that these guys don't just have a grudge against Kaido. After staying here for 3 years, there are naturally some guys who don't like each other and are very unhappy. So, taking this opportunity to indulge their murderous intent, they began to look for targets other than Kaido and Kazuki Oden, and start fighting there. Taking advantage of such a situation, I began to vent my personal anger wantonly. As a result, after so many people started fighting in a swarm, the Hachinosu Island became noisy and intensified. And gradually it developed in a direction beyond our control, and it was once out of control. Gu la 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 la, how could it be like this? Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, who walked out of his house after drinking, looked at the situation on the entire island with a confused look on his face. He just had a drink, how could the entire island be in such chaos? Was it Marine who launched the attack? That's not right. When Marine attacks, the guns should be aimed at the invading Marine. What is going on when you draw your sword and point at your own people, screaming and fighting? Not only Kaido, but Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, who also finished eating sweets and was about to find a new partner to have children, was also stunned for a while. It seemed like everything was fine before, but why did it suddenly turn into such a big mess? On the entire island, there were shouts and sounds of fighting, and there was already a lot of bloody aura, which began to float on the entire island. Is this starting the cannibalism mode? Charlotte Linlin looked confused. She, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, and Golden Lion, Haki, the three of them are the most powerful combat force besides Captain Rock's Zebek. Advertisement because of this, no one comes to touch their bad luck on weekdays without being discerning. In addition, the three of them usually disdain to associate with these guys on the island, so their relationship is much less. Therefore, under such turmoil on the island, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate and Charlotte Linlin were relatively safe people on the island. Everyone is so frustrated and crazy. High in the sky, Golden Lion, Haki held a cigar in his mouth, taking in all the scenes below. He couldn't help but let out a sneer. They are really a bunch of mud, stinky fish and rotten shrimps that cannot hold up the wall. His eyes were full of contempt, and there was a disdainful smile on the corner of his mouth. How can a group of guys like this, who are still killing each other at this moment, conspire together for something big? Sure enough, that guy Zebek's strategy sounds good when you talk about it, but when it's actually implemented. Open black lens bracket Golden Lion close black lens bracket Haki glanced down and immediately shook his head. Looking at the results, it's obviously not very good. Moreover, the situation has reached such a point that you, the captain, will almost end up personally, right? Open black lens bracket Golden Lion close black lens bracket such an idea just appeared in Shiki's mind, and then. The next moment, an extremely domineering and powerful Conqueror's Haki flashed with black-red arc light and quickly rose from the Skull Castle. 097 poured all around this island. In just a moment, the entire island was covered. All the pirates who were red-eyed and still shouting to kill, after this Haki swept over them. For an instant, his body froze in place, and then fell to the ground in large pieces. Just in the blink of an eye, Hachinosu, the Beehive Island, was transformed into a loud and majestic roar of killing. It has become extremely quiet, with no more movement or sound. Only the rather strong smell of blood floated over the island, indicating all the tragedy that had just happened. At this time, the silent island, coupled with the smell of blood, can easily give people the feeling of an island of death. Of course, not everyone fell under Rock's D. Zebek's Conqueror's Haki. In the sky, Golden Lion, Haki couldn't help but curled his lips, and after realizing that there was no excitement to see, he also flew towards his residence.
Big Mom rubbed his eyebrows and immediately sent his sons, Charlotte Perospero and Charlotte Katakuri, out. Inquire about the situation. Whitebeard Edward Newgate twitched the corner of his mouth and became more determined in what he had been thinking before. This was not the life he wanted in a pirate group. At this moment, his desire to leave Rock's pirate and find his true family became extremely strong. In addition to the three of them, there were also Silver Axe Akoku, Captain John, and a few others who were not knocked unconscious by this Haki impact. They are also all real players and elite soldiers on the Rock's pirate ship.
In addition to these people, there were still two figures in the center of the turbulent battlefield, standing there without falling.
112 Zebek's ambitions. Dormant Mo Laike, the fear of Marines. Hachihuchi. Kazuki Oden kept breathing heavily there. Although his body was covered with scars and coagulated blood scabs, his clothes were in tatters, and his breathing was quite heavy.
But his eyes were full of excitement and unfinished expression.
Sure enough, the so-called strong men among the pirates in the outer sea are completely incomparable to the Ronin warriors in Wano Kuni. Each one of them is a master who has experienced hundreds of battles and is full of combat experience. Their fighting methods and attacks are really ruthless and perfect.
If he hadn't practiced together with Kaido for the past 3 years, he would have accumulated absolutely sufficient combat experience and combat methods. His strength has also improved a lot. Otherwise, facing this group of vicious guys, he might have been knocked to the ground early. It's not even as simple as it is now, just full of glory. Maybe he has to go see his mother who died a long time ago. You idiot. Kaido, who was also standing next to him, was also covered in blood and just stood there. His mental momentum is particularly strong, and it doesn't look like he is seriously injured. In other words, the blood on his body is not known to be his own, or the blood of the enemies in this place. There are many powerful guys on this island, and even I may not be able to say that we will win for sure. Kaido put the mace on his shoulder, and slapped Kazuki Oden's shoulder hard with his other hand.
Come to this place, be honest, you idiot with no brains.
Although Kaido played quite happily, he still disapproved of Kazuki Oden's mindless and reckless behavior and directly reprimanded him again. Especially, the guys around him all fell to the ground foaming at the mouth, and the terrifying power he just felt. Obviously, that is the world's top conqueror's Haki, and the one who can release this Haki is naturally the owner of this island, the captain of Rock's pirate, Rock's D. Zebek. After seeing the turmoil on the island, this big shot couldn't help but take action to show his presence there. Come here. At this moment, a man holding a pair of silver axes walked up to the two of them. Zebek wants to see you. Kaido knew that this man's name was Silver Axe. He was a rare expert within Rock's pirate, and he was considered a strong person at the cadre level.
And for him to announce this matter to the two of them, it shows that Zebek has indeed included them in his vision. Kaido doesn't care about this. Although he knows that Zebek is very strong, he may not be a match for him now. But behind him is Mo Laike, who is said to be a brother to Zebek, but maybe even better in terms of strength. Advertisement. Because of this, Kaido was confident. He just grinned and followed the Silver Axe in front of him with an attitude of complete indifference. On the contrary, Kazuki Oden continued to act like a curious baby, catching Kaido and asking questions. Ask questions and questions about Rock's D. Zebek.
In this regard, Kaido simply didn't bother to deal with such a reckless idiot and just scolded him to shut up. Then Kazuki Oden was honest for a while, then his eyes started to roll again, and he started to feel restless again. In this way, with the two of them in such a state, Silver Axe led them to the Skull Castle in the center. I also met the famous and currently recognized world's strongest man, Rock's D. Zebek. Rock's D. Zebek didn't care about the storm Kaido and Kazuki Oden created on the Hive Island Hachinosu. In the idea of cultivating GU that he has always adhered to, whoever can survive to the end will be qualified to continue to survive here. As a result, those guys were all beaten down by Kaido and Kazuki Oden, or knocked to the ground by others. If they died, it was just because they deserved it or because they were inferior in skills. Rock's D. Zebek doesn't care about this, but is very interested in the strength of Kaido and Kazuki Oden. The next step is to start a war with Marine, and the requirements for combat power are definitely indispensable. In Rock's D. Zebek's opinion, it is more than enough for him to handle Martial Marine. The following Admiral of Headquarters level combat power can be handed over to two powerful subordinates such as Golden Lion, Haki and Whitebeard Edward Thigate. Their strength is obvious to all on the entire island. As for other Vice Admirals, Admiral candidates, etc., they can be left to people like Silver Axe, Ochaku, Captain John, and Charlotte Linlin to deal with them. And this generation of Marine Vice Admiral doesn't seem to be very good. For example, the Iron Fist, Garp is said to have a pair of powerful fists, and he has defeated many pirates with his physical skills. But the truth is that he is just an unscrupulous guy who likes to eat donuts and senbei. To deal with such a guy, even Rock's D. Zebek felt that there was no need for the strong men under his command to take action. Any powerful guy on their ship could step forward and smash that senbei Vice Admiral to pieces. As for the Roger pirates, those guys were also clueless and rushed into this new world. He keeps saying that he wants to find the final place and get the great secret treasure, One Piece. As a result, when Rock's D. Zebek inquired about it, he found out that the sentimental guys didn't even know the historical text of the 4 road signs needed to go to the final place. Just blindly follow the instructions of the record pointer and start sailing in this new world. This also made Rock's D.
Zebek reveal a touch of contempt and disdain, and then he no longer cared about a group of inconspicuous guys like the Roger Pirates.
Begin to concentrate on dealing with Marine. Advertisement.
And now, although Mo Lake has not come back, Rocks D. Zebek feels a little regretful.
But the returning Kaido and the guy he brought back, named Kazuki Oden, are both extremely powerful. It can also be used as a major force to make up for the shortcomings in dealing with Marine. When Rocks D. Zebek saw Kaido and Kazuki Oden, he encouraged them and left them on this island. More ambitiously, prepared to deal with threats from Marine. At the same time, Marine also learned about everything that happened on the Beehive Island Hachinosu. The resulting riot made them think that the Rocks pirate had started fighting among themselves again. However, considering the extremely strange style within their pirate group, Marine is also mainly vigilant in seeking information. Then, after the incident subsided, they learned that Rocks pirate had once again joined two monster-level guys. The original Mace Kaido, and the samurai said to be from Wano Kuni, Kazuki Oden. All along, the Marines have been inquiring about the information about Kaido, Mo Laike and others, in order to prevent them from suddenly coming out one day, catching them off guard and delivering a fatal blow. As a result, Mo Laike, whom they had been waiting for 3 years, did not appear. Instead, Kaido, with a guy named Kazuki Oden, appeared on Beehive Island. And he is a samurai from Wano Kuni. This gave Marine reason to suspect that Mo Lake and Kaido had been staying in Wano Kuni during this period. As for why it is Wano Kuni, it is obvious that Wano Kuni is the second most powerful country in the world and must have extraordinary power there. After all, in the future world, Charlotte Linlin has always longed for the military strength of the world's most powerful nation, the Elbaf Giants. Then it makes sense that Mo Laike, the second in command of Rocks Pirate, would come forward to win over the legendary second most powerful country, the Golden Country, with its warriors. And according to the information passed back to Li Hao, this samurai named Kazuki Oden has extremely powerful power. Just one samurai who showed up is so strong, let alone the other samurai in Wano Kuni. 3 years have passed, and with the secretive methods of the second in command of Rocks Pirate, maybe they're still within Wano Kuni's waters. They have even gathered a large number of powerful combat forces, ready to attack them at any time. After many inferences, the Marine Staff Department came to the most likely result, which is also a bit far from reality. In their opinion, Lord of the Dark Knight, Rocks D. Mo Laike was able to tolerate it for decades before, so now it is more than enough for him to tolerate it for another 3 years. As for Mo Laike's idea that he did not intervene in this battle and was just taking a sideways approach, this situation was not considered by the Marines at all. Are you kidding? He is a pirate. He is the second in command of Rocks Pirate. How could a person of this level, and one of the top experts in the sea, choose to lie dormant and remain silent like this? Marine did not consider this possibility at all, but unanimously believed that there was some huge conspiracy hidden in Mo Laike in Wano Kuni. 113 Marines Trends. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Risk your life to protect justice. There is even a possibility that the other party's conspiracy will cause huge damage and unimaginable impact to their marine. The military power of the world's second most powerful country, coupled with the powerful combat power of the Rocks Pirates' second in command. All the Marines who realized this situation were all shocked. No one can ignore such a situation. Even if this is just an inference and guess on their part, we have to take it seriously. What's more, the possibility of this kind of speculation happening is extremely high. Ever since, the situation of Wano Kuni was also put on the desks and in front of many generals during the urgent Marine meeting. Let's take a look at the situation at Wano Kuni. Open black lens bracket Kong close black lens bracket Marshal Kong didn't say much, he went straight to the point and put the situation in front of everyone. Wano Kuni is closed to the country, and there are huge natural waterfalls around it. It is even more difficult for ordinary people to enter. According to the speculation of the Marine staff, Lord of the Night, Rocks D. Mo Laike, carrying Mace, Kaido and a few other people entered it without much momentum. Now 3 years later, they have probably taken over Wano Kuni and made it a piece of metal. If we go there, even if we send some people to sneak in, we will probably be discovered soon. As for carrying out a large-scale encirclement and suppression campaign, that is even more unrealistic. Not only is it isolated by natural barriers, but we can influence the whole body. As long as we take action, Honeycomb Island Hachinosu will definitely not sit idly by. The two sides have become horns now. Open black lens bracket Kong close black lens bracket Kong finished speaking with a solemn expression, and the Marine generals 073 who attacked also had somewhat solemn expressions. Just as Kong said, in 3 years, the other party has probably become a climate in your country. It is basically impossible to mobilize the army to pull them out. Let the CP organization sneak in. What about internal sabotage? A Marine general made a suggestion. No, the current CP-0s are basically paying attention to every move of Hachinosu on Beehive Island. Crane Vice Admiral, who has become the main officer of the staff, shook his head, since the other party openly declared that it is disrespectful to the Celestial Dragons. The big shots in the Holy Land are paying close attention to Hachinosu. Basically, the internal strength of CP currently takes Rocks Pirate as its first priority. The Wano Kuni outside is basically out of their consideration. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other Marine generals darkened again. The situation was worse than they imagined. Then we just do nothing and just wait here for the situation to get worse? Advertisement, Black Arm, Zephyr, who has been promoted to Admiral Candidate, said with an extremely heavy expression. Obviously, after Kaido and that Kazuki Oden showed up, they learned a new round of intelligence. I know that Rock's pirate already has a trend of being too big to lose. If they don't do something, they may really face an irreversible situation. Things are not as bad as imagined. On the other hand, Sengoku, who already had the title of the resourceful general, picked up the information on the table and looked at it carefully. Fortunately, the appearance of Kaido and Kazuki Oden gave us understanding and insight into the trends of Rock's pirate. And those who came to Hashinosu were Kaido and the Wano-kuni martial king named Kazuki Oden. Lord of the Dark Knight, Laike did not arrive in person, which either means that the other party has not yet integrated the situation on Wano-kuni, or that some plans have not been put in place. Either, we are completely prepared and let Kaido and Kazuki Oden take the lead, while he hides behind the scenes. Sengoku analyzed this. From this point of view, if it is the second situation, then the situation is the most dangerous. If we deal with the situation according to the second situation, we are already ready to take action. If you continue to delay, it will undoubtedly only give the other party more time to make complete preparations. My suggestion is to send out troops immediately and go straight to Hashinosu.
Sengoku made the final decision, slammed his fist on the table, and said in a deep voice. And the words he gave shocked everyone present. Especially those hawkish generals who had always wanted to send troops to fight looked at Sengoku with approval. Well, this guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes is actually more pleasing to the eye. That's right, whether the other party wants Kaido and Kazuki Oden to take the lead, or the other party is not ready and has to let them come out to contact Beehive Island. Marshal Kong was there approving of Sengoku's proposal. Since the other party is going to be detrimental to us Marine, and also plans to completely eliminate us, then we absolutely cannot just sit back and wait for death. Open black lens bracket Kong, close black lens bracket Kong said solemnly, and his eyes instantly became firm. Since the other party wants to catch us off guard, let's strike first. He stood up suddenly, waved his hand and said loudly, all Marines, listen to the order and prepare for emergency situations. Marine above Rear Admiral, always on standby and follow the arrangements. The goal this time is related to the safety of the entire world and the sea and the survival of justice. We must do our best to wipe out all the sins that have extended their claws to us. Marshal Kong's voice was magnificent and spread throughout the entire conference room. Advertisement yes. All the Marines wearing medals on their chests stood up and responded loudly. So, under Kong's order and the unity of all Marine generals. Naval headquarters, such a behemoth, started to move instantly. The eyes of all the Marine sergeants who received the order revealed determination and courage, as well as the emotion of looking forward to death. They all also realized that what was about to happen would be an unprecedented decisive battle. It would be the most influential and meaningful war for Marine and world government, as well as for the entire world and the sea. Once the Rock's pirate is eliminated, although the sea will not become stable, the evil flame will be extinguished. And if they fail, then there is no doubt that the entire world will succumb to the minions of the Rock's pirate. They absolutely cannot let such a thing happen, even if they risk their lives, they must protect justice. With such thoughts and awareness, the soldiers of naval headquarters, one by one, are facing the upcoming war with the most high-spirited attitude. Laike, who was far away in Wano-kuni, had no idea that he would just send Kaido and Kazuki Oden out. Marine made so many associations and speculations, and even concluded that he had a huge hidden conspiracy on Wano-kuni's side, and made arrangements in advance. Originally, Rock's pirate was going to go to the Valley of the Gods to siege the Celestial Dragons 3 years later. It turns out that at this point in time, Marine feels that the situation is getting worse and worse, and plans to take the initiative to deal with Rock's pirate. The main reason is that Laike sent Kazuki Oden and Kaido back. It was the trigger that caused such a war to break out in advance, caused many variables, and changed the fate of countless people. And with preparations and a deeper awareness, naval headquarters will definitely explode with power that cannot be ignored in such a battle. And just as Marine began to arrange their troops, the serious atmosphere and undercurrent began to envelope naval headquarters Marineford. Laike, who was far away in Wano-kuni, also began to formally teach Douglas Bullet and the baboons. There was also a follow-up member, Izo, who was identified by Ashura Doji and thought to be a good prospect, who was only 4 years old like Bullet. Well, Yizang is a descendant of the Huiliu sect. His father took him to settle in the Jiuli area, and then started his old business. And because the fate line has changed, Izo, who is no longer dependent on his younger brother Kikunoshi, has both his parents alive now. Coupled with the widespread and popularity of Guri rice cake, he no longer has to go hungry. Because of this, he has more choices. In order to repay the kindness shown to his family by the Jiuli area, the 4-year-old Lil Yizang chose to seek refuge in the main city of Jiuli, hoping to work for the big shots here. The Ashura boy who was responsible for receiving him was not wanted by everyone, but after he checked Izo's body, he found that he was indeed a good candidate. So he stayed and sent him to Laike. Therefore, he was naturally arranged to train with the Bullet baboons. If this future captain of the Whitebeard pirates grows up, he will be a good combat power. Point 114 Marines Full Declaration of War. Zebek's Choice, Valley of the Gods. In this way, Wano-kuni has sufficient troops and talent reserves. In addition, Ashura Doji, Fu Lashu and other guys who can now stand out on their own. The entire Jiuli area is really prosperous and prosperous. Of course, this premise is that there is no interference from external forces. Laike would never have imagined that he would be targeted by Marine for no apparent reason even though he was doing a good job in farming here. Of course, even if the Marines came to attack with all their strength, Laike was not afraid. Over the years, the strength he has accumulated, as well as the items, skills, etc. obtained through instant kills have given him sufficient confidence. Therefore, Laike did not pay attention to the imminent moves of the Marines outside. Until one day, when the newsbird flew over Wano again and left a roll of newspapers behind. Laike then realized that the situation on the sea outside seemed to be a bit beyond his imagination. Sea Circle Calendar, 1481. Led by Marine, the major institutions and forces under the world government all unanimously declared war on Rock's pirate. Well, this is what many pirates say, and in the words of Marine and world government, this is an important encirclement and suppression operation against the evil pirate camp. The flower of sin that bloomed in the new world must be uprooted, and the fire must be roasted so that the whole world will no longer have the name of Rocks. The will and consciousness of the Marines are quite firm. To be honest, even the Rocks pirate did not expect that the Marines would suddenly have such determination. All of a sudden, they were caught off guard. Outside the Hive Island Hashinosu, the forces they occupied were basically uprooted by Marine and world government. Some pirates who specially occupied their lairs outside and even distrusted their fellow shipmates and put all their belongings in their own territory were furious. They were all furious and went out to find trouble for Marine. Are you kidding me? Rock's pirate has always been the only one to attack and defeat Marine, but now Marine is launching a counterattack? Not only did they not retreat, but they did not dare to launch attacks and sneak attacks on us. My uncle can't bear it, but my aunt can't either. All of a sudden, the pirates who had territories and lairs outside all swarmed out, each one screaming, wanting to cause trouble for Marine. However, once they left, they never came back. According to the effective information sent back from the Rocks ship, Marine is completely serious this time. With Admiral Brown Python as the vanguard, he led the 5 elite vice admirals of the headquarters to launch an all-round siege from the inside to Hashinosu, the Hive Island of Rock's pirate. The other admiral, Grey Sheep, is in the middle to provide support in case of emergencies. Naval Headquarters Marshal Kong Sora personally went to the rear and used all his troops as much as possible. Advertisement. In this case, even if one admiral of headquarters dies, they still have 3 admiral-level combat capabilities to deal with emergencies at any time. In this way, no matter whether it is the vanguard force, the ones in the center, or those sitting in the rear, there will be no blind spots. And with the naval headquarters admirals mobilized, no matter how boldly those guys come out to cause trouble for Marine, the result and fate have already been doomed. Such situations, as well as their results, also alerted the pirates at Hashinosu on Beehive Island instantly. After all, this is world government. It has nearly 800 years of accumulation and foundation. Once it is launched, it cannot be underestimated. The largest violent organization under the world government, its power is obviously extremely fearful. Admiral drives Vice Admiral, and this lineup has far surpassed Buster Call, the fearsome Marine action. No matter which way you look at it, Marine is really going to take action and wipe out the Beehive Island Hachinosu from the entire map. The 2 Marine admirals currently known, and the Vice Admiral in their team, are each famous warriors who have been galloping on the sea for many years. Or maybe they are the pillars of the younger generation like Iron Fist, Garp and Black Arm, Zephyr. They also joined the Brown Python and Grey Sheep and started to act with them. Furthermore, the resourceful General, Sengoku and the 2 people from the staff are following Marine Marshal, Kong, Sora. As a result, Marine as a whole has carried out planned encirclement and suppression activities against us. It's basically like boiling a frog in warm water, we must be completely locked up here. If we attack rashly, we will fall into the trap that Marine has prepared for us. There are many capable people within Rock's pirate, and naturally, they can clearly see the various means and measures aimed at Marine. And put all the details in front of Rock's D. Zebek, allowing him to understand the situation of the whole game, and then let him make the final judgment and choice. Do you want to cut off our external forces one by one? Rock's D. Zebek looked at the map drawn for him with interest. On it, one after another, the islands that originally belonged to their Rock's pirate sphere of influence have been marked in black and gray, and they were obviously uprooted by Marine. If we don't take action, we will be surrounded by Marines from all directions and trapped on Hachinosu, the Beehive Island. And if you want to send out assistance to these islands, then the opponent will set a trap to ambush you midway. The enemy is in the dark and we are in the dark. It is really not a good choice. Rock's D. Zebek gently twirled his fingers, and having said that, those stupid idiots on our ship all have their own little plans on the islands outside. Having said this, a hint of disdain flashed through his eyes. Now their little plan is going to be taken away by Marine, and everyone is impatient. If we choose to assist those islands at this time, they will definitely be minding their own business. Without Marine activating the trap, I guess our side will fall apart. Please give me flowers, Marine's side must also have this idea. Rock's D. Zebek whispered to himself, seeing through the nature of the incident and the battle situation. Advertisement. Indeed, Captain Zebek. The subordinates nodded in agreement. So, what should we do next? Should we choose to stay put or send troops to assist?
If I stand still, I don't have the habit of sitting still and waiting for death. Rox D. Zebek said slowly, obviously having a plan in mind.
But, the subordinate thought for a moment and had some thoughts, but he said out loud, if we send troops, wouldn't it be playing into Marine's hands? Those guys in the pirate group have long had their own inner Shao Juju. Of course I know that. 000. Rox D. Zebek waved his hand casually, and then smiled. I didn't say I wanted to help those islands. Captain Zebek, you mean? The subordinates have almost guessed some of the other party's thoughts, but naturally they still have to let the leader say it himself. Since the Marines want to kill us so much and have dispatched so many troops, obviously they want to fight us to the death, then of course we can't face their fierce attacks and give such a clueless answer.
A flash of light flashed in Rox D. Zebek's eyes. Since they want to fight, let's have a complete fight. Gather all the troops and don't worry about other territorial forces. If the territory is lost, you can get it back. But if you lose this war, there will be nothing left.
Obviously, with the madness of Rox D. Then our goal is.
The subordinates were shocked, although they had guessed some ideas about Rox D. But Rox D. Zebek is not crazy enough to attack naval headquarters directly, right? Right here. Rox D. Zebek tapped the map hard with the back of his finger. This place is called the Valley of the Gods. Valley of the Gods? Fortunately it's not naval headquarters. The man subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief, but then he felt that the name of this place suddenly sounded familiar. Then, his figure suddenly froze in place. Valley of the Gods. He swallowed hard and said, isn't this the island area where the celestial dragons keep slaves? And there are many celestial dragons living there, making it their paradise. Are we going to attack the celestial dragons, Boss Zebek? Again? Point 115 directly aimed the target and spearheaded the celestial dragons. I'm just this level, nothing more than a man. Originally, my subordinates thought that it would be crazy enough for their Rox pirate group to attack Marine. As a result, according to what Rox D. Zebek meant, he directly wanted to attack the Valley of the Gods. That's where the celestial dragons live. Obviously, he directly aimed his target and spearhead at the celestial dragons. What's all the fuss about? Rox D. Zebek glanced sideways at the subordinate who was capable but obviously lacking in structure. Also, they have all become pirates, and in terms of structure, they're focusing on this sea. My main purpose in creating this pirate group was to overthrow the world government. So naturally, the celestial dragons, who represent the world government and are protected by the world government, are the ones I want to eradicate. Rox D. Zebek spoke slowly, seeming to be talking about a rather insignificant guy. But, those are celestial dragons, the subordinates murmured. If we touch them, Marine Admiral will come forward. At this point, he also paused, 973, and then became a little embarrassed and couldn't continue.
Marine Admiral is coming. The situation they are facing now is that Marine Admiral has already led a team to encircle and suppress them. Moreover, his subordinates also reacted to this attitude of not giving up until they were put to death.
It seems that we have reached such a critical point, and it doesn't seem to matter whether they are disadvantageous to celestial dragons or not. For a moment, his head started spinning rapidly. Indeed, if we point the finger at the celestial dragons, those guys on the ship who have been robbed of their territory will be able to settle down and be united in dealing with the outside world. Only by using the name of the world's nobles can we draw everyone to our same front and goal. Looking at it now, those celestial dragons are somewhat useful, the so-called world nobles. When he thought that he was about to be stained with the blood of the world's nobles, the celestial dragons, his subordinates couldn't help but lick their lips, with a flash of enthusiasm and expectation in their eyes. Even he behaved like this, not to mention the other idiots on the ship. With such a goal, they will definitely leave everything like their original territory behind. Then they will sharpen their swords and follow them, trying their best to deal with those celestial dragons. And once we show our stance against the celestial dragons, those Marines who were originally going to encircle and suppress us will definitely get instructions from the world government to protect the celestial dragons. In this way, the crisis on our side will collapse on its own. It's really a good strategy. Well, the strategy of besieging Wei and rescuing Zhao can be used in any world or anywhere. Ha ha ha, it's also my fault that those stupid celestial dragons didn't stay in Mariajoy, the holy land of the world, but settled here in the Valley of the Gods in the New World. Advertisement, isn't this Ching waiting to die and create a chance for us to break the situation? And when the time comes, don't kill all the celestial dragons on the Valley of Gods, but leave some alive to negotiate terms with Marine. Even if Marine and the world government behind them are not satisfied and plan to give up the lives of those celestial dragons, they can contact those world-class newspapers and report these things. By the way, let celestial dragons do some indescribable dirty garbage, broadcast it with a broadcast phone bug, or spread it with a film and television phone bug, or even take photos and make it into news. Let these world government news spread their good reports, then the world government's world aristocrats will completely lose their face. After determining the next course of action, this subordinate was indeed a capable person. He immediately opened his mind and calculated various plans to deal with the world government and celestial dragons. And every one of them is so vicious, basically piercing the main arteries of the world government. His subordinates were thinking there and raised their heads. Rox D. The celestial dragons who live in the Valley of the Gods are also an opportunity for me. If there is really an unknown mysterious figure and powerful man hiding inside the Holy Land Mariajoy, he will definitely not sit back and ignore it when faced with an attack by the celestial dragons. Over the years, Rox D. Zebek, in addition to his own practice, has also glimpsed some secrets about the world. At the same time, he also felt what the ceiling level power of this world was. Therefore, if there is really a powerful person hidden in the world government, he is probably the most powerful person in the world. If you lure him out and kill him, he will be the veritable king of the world. And if you fail or are killed, then it means that I am only a man of this level and nothing more.
Rox D. Zebek thought so, then slowly stood up and strode towards the outside of the palace. There were many poisonous schemes brewing there, and Shen Now's subordinates hurriedly followed them. Then, not long after, a shocking news instantly spread throughout the island. The master of their Hive Island, Harness, the captain of Rox Pirate, king of the New World Rox D. Zebek, is about to officially start taking action. After hearing the news, countless tigers and wolves on the Rox pirate ship and the official crew all grinned in unison, and then they all gathered together. Soon, when all those villains gathered on the Rox pirate's exclusive vehicle, the Sword of Zebek.
It also means that their captain, Rox D. Zebek, has to give a clear explanation of Marine's current offense. Involuntarily, the villains licked their lips one by one and showed excited smiles. They were already unhappy with the Marines. Without Rox D. Zebek's orders, their bodies were already ready to move. And now, looking at the expression on Rox D among this group of people, Kaido and Kazuki Oden, a pair of sworn brothers, also stood out. Advertisement: is the big war finally going to start? Kazuki Oden, who has been hanging around here for many days and has already acquired a lot of pirate habits, was also shouting excitedly. Marines, warships, vice admiral, admiral guys and things, he was looking forward to it. These things I have only heard of before but never seen before are finally going to be seen. Ahahaha, is it finally here? Kaido grinned. While he was excited, he was also very calm in his heart. According to Laike's previous instructions to him, the first priority is to protect oneself, and then to fight bloody battles. Obviously, Boss Laike knows something. World government and naval headquarters are not as simple as imagined. Gu la 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 la, do we still have to wait until the war starts? Among the crowd, the extremely tall and obvious Whitebeard, Edward Newgate laughed in his heart. Then he looked at the so-called partners around him who were completely indifferent, completely defensive, vigilant and even hostile to each other, and couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. How can we accomplish anything with a group of guys like this? This is not the pirate group I want at all. Open black lens bracket Whitebeard close black lens bracket Edward Newgate sighed softly in his heart and made up his mind. Just after this war, after you have fulfilled the benevolence of the pirates and repaid the titular Captain Rox, you can leave here. Just like Laike, he walked extremely chic and comfortable. With the return of Kaido and Kazuki Oden, 3.4 Whitebeard, Edward Newgate also knew that Laike didn't have any special mission at all, he just didn't want to stay on this island anymore. Since Laike can do this, then he might as well. The huge wave and war sweeping the world, Jia ha 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 ha. High in the sky, Golden Lion, Haki was holding a cigar in his mouth, his eyes flickering, and he didn't know what kind of strange idea he was thinking. The one who also had the same eye movements as him was Captain John. He looked around calmly, with a look of greed flashing from time to time in his eyes. Well, we are about to reach this point too. Charlotte Linlin smiled lowly, and then said to the food knight, baguette at her feet. It seems that we won't be able to stay on this pirate ship for long, she said meaningfully, obviously realizing something. The gourmet knight. Baguette on the side also nodded vigorously in agreement with a serious look on his face.